Super Devouring System Chapter 429 to Chapter 512. Sect Leader of 100 Poisons Sect. Not bad, you have reached the level of an inner disciple. However, if you want to win, your ability is still not enough. For the next month, you will learn from me. 100 Poisons Princess said. Yes. Xianxia nodded. If the disciples of 100 Poisons Sect were here, they would definitely be envious. 100 Poisons Sect had countless poisons, but they could not come into contact with many of them. To be able to be taught by the number one genius of 100 Poisons Sect, this was something that could not be bought with money. However, at this moment, Xianxia suddenly said, "Young sect leader, great elder, actually, I was still hiding something from you. My body is immune to poison, but I am still not immune to some rare poisons. However, as long as I have eaten it before, then the second time I eat it, it will not have any effect. That is why I need a large amount of poisonous plants." Oh? 100 Poisons Princess and Great Elder looked at each other. This body was actually so mysterious. If that is the case, then we will give up on the detoxification competition. I will use the poison, and you will use the poison to kill. 2 out of 3 wins, then our 100 Poisons Sect will win. Great Elder, immediately prepare a portion of all the poisonous plants and flowers. 100 Poisons Princess ordered. Although this was only a branch of 100 Poisons Sect, there were still many poisonous plants and flowers. Adding the ones on 100 Poisons Princess, it was more or less enough. After all, during the poison competition, the 100 Poisons Sect and the 5 Poisons Sect each took out 5 types of poison grass. If Xianxia had eaten all 5 types of poison grass from the 5 Poisons Sect, then they would have won by half. The other half was to let Xianxia learn how to refine poisons and kill his opponent in 3 minutes. Immediately after, 100 Poisons Princess led Xianxia and Great Elder out of the pavilion. The elders and disciples waiting outside the pavilion felt as if their hearts were being stabbed by knives. After seeing 100 Poisons Princess, they immediately cried out in alarm. He is out, the young sect leader is actually fine. Heavens, that brat's blood can actually detoxify poisons. This is our 100 Poisons Sect's nemesis. So what if he is our nemesis? He only has 250 dragon power, I can crush him with one hand. Shoo, that brat is the savior of the 100 Poison Princess. Do you want to die? The disciples were all dumbstruck. The poison that even the 100 Poison Princess was helpless against was actually neutralized by a layman with 250 dragon power. This was truly a miracle. Not only that, but the elders as well. That kid actually did it? Both Elder Wu and Young Master sure had the same thought. They were very conflicted. Firstly, they didn't want Princess Baidu to die. Secondly, they wanted to see Xianxia die. At this time, the 100 Poisons Princess suddenly shouted, "From today onwards, Xianxia will be an inner disciple of our 100 Poisons main sect, and his status will be the same as the branch sect's direct disciples. Furthermore, I hope that all of you will keep your mouths shut about what happened today. If anyone is discovered to be talking about it or spreading the news, they will all be deemed as traitors to the 100 Poisons Sect." Gulp. When these words fell into everyone's ears, their bodies trembled. An inner disciple of the sect, betray the 100 Poisons Sect, it seemed that Xianxia really did save the 100 Poisons Princess. You all heard the young master's words. All of you shut your mouths and don't go out during this time. Especially about Xianxia. If anyone dares to talk about it again, kill without mercy. First Elder added. Although this was making a mountain out of a molehill, this matter was of great importance. If the 5 Poisons Sect found out, then it would be troublesome. Although the 100 Poisons Princess didn't say it, he could hear that this competition was very important. That piece of land was extraordinarily precious to them. Next, the 100 Poisons Princess also left with Xianxia and the Black Scorpion King, and went to a hidden place in the 100 Poisons Valley for special training. First Elder also brought a large amount of poisonous grass, including the newly planted ones. Xianxia began to test one by one to increase his poison resistance. At the same time, he used the excuse of his physique to consume the interspatial ring and the other poisonous grass. 300 dragon power, that interspatial ring and the poisonous grass that First Elder and the 100 Poisons Princess took out allowed him to reach 300 dragon power, reaching the third level of the qi-controlling realm. The 100 Poisons Princess was also very surprised. She thought that if nurtured well, Xian might be able to become one of the 100 Poisons sect's secret weapons. In this month, she imparted a lot of knowledge to Xian, and also gave Xian quite a few poison pill recipes. At the same time, Xian also learned of her name, Fengyaqing. Xian couldn't understand. Such a nice name, such a beautiful girl, but she emitted a dangerous aura from head to toe. Her hair, shoulders, and even her lips were poisonous. If one accidentally touched it, they wouldn't even know how they died. This made Xian very surprised. He guessed that Fengyaqing definitely had a lot of poison on her, maybe even there. He was very suspicious. Was Fengyaqing really an 18-year-old girl? Could it be that she wasn't a 100-year-old poison witch? Fengyaqing's poison had already become a habit. If she were to marry in the future, would she accidentally poison her husband to death? After a month of special training, Xian's poison resistance was much higher, and he was completely immune to the 100 Poison sect's poison pills. In 3 days, it would be the competition between the 100 Poisons sect and the 5 Poisons sect. Therefore, Fengyaqing directly brought Xian and some of the 100 Poisons sect's branch elders to meet up with the main sect. 3 days later, the branch and main sect's teams finally met up. Father. After seeing the main sect's team, Fengyaqing also directly went up to them. The 100 Poisons sect's sect leader, Feng Shan, was a seemingly easygoing middle-aged man. After seeing Fengyaqing, he also smiled and said, "How was it? Did you get anything this time?" "Father, that Yang Ming and the 5 Poisons sect are not good people. They invited me to poison a 5th-level qi-controlling realm sacred beast, but secretly set up an ambush. I almost died in that Yang Ming's hands." Fengyaqing hurriedly said. When the 100 Poisons sect leader heard this, his expression suddenly changed. "What is going on? Yang Ming is your fiancé, why would he want to kill you?" "Maybe it's because of this plantation. That day, I killed a bloody path to return to the branch. Even I couldn't do anything about that Yang Ming's poison. Fortunately, he saved me." After Fengyaqing finished speaking, she turned her head to look at Xian, who was beside the Black Scorpion King. Feng Shan turned his head to look at Xian and said in a low voice, "Tell me the whole story." This matter was of great importance. The 100 Poisons sect and the 5 Poisons sect had a good relationship. The 100 Poisons sect's young sect leader, Fengyaqing, and the 5 Poisons sect's young sect leader, Yang Ming, were engaged. It was also because of this that Fengyaqing went to attend the meeting alone. But who would have thought that Yang Ming actually secretly set up an ambush to kill Fengyaqing? Perhaps only the 5 Poisons sect knew the reason behind this. Forfeit? Could it be that the plantation has a secret we don't know? This was the guess of the 100 Poisons sect's upper echelon. The 100 Poisons sect had a good relationship with the 5 Poisons sect. Even if the plantation was precious, the 5 Poisons sect would not fall out with the 100 Poisons sect over it. Therefore, the plantation must have other secrets. No matter what, since the 5 Poisons sect wants to kill Yaqing, then they have broken off relations with the 100 Poisons sect. Everyone be careful, there may be a hard battle later. Feng Shan reminded them, then turned to look at Xian and asked, "Yaqing, you said just now that you want him to participate in the poison competition?" "Yes, he is already immune to a large amount of poison. Father, if you give him some rare ones, we should be able to win this round." Fengyaqing nodded. "I originally wanted to let your second senior brother go, but if he is really as magical as you say, then let him go. I still have some poisonous grass that the main sect has just cultivated, go give it to him." Feng Shan said. "Okay." Fengyaqing nodded, then took the things and walked towards Xian. Feng Shan and the other upper echelon of the 100 Poisons sect also followed. Then, Xian swallowed the poisonous grass in front of them, increasing his poison resistance again. It is indeed magical, these poisonous grass are enough to kill a level 5 Imperial Qi expert. Feng Shan was very surprised. "I also passed him some of the poison pill formulas you passed to me. Father, try to use these poisonous grass in the poison competition later." Fengyaqing reminded. "Yes, I know." Feng Shan nodded. Then, he led the others to the side for a meeting. obviously suspicious of the five poison sect's actions, but Feng Yaqing was Feng Shan's daughter, she could not be lying. Therefore, there must be something wrong with the five poison sect. This time, the 100 poison sect did not bring many people, other than Feng Shan, who was level 6 Imperial Qi expert. There were only 4 level 5 Imperial Qi experts. A level 5 Imperial Qi expert came from the sect, so there were 5 of them. Next, there were more than 10 level 4 Imperial Qi experts and dozens of direct disciples who came to see the world. When it was about time, they would organize their teams and head to the agreed location. This time, they were actually barging into a tiger's den because this could be another ambush. However, it was impossible for them not to go, so the members of the 100 Poison sect were prepared to give it their all. A day later, the 100 Poison sect group finally arrived at the agreed location, a place called the Dark Swamp. The people from the 5 Poison sect had already arrived a step earlier. Their people were about the same as the 100 Poison sect, roughly 50. Haha, Brother Feng, long time no see. After seeing the people from the 100 Poison sect, the sect leader of the 5 Poison sect, Tang Huaiji, also smiled and cupped his fists. Long time no see, Brother Tang. Feng Shan squeezed out a smile and pretended that nothing had happened. Tang Huaiji and the others were stunned. At the same time, they cast a glance at Feng Yaqing, who was in the group from 100 Poisons, and noticed that she was glaring at them as if she wanted to eat them alive. What's going on? This girl isn't poisoned to death? Tang Huaiji was very surprised, and so was Yang Ming from the 5 Poison sect. Although Feng Yaqing broke through the encirclement and escaped the pursuit, she was poisoned and didn't have long to live. But who knew that Feng Yaqing was actually still alive? Since Feng Yaqing was still alive, then what was going on with Feng Shan? Why would he greet them? Brother Feng, since you're here, then let's start right away? Tang Huaiji said with a smile. Okay. Feng Shan didn't waste time. The two of them began to draw lots. There were 3 rounds in the competition, but it didn't mean that they would follow the order of poisoning, detoxification, and poisoning. Soon, the order of the 3 rounds was decided. The first round, detoxification. The second round, poisoning. The third round, poisoning. In the detoxification competition, each side would take out a poison and give it to the other side. At the same time, they would take out the heaven and earth treasure to make the antidote. The poison had to keep the opponent alive for 3 minutes. If the opponent died within 3 minutes, then the side would lose. If both sides were detoxified within 3 minutes, then it would be a draw, and the winner would be decided in a life and death battle. In this round, luck played a huge role, and no one had the confidence to win. Brother Feng, my 5 Poison sect will send him out, Tang Huaiji said, looking at one person in the team. But this disciple hadn't walked out yet when Feng Shan interrupted. No need, my 100 Poison sect forfeits the detoxification competition. Once the 3 matches began, one of them had to die. However, before the competition started, one could still forfeit. Forfeit? When the people from the 5 Poison sect heard this, their eyes instantly lit up. They didn't expect to win 1 round at the beginning. Next, as long as they won 1 more round, they would win. That disciple from the 5 Poison sect also let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that he didn't have to die. The second round was poisoning. In the poisoning competition, each side would send out 1 person, and at the same time, each side would take out 5 types of poisonous grass. Then, the 2 people would use these 10 types of poisonous grass to make poison on the spot, and let the opponent consume it to see which side's participant would die first. Yuchi Su, you're up, Tang Huaiji said. Yuchi Su was a direct disciple of the 5 Poison sect. His strength had just reached the 4th level of the Imperial Qi realm, and his knowledge of poisonous grass was extremely wide. He was also very skilled in refining poisons, and was second only to Yang Ming in the 5 Poison sect. After seeing him, the faces of the people from the 100 Poison sect all sank, and then, all of them gathered on a young man. Yi Xian was locked on by dozens of gazes, and knew that it was time for him to go out. After taking a deep breath, he walked out. Who is this? Seeing that Yi Xian was a little unfamiliar, the people from the 5 Poison sect all looked at each other, but Yi Xian didn't reveal his strength, so they didn't know that Yi Xian was just a trash who had just entered the 3rd level of the Imperial Qi realm. Both of you, take off your interspatial rings. Fengshan shouted. Yi Xian and Yuchi Su both took off their interspatial rings and put them away. This round was to refine poisons on the spot, so they weren't allowed to wear interspatial rings. Then, Fengshan and Tang Huaiji each took out 5 types of poisonous grass, 2 of each type. They divided the 10 types of poisonous grass into 2 batches, and gave them to Yi Xian and Yuchi Su. There are 2 types of poisonous grass that are unknown, Fengshan said in his heart, thinking that these must be newly cultivated poisonous grass by the 5 poisons sect. Tang Huaiji also thought so, because of the 5 types of poisonous grass that Fengshan took out, there were 2 that he hadn't seen before. However, the 5 types of poisonous grass that Fengshan took out were all specified by Yi Xian. He could use these 5 types of poisonous grass to refine a super poison to send his opponent to the next world. At this time, Yi Xian and Yuchi Su both took out a cauldron. Brat, the poison that I, Yuchi Su, refine can poison you to death in less than 10 seconds. Yuchi Su couldn't help but mock. Before the start, he wanted to pressure Yi Xian mentally. Not competing anymore? Are you done with your last words? Yi Xian said without raising his head. What a sharp-tongued brat. Yuchi Su snorted. Tang Huaiji glanced at the 2 of them and shouted, you have half a minute to refine. If you don't succeed in half a minute, the time starts now. When the voice sounded out, Yi Xian and Yuchi Su attacked at the same time. Yuchi Su chose 5 poisonous herbs, which were the ones Tang Huaiji took out. As for the ones Fengshan took out, he didn't touch them. However, Yi Xian was different. Not only did he use Fengshan's 5 poisonous herbs, but he also used 2 of Tang Huaiji's. A total of 7. What is this brat doing? Didn't he say he was going to refine the heart-devouring pill? Why did he add Yin-Yang lotus and black water root? Fengshan and the others behind Yi Xian were shocked. The 5 types of poisonous herbs that Fengshan had just taken out were just enough to refine a heart-devouring pill. But now, Yi Xian had added 2 more. What was he trying to do? 7 types of poison wasn't something that an ordinary person could successfully refine. Yi Xian was only a layman who'd learned it for a month. How could he possibly succeed? Time passed bit by bit. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, in 25 seconds, Yuchi Su had succeeded in refining it. He immediately looked towards Yi Xian with a gloating expression. In another 5 seconds, if Yi Xian didn't succeed in refining it, then the 100 Poisons sect would lose. 26 seconds, 27 seconds, 28 seconds, finally, at the 29th second, Yi Xian's cauldron let out a roar of steam. Success! Phew! The people from 100 Poisons sect heaved a sigh of relief. Although it was a success, they still had to see whether it was successful or not. Then, they would compete to see whose poison was stronger. Yi Xian had only completed the first step. Open the cauldron! Tang Huaiji shouted with a strange look on his face. Yi Xian and Yuchi Su opened the lid of the cauldron at the same time and each took out a poison pill. Yuchi Su's poison was black in color. It was very common. There were no patterns and no fragrance. It looked very powerful. As for Yi Xian's black pill, it emitted a strange fragrance that smelled pretty good. Humph, you can't even cover your scent. You're dead meat. Yuchi Su was full of disdain. Exchange pills. As Tang Huaiji's voice rang out, the 2 of them threw the poison pills in their hands at each other. The atmosphere between the 2 sides was also very tense. There was not the slightest bit of unnecessary noise. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly revealed a confident smile to Fengshan and the others behind him. This was a reminder, because after this battle, the 5 Poisons sect would very likely act. Alright, swallow the pill. Tang Huaiji said impatiently. Yi Xian and Yuchi Su simultaneously sent each other's pills into the end before swallowing them. Yi Xian's current poison resistance was unusually strong. He was immune to the 5 types of poison grass that Fengshan took out. Even the 3 types of poison grass that Tang Huaiji took out had no effect on him. Therefore, what Yi Xian swallowed was actually a mixture of 2 types of poison grass. And what Yuchi Su swallowed was 7 types. Humph, it can't even cover its fragrance. This pill must be a waste pill. It doesn't have much poison. Yuchi Su thought in his heart. A waste pill was a failed refinement pill. He thought that Yi Xian's mixing of 7 types of poison grass was a failed refinement. Fighting poison with poison. When 7 types of poison grass were mixed together, if the dosage and refinement method were not right, many times it would become ineffective and not have much poison. However, Yu Chisu was wrong. Just as he swallowed the pill refined by Yi Xian, his expression changed. He felt the qi and blood in his entire body churn. Then, he lost all feeling in his hands, followed by his legs, shoulders, stomach, and even his face. In everyone's eyes, Yu Chisu's face turned red, and his entire body seemed to be frozen in place. At this time, a cold wind blew, and Yu Chisu's body fell head-first into the mud, lifeless. Everyone was shocked. How many F*King seconds had it been? Immediately, a person from the 100 Poisons sect rushed over and checked Yu Chisu's pulse. No pulse, all the qi and blood in his body have been frozen. He's dead. The 100 Poisons sect elder reported. Tang Huaiji's eyes widened as he moved closer. Just as the elder said, Yu Chisu was already dead. Heavens, Yu Chisu was a genius of the 4th level Imperial Qi realm. He actually died after taking this pill in less than 2 seconds. Wasn't this poison a bit too strong? Suddenly, Yi Xian, who was not far away, snorted coldly, proving that he was still alive. The outcome of this battle was very clear. The 100 Poisons sect won. What kind of mixed poison is that? Why haven't I seen it before? Feng Shan stared with wide eyes. At this time, Yi Xian also detoxified the other 2 poisons and retreated to the 100 Poisons sect camp. What kind of pill is that? Feng Yaqing asked curiously. The surrounding 100 Poisons sect elders all pricked up their ears. It was obvious that they were very interested. Blood coagulation pill. If a 4th level Imperial Qi realm martial artist takes it, all the blood in his body will instantly freeze. If the blood coagulation pill is crushed into powder and sprinkled on the enemy's wound, there will be the same effect. Yi Xian explained. Now, his mission was complete, and he did not let down those treasures of heaven and earth that he accepted. Next, there might be a big battle. When that time comes, he must take advantage of the chaos to escape. He did not dare to participate in a battle of this scale. He could only cower this time. Because he saw that the 5 Poisons sect had about the same number of people as the 100 Poisons sect, there must be more ambushes in the surroundings. Feng Yaqing wanted to ask more, but Tang Huaiji said loudly, "Brother Feng is really strong. We admit defeat this time." Since that is the case, then let's start the detoxification competition. Feng Shan said with a smile. The detoxification competition was actually a battle of life and death. The 100 Poisons sect naturally sent out their strongest disciple, Feng Yaqing. And the 5 Poisons sect could be Yang Ming. Yang Ming was Feng Yaqing's fiancé, but after that incident, they had long since become irreconcilable. Feng Yaqing was stronger than Yang Ming in terms of both her ability to use poison and her cultivation. Therefore, Feng Yaqing was certain to win this 3rd detoxification competition. Wait. Tang Huaiji suddenly called out, "Brother Feng, let's not compete in this 3rd round." Feng Shan narrowed his eyes, "You're forfeiting?" No, Brother Feng, why don't you give that plantation to me? I'm willing to buy it at market price. Tang Huaiji said in a low voice. Buy? A strange look flashed through Feng Shan's eyes. That plantation was really something else. Brother Tang, why are you so insistent on that plantation? Feng Shan asked. This? Baigu Group. Brother Feng, don't ask so many questions. I can buy it at a high price. You definitely won't lose out. Feng Shan's face suddenly darkened when he heard that. He snorted coldly, then my daughter was poisoned for nothing? Tang Huaiji's eyes widened. Just as he was about to speak, Feng Shan suddenly launched a sneak attack. Bam, with lightning speed, Feng Shan struck out with his palm and sent Tang Huaiji flying. This scene happened so quickly that no one could react in time. Tang Huaiji, Yang Ming wanted to poison Yaqing. Don't tell me you didn't order him to. Feng Shan shouted. Hearing that, the 5 Poisons sect members all drew their weapons. At first, they thought that Feng Yaqing did not tell Feng Shan about it. Now that they thought about it, they were really stupid. Feng Yaqing was almost poisoned to death. How could such a huge matter be hidden in one's heart and not told others? So you guys already knew. I thought it was impossible. Tang Huaiji stabilized himself and said coldly. Tang Huaiji, why did you order Yang Ming to poison Yaqing? Feng Shan asked. Since the matter has been exposed, then I won't hide it anymore. I guess you guys have already guessed that the plantation is not an ordinary place. Tang Huaiji sneered and said, as for how special it is, I'll tell you after you die. Then you're prepared to fight to the death? Or you've already ambushed others in the dark swamp? Feng Shan continued to ask. The strength that was revealed now was still slightly stronger than the 100 Poisons sect. However, Feng Shan was not stupid enough to think that the 5 Poisons sect only sent these people. Since things have come to this, then you guys can come out, Tang Huaiji shouted. The people from the 100 Poisons sect watched on anxiously. Soon after, they saw a figure emerge from the dark swamp. Tang Huaiji, you exposed me so quickly? A middle-aged man walked out with a strange voice. Behind him was a snow-white skeleton wielding a sword. After seeing this person, Feng Shan and the others' eyes almost popped out. Baigu group? Feng Shan exclaimed. That's right. I'm the guardian of the Baigu group, Gu Qi. The middle-aged man walked out with a sinister smile. Baigu group. Most of the people present had heard that this was a sect within the territory of the Ghost Tomb region's corpse-controlling sect. They could control corpses. And this person called Gu Qi was the protector of the Baigu group, which meant that he was at least at the 6th level of the Royal Air Force. The skeleton behind him was probably not much different. This time, 100 Poison sect was in danger. This is bad. This Tang Huaiji is also in the Imperial Qi level 6. Including this Gu Qi, there are 3 of them, and I am the only one in the Imperial Qi level 6. Feng Shan's face was especially gloomy, as if he had already smelled the scent of death. Feng Shan, we might have spared your life if you had just obediently given up the plantation. But you're digging your own grave. Tang Huaiji gloated. You tried to poison Yaqing. Do you want me to pretend that nothing happened and let Yaqing marry Yang Ming? Feng Shan retorted. Humph. I only poisoned this girl because of our old relationship. She's the only one who will die. Otherwise, why would I compete with you guys? Tang Huaiji's eyes were cold. If it weren't for the good relationship between the 2 sects, he would have shed all pretense of cordiality and asked Gu Qi to come out and destroy 100 Poison sect. In that case, I have nothing to say. But before that, I want to know the secret of that plantation, Feng Shan said. Tang Huaiji glanced at Gu Qi. Then, Gu Qi said, actually, it's nothing much. I suspect that the plantation is the place where a senior of the Baigu group died. Now, Feng Shan understood. It turned out that Tang Huaiji didn't want the plantation, but Gu Qi. Since it was the place where the senior died, there might be the corpse of the senior. And the white-bone puppet of the Baigu group needed corpses. I see. You're also afraid of being found out by the Poison King sect, so you're keeping a low profile. Feng Shan said in realization. In the Ghost Tomb, the Corpse Master sect, the Fallen Spirits sect, and the Poison King sect were the 3 major powers. At the same time, the 3 major powers didn't allow people from the other 2 major powers to enter their territory. The Baigu group was a sect under the Corpse Master sect, so Gu Qi didn't dare to act in a high-profile manner. As for why he didn't go to the plantation first, it was because the Poison King sect and the 100 Poisons sect had set up 2 defensive arrays, so he couldn't enter. Let's cut the crap. Since I'm here, I won't let any of you go. Sect leader Tang, let's do it. The middle-aged man let out an unpleasant laugh and directly controlled the skeleton behind him to attack the 100 Poisons sect. At the same time, he joined forces with Tang Huaiji and rushed toward Feng Shan. Retreat! Feng Shan shouted and faced them head-on. If it was any other time, everyone would listen to his orders. However, at this critical moment, the group of elders behind him didn't retreat. Sect leader, we'll just fight to the death and kill them all together. Yes, the 5 Poison sect is F***ed up. They actually set their sights on us. Poison them to death. Let's go all out. Even if we're all annihilated, we'll make them suffer heavy casualties. The 100 Poison Sect's morale suddenly surged, and they charged back. Of course, there were still a few disciples and elders who were afraid of death who ran away. As for Yixian, he was also hesitating in his heart. Hurry up and leave. You only have 300 dragon power. You won't be of much help here, Feng Yaqing reminded him. Yixian stood there quietly, thinking in his heart. Right now, he indeed only had 300 dragon power, but if he used Beast King's Rage, he could reach 400. In addition to his agility advancement, his speed would reach 470 dragon power. After thinking for a while, he made a decision. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to level up. He couldn't miss it. Xiao. At that moment, he rushed out in an instant. Feng Yaqing was speechless. A mere 300 dragon power dared to enter. He was simply courting death. However, she didn't have time to think so much. The battle had already begun, and she had to quickly join the battle. The elders of the 100 Poisons sect and the 5 Poisons sect were already fighting, and the disciples were naturally no exception. Both sects used poison, so the battlefield was immediately surrounded by a cloud of poisonous powder. From time to time, people would fall to the ground and vomit blood, and some people's heads would turn into a pool of blood. However, at this time, there was a person who was freely moving through the poisonous powder. This was a young man who was close to level 4 Imperial Qi. He was Yixian. Ding, the host has broken through to 306 dragon power. Ding, the host has broken through to 310 dragon power. Playing the pig to eat the tiger. The 5 Poison Sect's true disciples' strength was between 350 and 400 dragons, and the 100 Poison Sects was about the same. In Yixian's eyes, this kind of strength was simply a benefit. At this time, the number of dragons flying around Yixian had already exceeded 410. His realm was low, and the 5 Poison Sect's disciples were not poor, so they leveled up quickly. In the blink of an eye, his speed had increased to 320 dragons. Adding on the Beast King's Rage and the addition of agility, his speed had already exceeded 500 dragons. So strong, he was actually playing the pig to eat the tiger? In the battle between the disciples, Feng Yaqing was somewhat shocked. She had always thought that Yixian was not good to look at, but she did not expect him to have such a powerful martial art. Instantly increasing to 100 dragons, this was too heaven-defying. At this time, a person suddenly rushed in front of her and slashed out with his sword. Yang Ming? I didn't go find you, and you dare to come find me? Feng Yaqing angrily blocked the sword. Stinking woman, we were engaged for a year, and you didn't even let me touch your hand. Last time, I was lucky to let you escape. Today, I will take your lowly life. Yang Ming shouted. With the help of 2 5 Poison Sect's disciples, he began to madly attack Feng Yaqing, completely not understanding the current situation. The two sides had already been fighting for close to 10 seconds. If comparing the casualties, the 5 Poison Sect had already lost more than 20 people, while the 100 Poison Sect had only lost a dozen people. Ever since Yixian entered the battle, the 5 Poison Sect's death toll had rapidly increased. With Yixian's speed exceeding 500 dragons, killing these people was like killing chickens. Although he only killed the 5 Poison Sect's people, he could also take the 100 Poison Sect's people's universe rings, so his realm increased rapidly. At this time, Yixian's eyes flashed, and he discovered Yang Ming's trio besieging Feng Yaqing. 5 Poison Sect's young sect master, you must be very rich, TSK. Yixian leaned over with a smirk. Previously, Feng Yaqing was besieged by 4 people, but at that time, Yang Ming was not fully prepared, and the 3 helpers were not strong. Even though there were only 2 people helping, both of them had over 400 dragon force, which was why they were able to suppress Feng Yaqing. Feng Yaqing's expression became increasingly heavy because she saw that her father was being suppressed by Tang Huizhi and Gu Qi. The elders were also being utterly defeated by the 5 Poison Sect's elders and the White Skeleton. If this continued, the 100 Poison Sect would still be destroyed. Right at this moment. Suddenly, a figure flew over. Underworld swordsmanship, sword descends to the underworld. Yixian coldly swept out his sword, and a disciple at the 4th level of the Imperial Qi realm was beheaded. This disciple just happened to be one of the 3 people besieging Feng Yaqing. What? The five poison sect's eldest senior brother Yang Ming stared blankly for a moment, then casually took out a bag of poison powder and scattered it towards Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian did not seem to care in the slightest, actually charging straight through the poison powder. Hiss. The other disciple of the five poison sect was also beheaded by Yi Xian. Not good, retreat. Yang Ming's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly retreated, shouting at the same time, "Elder Hu, save me." Seeing this, the five poison sect elder who was nearby immediately turned around and rushed over. Even if someone saves you, you're dead meat. Yi Xian glanced at the elder, then swallowed the 2 universe rings in his hands. Ding, the host has broken through to 330 dragon force. This elder had 450 dragon force, and the movement technique he cultivated was of a higher level than Yi Xian's silver feather movement technique. He had also reached 100% mastery, and his strength was not bad. Even so, he could not protect Yang Ming. You even dare to kill your own fiancé, I'll send you to meet the king of hell. Yi Xian's eyes widened, and he took out a mid-grade heaven artifact. At the same time, 8 sharp blades swiftly swept out, blocking Yang Ming's path of retreat. Under the double attack, Yang Ming's defense instantly collapsed. Pooh! Yang Ming's eyes widened. He only saw a cold flash in front of his eyes, and his chest was hit by a sword. This sword had even pierced through his heart. The five poison sect's young master, Yang Ming, died. Before this elder could attack, Yi Xian quickly took off Yang Ming's universe ring. 340 dragon force. Now, Yi Xian ignored the single digits. In fact, he had increased to 343 dragon force. Adding on the Beast King's rage, Yi Xian's realm was not inferior to this five poison sect elder. Although the 8 desolate sword had an increase, it was only in terms of attack. As for the silver feather movement technique, it still needed to rely on 20% of agility to advance. You actually killed Yang Ming, die for me. This elder was furious. With a sword in one hand and a bag of unknown poison powder in the other, he madly ran towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian was not afraid of the disciple's poison powder, but this was refined by the elder, so he had to remind himself. Fighting with this level of person, Yi Xian could not use a double attack. After all, he still needed the 8 desolate swords chi to increase. Clang! Pung! Boom! The two had just come into contact, and they were already attacking with full force. This elder was slightly surprised. Yi Xian was able to fight with him at such a young age, which was really rare. His left hand had been hidden, preparing to use his best poison powder to give Yi Xian a fatal blow. However, he did not expect that another person would enter the battle. Yi Xian was stunned. He discovered that the person who came to help was actually Feng Yaqing. Only then did he realize that Feng Yaqing also had 450 dragon force. Being able to quickly kill an elder was a great help to the entire situation. Although Feng Yaqing had 450 dragon force, her strength was clearly not as strong as this five poison sect elder. However, due to her participation, this elder was immediately beaten into retreat. Ding! The underworld sword technique's proficiency level has increased. Current level is 100%. Its power has doubled. Suddenly, a notification sound caused Yi Xian's battle strength to increase by a large margin. Just now, Yi Xian could only fight to a draw with this elder. However, now, even without Feng Yaqing's help, he could still suppress his opponent. Not good. This elder felt Yi Xian's sudden increase in attack power. His face immediately darkened. If this continued, he would be in danger. You two brats, go to hell. This elder finally could not hold it in and prepared to sprinkle the poison on his left hand. However, in the next moment, he discovered that his left hand could not move. He glanced from the corner of his eye and discovered that a small bloody hole had appeared on his left arm. What? The elder's eyes widened. He discovered a thin needle. This needle had already been smeared with poison. Amazing. Yi Xian also sighed. He did not notice when Feng Yaqing threw the needle. The 100 Poisons Princess was indeed extraordinary. Taking advantage of the moment when the five poisons sect elder was distracted, Yi Xian shot forward and slashed down with his sword. Clang! the opponent blocked the sword. However, he discovered that Xianxia's weapon had changed. The one in his hand was not the simple longsword. Escape! Pft. 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 8 muffled sounds rang out in a row as 8 sharp blades pierced into the elder's body. Even Xiaoxiao's neck and head were pierced by 2 blades each. Dead, Xian quickly caught up and took off the elder's interspatial ring. He would not give this thing to Feng Yaqing. Moreover, Feng Yaqing was not in the mood to take the interspatial ring now. Ding, the host has broken through to 350 dragon power. Xian's realm increased again. At the same time, with Beast King Rampage, he had reached 460 dragon power, which was even higher than Feng Yaqing. However, Beast King Rampage's duration was just over, and he immediately dropped to 350 dragon power. Feng Yaqing witnessed all this and was very surprised. However, she was only surprised for a moment before looking at the other battlefield. There were a total of 3 battlefields here. The first was the battle between the disciples, the second was the battle between the elders, and the third was the battle between Tang Huizhi, Gu Qi, and Feng Shan. In the third battle, Feng Shan was defeated by the combined forces of the two. The situation in the second battle was not very good either. Because there was a white skeleton at level 6 of the Imperial Qi realm, several elders of the 100 Poisons sect had already been killed. Yaqing, leave quickly. At this moment, Feng Shan suddenly shouted in the third battle. Father! Feng Yaqing shouted. Leave quickly, we have no hope. Quickly return to the 100 Poisons sect and inform the other elders. Feng Shan shouted as he held on. He also understood that he probably could not hold on for long. Feng Yaqing's face was full of worry, but she could also see the current situation. The elders of the 100 Poisons sect were already being held back, and there was even a white skeleton. It was only a matter of time before the 100 Poisons sect was completely wiped out. Xian, who was on the side, was also quickly calculating in his heart. Right now, he had 350 dragon strength. Even if he obtained the universe rings of the elders, it wouldn't be of any use. If that white skeleton of the Imperial Qi stage were to target him, he would be dead for sure. This battle was already a foregone conclusion. Let's go. If we all die here, your 100 Poisons sect might. Xian reminded him. If everyone was completely annihilated, then the people of the 5 Poisons sect could pretend to visit afterwards, and then slaughter the people of the 100 Poisons sect. At that time, those that would die would not only be these people. Brat, take her away and spread the news. Feng Shan shouted. The Baigu group had actually entered the Poison King sect's territory. If others found out, Gu Qi would definitely be killed. Little White, go and kill them. Gu Qi commanded in a strange voice. Immediately, the skeleton turned to look at Xian and rushed over. Not good. Xian was shocked. What he was worried about had happened. He hurriedly used Beast King Rampage again, increasing his strength to 460 dragons. He then grabbed Feng Yaqing and turned to run. Fortunately, this skeleton was different from the Qi Lian Overlord. It couldn't use true Qi, which meant that it couldn't fly and couldn't use martial arts, so it couldn't catch up with Xian. After chasing for a while, it lost track of Xian and the other two, then turned around and returned. Gu Qi definitely wouldn't have thought that Xian could burst out with a speed comparable to the 6th level of the Royal Qi realm. This surprised him. Xian left with Feng Yaqing at an extremely fast speed. He didn't stop until the time of Beast King Rampage passed. He felt very regretful, because if he didn't have Gu Qi, he might have been able to increase his strength to 400 dragons this time. Your father will be fine. Xian let go of Feng Yaqing's wrist and comforted her. However, he didn't think so in his heart. Feng Shan was 630 dragons. Tang Huizhi and Gu Qi were both 620 dragons. With the two of them working together, Feng Shan already felt great pressure. That white skeleton had just joined the battle between the elders. Now that most of the elders were dead, the elders of the 5 Poisons sect were enough to suppress the elders of the 100 Poisons sect. Thus, the white skeleton could definitely kill its way back. If that white skeleton joined the battle again, Feng Shan would be hacked to death in less than 10 seconds. You don't have to comfort me. Feng Yaqing said with red eyes. She was an 18-year-old girl, but she was strong. At this time, she was still able to hold back her tears, which was worthy of praise. After all, the Black Scorpion King that she had brought up since she was young was also killed by the other party in the battle just now. Let's go. Feng Yaqing said after a while. Wait. Yi Xian suddenly called out to her. Feng Yaqing turned her head strangely and looked at Yi Xian. Now, the battle over there might have already ended. Even if there is no battle, with their speed, it will not be difficult to catch up. If we go directly to your 100 Poison sect, they will definitely catch up. Yi Xian said. After his reminder, Feng Yaqing also instantly understood. They were now going straight back to the 100 Poison sect, and behind them were experts of the 6th level of Imperial Qi. They could not outrun them. Then what should we do? Feng Yaqing frowned. Think about it. Is there any other place where we can ask for help? Or, are there any other sects nearby? Yi Xian asked again. Feng Yaqing thought about it carefully and found that there really was a sect in the vicinity. There is a flying scorpion pavilion nearby. One of my senior sisters married here. Although their strength is not 1/10 of my 100 Poison Valleys, they still have experts of the 5th level of Imperial Qi, which is equivalent to the main sect. Feng Yaqing said. Then let's go there first. Ask them to send an expert to inform the 100 Poison sect. Yi Xian nodded. Okay. Immediately, they headed in the direction of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. Based on Feng Yaqing's speed, they only needed 1 day to reach the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. But if they were going back to the 100 Poison sect, they would need at least 3 days. Although Feng Yaqing had never been to the Flying Scorpion Pavilion, they fortunately had a map. This time, Yi Xian also played the role of a flower protector. Although his mission was completed, he felt that there was still a lot of room for improvement. After all, when the time came, he might be able to use the 100 Poison sect's banner to destroy the 5 Poison sect. The Flying Scorpion Pavilion was built on the edge of a cliff, and this cliff was where the Flying Scorpion Pavilion raised its flying scorpions. Yi Xian and Feng Yaqing ran for a day and finally saw this cliff. However, at this moment. Ha ha ha, you two little guys really want to come to the Flying Scorpion Pavilion to ask for help. Suddenly, a hearty laugh sounded. 2 figures suddenly descended from the sky, intercepting Yi Xian and Feng Yaqing. Feng Yaqing's expression changed drastically. She did not expect to be intercepted on the way to the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. She looked carefully and found that the weakest of the two had 470 dragons, while the other had 480 dragons. And she only had 450 dragons of power. Against a 5 Poison sect elder, it was a bit of a stretch. This was troublesome. Interception TSK, little girl, our sect leader and Gu Qi have already gone to the 100 Poison sect to capture people. As long as the formation is broken, your 100 Poison sect will definitely be bathed in blood. A fat old man grinned. Why are you telling her so much? If the Poison King sect finds out that we are working with the Baigu group, the entire 5 Poison sect will be annihilated. The small-eyed middle-aged man reminded. It doesn't matter. Could it be that these two still want to live in front of us? That kid must have used some kind of secret technique to increase his speed that day. He looks normal now, but is actually very weak. The fat old man looked like victory was in sight. Yi Xian and Feng Yaqing looked at each other, and the latter immediately asked, how are my father and the others? Besides your father, the others are all dead. But your father is a tough bone and refused to remove the formation of the plantation, so we sent people to the 100 Poison sect. As the fat old man spoke, he suddenly remembered something and said, oh right, those corpses of your 100 Poison sect were all taken away by Gu Qi. It won't be long before they all become white bone battle puppets. Feng Yaqing clenched her teeth, but she heaved a sigh of relief in her heart, because her father was not dead yet. However, she had to get through this crisis first. Alright, don't talk too much with them. Leave these two to me. The small-eyed middle-aged man walked out with a sinister smile on his face. I heard that Yang Ming was killed by you, and the sect master wants your body. However, before you hand it over, let me first, show. Before he could finish his sentence, several thin needles flew out of his hand. Insignificant skill. The small-eyed middle-aged man coldly snorted. He turned his head to look at Xian and said, "Brat, you can come as well. Don't worry, I won't kill you because I want to ask you about that martial art. If that's the case, then I'll accept." Xian's mouth slightly curled, and he took out the Bahuang sword. Previously, his underworld sword technique had reached 100% mastery, and after a day of hurrying, his silver feather movement technique had also reached 90% mastery. Moreover, after killing the elder, Xian's strength increased by 10 dragons. Therefore, with his current level, it was more than enough to kill these two people. "You go first, I'll deal with these two." After Xian finished speaking, he directly rushed out. Feng Yaqing was shocked, but she controlled herself because she felt that Xian should be able to handle it. She immediately made a turn and charged toward the flying scorpion pavilion. "Good kid, I want this martial art. This old fatty, help." The small-eyed middle-aged man knew that Xian's strength hadn't decreased. He also knew that he couldn't defeat Xian by himself, so he hurriedly shouted. "All right." The fat old man replied. He ignored Feng Yaqing and directly charged towards Xian. What was the Five Poison Sect? Even if the Five Poison Sect was destroyed, they could change their names and seek refuge elsewhere. If they could obtain Xian's supreme martial art that could increase their strength by 100 dragons, they would be rich. In an instant, the two of them erupted with all their strength. The chubby old man had 480 dragons, and the small-eyed middle-aged man had 470 dragons. The two of them were also experts of the sect. Under their combined strength, they could even fight an expert with 490 dragons. After all, they were members of the Five Poison Sect. However, they were not facing an ordinary warrior, but Xian. Beast King Rage, 350 dragons instantly increased to 460 dragons, which was not much different from the two of them. But don't forget, Xian had the Bahuang sword, agility advancement, and the Sword Saint bloodline. Even the outdated boxer bloodline could increase his attack speed by 30%. Underworld sword technique. Xian's eyes were cold, and he did not say a word as he madly attacked. Such a powerful sword technique, it's definitely at 100% mastery. The 10,000 poison sex experts immediately felt a huge pressure. Even if they joined forces, it was very difficult to block. However, this made their desire for Xian's Beast King Rage even stronger. "I must get this martial art." The two of them thought at the same time. From the beginning, Xian had the upper hand. If he was given some time, the two of them would definitely be killed by his Bahuang sword. However, he felt uneasy in his heart. It had been like this ever since Feng Yaqing left. Xian looked at Feng Yaqing's back and suddenly made a decision to end this quickly. "Kid, take this." At this time, the 10,000 poison sex experts suddenly threw out a handful of white powder. In Xian's eyes, the poison powder was more terrifying than the poison pill, just like the powder that melted his arm that day. If he was not careful, his head would be melted, and that would be the end of him. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless. After cleverly dodging, he rushed in front of the 10,000 poison sex expert. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Xian dodged the poison powder, the 10,000 poison sex expert stabbed his sword. However, he did not expect Xian to take advantage of this opportunity and counter. Rip, the long sword pierced through Xian's shoulder. At the same time, Xian's left hand tightly clasped the 10,000 poison sex expert's wrist. Underworld sword technique, sword descends to the underworld. Xian's eyes flashed. He swept out his sword and instantly cut the 10,000 poison sex expert in half. Humph. Xian snorted and took the 10,000 poison sex expert's ring. Ding. The host has broken through to 360 dragon power. His cultivation level had increased again. At this time, the 10,000 poison sex expert attacked. Bastard, go to hell. The 10,000 poison sex expert was actually careful. He could have attacked earlier, but in order to monopolize this martial art, he killed the 10,000 poison sex expert. Ding. The host has been poisoned. Beginning detoxification. Ding. The poison has been detoxified. Two notifications sounded in Xian's mind. This was the poison smeared on the 10,000 poison sect's long sword. It could paralyze Xianxia for a while. However, this poison only lasted for a moment before it was detoxified by the sacred tree of life bloodline. Underworld sword technique, sword descends to the underworld. Rip. The 10,000 poison sect's expert's head flew off. He did not expect Xianxia to be able to move. He had to admit that the sacred tree of life bloodline was really good. Xianxia's heart was pounding. He quickly put away the 10,000 poison sect's interspatial ring and the two corpses. Then, he quickly left the place because he had a strange feeling that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Ding! The host has broken through to 370 dragon power. After devouring the 10,000 poison sect's interspatial ring, Xianxia's cultivation level increased again. After devouring the 10,000 poison sect's interspatial ring, he actually had 363 dragon power and increased by 13 dragons. This time, it was exactly 370 dragons. Fengyaqing, hostage, Xianxia hid in the clouds high up in the sky for a while before he saw three figures flying over. He had seen these three people before in the team battle. However, they were all elders of the 5 poison sect. As expected, they arrived at the Flying Scorpion Pavilion first and waited for us. Now, they should be holding the 100 Poison Princess hostage, preparing to blackmail the 100 Poison sect leader to remove the formation. Xianxia pondered in the sky. He took a look and found that among the 3 people below, one was a level 5 Imperial Qi expert, while the other 2 were also at 490 dragons. They were very strong. Looks like we need to plan for the long term. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. The 2 with 490 dragons were still manageable, but he had no confidence in dealing with the level 5 Imperial Qi expert. Moreover, the 5 poison sect probably used the excuse of visiting to visit the Flying Scorpion Pavilion, so the Flying Scorpion Pavilion might not know that the 5 poison sect was in cahoots with the Baigu group. Therefore, Xianxia thought of a good idea. He watched from high up in the sky. After the 3 people below circled around, they returned to the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. I don't know if the Flying Scorpion Pavilion colluded with the 5 poison sect, or if they were deceived by the 5 poison sect. However, Fengyaqing should have been captured, Xianxia thought in his heart. The 5 poison sect could have many reasons for Fengyaqing's capture, such as Fengyaqing running away from the wedding and so on. Then, Xianxia took out a pen and paper and wrote dozens of letters. The letters talked about the 5 poison sect colluding with the Baigu group, then tied them to dozens of long swords. He wanted to tell the Flying Scorpion Pavilion about this and let them know what happened. Perhaps they could save Fengyaqing. Although this might put Fengyaqing in danger, if Fengyaqing was used to threaten Fengshan, the 2 of them would definitely be eliminated after this. Therefore, Xianxia could only gamble once. He flew above the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. Coincidentally, a group of people also walked out of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. It was the 5 poison sect elder who had captured Fengyaqing, bidding farewell to the people of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. They had only caught Fengyaqing alone. The 2 people who were on guard outside were nowhere to be seen, leaving only traces of blood. This inevitably made them vigilant, so they had to leave immediately. The 4 elders of the 5 poison sect seized Fengyaqing and quickly left. At the same time, Xianxia also began to move. Swish! Dozens of weapons were fired at the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. Enemy attack! The disciples of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion hurriedly pulled out their weapons, but they realized that the targets of these hidden weapons were not them. Furthermore, the weapons all carried letters. When the disciples saw the contents of the letter, their expressions changed. Then, they followed the pavilion master of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. Not long after, a group of people from the Flying Scorpion Pavilion chased after the 5 poison sect elder. Their speed was very fast. If Xianxia did not use Beast King Rampage, he would not be able to catch up. As his realm increased, the Saint Beast corpses in the devouring space were only enough to use Beast King Rampage once. Xianxia did not want to waste it. He followed behind the Flying Scorpion Pavilion group with all his strength, hoping that the Flying Scorpion Pavilion could intercept the 4 elders of the 5 poison sect. When he saw the group sent by the Flying Scorpion Pavilion, he immediately understood that the Flying Scorpion Pavilion should have been deceived. Otherwise, they only needed to send one person to escape. There was no need to send a group of experts. Bang! 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 After Yi Xian hurried for a while, a series of explosions came from the front. It seemed that the Flying Scorpion Pavilion group was fighting with the Five Poison Sect group. There were 4 people from the Five Poison Sect. 2 of them were at the 5th level of the Imperial Qi Realm and 2 were at the 4th level of the Imperial Qi Realm with 490 dragons. And this Flying Scorpion Pavilion group only had 1 level 5 Imperial Qi and 4 level 4 Imperial Qi. In terms of numbers, the Flying Scorpion Pavilion had the advantage, but the Five Poison Sect had 2 5th level Imperial Qi cultivators. If they really fought, it was not certain who would win or lose, although the Five Poison Sect still needed to send out a person to guard Fengyaqing. However, when Yi Xian arrived, he found that one of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion people had already died. Now, it was 3 against 4. After all, the Flying Scorpion Pavilion is not a large sect like the 100 Poison Sect or the 5 Poison Sect. They do not have enough battle power. If they continue to fight, the Flying Scorpion Pavilion will definitely be wiped out. In the air, Yi Xian had already seen through the situation. He also knew that it was time for him to make a move. Facing a level 5 Imperial Qi expert, he did not have confidence. But if the Flying Scorpion experts were added, it would be different. At that moment, he used Beast King Rampage. His 370 dragon power instantly increased to 480 dragon power. Then, he quickly landed on the ground. In order to avoid trouble, he still used Beast King Rampage first before killing his way out, in case the Flying Scorpion Pavilion also coveted Beast King Rampage. With 480 dragon power, adding on the speed bonus, his speed could reach 580. Adding on the 90% silver feather movement technique, it was already enough to contend against the 510 Dragon Elder of the Five Poison Sect. Rip! A head flew up. There were finally casualties on the Five Poison Sect's side, because Yi Xian's location was right behind Fengyaqing. The person who died was the Five Poison Sect Elder who was in charge of guarding Fengyaqing. 490 Dragon Strength. Ding, the host has broken through to 375 Dragon Power. Yi Xian instantly devoured the Universe Ring. When the 2 sides discovered Yi Xian, his flying dragons had already increased to 488. Retreat. Yi Xian released the restraints on Fengyaqing's body. After giving a low shout, he charged out again. This speed made even the 510th Dragon Elder of the Five Poison Sect feel his heart palpitate. So fast, the eyes of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion people brightened. Very clearly, Yi Xian came to help. The Five Poison Sect's Imperial Qi level 5. One had 510 dragons, the other had 500 dragons. After Yi Xian joined the battle, he immediately went to find trouble with the 500 Dragon Elder. Although in terms of movement technique, Yi Xian's silver feather movement technique was much weaker than the Five Poison Sect Elders, the Beast King agility advancement allowed his speed to be much faster than the opponent. It's you, this brat, who killed Yang Ming. Die. The 500 Dragon Elder shouted loudly. He took out a bag of poison powder and sprinkled it at Yi Xian. Rotting corpse powder? Yi Xian recognized it at a glance. He had eaten this poison powder before, so this thing was completely useless to him. Charge, he directly charged over while enduring the rotting corpse powder, catching the elder off guard. Underworld swordsmanship, underworld burial. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. With a swing of his sword, countless wind blades flew up, cutting the elder's body until there was not an inch of skin left. The wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen. This was comprehended after the underworld swordsmanship was raised to 100%. It was a bit similar to the 8 Desolation Wind-Killing Formation, but the 8 Desolation Wind-Killing Formation was unable to be strengthened by the 8 Desolation Sword. Actually, the 8 Desolation Wind-Killing Formation was very powerful. It was just that Yi Xian was always challenging those above his level, so he was almost eliminated by him. Underworld swordsmanship, sword descends to the underworld. Breaking the formation rip. The elder's neck was cut open and his head flew up. Blood splattered 3 meters into the air. 5th level Imperial Qi, dead. Ding, the host has broken through to 382 dragon strength. His realm increased again. Before Xian appeared, this elder's opponents were two martial artists with 490 dragon strength. Xian's method of instantly killing a 5th-level Imperial Qi deeply impressed them. Now, the 5 Poison sect only had 2 people left. One was a 4th-level Imperial Qi, and the other was an elder with 510 dragon strength. It's you again. You're disturbing my 5 Poison sect's business. The sect leader will definitely not let you go. The 510 dragon strength elder shouted loudly. So what? I only know that you're going to die today. Xian replied coldly and attacked again. In less than 3 seconds, this elder also died. The universe ring fell into Xian's hands. Ding, the host has broken through to 390 dragon strength. After Xian swallowed the universe ring, the last 4th-level Imperial Qi of the 5 Poison sect was also stabbed to death by the Flying Scorpion Pavilion's experts. Now, the 5 Poison sect's team was completely annihilated, but the Flying Scorpion Pavilion also lost a member. Thank you for your help, little brother. The middle-aged leader of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion hurriedly walked over. This time, if not for Xian's help, they would have been in danger. Xian nodded slightly and looked at Feng Yaqing. They used me running away from the marriage as an excuse to hold me hostage. Feng Yaqing directly said what happened. Only now did the middle-aged man understand that Xian was with Feng Yaqing. He hurriedly said guiltily, Miss Feng, I'm very sorry. We were also deceived by the 5 Poison sect. This time, they had fallen into their own trap. If they had not listened to the 5 Poison sect's elder when Feng Yaqing came in, they probably would not have lost a member now. Feng Yaqing and Xian looked at each other. Originally, they wanted to ask for help from the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. The Pavilion Master of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion was an expert with 550 dragon power. Although he could not save the 100 Poison sect, he could spread the news. Senior, please spread the news. Feng Yaqing requested. Of course, the Baigu group actually dared to wander around our territory, how audacious. I'll get someone to send the order to the Blood Crow sect, they'll definitely send experts. However, I don't know if I can make it in time. The middle-aged man frowned. The Pavilion Master of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion only had 550 dragon power, and he was not in the Flying Scorpion Pavilion, so they could not help. Feng Yaqing furrowed her brows. It seemed that the 100 Poison sect would not be able to escape this calamity. At this moment, Xian suddenly said, You stay here. I'll go take a look at your 100 Poison sect. You? Feng Yaqing raised her head in surprise. Although Xian could kill Royal Heir Tier 5, there were Royal Heir Tier 6 going to the 100 Poison sect, and there were even 3 of them. Going there was just courting death. I'm just going to ask around for information. You just wait here. Xian did not give Feng Yaqing a chance to refuse, and quickly left. He and Feng Yaqing had only met in poverty, and could not even be considered friends. He had already completed what Feng Yaqing wanted him to do, and he had not even given her the reward. Xian helping this time was actually just to find an excuse to kill. He would not foolishly go against the 5 Poison sect. Before he had the strength, he would not appear. His speed was still a bit too slow. When he spent more than a day to reach the 100 Poison sect, the 100 Poison sect had already been massacred. Not a single one of the upper echelons of the 100 Poison sect was left. The remaining people did not exceed 400 dragon power. According to the sect disciples, the 5 Poison sect people were heading towards the branch sections. The 100 Poison sect people were not willing to break the formation, so they set their sights on the branch sects, Xian thought in his heart. Other than the head elder who had already died in battle, the 100 Poison's branch sect still had a sect master with 540 dragon power, as well as a few elders with over 400 dragon power. Perhaps they also knew how to break the formation. Although it was called a formation, it was actually a large pile of traps. Even the 5 Poison sect, who were on the same side, did not dare to rashly enter. Therefore, this plantation had to be broken by the 5 Poison sect and the 100 Poison sect together. Although Tang Huizhi and the others had gone to the 100 Poison's branch sects, perhaps this would be another bloodbath. Therefore, Yi Xian simply did not return to the 100 Poisons branch sects, and instead headed straight for that plantation. That plantation had been set up with a poison formation, but Yi Xian had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. Perhaps, he could directly break the formation and enter. Moreover, Feng Yaqing had previously told him the location of the plantation. If he could enter and find the bones of that 8th level Imperial Qi cultivator, he would be able to make all of Gu Qi's efforts go to waste. Immediately, he madly dashed in one direction. He had to enter the plantation before the 5 Poisons sect. This plantation was not far from the 100 Poisons sect, but with Yi Xian's speed, it would still take him 2 days to reach it. 2 days later, he found this plantation located in a large canyon. However, he was still one step too slow. At this time, there were already quite a few people around this plantation. Tang Huizhi, Gu Qi, and his white-boned battle puppet, Yi Xian looked around. The 3 great 6th level Imperial Qi cultivators were among them. In addition, there were the elders of the 5 Poisons sect and the people of the 100 Poisons sect. However, he did not find Feng Shan. He did not know if he had been imprisoned elsewhere, or if he had already been killed. Elder Wu, young master sure? High in the air, Yi Xian could not help but be startled. Looking at the situation, it should be the people of the 100 Poisons sect who had betrayed them, switching sides to the 5 Poisons sect. They were truly opportunists. This time, all the elders of the 100 Poisons sect had come, and there were even quite a few true disciples. At this time, Tang Huizhi, Gu Qi, and the other experts were following behind a middle-aged man, entering the poison array. This plantation was very large, and there were a total of 2 layers of poison arrays. The inner layer was set up by the 5 Poisons sect, and the outer layer was set up by the 100 Poisons sect. This poison array was actually a dangerous area where a maze, poisonous fog, poisonous grass, and poisonous creatures were mixed together. If one entered from the air, they would be attacked by the poisonous creatures in the air. Using fire to burn them would not work either. After all, these things could not be burned by ordinary flames. If the poisonous grass was chopped off, that would be even more impossible. If the sap and poisonous powder spread, the danger would only increase. Therefore, the only way was to break the array. Moreover, the plantation was likely to be even more dangerous. Tang Huizhi and the others needed the correct location to find the place where the elder of the Baigu group had fallen. As for the middle-aged man who led Tang Huizhi, Gu Qi, and the other experts in, he was the leader of the 100 Poisons sect. Ambushed based on the clothes they were wearing, these 2 were about the same as the ones Yi Xian had killed outside the Flying Scorpion Pavilion, at most 520 dragon power. Although Yi Xian had used up his last Beast King rampage outside the Flying Scorpion Pavilion, he had gained quite a lot of dragon power afterwards. In addition to the killings he had done along the way, he could still use it one more time. At this time, he was hesitating whether to kill these people outside, then charge into the poison array and kill the 100 Poisons sect branch leader as well. Forget it, I'll go all out. I have all kinds of bloodlines. As long as I kill the branch leader, I might be able to trap them inside then. As Yi Xian thought in his heart, he quietly descended and approached the group of guards outside. Beast King Rampage, Yi Xian suddenly increased his strength and directly charged in. In the blink of an eye, several heads flew, all of them belonging to the 100 Poisons sect branch leader. What? The 2 5 Poisons sect elders were shocked. By the time they reacted, half of the team had already been slaughtered. Yi Xian's speed exceeded 600 dragon power, shuttling through the crowd. With a single slash of his sword, he could kill several people. Young Master Sure, TSK. Elder Wu, you should report to hell as well. Yi Xian was a vengeful person. Now, he had already taken 2/3 of his revenge. Only stewardship was left. In less than 3 seconds, other than the 2 5 Poisons sect's 5th stage Imperial Qi elders, everyone else was killed by Yi Xian. This time, not only did he obtain a large number of yin and yang rings, but his martial arts had also improved. His silver feather movement technique had finally reached 100% mastery. Haha, the heavens are helping me. You two can go to hell as well. Yi Xian's morale was high. His speed suddenly increased, and in 2 moves, he cut off the heads of the 2 elders. The improvement of his martial arts had come at just the right time. Ding, the host has broken through to 400 dragon power. The items from these dozens of people allowed Yi Xian to break through to the 4th level of the Imperial Qi branch leader. Yi Xian did not feel complacent because of this, because he still had to complete an important mission, which was to kill the branch leader of the 100 Poisons sect. Thus, he charged into the poison array. As expected, the poison mist had no effect on him, so he could pass through it without obstruction. This poison array can only be dispelled by the sect master. I wonder where they went. Yi Xian began to move around the poison array. Although he couldn't see, he could sense everything within 1,000 meters. Moreover, even if it was the branch sect leader of the 100 Poisons sect, it wouldn't be that easy to break through this formation. Therefore, Yi Xian reckoned that their speed wouldn't be fast. Sure enough, 10 seconds after Yi Xian entered the poison array, he found that group of people. 6 poisons 5 poisons sect. A poison ons a 5 poisons sect. 10 of them were naturally the elders of the 5 poisons sect. As for the last one, he was definitely the branch head of the 100 Poisons sect. Found you. I'll kill you in one blow. Yi Xian's eyes shot out 2 rays of murderous intent as he quietly approached them. At this moment, some people in the team also felt that something was wrong. There's movement. It's very fast. Gu Qi, who was walking in second place, frowned and said in a neutral voice. Don't worry, Guardian Gu. It should be a sacred beast that accidentally entered the poison array. If it dares to come, we'll kill it, Tang Huaiji explained. No, it's the sound of human footsteps. Gu Qi shook his head. Although his cultivation level was the same as Tang Huaiji's, his strength was stronger than Tang Huaiji's. He heard it clearly. It was the sound of 2 feet on the ground. However, just as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly rushed out of the poison mist. This figure was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it swept past them. Everyone was startled as they discovered that there was something out of the ordinary moving towards them. It's poison powder. Be careful. Tang Huaiji cried out in alarm. This pile of poison powder was not small. This was the most powerful poison powder that Yi Xian could currently refine. It was enough to kill a level 5 Imperial Qi expert. He ran too fast this time, so the poison powder didn't kill a single person. It only corroded a few pieces of flesh from their hands. However, he had achieved his goal. When Tang Huaiji and the others dispersed the poison powder, they found that the sect leader of the 100 Poison sect, who was walking in front of the team, had disappeared. Yes, he had disappeared. On the ground, there was a pool of blood. Everyone present smelled the scent of blood. Damn it, he was killed. Tang Huaiji cursed. The first poison array was set up by the 100 Poison sect. They finally found someone to break it, but he was killed. What were they going to do next? He's already dead. Since that's the case, let's break the array by force, Gu Qi said. Just now, he did not react in time. That was why Yi Xian ran away. Okay, we'll break the array by force. Everyone be careful. That person may appear again. Tang Huaiji gritted his teeth and shouted. They continued to move forward very carefully. At this time, Yi Xian was hiding in a poisonous flower garden. There's a poisonous beehive in front of him. I'll make a move when they are attacked by the poisonous beehive. This plantation originally had nothing, but after the 2 poison arrays were set up, many poisonous creatures moved in. Although these poisonous creatures were not strong, their toxicity was so strong that even the experts of the 5 Poison sect had to be cautious. Yi Xian quietly followed behind this group of people. He was calculating the distance between this group of people and the poisonous beehive in his mind. At the same time, he was calculating the duration of the Beast King's rage. He only had one chance to make a move. If he did not replenish the sacred beast corpses, he would not be able to resist anymore. There was only one chance. He had to grasp it. The 5 Poison sect team continued to move forward. They were only 300 meters away from the poisonous beehive. 200 meters, 100 meters, at this time. Whoosh! A slash broke through the poisonous fog and instantly cut the poisonous beehive that was bigger than a clothes rack in half. In an instant, countless thumb-sized poisonous bees swept out. Each of them had the ability to poison 300 dragon power martial artists to death. Not good. Everyone be careful. Tang Huaiji shouted. This poisonous bee swarm covered the sky and the earth as it swept towards this team. There were more than 1,000 of them. This time, Tang Huaiji and the others were in trouble. However, these people were at least level 5 Imperial Qi. Even if there were 1,000 poisonous bees, they would not be able to do much to them. Therefore, Yi Xian made a move. He, who was not afraid of the poisonous grass, rushed towards Tang Huaiji and the others. Be careful. Tang Huaiji heard the hurried footsteps and reminded them again. However, it was already too late. A series of screams sounded. The elders behind Tang Huaiji let out miserable cries. Some of them had already fallen to the ground. Underworld sword technique, underworld burial. A wave of chaotic and disorderly qi swept out, instantly killing a 5th-level Imperial Qi realm elder who was resisting the poisonous wasps. A strange poison array, it's that brat. Go, kill him. Guqi immediately ordered. At that moment, his white bone battle puppet quickly flew out, stepping on the poisonous flowers and grass as it charged towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian could not beat him now, so he quickly fled. He then circled around the corpses and took all their interspatial rings. These elders had massacred the 100 Poisons sect, so they must have many good things on them. Ding, the host has broken through to 410 dragon power. Ding, the host has broken through to 420 dragon power. Ding, the host has broken through to 430 dragon power. The 4 corpses allowed Yi Xian to gain 30 dragon power. At this time, most of the poison bees were killed, and Yi Xian's Beast King rampage was about to end, so he quickly fled. The skeletal war puppet could not find him, so it turned back. Damn it! When Tang Huaiji killed the last wave of poison bees, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth, and his hair stood on end. He recognized Yi Xian. Last time, he could have wiped out the 100 Poisons sect in one fell swoop, but Yi Xian suddenly appeared, causing Yi Xian and Feng Yaqing to escape. This time, Yi Xian disturbed him again, and even killed 4 elders of the 5 Poisons sect. Now, other than the 3 of them who were at level 6 of the Imperial Qi realm, there were only 6 elders who were at level 5 of the Imperial Qi realm. Sect leader, what do we do now? An elder asked after removing the poison from his body. Continue to break the array. Tang Huaiji gritted his teeth. The last time we were here, there was only some white bone grass planted on the ground, so we set up a poison array and scattered some seeds. But we did not expect it to become so dangerous in such a short time. What do you feel? Tang Huaiji asked coldly. The changes here are beyond our expectations. There may be a powerful poisonous creature here, the elder said. In fact, Tang Huaiji had also felt it. This was only the first layer of the poison array and there were already over 1,000 poisonous wasps. If they reached the poison array set up by the 5 Poison sect, it would most likely be even more dangerous. Not to mention the plantation that was surrounded by 2 layers of poison arrays. Don't worry, as long as we find those white bone grass, I will be able to find my senior's bones. At that time I will not mistreat you. Guqi said in a sarcastic tone. The white bone grass was the symbol of the fall of the experts of the Baigu group. Previously, the people of the 5 Poison sect had coincidentally seen the white bone grass and reported the matter to Tang Huaiji. Wherever there was white bone grass, one had to be careful. All the sects in the Corpse Master sect's territory practiced similar cultivation methods, which would change their physiques. After they died, their corpses might mutate. If they recklessly dug up the white bone grass, they would be in big trouble. But, this elder still wanted to say something. Tang Huaiji directly interrupted him. No buts. As long as we help Guqi find the corpses, we will go our separate ways. The remains of a level 8 Imperial Qi expert is enough for each of us to establish a faction comparable to the 5 Poison sect. Now that 4 people have died, we will split even more. In fact, he and Guqi had a private agreement. As long as they found the corpses, then he would join forces with Guqi to eradicate these 5 Poison sect elders. After all, there were too many people, and he was not afraid of Guqi betraying him, because Guqi was his brother. It was just that these elders did not know. The remaining 6 elders looked at each other and all nodded. They were still convinced. The remains of a level 8 Imperial Qi expert, even if it was divided among 10 people, it was still enough. This group continued forward. The 4 people who died just now were not of high realms, while the remaining 6 people had all reached 550 dragons. The strongest was 580 dragons. If the 6 of them joined forces, they could even fight a level 6 Imperial Qi expert. Yi Xian did not hear their words. He was too far away. They continue forward again. Let's wait until they find the corpses first. Yi Xian, who was hiding not far away, thought so in his heart. Just now, he had obtained 4 corpses. He had made a huge profit, and even replenished the corpses of sacred beasts. Because these 5 poison sect elders had previously killed the 100 poison sect elders, and then charged into the 100 poison sect to loot, it would be strange if their pockets were not full. Yi Xian estimated that if he killed the remaining 6 people, he could at least break through to 450 dragons. Next, he followed behind these people, advancing bit by bit. Tang Huaiji in the front group said in a low voice, "That kid is still following us. How did he avoid these dangers? Don't worry about it. Just now, when my white bone battle hoe was chasing him, its foot stepped on the poison powder. If another accident happens, it will be troublesome." Gucci replied in a low voice. Fortunately, the 100 Poison Sect branch leader had just explained the method to break the formation, so they were not blindly breaking the formation. After about 5 minutes, they came out of the 100 Poison Sect's poison formation. Next, it was the 5 Poison Sect's own poison formation. This is my 5 Poison Sect's 100 Poison Devouring Great Formation. Other than the 100 types of poisonous grasses, we also sprinkled a large amount of bloodthirsty flying scorpions and other poisonous creatures' larvae. After so long, they should be able to threaten us. Everyone, follow me closely. Be careful. Tang Huaiji still walked in the front, and then entered this 10,000 poison devouring great formation. There was only one way to break this formation, and he remembered it very clearly. As long as there were no accidents, they could easily break this formation. At this time, Yi Xian also walked out of the 100 Poison Sect's poison formation. He could not help but sigh. People who used poison were truly terrifying. Fortunately, he had the sacred tree of life's bloodline, otherwise, he would have died 100 times already. Previously, Old Monster Hong went to a lower-level territory to plant, so there was no need to go through so much trouble. And this plantation was in the Ghost Tomb territory. The 100 Poison Sect and 5 Poison Sect were afraid that the poisonous grasses they painstakingly planted would be taken advantage of by others, so they developed 2 poison formations. In these few months, Yi Xian had learned quite a bit about poisonous grasses. Whenever he saw something he did not recognize on the road, he would quietly pluck a leaf and then increase his resistance to poison. This poison formation was large and complicated. Some of the poisonous grasses grew even taller than Yi Xian. At the same time, there were often things flying through the air. Yi Xian followed very carefully, maintaining a distance of 1,000 meters from the front. This time, the 5 Poison Sect's team was very fast. They walked out in less than 3 minutes. We're finally out. Tang Huaiji frowned slightly, because the plantation in front of him had already grown into a forest. There really is something here. Just based on the seeds I scattered, it's impossible for them to grow like this. There must be a powerful poisonous creature entrenched here. I wonder what realm it is. It's at least Royal Qi level 5, maybe Royal Qi level 6. The 6 elders were a little worried. Stop talking. Hurry up and find the white bone grass, then leave. Elder Chen, you lead the way. Tang Huaiji said. Yes. Let me tell you a joke. I'm the author of this super devouring system. Can you give me a drumstick? Get lost. If you don't have money, then you don't have money. What author, idiot? I can use a manuscript in exchange. Poison dragon, yes. A 5 Poison Sect elder walked to the front. Previously, he was the one who personally laid down the poison formation. He was also the one who personally saw the white bone grass. Following his memories, they should be able to find the white bone grass. The group went straight into the forest. Not long after, Yi Xian also came out of the second poison array. The poisonous fog in this type of plantation was thinner, so he had to be more careful. The two groups of people walked in the poisonous forest. During this time, Tang Huaiji and the others also saw many new poisonous creatures and plants. This made them even more convinced that there was definitely a powerful creature here. However, their goal was the white bone grass. As long as they found the white bone grass, they would immediately leave. As long as they obtained the remains of a royal heir level 8 powerhouse, who would care about this plantation, the leader, Elder Chen, searched for 5 minutes before he finally found the white bone grass. The leaves of the white bone grass were the same shape as human bones. They were white, and there were 8 of them in total. When Gucci saw the white bone grass, his eyes lit up. 8 stalks of white bone grass growing from the same root. As expected, this is the place where the senior from the Baigu group died. Gucci murmured. At this time, Tang Huaiji suddenly pointed ahead and said, "Look over there, there's a cave." The poison here was very thin, and they could barely see things a few hundred meters away. Everyone followed Tang Huaiji's finger and found a large cave. This was a canyon, so it wasn't strange for caves to appear. However, everyone discovered that there was a huge claw mark at the edge of the cave. Sure enough, there's a big guy. Everyone, keep your voices down. Don't make too much noise. Tang Huaiji whispered. Understood. The others nodded in agreement. They still didn't know what this big guy was, nor did they know how strong its realm was. If it was only at the 5th level of the royal qi, it would be fine, but if it was at the 6th level of the royal qi, then it would be troublesome. For those of us who cultivate death-type techniques, it's extremely easy for our corpses to mutate after we die. There should be a strong deathly aura under those 8 stalks of white bone grass. I need to absorb this deathly aura before I can dig out the corpses. Gucci said as he took out 3 hollow bones that were 4 to 5 meters long. Then, he personally carried the 3 bones to the white bone grass and stabbed them into the ground in a triangular formation. The bones were only half a person's height above the ground. Then, he began to form hand seals and set up a spirit formation. This was a method of slowly releasing the death qi underground. If the death qi underground was not released, there would definitely be a death qi explosion. It didn't matter if the explosion killed him, but it would be a tragedy if the universe ring and his corpse were destroyed. When Gucci finished setting up the formation, the 3 long bones began to emit white smoke. If the corpse of a royal qi level 8 expert were to explode with death energy, how powerful would it be? An elder could not help but ask. The death energy explosion of a royal heir level 8, if we were nearby, we would definitely be blown up into nothingness. This plantation, along with the 2 poison arrays outside, would also be completely destroyed. Bone 7 replied. Everyone couldn't help but shudder. How could this explosion of death qi be so powerful? However, when they thought about how long this expert had been dead, they calmed down. This expert from the Baigu group had been dead for many years. Only a corpse that had been dead for so long could accumulate so much death qi. The death qi spiraled up. After about 2 minutes, Gucci put away the 3 long bones. Don't move. I'll dig. Gucci ordered the white bone puppet to dig with him. To him, the corpse of a royal qi level 8 expert was much more important than the universe ring. As long as he could obtain this corpse, he could refine another white bone puppet. Its strength might be reduced, but it would still be much stronger than him. Gucci dug very carefully, but it didn't take long for him to dig out a bunch of bones. Finger bones, hand bones, sternum, and ribs were dug out one by one. Gucci calculated silently in his heart. However, after digging for a long time, he still couldn't find an interspatial ring, which made him very surprised. That's strange. Even the hand bones are out. Where's the universe ring? Tang Huaiji asked in surprise. Could it be that the universe ring has been taken away long ago? An elder murmured. If that was the case, it was too much of a scam. They risked their lives to come here. Were they going to return empty-handed? Gucci didn't believe it either. Although he thought the corpse was more important, if he could get the universe ring, he wouldn't lack cultivation resources at royal qi level 7 or even level 8. He didn't believe it and dug for a while, but still couldn't find the universe ring. At this time even the skull of the corpse had been dug out. Damn it. It has been taken away long ago. Guqi couldn't help cursing. Tang Huaiji and the remaining 6 elders were helpless. They also rushed forward and began to dig crazily. With so many people working together, it was inevitable that they would make some noise. At this time, at a place 1,000 meters away from them. Is that the place where the Royal Qi Level 8 expert died? Haven't the corpse been dug out? Is there no universe ring? With his strong perception, Yi Xian could sense the movements of these people. Previously, he was still thinking that if he found the interspatial ring, these people might have internal strife and then fight each other. At that time, he would be able to take advantage of the chaos. But now, without the cosmos ring, his fantasy was ruined. However, at this time. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise fell into everyone's ears. Tang Huaiji and the others looked up at the cave in the distance and found a huge black shadow slowly walking out. Oh no, stop! Tang Huaiji hurriedly said. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to look. Although they were digging together, the sound couldn't be heard so far away. This big guy must have come out by itself. Although the poisonous substance here was thin, they could only see a huge figure. Roar! This big guy stood at the entrance of the cave and roared. Then, it spread its wings and flew up. It was a flying dragon. Oh no, it's flying toward us! Tang Huaiji shouted in a low voice. Only then did they see the appearance of this flying dragon. This was not an ordinary flying dragon, but a poisonous dragon. This poisonous dragon had a layer of black scales on its skin, which was constantly emitting clouds of poisonous gas. Its wash-basin-sized eyes stared and fell on Tang Huaiji and the others. Although warriors could hide their breath, some creatures' perception was not weak. Tang Huaiji and Guqi were both Royal Qi Level 6. The moment the poisonous dragon came out of the cave, they were discovered. It's just a poisonous dragon of Royal Qi Level 6. Kill. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. The final battle. Although it was Tang Huaiji's first time seeing a flying dragon, he reckoned that the poison dragon was not much stronger than it. Hence, he attacked without hesitation. It was the same for Guqi and the Whitebone battle puppet. As long as they killed the poison dragon, they could dig up the entire area. Who knew, the interspatial ring might have fallen somewhere else. However, when their attacks landed on the poison dragon's body, they were completely ineffective. How is this possible? Our vital energy was weakened by more than half by the poisonous gas. My attacks can't even break through its scales? An elder exclaimed. He was in the realm of 560 dragons. If he used his martial arts, he could kill a level 6 sacred beast of the Imperial Qi realm. He was not the only one. The other 5 elders were the same. Furthermore, even Tang Huaiji, who was in the realm of 620 dragons, could not break through the poison dragon's scales. The poison dragon flew above the 6 of them. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of green venom. An elder's shoulder was accidentally touched by a few drops of venom. His entire shoulder was melted. If he had been hit by the entire pool of venom, his entire body would have melted into a pool of blood. What a strong venom! Be careful. Tang Huaiji reminded them again. The flying dragon flew in the sky and kept spitting venom. Hence, Guqi's Whitebone battle puppet was completely useless. Furthermore, the group of people below could only use long-range attacks. However, none of them could break through the poison dragon's scales, including Guqi. Damn it! Guqi cursed angrily. He took out a bone sword from his interspatial ring and attacked again. Kacha! A crisp sound rang in everyone's ears. The poison dragon finally broke through the poison dragon's scales. However, this was merely breaking through the poison dragon's scales. The poison dragon was also a little surprised. However, it only glanced at Guqi with its noble head before continuing to attack the elders. It also understood that it had to pick the weakest persimmon. Its venom was very large. The elders had a hard time dodging it. After all, they had to be careful not to step on any corrosive poisonous grass or flowers. This battle seemed to be evenly matched. However, as time went on, the poison dragon was gaining the upper hand. That was because the venom it spat out had already melted the poisonous flowers and plants and seeped into the soil. An elder accidentally stepped on it, and his entire foot melted. Then, he fell on top of it and died miserably. Only then did Tang Huaiji realize that they were no match for this poison dragon. They had to retreat. "Let's go!" Tang Huaiji shouted. At that moment, he and Guqi turned around and left. The remaining 5 elders did the same. Seeing this, the poison dragon roared at the sky and chased after him. If this was only a wyvern, the 6 of them would have been able to kill it. Unfortunately, this was a poison dragon, which was much stronger than ordinary wyverns. Moreover, this poison dragon's realm was higher than all of them, so the 5 elders couldn't escape and were dissolved by the poison. Only Guqi and Tang Huaiji managed to leave. The poison dragon was too lazy to chase after them and returned to the plantation. At this time, there was only one human left in this plantation. That was Xian, who had been hiding and holding his breath. When the poison dragon was chasing after Tang Huaiji and Guqi, he happened to take away the 6 elders' interspatial rings. The interspatial rings were made of the same material as mid-level heaven artifacts, so the poison dragon could still melt them. At the same time, Xian tested the poison himself. Sure enough, his hand was melted once. However, the second time, his skin had developed a resistance to the poison. The poison no longer had any effect on him. The 6 interspatial rings allowed Xian's realm to break through from 430 dragons to 460 dragons. If he used Beast King Rampage now, he could soar to 600 dragons of power. At this time, he already had the strength to fight with Guqi and the other 2 rank 6 Imperial Qi cultivators. While the poison dragon was returning to its nest, Xian also left this plantation. This time, he had gained a lot. At this time, he left the plantation to find if Guqi and Tang Huaiji were still there. Guqi and Tang Huaiji, who had been chased away by the poison dragon, also hid far away. Fortunately, the poison dragon did not chase after them, otherwise, they would have run separately. "Big brother, did you really not find the interspatial ring?" Now that only Tang Huaiji and Guqi were left, Tang Huaiji directly called the latter big brother. "I really didn't. However, the corpses of the seniors of the Baigu group are all here. Just give me some time and I will refine them into a white bone battle puppet. Then, we can kill that poison dragon." Guqi glanced at the white bone battle puppet beside him. This white bone battle puppet had been with him for more than 10 years. It had only recently been refined to rank 6 Imperial Qi, and had spent a lot of treasures to improve the strength of its bones. Now, it was time to change. "There are still 6 interspatial rings," Tang Huaiji reminded. It did not matter that the 6 elders were dead, but the people they had killed before had been distributed. The 6 interspatial rings added up to a lot of things, and he was a little reluctant to part with them. "Don't worry. Wait until I refine this new white bone battle puppet, then we will kill our way in," Guqi said with a grin. "But, that kid might still be alive." Tang Huaiji thought of Xian, the unknown factor who could kill the 100 poison sect sub-leader right in front of him. "Humph, that kid must have spread the news that I am here. Since the poison dragon has retreated, let's wait outside." Guqi was also very resentful of Xian, so he immediately went back the way he came. Although they did not know why Xian was able to do whatever he wanted in there, it was meaningless. Their goal was the interspatial rings. Guqi and Tang Huaiji arrived outside the poison array again. Guqi looked at the corpses on the ground and could not help but say, "This kid is really ruthless. He even killed his own fellow disciples." The fellow disciples he was referring to were the 100 poison sect sub-disciples and elders who had defected to the 5 poison sect. Of course, from the beginning, Tang Huaiji and his brother did not want to share the loot with others. They wanted to keep it all to themselves. Tang Huaiji hesitated for a long time because he had built the 5 poison sect with great difficulty. However, just as they walked to the entrance of the poison array, they suddenly heard a commotion coming from inside the poison array. "Footsteps, it's that kid." The 2 of them immediately reacted. A total of 13 people entered the poison array, including the white bone battle puppet. If they excluded Guqi and Tang Huaiji, there were only 11 people left. Among these 11 people, the 100 poison sect sub-leader was the first to die, followed by the 4 elders, and finally the 6 elders who were sprayed to death by the poison dragon. Although the 100 Poison sect sub-leader did not die in front of them, they guessed that he was dead too. 1 against 3. Sure enough, it was as they had expected. When they saw the figure slowly walking out of the poison array, they couldn't help but be moved. This brat was truly capable of shuttling between the 2 poison arrays. Good boy, you actually dare to come out from here? Tang Huizhi said with some surprise. Haha. Yi Xian grinned. He was also a little surprised. He didn't think that these 2 people would choose to return here to guard him instead of continuing to flee. Those Qianquan rings are all on you? Tang Huizhi didn't give Yi Xian a chance to speak and asked directly. Not a single one. Yi Xian nodded and asked in return, did you kill the sect leader of the 100 Poison sect, Feng Shan? No, I sent people to escort him back to the 5 Poison sect. Why, you still want to save him? Tang Huizhi narrowed his eyes. You don't need to worry about that. I'm just curious, did you get that senior's Qianquan ring? Yi Xian asked again. Tang Huizhi revealed a cold smile, did you think I would tell you? Then you didn't. Otherwise, you would have already fought. Yi Xian guessed. Tang Huizhi and Guqi looked at each other. It seemed that Yi Xian wasn't stupid. He was much smarter than the 5 Poison sect elders. At this time, Guqi suddenly said, Kid, you're quite talented. Are you interested in joining our Baigu group? Haha, you want my martial art that can suddenly increase the strength of 100 dragons, right? Yi Xian smiled. That's right. Since you've already learned it, isn't it natural to hand it over to Master? As long as you're willing to hand it over, I'll give Little White to you after I've successfully refined that white bone battle puppet. Guqi said as he glanced at the level 6 white bone battle puppet beside him. Martial arts could be taught, but Beast King's rampage wasn't a martial art. Yi Xian couldn't teach it even if he wanted to. Moreover, these 2 were ruthless and had actually massacred the 100 Poison sect. Even if Yi Xian didn't avenge Feng Yaqing, he still had to consider his own strength. I'm very interested in the method of controlling white bones, Yi Xian said. So you agree? Guqi's eyes brightened. Greed and murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Let him accept Yi Xian as his disciple, what a joke. He wanted to get Beast King berserk first before killing Yi Xian. The reason why the 2 of them hadn't made a move yet was because they didn't know if Yi Xian had the Beast King Rampage secret manual in his yin and yang ring. Therefore, Yi Xian could not be killed yet. However, Yi Xian was not that stupid. No, I guess you want to kill me after obtaining this martial art, right? Yi Xian said as he took out the Bahuang sword. He had said enough nonsense and it was time to start fighting. Humph, a guy who doesn't know what's good for him. Then I'll capture you first and interrogate you. Guqi snorted coldly and took out the bone sword. Tang Huizhi did the same. That day, Yi Xian was able to escape from under their noses. They didn't dare to be careless when he passed through the poison array at will. The battle prowess of the 3 great Imperial Qi Tier 6 surrounded Yi Xian in the middle. Yi Xian held the Bahuang sword and watched coldly. He had already ranked the strength of the 3 in his mind. The weakest was of course the white bone puppet, followed by Tang Huizhi. Guqi was stronger than Tang Huizhi, and the bone sword in his hand was better than Tang Huizhi's, so he was the strongest. In this situation, Yi Xian only had one way to fight, and that was to kill the white bone puppet first and quickly reduce the opponent's combat strength. The cold wind blew, but the 4 figures didn't move. At this time, Tang Huizhi and Guqi looked at each other and attacked at the same time. But when they looked at each other, Yi Xian also used Beast King Rampage. Bam, Yi Xian's strength instantly increased to 600 dragons. In terms of realm, although he was weaker than Tang Huizhi and Guqi by more than 20 dragons, he still had agility advancement. His speed had already surpassed 700 dragons. So fast. Tang Huizhi and Guqi were stunned, because Yi Xian's speed was much faster than when he killed the 100 Poison sect's subsect leader in the poison array. Yi Xian's main target was the white bone puppet. Guqi knew that the white bone puppet was no match for Yi Xian, so he hurriedly controlled the white bone puppet to run in his direction. However, Yi Xian intercepted the white bone puppet midway. Underworld sword style, underworld burial. Yi Xian directly used his ultimate move on the white bone puppet. The white bone puppet wasn't an ordinary skeleton. Its joints were connected by a silver substance, so as long as this joint was destroyed, the white bone puppet would be crippled. Underworld Burial sent out waves of qi to attack the white bone puppet. The white bone puppet reacted slower and was swept up in an instant. Kacha, kacha, in an instant, the white bone puppet's sword-wielding arm fell to the ground. The enemy's combat strength was instantly weakened. Damn it! Guqi cursed. He didn't expect Yi Xian's realm to rise so quickly. He was almost catching up to them. Underworld sword style, underworld burial. Yi Xian slashed out once again. This time, he crippled the white bone battle puppet's left leg. Now, the white bone puppet posed no threat to Yi Xian at all. 3 against 1 instantly became 2 against 1. Die, kid. Guqi Hua was furious. He had spent a lot of materials and time on this white bone puppet. Previously, when chasing Yi Xian, the white bone puppet had stepped on poisonous powder, which corroded its feet and reduced its movement speed. Now, the joints of its arms and legs were destroyed, so he had to spend a lot of materials to repair it. Yi Xian's expression darkened as he formed the Dragonslayer sword. Facing a pincer attack from 2 people, he had to put some distance between them. The Dragonslayer sword was more than 2 meters long, so the distance was just right. Clang! 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 Although there were 2 opponents, Yi Xian's speed was astonishing, so he could handle them. The 3 people attacked quickly, but Yi Xian was even faster. He pushed his bloodline to the limit, and used the underworld sword style and silver feather movement style to the peak. However, it would take some time to kill 2 6th-level Qi controlling realm masters like this. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. What? What did you say? You want me to cut off the white bone puppet's neck? Then you can participate in the battle? Yi Xian was a little surprised. This was the message that Wei Zhentian sent him. Okay, I'll trust you this time. He didn't care about anything else. He instantly increased his speed to the peak and put some distance between himself and the 2 people. Then, he suddenly turned back. Underworld sword style, sword descends to the underworld. A slash pierced through the air and instantly cut off the white bone puppet's head. Then, Wei Zhentian, who had been waiting in Yi Xian's storage space, suddenly appeared and rushed toward the white bone puppet. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Dragon Slaying. What the hell is that? Guqi and Tang Huaiji were both stunned. The white bone puppet was no longer a threat. The 2 of them didn't understand why Yi Xian would take the time to destroy the white bone puppet, nor did they understand what that green thing was. Guqi was even more surprised because he was the one who made the skeletal war puppet. Only he knew that the skeletal war puppet's neck was its weakness. Bam! Wei Zhentian turned into a pile of mud and landed on the skeletal war puppet. Then, it disappeared bit by bit and seeped into the bones. The next moment, the white bone puppet fighter stood up again. What? Guqi's eyes widened in disbelief. He saw with his own eyes that the skeletal war puppet's arms and legs were destroyed and its head was cut off. But now, it was back to normal. No, it was not back to normal. There was a puddle of silver liquid on the ground. Wei Zhentian had removed the connection points and used its own body to reassemble the skeletal war puppet. That's impossible. Guqi exclaimed. Even Yi Xian did not expect this. He glanced at Wei Zhentian's interface and saw that it had reached level 6 of the Royal Air Realm, 605 dragons. Wei Zhentian originally had 300 dragons. Now that it had merged with the skeletal war puppet, it had increased to 605 dragons. Good, you've really given me a surprise. A strange light flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. Clang! 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 The white bone battle puppet instantly switched sides to Yi Xian's side and joined the battle with its sword in hand. It, who was comparable to a rank 6 Imperial Qi cultivator, joined forces with Yi Xian and instantly suppressed Guqi and Tang Huaiji to the point of retreating step by step. It's time for the 2 of you to die. Yi Xian's morale was high because the skeletal war puppet was holding Tang Huaiji back. His opponent was Tang Huaiji. Damn it! Tang Huaiji cursed in his heart. They were originally neck and neck with Yi Xian, but with the addition of a level 6 skeletal war puppet, the situation was reversed. Swish! A cold light flashed, and a large chunk of flesh was cut off from Tang Huaiji's shoulder. Even his neck was grazed, and blood flowed out. Tang Huaiji knew that he was finished. He, the Grand Sect Master of the Five Poisons Sect, had actually been reduced to such a state by a brat. Truly a disgrace. Brat, I will die, but so will you. Suddenly, Tang Huaiji shouted. Then, his body began to turn green, as if he was constipated. When Yixian saw this, he sensed that something was wrong and quickly retreated. Bang! Tang Huaiji's body exploded and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, countless black powder spread out. Poison hidden in his body? Yixian was shocked. This Lord of the Ghost Tomb was indeed powerful. Tang Huaiji actually hid poison in his body. It was too terrifying. Fortunately, his speed was faster, and he was already 100 meters away, so the poison powder did not fall on him. Second brother. Gu Qi's eyes turned red when he saw his brother explode. They are actually brothers. When Yixian heard the shout, he was slightly surprised, but in the next moment, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Don't worry, you are going to accompany him soon. He quickly rushed out and shook off the poison powder with a few palm strikes. Then, he obtained Tang Huaiji's interspatial ring. Ding, the host has broken through to 480 dragon power. His realm instantly skyrocketed. Now, his speed had reached 750 dragon power. Whoosh! He did not delay at all and quickly rushed out. Gu Qi was already prepared to die, but he did not want to die just like that. He had to drag Yixian down with him. He took out a jade bottle and poured it into his mouth. This jade bottle was not liquid, but gas. Death Qi. Death Qi infusion, bone explosion. Gu Qi looked at Yixian who was rushing over and self-exploded like Tang Huaiji. Bang! Flesh and blood splattered, and bone powder was instantly blasted 100 meters away. Yixian's reaction was a little slower, and he was hit by the shockwave and flew out. Pfft! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he had more than 600 dragon power at this time. Otherwise, he would have died under this attack. This is too scary. One has poison in his body, and the other has even exploded his bones. This Ghoul Tomb Lord is really not to be underestimated. Yixian stood up with difficulty, and in the next moment, he quickly rushed over. Just now, Wei Zhentian was around Gu Qi. Little Tian? Yixian shouted. The white bone battle puppet was already in a mess, and its specially refined hard bones were also shattered. However, Wei Zhentian was hiding in the bones of the white bone war puppet, so it survived. It crawled out and reformed into a small bird that landed on Yixian's shoulder. Huff, huff, it's good that you are fine. Yixian glanced at the panel and found that Wei Zhentian had recovered 300 dragon power. It seemed that this had something to do with the skeleton it was residing in. Don't worry. This white bone war puppet is destroyed, but there is still a rank 8 Qi resisting warrior in his interspatial ring. When the time comes, I will learn how to refine a white bone war puppet, and I will refine a stronger one for you. Yixian comforted. Then, he walked over and picked up Gu Qi's interspatial ring. Gu Qi's bone sword was good, so he put it into his interspatial ring. He would give it to Wei Zhentian when the time came. He sank his consciousness into the interspatial ring. Instead of devouring everything, he first began to search. Found it. The White Bone Secret Manual. Yixian took out a white book and put it into the devouring system. After learning the White Bone Secret Manual, there was no proficiency, so he had learned it completely. Not only that, but he also found a good body movement martial art. Ding! The host has learned the Netherworld Ghost Steps. The current level is 10%. In the battle just now, Yinyu's body movement was much weaker than the Netherworld Ghost Steps, which led to a stalemate. If Yixian had learned the Netherworld Ghost Steps earlier, Tang Huaiji and Gu Qi would have been vulnerable in his eyes. Well, I've learned how to control the white bone puppet and how to refine it. But in Gu Qi's interspatial ring, there are not enough materials to refine a white bone puppet of Qi controlling level 8. It seems that I have to collect them. Wei Zhentian, you use this white bone puppet first. As Yixian spoke, he took out another white bone war puppet. This was Gu Qi's spare white bone war puppet, which only had 560 dragons. Yixian broke all the connection points on its body, then let Wei Zhentian merge with the white bone war puppet. Then, he started to devour the things that were not in the interspatial ring. Ding! The host has broken through to 500 dragon power. Gu Qi was a guardian of the Baigu group, and he had benefited the most from the massacre of the 100 Poison sect. He had directly helped Yixian break through to 500 dragon power. Now, the matter had come to an end, but Yixian was not in a hurry to go to the 5 Poison sect. Instead, he returned to the poison array. This time, he wanted to slay dragons. Chapter 444 Imperial Qi Level 7, Yixian spent an entire day dismantling the 100 Poison sect's poison array. Then, he spent another day dismantling the 5 Poison sect's 10,000 poison kill injection. At this time, the poison mist had already dispersed. Yixian continued to collect. Finally, the poison dragon found him. Roar! The poison dragon roared and drilled out of the cave. It spat out a mouthful of corrosive poison at Yixian in the distance. That day, Gu Qi and the other two couldn't beat you. Today, I want to see what you're capable of. Yixian took out the Bahuang sword and rushed forward with the dragon-slaying greatsword. This time, he did not even use Beast King Rampage. The dragon-slaying greatsword had an increase in damage to dragons, and the effect of Dragon's Judgment was even more obvious. Coupled with the Beast King bloodline, it was not difficult for him to kill this poison dragon. But before that, Yixian still used this poison dragon to improve his Netherworld Ghost Steps. Ding! Netherworld Ghost Steps proficiency increased. Current proficiency is 40%. Ding! Netherworld Ghost Steps proficiency increased. Current proficiency is 50%. Ding! Netherworld Ghost Steps proficiency increased. Current proficiency is 60%. Ding! Netherworld Ghost Steps proficiency increased. Current proficiency is 70%. Yixian trained with this poison dragon for more than 10 minutes before he raised the Netherworld Ghost Steps to 70%. At this time, the Netherworld Ghost Steps was almost catching up to the speed of Silver Feather's movement technique at 100%. It's about time, I'll kill you. Yixian's eyes flashed, and his speed instantly exploded. His feet flew in the air, and he swept to the side of the poison dragon. Dragon-slaying greatsword, slash. Crack. This sword easily sank into the poison dragon's flesh. The poison dragon roared at the sky in pain. It turned around and swept out its claw, but it was easily dodged by Yixian. Crack. 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 The poison dragon was beaten by Yixian until it could not fight back. In less than 3 seconds, its head was cut off by Dragon's Judgment. Plop. This poison dragon's corpse fell to the ground and smashed out a huge crater. The Baigu group, in addition to refining human bones, can also use other bones. This poisonous dragon of the Royal Qi 6th level is a good choice. Yixian thought to himself. Although he had learned how to make a white bone puppet, he hadn't tried it yet, so he had to find a few corpses to practice. He peeled off the poison dragon's bones and kept them in the devouring space. Then, he began to sweep through the plantation. This piece of land was affected by the poison dragon, and the value of natural treasures increased. This piece of land allowed Yixian to increase his strength by 3 dragons, reaching 505 dragons. After that, Yixian found a place and used the materials in Gu Qi's interspatial ring to refine the dragon bone. The poison dragon was originally at Royal Air Level 6, but if Wei Zhentian was directly lodged in this dragon bone, he would probably only have the strength of Royal Air Level 5, so he had to use a special method to upgrade the bone. Yixian spent 3 days to finish refining the dragon bone. Wei Zhentian was so happy that he directly lodged in this dragon bone, and his combat strength also reached Royal Air Level 6. Now Yixian was only at Royal Air Level 5, and if he was in a hurry, it would be good to use this Royal Air Level 6 bone dragon. Together with a Royal Air Level 5 bone puppet, even if he didn't make a move this time, the 5 Poison sect would be finished. When he flew above the 5 Poison sect on the bone dragon, the entire 5 Poison sect was in an uproar. The Five Poison sect had sent out many elders before, but they were all killed by Xian. At this time, there were only a few royal heir level 5 in the Five Poison sect. Xian was not the same as before, and he didn't need to use Beast King Rampage to get rid of him. "Kid, you really have guts, crossing over to my Five Poison sect to cause trouble?" A Five Poison sect elder with 590 dragons shouted. He actually knew that Tang Huaiji and Guqi had teamed up, but he couldn't understand why there was another person from the Baigu group here, and why he came to the Five Poison sect to cause trouble. "Is the sect leader of the 100 Poison sect, Feng Shan, a guest here?" Xian sat on the bone dragon's back and asked loudly. "Nonsense, why would sect leader Feng be at my Five Poison sect?" The elder retorted. However, he was the one who escorted the heavily injured Feng Shan back that day. "Since you don't hand it over, then don't blame me for being heartless." Xian's eyes flashed, and he directly swooped down. "What guts, attack together!" That elder shouted loudly, and immediately several elders of the 5th level of the Imperial Qi realm rushed out. At this time, Xian had already landed in front of the Five Poison sect, and the poison array outside the Five Poison sect couldn't stop him at all. "Kill," Tang Huaiji was learning from the 100 Poison sect, and this time, Xian was using the 100 Poison sect's banner to learn from the Five Poison sect. Right now, the Five Poison sect didn't even have a royal heir level 6, and couldn't stop Xian and the Bone Dragon at all. In less than half a minute, the elders all died on the ground, no less than 10 of them. The Five Poison sect disciples were aghast, and hid far away, looking at the two killing gods in the distance. Unfortunately, these Five Poison sect elders only allowed Xian to increase his strength by 5 dragons, reaching 510 dragons. After these elders were all dead, Xian searched for Feng Shan's whereabouts alone. Finally, he found Feng Shan in a cave in the back mountain, with his tendons broken. "It's you?" When Feng Shan saw Xian, his expression was extremely aghast. "Don't worry, your daughter is fine, I'll send you over now." Xian removed the shackles on Feng Shan's body. At the same time, he could see that Feng Shan was poisoned, and there was no true qi in his body, but this was only temporary. Xian couldn't be bothered to explain, and directly rescued him from the Five Poison sect, then sent him to the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. Coincidentally, he had also recovered his cultivation at this time. Then, Xian put him down, then floated away. This Feng Shan was already so shocked that he was speechless. He knew that this time, he had received the help of an expert. But what he didn't understand was, if Xian could control white bone, then why did he hide? Moreover, he dared to swagger and fly on the bone dragon. How audacious. However, Xian was his savior, and he wouldn't be so ungrateful as to leave Xian. At this time it could be considered to have come to an end. Xian used this incident to greatly increase his strength, and was the one who benefited the most. As for the rest, he couldn't be bothered to care. Now, he was moving in a direction, and the place he wanted to go was the 100 Poison sect. Young Master Shi and Elder Wu had been personally killed by him, and now only Steward Qiu was left. Previously, he had made an oath, and now he naturally had to fulfill it. However, just as he was about to reach the 100 Poison sect, whoosh! A blood-red figure suddenly swept over from the horizon. Xian turned around in shock, and found that a youth in blood-red clothes was rapidly approaching. When Xian saw the flying dragons flying around the blood-red-clothed youth, he was completely stunned. There were a total of 73 flying dragons. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Dark Dragon Abyss Holy *T. Rank 7 Imperial Qi. Xian was shocked. He did not understand why a rank 7 Imperial Qi expert would appear here. Moreover, it was obvious that the young man in red was coming for him. Wei Zhentian, retreat at full speed. Xian did not care about anything else and immediately ordered Wei Zhentian to flee at full speed. Fortunately, the young man in red was flying with air manipulation. His speed in the air was about the same as the skeletal dragon. "You're the one who massacred the 100 Poison sect?" Suddenly, a cold voice entered Xian's ears. He immediately realized that this person must be from the Blood Crow Divine sect. He felt helpless. This was such a big place and this Blood Crow Divine sect expert was able to find him. His luck was really terrible. What made him even more helpless was that this Blood Crow Divine Sect person had confused him with Gucci. Moreover, he could not explain it. This is a tragedy. Steward Xiao, I'll let you live a little longer. Yi Xian rode on the skeletal dragon and crossed the 100 Poisons sect, running for his life. This young man was a rank 7 Imperial Qi expert and came from a big sect. His strength must be extraordinary. However, when the young man found Yi Xian, he suddenly threw a blood crow out. It was obvious that he was notifying the others. If Yi Xian was caught by him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, he could only run for his life. As long as the young man in red ran out of true qi, he would be safe. Although Yi Xian wanted to kill the young man in red, he held it in. Running for his life was more important. The two of them flew for more than a day, one running and the other chasing. You can't escape. How dare the Baigu group people come to my Blood Crow Divine Sect's territory? I'll bring your head back. The young man in red was still chasing. He had provoked Yi Xian many times throughout the day. However, Yi Xian acted as if he did not hear anything and ran for his life. On the second day, the young man in red finally ran out of pills. He had no choice but to give chase. Damn it, I can't believe he got away. The young man gave up and turned around to leave. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief as he watched the red-clothed youth leave. The red-clothed youth was really patient. He had actually chased after him for 2 whole days. If not for the lack of supplies, he would have continued to chase after him. The battle between the 3 major powers in the ghost tomb was a bit too intense. However, Yi Xian did not let his guard down and continued to fly forward for half a day. He now had a map of this area. Coincidentally, there was a place called the Dark Dragon Abyss in front of him, which was extremely suitable for him to train in. The Dark Dragon Abyss was filled with dragons. It was said that the big boss of the Dark Dragon Abyss was an Earth Dragon King. Moreover, there were countless flying dragons and earth dragons. This place might be dangerous for others, but it was not a problem for Yi Xian. Yi Xian rode his bone dragon to the entrance of the Dark Dragon Abyss. Refining a white bone battle puppet requires a large amount of bone powder, and the higher the realm, the better. The dragons in this Dark Dragon Abyss are at least rank 5 Qi controlling realm, so I should be able to raise my realm, Yi Xian thought to himself. This was the plan he came up with when he was being chased by the blood-red clothed youth. To refine a white bone battle puppet, there were not many materials to be found in the Poison King Sect's 9 serenities, so he needed to enter the Corpse Master Sect's burial ground. However, before that, Yi Xian wanted to raise his strength first. Yi Xian landed on the ground, while Wei Zhentian controlled his bone dragon to fly in the sky. To deal with dragons, the draconic slaying sword was naturally indispensable. Yi Xian estimated that the draconic slaying sword would increase the attack power of dragons by at least 50%. If he used Dragon's Judgment, he should be able to double the attack power. As soon as he entered, he encountered several earth dragons. These earth dragons looked very similar to flying dragons, except that they lacked a pair of wings. Their strength was enormous, and when they ran, they could shake the earth. Draconic Slaying Sword, Dragon's Judgment. Yi Xian directly slashed at the 3 earth dragons, charging at him 3 times. Rip. The 3 earth dragons were cleaved into 2 halves. Instant kill. Dragon's Judgment is indeed powerful. In this place, even if I don't use Beast King Rampage, I can still instantly kill dragons below rank 6 Qi controlling realm. Yi Xian thought to himself. He rushed over to collect the 3 earth dragons' corpses and the sacred beast soul, then directly devoured them. Not bad. If I sweep through this Dark Dragon Abyss, I wonder how much my strength will increase. Yi Xian thought to himself as he entered the Dark Dragon Abyss. In the sky, Wei Zhentian began to investigate again. This bone dragon's body was huge. Even if it flew high in the sky, it was still very conspicuous. What surprised Yi Xian was that when Wei Zhentian returned, he brought back a large group of flying dragons. Damn, their aggro is so high, Yi Xian was shocked. It seemed that these flying dragons saw their own kind's bones being used, so they chased after Yi Xian and wanted to eat him alive. However, these flying dragons were all here to die. Kill! Yi Xian shouted and suddenly rushed forward. All rank 5 flying dragons were instantly killed by Dragon's Judgment. As for rank 6 flying dragons, they could dodge a few, but in the end they couldn't escape death. A total of 60 flying dragons were all killed by Xianxia in less than a minute. Ding, the host has broken through to 515 dragon force. After that, Xianxia continued to enter the dark dragon abyss, his strength rapidly increasing. There were thousands of flying dragons in the dark dragon abyss. The deeper one went, the stronger they were. At this time, Xianxia encountered almost all rank 6 flying dragons. After half a day of slaughter, Xianxia's strength had increased to 530 dragons. He estimated that if he were to exterminate all the dragons in the dark dragon abyss, he would be able to increase his strength to at least 550 dragons. This was still a conservative estimate. He continued to go deeper, his strength increasing little by little. I don't know how strong the Earth Dragon King of this dark dragon abyss is, but according to the realm of these flying dragons, it should be at most rank 7. Xianxia secretly estimated in his heart. He could still deal with a rank 7 flying dragon king, but he was afraid of a rank 8 flying dragon king. That would be a bit troublesome. However, since there were so many flying dragons here, he could just continue to increase his strength. At this time, roar. Suddenly, a deafening roar entered Xianxia's ears. Following that, the earth began to shake, as if a huge monster was coming. Could it be that Earth Dragon King? Xianxia paused and raised his guard. The earth shook, and Xianxia's figure constantly rose and fell. But then, Xianxia frowned. The huge monster coming towards him wasn't just one, but two. Roar. The roar was deafening. Xianxia turned his head and saw 2 huge heads appear on the cliff. Earth dragons, Xianxia jumped in fright. These 2 earth dragons' eyes were bigger than his entire body. It was very frightening. Rank 7 Flying Dragon King? Xianxia frowned. It seemed that these 2 were the bosses of the Dark Dragon Abyss. Chapter 446 Blood Crow Divine Sect Bang. The 2 earth dragons were huge in size. They were like 2 meteorites that landed on the ground. The ground shook from the impact, and one of the stone walls collapsed from the impact. Come. Xianxia did not waste time and directly used Beast King Rampage to rush forward. The scales of these 2 Earth Dragon Kings looked very hard, so he had no choice but to use Beast King Rampage. 530 dragons. With the buff from Beast King's Rampage, he would soon reach 700 dragons. Therefore, these 2 Earth Dragons were living targets. 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword, Dragon's Judgment. Xianxia moved quickly and directly used Dragon's Judgment. After the increase of Sword Saint Bloodline, Beast King Bloodline, and 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword, this attack could only break the scales of the 2 Earth Dragon Kings and barely hurt them. Impossible, these 2 Earth Dragon Kings are Royal Chi level 8. Xianxia instantly reacted. At this time, the 2 Earth Dragon Kings also roared and launched an attack. Previously, Xianxia miscalculated and judged the 2 Earth Dragon Kings to be Royal Chi level 7 Earth Dragon Kings. However, this did not matter. The corpse of a Royal Chi level 8 sacred beast was 100 times more precious than a Royal Chi level 7 Earth Dragon King. Moreover, these 2 Earth Dragon Kings were huge. Other than their claws and tails, their attack methods were still not as fast as Xianxia. Dragon's Judgment. Dragon's Judgment. Dragon's Judgment. Xianxia did not hesitate to use a large amount of true chi, but because the 2 Earth Dragon Kings were strong, the attack could only hit a little, but it was enough to break their defense. Xianxia used dozens of times in a row and beat 1 Earth Dragon King until it was covered in blood. However, at this time, the true chi in his body was not enough. Although the recovery speed of the Sacred Tree of Life bloodline was strong, it could not withstand such consumption and needed to rest for a while. At this time, Xianxia held 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword and attacked. If he only used 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword to attack, the effect would naturally not be as good as Dragon's Judgment. However, Xianxia was faster, and 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword could also use Underworld Sword technique, so the damage caused was not lower than Dragon's Judgment. These 2 Earth Dragon Kings were also helpless. Encountering someone with fast speed, they could only take a beating. In less than 2 seconds, one of the earth dragons had its hind leg chopped off by Xian and collapsed to the ground. Next, Xian attacked its neck. The other earth dragon king chased after Xian and madly attacked him, but it was unable to catch Xian. Xianxia is almost fully recovered. Dragon's Judgment. Swish. 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 This time, his aim was very accurate. In addition, this Earth Dragon King's speed was greatly reduced, so all of his dragon's rulings hit. An enormous head was forcefully chopped off like a collapsing stone statue. Then, it fell to the ground, stirring up endless smoke and dust. When the other Earth Dragon King saw that its mate was killed, it immediately went crazy. However, it was still not a threat to Xian. After Xian recovered his Xianxia, he would kill it. 2 Imperial Qi Level 8 Earth Dragon Kings fell just like that. 2 Imperial Qi Level 8 Dragon Bones. Although it can't compare to the human bones obtained by Gu Qi, it's still very good. Xian put away the 2 corpses with satisfaction. The refinement of the white bone battle puppet was based on volume. The larger the bone, the more materials it would consume. Therefore, Xian was prepared to exchange these 2 dragon bones for materials after entering the burial grounds. Of course, he could also directly devour them, which could also increase his strength by a lot. Now that the 2 Earth Dragon Kings were killed by Xian, he could be considered to be no threat in this dark dragon abyss. Therefore, he decided to continue sweeping the Earth Dragons and Wyverns. However, just as he turned around, he saw 3 blood-colored figures suddenly sweeping over from the horizon. Blood Crow Divine Sect? They really are like ghosts that won't go away. They can even catch up like this. This time, Xian was not prepared to hide. Because his realm had increased by a lot, it was enough to kill that Imperial Qi Level 7 youth from before. Although there were 2 more people, Xian was not afraid. It really is you. I've finally found you. The youth in blood-red clothes who chased Xian that day stood in the air and looked coldly at Xian. At this time, there were 2 people standing next to him. Their realms were also above 700 dragons. You guys really are like ghosts that won't go away. Xian said coldly. Kid, how dare you behave so atrociously in my Blood Crow Divine Sect's territory? Die. The youth in blood-red clothes said as he swooped down. This time, he was just passing by the dark dragon abyss to kill some earth dragons. He did not expect to encounter Xian. This time, he was not going to let him go. Good timing. Xian shouted. Although the duration of Beast King Rampage had passed, if he could kill these 3 people, what harm would it do to use it again? Boom, his 530 dragon power soared again. He was only a few dragons away from 700 dragons. This youth in blood-red clothes might have a better movement technique than the Netherworld Ghost Steps, but Xian had a 20% increase in movement speed. He was not afraid at all. In an instant, the 4 of them began to fight. The sound of weapons clashing was endless. Some of the earth dragons and flying dragons who were attracted by the fight earlier stopped to watch. These sacred beasts were not idiots. Xian and the rest were based on them. Naturally, they could see that Xian and the rest were much stronger than them. Blood Crow Rush. 3 clouds of blood-red true Qi rushed toward Xian, but they were all dispersed by Xian. The 3 of them were using the same set of sword techniques, and their coordination was very good. The blood-red light flashed, and it gave them some pressure. However, Xian was still able to deal with it easily. This kid is so strong. If that's the case, why did he run away that day? The youth in blood-red clothes thought to himself as he attacked. At this time, he was glad that he came with his 2 junior brothers. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble. Pung. 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 The sound of true Qi clashing was deafening, and it spread like thunder. Looking at the situation, the difference in strength between the 2 sides was not big. If the youth in blood-red clothes and Xian were to fight one-on-one, he would have been killed by the Bahuang sword. At this time, the youth in blood-red clothes suddenly shouted, "Junior brothers, Blood Crow killing formation." Yes. When the other 2 heard it, they immediately responded. Battle formation? Xian was shocked. He did not expect the other party to know the formation that the 3 of them used. This was going to be troublesome. The three of them instantly got into formation, and their attacks were nearly twice as fierce. This time, Xian was beaten into retreat. If I had met you guys just now, I would have been dead. But now, it's you guys who are going to die. Xian thought to himself. Suddenly, he devoured the soul of a level 8 sacred beast. Ding! The host has broken through to 550 dragon power. In an instant, Xian's aura skyrocketed. His realm had surpassed the other two, and he was only second to the youth in blood-red clothes. What? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation entering the burial ground. Kill. Taking advantage of the other party's surprise, Xian instantly exploded and attacked one of them. Underworld sword style, underworld burial. Streaks of aura hit that person, tearing his body apart in an instant. The battle formation was broken as a result. The Blood Crow killing formation was a battle formation that kept attacking and became stronger as the battle progressed. However, if one of them was injured and reacted slowly, the Blood Crow killing formation would have to be reorganized. However, it was not as simple as just being injured. Underworld sword style, underworld sword descent. An eerie slash cut through the air and decapitated the Blood Crow divine sex disciple. Oh no, retreat. The young man in red reacted quickly and shouted immediately. However, before he could finish his sentence, the other person had already reached the gates of hell. No, he had already stepped into it. Whoosh, another head was sent flying. Now, the young man in red was the only one left. Xian darted forward and collected the two's universe rings before devouring them. Ding! The host has broken through to 570 dragon power. The Blood Crow Divine Sect was an organization that was on the same level as the Baigu group. The two young men were elites and were quite wealthy. When he saw the flying dragon around Xian's body, the blood-red clothed youth also fell into despair. This F*King breakthrough again, what the F*CK was this? Damn you, the Blood Crow Divine Sect will not let you get away with this. The young man in red's eyes flickered as his body turned red. Just as Xian was about to reach him, he exploded. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. What? Xian wanted to cry but had no tears. Why would all the sects in the ghost tomb self-destruct? Poison explosion, bone explosion, blood explosion. All of them were timed. The impact sent Xian flying. Even his right arm was fractured from the impact. At the same time, a blood crow entered his body. F*CK your big cousin, is it something like the soul-chasing mark again? Xian cursed. Now, he had become a GPS transmitter. If there were other Blood Crow Divine Sect members around, they would definitely come for him. However, this was not a bad thing. If more people came, he would continue to kill. After the young man died, he left behind an interspatial ring. Xian went over and took the interspatial ring. 575 dragons. This battle allowed Xian to increase his strength by 25 dragons, which made him very satisfied. However, just as Xian was secretly rejoicing, another figure appeared from the horizon. Sure enough, they are here. Xian looked up and his expression changed. This time, the one who came was actually a level 8 Imperial Chi cultivator. Run! Without any hesitation, Xian turned around and left. Although he had just killed 2 level 8 Imperial Chi Earth Dragon Kings, a normal sacred beast could not be compared to a human martial artist. Even the young man in red could kill those 2 Earth Dragon Kings. However, the one who came was a super powerhouse who was 100 dragons stronger than the young man in red. Xian had to leave before the duration of Beast King Rampage ended. Kid, how dare you kill my Blood Crow Divine Sect member? Don't you dare run. The old man shouted angrily. Walk your grandma's leg. Xian cursed. Fortunately, the Blood Crow Divine Sect member came a little later. Otherwise, Xian would be dead meat. With a burst of speed that was comparable to a level 9 Imperial Chi cultivator, he pulled away from the Blood Crow Divine Sect member in an instant. However, this was just relying on Beast King Rampage. If time passed, Xian would be slowly closed in and killed. Xian wanted to cry but had no tears. It felt like he had just snatched a child's lollipop and then met an adult. He felt helpless. "Kid, don't you dare run." The experts of the Blood Crow Divine sect cursed from behind. Xian relied on the Beast King's berserk to open up a distance of 10,000 meters. However, with the imprint in his body, the experts of the Blood Crow Divine sect chased after him relentlessly. Beast King Rampage's duration is about to end. Damn it, one more time. Xian painfully used Beast King Rampage again and ran for his life again. He could not go on like this. He would be in trouble when Beast King Rampage could no longer be used. However, he already had a plan in mind. The Dark Dragon Abyss was located at the border of the Abysmal Land. The burial ground was just a short distance away. The sects in the two territories were hostile to each other. Therefore, Xian wanted to enter the burial ground. Perhaps the Blood Crow Divine sect member would back off. "I'm finally here." When Beast King Rampage's duration was about to end, Xian saw an obvious change in the environment. The Abysmal Land was darker while the burial ground was brighter, making it seem more sinister. Smack, when Xian charged into the burial grounds, the large stone in his heart also fell. He turned around and saw that the Blood Crow Divine sect member was stunned for a moment. "Haha, chase me if you dare." Xian laughed out loud. However, he did not expect the Blood Crow Divine sect member to continue the chase. "Kid, don't you dare run back to the burial ground. I'll be scared off." The Blood Crow Divine sect member shouted. Xian's face was gloomy. "You won't die if you don't ask for it," he thought. Both of them went deeper into the burial ground. Just when Xian was about to use Beast King Rampage for the third time, he suddenly saw a few silhouettes passing by in the sky. At the same time, the silhouettes also saw Xian and the Blood Crow Divine sect member behind Xian. It's the Blood Crow Divine sect. How dare they enter the burial ground? They must have a death wish. "Junior brothers, kill them." A long-haired man shouted and immediately turned around and rushed toward Xian's direction. Seeing that, Xian quickly landed on the ground and summoned his white skeleton war puppet to show that he was not from the Abysmal Land. "There are disciples from the Baigu group." The long-haired man immediately ignored Xian and rushed toward the Blood Crow Divine sect member. He had also summoned a white skeleton war puppet, and so did his 3 junior brothers. The 10 of them immediately launched an attack on the Blood Crow Divine sect member. That was close. "We've encountered people from the Baigu group and they're all at Royal Air Level 7. Xian's eyes flashed. The long-haired man in the lead had 750 dragon power while the other 4 had around 730 dragon power. Their abilities were very powerful. Not only that, but their white skeleton war puppet was also at Royal Air Level 7, so they were considered as 10 Royal Air Level 7 elites. "Just 10 Royal Air Level 8 elites and you want to fight me? Die, all of you." The Blood Crow Divine sect member was in high spirits as he swung the long sword in his hand wildly. Immediately, a few true energies mixed with Blood Crow swept out. Blood Crow Rush. However, the 5 people from the Baigu group were not weak either. They used all their strength to destroy those slashes and surrounded them. Sky-ripping White Bone Claw. Heart-piercing Bone Spike. 9-section Bone Sealing Lock. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Something was wrong. Xian, who was not far away, was also stunned. It seemed that this burial ground was not to be underestimated. The battle between 10 chi-wielding level 7 fighters and a level 8 fighter from the Blood Crow sect was intense. The Blood Crow sect fighter had underestimated the opponent's strength in the beginning, which led to him being pinned down. After all, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. His face darkened. After a cold snort, he stomped his feet and leaped into the air. With that, there were 5 fewer enemies. However, he was too naive. Rock Battle Puppet. In an instant, the 5 skeletal battle puppets disappeared, and 9 rock skeletons appeared. What? The Blood Crow sect fighter's expression changed. He did not expect the opponent to have 5 rock skeletons. This was a tragedy. "Damn it, you bastard. You killed my Blood Crow sect member. I won't let this go so easily. Baigu group, just you wait." The Blood Crow Divine Sect's elite scolded before turning around and leaving. Senior brother, should we go after them? A Baigu group disciple turned around and asked. The long-haired disciple shook his head and said, forget it. The Blood Crow movement technique of the Blood Crow sect is better in the air. We won't be able to catch them. The 5 of them decided to give up the chase. Then, they landed on the ground. Yi Xian was very grateful to the 5 of them. At the same time, he also understood that they should be the super elites of the Baigu group because Guardian Gu Qi was only a level 6 fighter. Thank you for your help, senior brothers. Yi Xian quickly gave them a fist salute. At that moment, he needed to disguise himself as a Baigu group disciple. Junior brother, how did you get into trouble with the Blood Crow sect? The long-haired young man walked over. Junior brother, I was walking outside and bumped into a few disciples of the Blood Crow Divine Sect, so I killed them. After that, I bumped into him. Fortunately, a few senior brothers passed by, otherwise, junior brother's life would be in danger. Yi Xian fabricated a lie. I see. The long-haired young man nodded. The next moment, he frowned and asked, oh right, why do I feel like you're a stranger? Who's your master? Hearing that, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat and said, I'm Guardian Gu Qi's disciple. He did not know much about the Baigu group, and only knew Gu Qi, so he could only say so. Guardian Gu Qi? I see. The long-haired youth said with a smile, I see that you're almost at the 6th level of the Royal Air Force. Are you interested in going to a place with us? Where? Yi Xian immediately raised his guard. Let's go to the one-line sky. It is said that there is a young heavenly dragon there. This time, we are going to kill it and obtain its bones. The long-haired youth said. Sky dragons were also dragons, but they were much stronger than wyverns. They had the strength of 1,000 wyverns. There were a total of 3 stages in the aura realm: aura control, aura refining, and aura energy. Just entering the first rank of chi refining meant that one had the strength of a dragon. Then I'll have to trouble you. Yi Xian nodded. It was good to see the world. Maybe there would be other benefits? Okay, we're only a few steps away from the one-line sky. Let's fly there. The long-haired young man took the lead and flew in a certain direction. As for Yi Xian, he also raised his flying dragon and followed. However, when Yi Xian arrived at the one-line sky, he regretted it. Because there were other people here, and there were many of them. Senior, why are there so many people? Yi Xian could not help but ask. Of course, although that sky dragon is only at level 8, it's very strong. We're here to help Elder Tan. The long-haired young man said. Elder Tan? Yi Xian was stunned. The long-haired young man was surprised and said, why? Elder Tan is your grandmaster. Don't you know that his white bone puppet was damaged half a year ago? What, grandmaster? Yi Xian was shocked and his face turned pale. Why didn't you say so earlier? He claimed to be Gu Qi's disciple. If Elder Tan was his grandmaster, it meant that Gu Qi was Elder Tan's disciple. Oh no, what if I expose myself? I have to find an excuse to leave. Yi Xian thought. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly flew over from not far away. It was a level 8 Imperial Qi expert. Greetings, Elder Tan. The long-haired young man and the others hurriedly greeted him when they saw him. Elder Tan, Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Why was his luck so unpredictable? He actually bumped into Elder Tan. First, he killed 3 elites of the Blood Crow Divine Sect. Then, he was hunted down by the Blood Crow Divine Sect's experts and was saved by the long-haired young man. Now, he actually bumped into Elder Tan, his grandmaster. Yi Xian, what are you waiting for? Why don't you greet your grandmaster? The long-haired young man said. Grandmaster? This surprised Elder Tan. He asked, whose new disciple is he? Guardian Gu Qi. The long-haired young man said. Is it that kid? Humph, he doesn't even cultivate properly. Why is he so eager to recruit disciples? Elder Tan snorted. Hearing this, Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Elder Tan had quite a number of disciples. At the very least, he did not know all of them. Alright, Fu Shihao, come with me. Elder Tan could not be bothered with Yi Xian. He directly called the long-haired young man away. Yi Xian finally felt relieved. Fortunately, Elder Tan did not suspect anything. However, he had to find an excuse to leave. Although he was not recognized, there were many experts here. It would be a tragedy if he was exposed. After the long-haired young man left, Yi Xian also gave a fist salute to the remaining 4. For senior brothers, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. I'll take my leave first. After he finished, he turned around and was ready to leave. However, at that moment. Stop. Suddenly, a disciple called out to him. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks and turned around with a smile. Senior brother, is there anything I can help you with? The person who called out to him was one of the 4. He was short, only about 1.6 meters tall. He walked to Yi Xian's side and circled him. Junior brother, why do I feel that something is wrong with you? Boom. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue that struck Yi Xian's head. As expected, he was suspected. Senior brother, what is wrong with junior brother? Yi Xian forced a smile. Everything is wrong. The short young man circled him again and glanced at the other 3. Tell me, what is Guardian Guqi's surname? Yi Xian's smile froze. He blurted out, Tang. He had heard Tang Huizhi call Guqi big brother, so Guqi's surname should be Tang as well. In fact, the short young man did not know the answer to this question. He was just looking at Yi Xian's reaction. Then, the short young man asked again, alright, senior brother Fu Shihao is the top 3 in the inner disciples. Tell me, what is his rank? Yi Xian's face darkened again. How would he know? However, there was a 1/3 chance. He could guess. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Not owing each other at this moment, Yi Xian was ready to retreat. If he made a wrong guess, he would leave quickly. Third. He made a random guess. As soon as he said that, the short young man and the other 3 people's faces darkened. Fu Shihao was ranked 4th among the disciples of the Baigu group. How dare you pretend to be a disciple of the Baigu group? You must have killed someone from the Baigu group and cultivated the White Bone secret manual, right? The short young man's eyes lit up. I've been exposed. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. In fact, he really did not want to be exposed by these 4 people. After all, they had saved him once. However, there was nothing he could do. How dare you pretend to be a disciple of the Baigu group, kid? Tell me, who did you kill? Another disciple walked over and put a hand on Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian's face darkened. At this point, there was no turning back. Although he would have to bear the infamy of being ungrateful, there was nothing he could do in this world where the strong were respected. Beast King Rampage, 575 dragons instantly increased to 750 dragons. Rip. Rip. 2 crisp sounds were heard. The arms of the short young man and the other person were cut off. Yi Xian quickly took their interspatial rings and rushed to the other 2 people. These 4 people and Fu Shihao had saved their lives, so he showed mercy this time. However, the interspatial rings would not do. The short young man was dumbfounded when he saw his arm fly up. He could not understand how a person who had not even reached level 6 of the Imperial Qi could cut off the arm of a level 7 Imperial Qi warrior. When he turned around, he saw Yi Xian cut off the other 2 people's arms and quickly flew away. At this moment, Yi Xian's realm had reached 600 dragons. Level 7 of the Imperial Qi? The short young man was stunned again. When Yi Xian was rushing with him, he was only at level 5 of the Imperial Qi. Now, he had reached 780 dragons. Since when were wyverns able to hide? Senior brother, that Yi Xian is impersonating our Baigu group's disciple. The short young man reacted and shouted in Fu Shihao's direction. Fu Shihao, who was talking to Elder Tan, turned his head when he heard the shout. He was stunned. The arms of his 4 junior brothers had all been chopped off, and blood was gushing out from their wounds. Fu Shihao turned his head again and glanced at Yi Xian's back. He did not expect that Yi Xian was actually an impostor. He even concealed his strength and cut off the arms of his 4 junior brothers and stole their cosmos rings. Good lad, you dare to impersonate my grand disciple? Elder Tan also reacted. At this time, Fu Shihao suddenly intercepted him and said, Elder Tan, it was me who had eyes but failed to see, and didn't distinguish that it was an impostor. I'll go and kill him. No need. Elder Tan was also interested in Yi Xian's ability to conceal his strength, so he immediately rushed out. That young sky dragon was in the one-line sky anyway, so it would not run away. He would capture Yi Xian first. Fu Shihao also followed closely behind. This time, it was his responsibility. Yi Xian, who was fleeing, glanced back and saw two figures running toward him. Fu Shihao with 750 dragons, Elder Tan with 810 dragons. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Although Elder Tan's white bone puppet was damaged, he definitely had a backup, and so did Fu Shihao. Fu Shihao saved my life, so I won't kill him. As for Elder Tan, he's Gucci's master. Kill him. Yi Xian immediately made up his mind, but he did not turn around immediately. Instead, he took out a level 7 white bone puppet from the devouring space. It belonged to the short young man. Wei Zhentian, stop one of them. Yi Xian summoned Wei Zhentian, who quickly removed the connection points of the white bone puppet and fused with it. Then, Yi Xian took out another white bone puppet, which was also at level 7. This white bone puppet was controlled by him. Now, it was 3 against 4, kill. What? Elder Tan and Fu Shihao were stunned. Even though they were members of the Baigu group, they had never seen someone controlling 2 white bone puppets at once. Wei Zhentian and the other white bone puppet charged toward Elder Tan. Their mission was to stop Elder Tan for a while. And Yi Xian's primary target was Fu Shihao. To be precise, it was Fu Shihao's interspatial ring. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Get lost. Elder Tan slashed out with his sword with the strength of 810 dragons, directly splitting the white bone battle puppet controlled by Yi Xian into 2. However, Yi Xian was already in front of Fu Shihao. You saved my life, so I'll spare yours. Yi Xian swept out with his sword, chopping off Fu Shihao's wrist and taking away his universe ring. It all happened so quickly that Fu Shihao and his white bone puppet could not react in time. But they could not be blamed. After all, Yi Xian was cautious and did not retreat at full speed. Yi Xian only burst out with a speed of more than 900 dragons when his opponent caught up with him. Ding! The host has broken through to 605 dragons. Although it was only an increase of 5 dragons of strength, it was enough. Crack! At this time, Elder Tan also slashed Wei Zhentian in half. However, Wei Zhentian would not be killed by this slash. It immediately reformed into a small bird and left. Its mission had been completed. It had successfully stalled Elder Tan for a moment. Die, Elder Tan. Yi Xian flashed in front of Elder Tan like a ghost and slashed his sword with a sinister aura. Clang! Elder Tan was also considered an expert. He blocked this attack. Yi Xian slashed again and was blocked again. But when Yi Xian slashed a third time, Elder Tan heard a gust of wind behind him. Then, a sharp blade pierced his back. Who was it? He turned his head in horror and found a green white bone puppet. Wei Zhentian. Go to hell. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly slashed his sword. Rip. Elder Tan's head flew and fell instantly. Although Wei Zhentian only had 300 over dragons, his attack could not hurt Elder Tan too much. However, he attracted Elder Tan's attention. Yi Xian had been coveting the interspatial ring of a level 8 chi-wielding powerhouse for a long time. Ding! The host has broken through to 620 dragons of strength. Plop! Elder Tan's corpse fell into Fu Shihao's eyes. Fu Shihao was so shocked that he could not speak. Yi Xian was even able to kill Elder Tan, so why was he chased by the people from the Blood Crow Divine Sect? Could it be that this was a trap? You saved my life, so I'll spare yours. Now, we don't owe each other anything. Yi Xian said coldly and put away Elder Tan's corpse. He then turned around and left. Slaying the Sky Dragon originally, these people were here to help Elder Tan kill the young Sky Dragon. But now that Elder Tan was dead, what was there to kill? Soon, this group of disciples from the Baigu group rushed back to the sect to report the matter to the sect master. At the same time, they wanted to arrest Xian. But what they didn't know was that Xian didn't leave. A sky dragon's bones, huh? They should be better than the average level 8 Saint Beast, right? Xian looked at the backs of the Baigu group disciples as they left and revealed a cold smile. After the Baigu group disciples left, Xian entered the one-line sky alone. There was a huge cave in the depths of the one-line sky. Presumably, the sky dragon was in there. He continued to go in and was very careful. After a few minutes, he saw a slender giant dragon. Earth dragons and wyverns were very similar, but sky dragons and wyverns didn't have many similarities. Wyverns were big, but sky dragons were a bit like flood dragons, except that they had a pair of wings. This sky dragon was red in color, and its body seemed to be at least 100 meters long. It looked at Xian, who was walking in, and snorted a few times. "Sorry, I need a set of dragon bones." After Xian finished speaking, he abruptly activated the Beast King's Berserk. 620 dragons instantly soared to over 800 dragons. Kill. In an instant, Xian rushed in front of the sky dragon, and then fiercely slashed with Dragon's Judgment. Clang, the slash quickly landed on the scales of the sky dragon, but it was only barely able to crack the scales. What a strong defense. The difference between the sky dragon and the two earth dragon kings is like heaven and earth. As expected of a powerful species. Xian couldn't help but sigh. There were many unfairness in this world. At the same level, sky dragons were much stronger than wyverns. Roar, the red sky dragon roared and opened its bloody mouth to spit out a dragon breath at Xian. Xian quickly dodged, but the place where he had been standing had already been burned into a large crater. This was one of the sky dragon's attack methods, dragon breath. The sky dragon's defense is very strong. We have to kill it while the Beast King Berserk lasts. Xian began to attack crazily. First, he used up all the true chi in his body. Then, he used the 8 Desolation Dragon Slaying Sword to slash. This sky dragon was indeed difficult to deal with. It was no wonder that the Baigu group had brought so many experts. If those people from the Baigu group were to fight against this sky dragon, they would most likely suffer casualties, and they might not even be able to kill it. However, Xian relied on speed to make a living. This heavenly dragon was the same as those two earth dragon kings. They couldn't catch him and could only let their scales slowly grind off before their heads were chopped off. After the sky dragon's head fell to the ground, Xian's Beast King rampage ended. It's finally chopped off. I thought I would have to use the second Beast King rampage. Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Next, he would have to dissect the sky dragon and take out the dragon bones. Ding, the host has broken through to 640 dragon power. When Xian swallowed the dragon corpse and the sacred beast soul, he also heard the system's notification sound. Now, if he used Beast King Rampage again, his speed would probably reach level 1 Chi Refinement Realm. If he improved a little more, he would be invincible in the Chi Refinement Realm. At this time, Wei Zhentian couldn't help but jump out. Don't worry, I'll give you the sky dragon bones when I'm done refining them. Xian said with a smile. This sky dragon's realm should be around 850 dragons. If he wanted to refine it, he would naturally need the best materials. When the time came, he might even be able to reach level 9 Chi Refinement Realm. Although he had obtained a lot of interspatial rings, he could only refine a level 8 Chi Refinement Realm at most. It was not enough to reach level 9 Chi Refinement Realm. So, next, he would go to a place called the City of Bones. Then, he would sell the finished skeletal war puppets he obtained in exchange for refining materials. In the boneyard, the Baigu group was not the only one who could control and refine skeletal war puppets. It was just that the Baigu group was the only one in the vicinity, so Fu Shihao and the others naturally thought that Xian was a member of the Baigu group. At this time, Xian left the one-line sky. The City of Bones was the hub of several nearby bone sects. Many of the sect's disciples would go there to purchase materials or finished skeletal war puppets. Xian spent 2 days rushing to the City of Bones. Before he entered the City of Bones, he saw a huge beast skeleton at the city gate. It looked like a dinosaur in a museum. When this sacred beast was alive, it was the barbaric bull demon that Xian saw before. According to others, this barbaric bull demon once killed its way into the City of Bones. With its strength of level 9 Qi refinement realm, it caused great destruction. In the end, the city lord of the City of Bones killed it and refined it. Then, he placed it here as a warning. Yi Xian took a closer look and found that this level 9 Qi refinement realm sacred beast skeleton was set up with many formations. No one could take it away even if they wanted to. After entering the city, Yi Xian also found a place to eat. After that, he went to the largest myriad bone market in the myriad bone city. There were all kinds of people here, and many people would set up stalls to sell their own refined white bone battle puppets. However, most people would refine them with human bones. After all, human beings were smaller than sacred beasts. Moreover, they had the same habits, so it was relatively easier to control them. "Hey, little brother, are you here to buy something or to sell something?" As soon as Yi Xian entered, a person came up to him. "Yes, I'm here to buy." Yi Xian replied. "Then come to our shop. We buy corpses." "Of course, if you have the corpses of powerful sacred beasts, we'll buy them too. But you have to be at least level 6 Qi refinement realm. We also have many finished skeletal war puppets. We even have 10-year and 100-year skeletons," said the man with a treacherous smile. 100-year skeletons were the skeletons of powerful warriors who had died 100 years ago. Such skeletons were better than those that had just died. The skeletal war puppets refined from such skeletons were stronger. "I have many finished skeletal war puppets," Yi Xian replied again. The man was stunned, then smiled and said, "I understand. Little brother, this way please." Generally, sects would have a group that specialized in refining skeletal war puppets. These skeletal war puppets were specially used. However, such sects usually sold them together. They would never be sold by one person. Therefore, Yi Xian obtained these skeletal war puppets by killing people. The man led Yi Xian into a shop on the side. This feeling was similar to when he went shopping in the Electronic City in his previous life. Then, the man led Yi Xian into a private room. There are 123 skeletal war puppets that have been refined. Among them, 33 are level 6 Qi refinement realm and 13 are level 7 Qi refinement realm. Yi Xian took out the useless skeletal war puppets. The man was shocked. There were even 13 skeletal war puppets of level 7 Qi refinement realm. It seemed that Yi Xian was not an ordinary person. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The matter was exposed. The man was in this line of business, so he began to distinguish the quality of the white bone puppet fighters. However, when he saw a level 7 human-shaped puppet fighter, his body could not help but tremble. "Golden-threaded puppet fighter?" the man said in shock. He suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. Because he knew the refiner with the golden-threaded lines on the surface of the skeleton. "Are these puppet fighters all from the Baigu group?" The man frowned, and his heart couldn't help but beat violently. Because his shop was one of the Baigu group's strongholds in the City of Bones. The white bone puppet fighters refined by the disciples and elders of the Baigu group would occasionally be sent here to be sold. At the same time, the shop also bought materials and sent them to the Baigu group. The refiner of this golden-threaded puppet fighter was an elder of the Baigu group, and then he gave it to one of his disciples, whose name was Fu Shihao. The man was a protector of the Baigu group. How could he not recognize this? "Good boy, you killed my Baigu group's people, and you dare to come here with something. You're walking right into a trap." The man narrowed his eyes. Because his back was to Yi Xian, the latter didn't feel anything strange. He just thought that the man was checking the golden-threaded puppet fighter. Soon, the man checked them one by one. When he saw the other white bone puppet fighters, he was even more surprised, because one of them was the puppet fighter of Elder Tan of the Baigu group. This person's strength is actually so powerful that even Elder Tan died at his hands? The man had his back facing Yi Xian as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was only at the 6th level of Imperial Qi, so he naturally wasn't Yi Xian's match. After all, Elder Tan was at level 8 Qi realm. The sect leader and the elders are also in the City of Bones. I'll inform them. This boy is dead. The man immediately adjusted his mentality, then turned to Yi Xian and said with a smile, "Your Excellency, I've seen all your white bone puppet fighters. they're all upper grade. Do you want them, or do you want to exchange them for refining materials? Exchanging all of them for refining materials. Xian replied. Right now, he had 3 corpses of Qi-controlling realm 8 in his cosmos ring, 2 human bones and 1 heavenly dragon bone, so he needed a lot of refining materials. Among them, the human bone dug out from the 9 serenities was the best. After all, it had been dead for many years, and there was death qi in its bones. When refined, it would be more powerful than others of the same level. Exchanging all of them for refining materials? Alright, I've estimated the price of your skeleton puppets, the man quoted a price. Before entering Myriad Bones City, Xian had learned about the price of these skeletal puppets from some people's interspatial rings, so he estimated the price of these skeletal puppets. However, the price that this man quoted shocked him, because it exceeded his expectations. It was almost 50% higher. Just now, he said that these white bone puppets were all upper grade. It seems that the Baigu group is very good at refining white bone puppets. Xian didn't think much of it and immediately agreed. Then he made a list for the man. Most of the items on the list were materials for refining white bone puppets, and there were also a lot of ores for Wei Zhentian. Wei Zhentian only had 300 dragon power now. He was too weak and could easily die. Moreover, the higher his realm, the easier it would be to control and the stronger his combat power. Alright, we have these things, but we don't have enough in our shop. We have to get them from other shops. Please wait a moment, sir. The man said. Okay. Xian nodded and put away the white bone puppets. Then, the man left quickly. At this moment, Xian didn't doubt him. After the man left, Xian waited alone in the private room. He waited for a while, but the man still didn't come back. However, the materials he needed were a little complicated, so it was reasonable that the man took his time. Xian was a little helpless, so he decided to wait outside the shop and see the world. But just as he stepped out of the shop, he saw a group of people hurrying toward him, and that man was among them. Oh no! Xian's face suddenly changed, because he saw that this group of people were wearing the same clothes. They were actually people from the Baigu group. Now, Xian understood. It turned out that this shop was opened by the Baigu group, and that man obviously recognized those white bone puppets, so he went to inform them. There were many people from the Baigu group, and the leader had reached 880 dragon power. In addition, there were several experts of Royal Qi level 8 and dozens of Royal Qi level 7 experts. Xian was a little shocked, and he secretly sighed that the Baigu group was so powerful that there were so many experts in their stronghold in the City of Bones. However, he didn't care at all, and just watched quietly. This group of people came aggressively, and the people around them immediately packed up and jumped away. In the blink of an eye, there were not many people on the street. They're people from the Baigu group. What's going on? What are they doing? My god, that's the leader of the Baigu group. He already has 880 dragon power, and he's very strong. He's actually in the City of Bones? Hey, that kid is their target. What's going on? Why are so many people alarmed? Did this kid kill an elite disciple of the Baigu group? The people around them flew into the sky and whispered to each other. Although there was a city lord in the City of Bones, there were 3 major forces in the City of Bones that no one dared to provoke, and the Baigu group was one of them. If they gossiped and were targeted by the Baigu group, they would really die without a complete corpse. In the burial ground, there was no such thing as the dead is the best. If one died in the burial ground, their corpses would generally be sold. The good ones would be refined into battle corpses, and the bad ones would be dissected and their bones taken out and refined into white bone puppets. The leader of the Baigu group led a group of people and rushed in front of Xian. At this time, only the people of the Baigu group and Xian were left on the street. The leader of the Baigu group looked at Xian and said, "It's him?" The man who received Xian just now nodded and said, "Yes, it's him. He took out the golden thread puppet, and he even has Elder Tan's puppet." Elder Tan, when they heard this, the crowd who was watching the show in the air turned pale with fright. This kid actually killed an elder of the Baigu group? No, it should be said that this kid actually dared to kill an elder of the Baigu group. They had seen many geniuses, but at this time, Xian's courage was even more shocking. Good boy, you even dared to kill an elder of the Baigu group. Tell me your name. The leader of the Baigu group asked coldly. He had lived for so many years and had developed a cautious character, constantly reminding himself not to judge a book by its cover. Yi Xian gave him a very mysterious feeling. When he heard the leader of the Baigu group, Yi Xian just said lightly, I don't talk to dead people. Boom. Lord of 10,000 bones dead people, this brat actually dared to call the leader of the Baigu group, an expert with 880 dragon power, a dead person. Even if you want to die, you don't have to be so direct, right? However, there were still many people who wondered if Yi Xian had some sort of background. After all, in this region, not many people dared to kill a disciple of the Baigu group, let alone an elder. Who are you? Why do you have the white bone puppet of an elder of the Baigu group? The leader of the Baigu group couldn't help but ask. If you want to fight, then fight. What's with all this nonsense? Yi Xian was getting a little impatient. If it was in the past, he would definitely quibble and say that he obtained those things by chance. But now, he already possessed great strength, so why waste time? Good boy, let me have a go at you. An elder of the Baigu group didn't believe it. He left the team and rushed toward Yi Xian. Although there was a rule against fighting in the 10,000 Bones City, the Baigu group had some influence in the 10,000 Bones City, so small fights were not a problem. Be careful, the leader of the Baigu group reminded him. Unexpectedly, before he could finish his words, the head of this elder with 820 dragon power flew into the air. Instant kill. So fast, even I couldn't see his speed clearly. How is this possible? Elder Zhang is 830 dragons, stronger than Elder Tan. That brat also has 830 dragons, no, 840 dragons. The people from the Baigu group were shocked. But at this moment, Yi Xian made his move. Since things had already come to this, they might as well go all the way and wipe out the Baigu group. This elder could be considered wealthy, allowing him to increase his strength by 10 dragons, reaching 650. Adding on the Beast King's rampage, he reached 840. Although he was slightly slower than the leader of the Baigu group, his speed was definitely not something these people could keep up with. Kill. The leader of the Baigu group shouted. Now that things had come to this, he could only fight. Immediately, all the people of the Baigu group took out their white bone puppet fighters. However, if the person controlling the white bone puppet fighters died, these white bone puppet fighters would just be decorations. Yi Xian activated Beast King Rampage and rushed into the crowd, slaughtering everyone. Yi Xian rushed into the crowd, and the first person he killed was the Baigu group's sect master. He only used one strike to kill the Baigu group's sect master, an expert with 880 dragon power. In less than 5 seconds, more than half of the Baigu group's team had been killed or injured. Screams of agony rang out continuously on this avenue. Blood splattered everywhere, and there were already more than 30 corpses. After the Baigu group members died, their interspatial rings were taken away by Yi Xian and devoured. Ding! Host has broken through to 660 dragon power. Ding! Host has broken through to 670 dragon power. Ding! Host has broken through to 680 dragon power. Now, Yi Xian did not deliberately hide his Beast King rampage. Anyway, with his strength, he could almost do whatever he wanted in this area. Just as the people of the Baigu group were about to be killed, a figure suddenly swept across the sky. This figure was so fast that it landed on the ground in an instant, and then attacked Yi Xian. Who is it? Yi Xian was a little surprised, but he did not think too much about it. He just swung his sword at the newcomer. Bang! This sword was blocked by the opponent. At the same time, Yi Xian also saw the person's face clearly. It was a middle-aged man with a square face. However, when Yi Xian saw the flying dragon flying around this person, he was also stunned. Sky Dragon, this middle-aged man actually had the Sky Dragon power, which meant that this middle-aged man had surpassed level 9 Qi refining and reached level 1 Qi refining. This Thousand Bone City actually has such an expert? Yi Xian was shocked and quickly retreated. This middle-aged man did not take advantage of the victory to chase after Yi Xian. He quietly looked at him. When the people in the sky saw this middle-aged man, they could not help but exclaim, "City Master?" This middle-aged man was the city master of Thousand Bones City. Everyone was flabbergasted, because in their memories, the 10,000 Bone City's city lord only had 950 dragon power, but now, he had actually reached one heavenly dragon. However, they could understand why. After all, the last time the city master of Thousand Bones City fought was several years ago. It's the city master of Thousand Bones City. This is troublesome. Xian narrowed his eyes. Now he was fighting in Thousand Bones City, and Thousand Bones City was the city master's territory. It would be strange if the city master did not intervene when he fought in his territory. You don't know the rules of Thousand Bones City? The city master of Thousand Bones City looked at Xian. They want to kill me. Am I supposed to stretch my neck out for them to kill? Xian replied coldly. The city master of Thousand Bones City narrowed his eyes. Even so, you broke the rules I set. I can't just sit by and watch. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked again. Xian did not waste words. He would fight first and then talk later. Now, Xian had 680 dragon power, and with the addition of Beast King's Rage, he was almost 900 dragon power. With the addition of his dexterity, he was faster than the city master of Thousand Bones City. However, there was a huge gap between the chi refining stage and the chi controlling stage. Xian's speed did not pose a threat to the city master of Thousand Bones City. In fact, he was at a disadvantage. As expected of a first-stage chi refining stage. The city master of Thousand Bones City doesn't seem to want to kill me. Otherwise, we would have to fight to the death. Xian thought to himself. The two fought for 30 rounds, then separated. You are very strong. I have decided not to hold you responsible this time. The city master of Thousand Bones City suddenly said something that shocked everyone. Not to hold him responsible? The surviving elders of the Baigu group looked at each other in confusion. Did the city master of Thousand Bones City really say that? City master, he killed our sect leader, one of the elders hurriedly said. But before he could finish, the city master of Thousand Bones City punched through his chest and killed him instantly. Damn. Xian raised his eyebrows. This middle-aged man was really something. He killed him without hesitation. Noisy. The city master of Thousand Bones City said coldly. Now, Xian finally understood why the city master of Thousand Bones City did not continue the fight. This time, he had wiped out the Baigu group. Wouldn't that mean that the city of Thousand Bones City had one less power in the future? As for why the city master of Thousand Bones City did not do it himself, it was because of his status. If the city master of Thousand Bones City destroyed the Baigu group himself, the world would think that the city master of Thousand Bones City was greedy. Who would come to Thousand Bones City then? However, it was different if Xian did it. You really won't hold me responsible? Xian narrowed his eyes. I won't. You can go. The city master of Thousand Bones City nodded. If you won't hold me responsible, why do you want me to leave? I want to buy some refining materials. Xian replied. The city master of Thousand Bones City said again, then you can go now. What do you want? What do you want? Tell me. Is that so? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Up to no good intentions. The onlookers were also stunned. The two men who were fighting fiercely just a moment ago were now buying things on the spot. At the same time, they were extremely envious because the things Xian took out were enough to establish a sect. The price is a little high. The city lord of Myriad Bones must be up to something. Xian's eyes flickered. After buying all the useless things, he left under the watchful eyes of the crowd. He left just like that? What's wrong with the city lord? Why did he let him go? This person's background is definitely not simple. The city lord must be afraid of the power behind him. Poor Baigu group. It's going to be destroyed by the other two sects. The onlookers muttered in low voices. Soon, Xian disappeared from everyone's sight. However, he did not leave the city. Instead, he found a nearby inn to stay. Now, he was going to start refining the heavenly dragon bone. Originally, he could have devoured the materials, but Wei Zhentian kept asking him to refine the heavenly dragon bone, so he had no choice but to do so. Fortunately, he had enough materials this time. After all, he had killed many powerhouses, including those with 880 dragon power. He also gave the body of the Baigu Group's sect leader to the city lord of Myriad Bones. Before he left, he saw the surviving elders of the Baigu Group looking like they were going to eat him alive. Yi Xian spent 2 days refining the heavenly dragon bone. Yi Xian only spent a day digging up the corpse of the level 8 chi-controlling warrior in the abyss. As for the other corpses, Yi Xian took them all. Although the corpses were a little shocking, he really did take them. With these 2 white bone battle puppets, Yi Xian's strength had increased by quite a bit. After all, these 2 white bone battle puppets were meticulously refined by him. After consuming a large amount of refining materials, they had both reached the 9th stage of the chi-resisting stage. It's time to leave. Yi Xian stretched. He had been inside for 3 days, refining the heavenly dragon bone in pieces, so the others did not know what he was doing. He came out of the house and looked around. Sure enough, someone was spying on him, but he didn't know which side they were from. However, if anyone dared to target him, he wouldn't mind killing them again. Then, he left the Thousand Bone City. He flew in a random direction for a while, but didn't find anyone following him. Am I being paranoid? Are you just afraid that I'll cause trouble in the city? Yi Xian thought about it for a moment and decided to ignore him. Since the other party was here, he was going back to the 9 Serenities to take revenge. However, his thinking was too simple. Half an hour after he left the 10,000 Bones City, a figure appeared in the sky. Yi Xian turned to look. Sure enough, it was the city lord of 10,000 Bones. The lord of the 10,000 Bones City had used Yi Xian's hands to destroy the Baigu Group. He had let Yi Xian leave in front of so many people, and now he was chasing after him. He probably wanted to kill him and steal his treasures. City Lord of 10,000 Bones City, why are you looking for me? Yi Xian said as he landed on the ground. After all, his realm was only 680 dragons. The ground was his home ground. You know what I'm going to do. The City Lord of 10,000 Bones City looked down at Yi Xian. If that's the case, why don't you make a move? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and took out 2 skeletal war puppets. Sky Dragon Bones? The City Lord of 10,000 Bones City was surprised, but he was even more confused about why Yi Xian took out 2 skeletal war puppets. Sky dragons were huge and harder to control than wyverns. Besides, there was already a humanoid skeletal war puppet. What was this one for? In the next moment, he saw a small green thing suddenly shoot out from Yi Xian's body. It enlarged infinitely and attached itself to the heavenly dragon bone. The entire heavenly dragon bone seemed to be covered in a layer of green armor. What is this thing? The City Lord of 10,000 Bones City saw the sky dragon bones fly up. He knew that it was not Yi Xian controlling them, but that strange thing. However, he was just curious. He did not care at all. He was a first-level chi refinement realm cultivator with the strength of a sky dragon. He could destroy the sky dragon bones with one punch. I have to thank you, City Lord of 10,000 Bones City. If it weren't for the materials you gave me, I wouldn't have been able to refine the sky dragon bones. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. So what if you're a first-level chi refinement realm cultivator? I'll fight you all the same. That day, because they were in the city, Yi Xian could not go all out. Today, there was no one else and the space was very spacious. With 2 9th-level Imperial Chi Refinement Realm skeletal war puppets, Yi Xian was not afraid of the City Lord of 10,000 Bones City at all. At such a young age, you can control 9th-level Imperial Chi Refinement Realm skeletal war puppets. Your aptitude is not bad. However, your realm is not enough. You can't use the true strength of this 100-year-old war puppet. The City Lord of 10,000 Bones City said. He had a unique vision. At a glance, he could see that this humanoid war puppet was at least 50 years old. Is that so? Then you can try. Yi Xian did not move. Well, then I'll see what ability you have. How dare you attack my City Lord of 10,000 Bones City? The City Lord of 10,000 Bones City shouted and rushed toward Yi Xian with his bare hands. Capture the leader first. As long as he killed Yi Xian, the 2 9th-level Imperial Chi Refinement Realm skeletal war puppets would not be able to move. However, he was too arrogant and underestimated the two skeletal war puppets. Not to mention the sky dragon bones, even the humanoid war puppet was very strong. This forced him to change his plan and focus on the humanoid war puppet first. You want to destroy my skeletal war puppet first? Have you asked for my permission? Yi Xian's arrogance surged, and he attacked crazily with the skeletal war puppet. Not only that, Wei Zhentian in the air was also constantly waving his claws and swinging his tail. The city lord of 10,000 Bone City kept retreating. That day in the city of 10,000 Bone City, the city lord of 10,000 Bone City did not want to kill Yi Xian, so he did not reveal his true strength and fought to a draw with Yi Xian. Today, he had used all his strength, but he could not do anything to Yi Xian because of the two 9th level Imperial Qi Refinement Realm skeletal war puppets. He was very regretful. If he had given Yi Xian so many things in order to pretend to be better, he would have killed Yi Xian today. However, Yi Xian was a little worried. He was not sure that he could kill the city lord of 10,000 Bone City who was in the 1st level of Qi Refinement Realm. The two sides fought fiercely for hundreds of rounds, but the city lord of 10,000 Bone City also found Yi Xian's weakness, which was his slow flying speed. Therefore, he directly jumped into the sky and attacked Wei Zhentian first. Demon Slaying Fist. The city lord of 10,000 Bone City punched. Wei Zhentian, because of his huge body, could not dodge and was hit directly. Bang! Wei Zhentian's whole body shook violently, and a hole was punched in his green armor. Fortunately, the sky dragon bones were very hard, so he was not injured. However, at this time, the sky dragon bones were exposed to the air, and Wei Zhentian had not repaired the hole. Demon Slaying Fist. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The second celestial dragon. Damn it. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. If he and the white bone battle puppet worked together, the 10,000 Bone City's lord wouldn't be able to do anything to them. But now, the 10,000 Bone City's lord was using Wei Zhentian as an example. At this moment, he was wondering if he should leave with Wei Zhentian. If this continued, the situation would not be good. However, just as Yi Xian's Beast King rampage was about to end, a red figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Yi Xian glanced at it and was surprised. The Blood Crow Sect? When the elites of the Blood Crow Sect flew, they would emit a red light. However, this time, Yi Xian was mistaken. The one flying toward them was not an elite of the Blood Crow Sect, but a sacred beast, a celestial dragon. What? The city lord of 10,000 Bones was a little surprised. Celestial dragons were rare in the ghost tomb. Now there was another one, and it seemed to be a Qi refinement celestial dragon. This was bad. With such a situation, the city lord of 10,000 Bones did not dare to continue attacking. Instead, he dodged to the side to see what the celestial dragon was going to do. However, the Qi refinement celestial dragon flew directly toward the city lord of 10,000 Bones and launched an attack. What's going on? Coming to the rescue of injustice? Yi Xian was stunned. A celestial dragon came to his rescue. What was going on? In the next moment, he understood. Perhaps the celestial dragon was helping him because of Wei Zhentian. However, he felt that something was not right. Wei Zhentian was only residing in the dragon bones. Could it be that the young celestial dragon I killed was this celestial dragon's child? Yi Xian's eyes widened. Most likely, it was because he had taken out the heavenly dragon bone to battle that this heavenly dragon sensed it and rushed over. Then, it saw the city lord of 10,000 Bones attacking Wei Zhentian, so it was angry. Forget it. No matter what, let's kill this city lord of 10,000 Bones first. Yi Xian threw caution to the wind and activated Beast King Rampage again, charging forward. Although the Sky Dragon had joined the battle, it was still 3 against 1 because the humanoid skeleton puppet could not fly, so it could only watch from the ground. However, Yi Xian's battle prowess had more than doubled. Damn it, damn it. The 10,000 Bone City Lord cursed in his heart. Originally, he already had the advantage. If he was given more time, he would be able to destroy the heavenly dragon bone, and then it would be Yi Xian's turn. It was a pity that a heavenly dragon whose realm was even higher than his suddenly appeared. This sky dragon was far more threatening than the flying Yi Xian, so the city lord of 10,000 Bones prioritized dealing with it. Bang! 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 Thunderous sounds continued to spread. This battle was extremely intense. The Sky Dragon attacked the city lord of 10,000 bones like a madman. At the same time, Xian and Wei Zhentian also attacked with all their might. Under their combined efforts, the city lord of 10,000 bones city lord was finally injured. He was hit in the shoulder by Xian, and a small piece of flesh was cut off. Blood dyed his green robe red. His expression became extremely gloomy. If this continued, he might die here. So, he could only run. He immediately turned around and prepared to flee back to the city of 10,000 bones. However, the Sky Dragon was the overlord of the sacred beasts in the air. This Sky Dragon was much faster than him, and Xian was on the ground. There was no way he could escape. Damn it, am I going to die here today? The city lord of 10,000 bones city lord was very unwilling. He originally wanted to kill and steal the treasure, but he did not expect this to happen. This was really a tragedy. Even if I die, I will not let you have it easy. The city lord of 10,000 bones city lord gritted his teeth and burned his vital energy. It was not easy for him to break through the shackles of 999 dragons. If he burned his vital energy, he would fall back to level 9 of the chi-controlling realm. However, there was no other way. However, this Sky Dragon was not to be trifled with. It began to fight desperately. As for Xian, he could not help but retreat, afraid that he would be caught in the crossfire. The man and the dragon fought fiercely. The city lord of 10,000 bones city lord burned his vital energy. Although his strength increased a little, he still could not kill the Sky Dragon. Then, his level began to fall, and he finally fell to level 9 of the chi-controlling realm. However, he also severely injured the Sky Dragon. This is a good chance. Xian's eyes lit up. He attacked crazily with the Sky Dragon and Wei Zhentian. He knew that the city lord of 10,000 bones city lord was finished. My life is over. The city lord of 10,000 bones city lord was in despair. He could not kill the Sky Dragon even after burning his vital energy. Now that his level had fallen, there was nothing he could do. After his level fell, his speed decreased. The Sky Dragon focused and spat out a scorching dragon breath. Boom, the heat wave instantly surrounded the city lord of 10,000 bones city lord. However, the city lord of 10,000 bones city lord was still a city lord. The city lord of 10,000 bones city was much more powerful than the Baigu group. How could he be killed by the dragon breath? However, just as he was gathering his vital energy to block the dragon breath, a sharp slash came from not far away and hit his chest. Bang! The city lord of 10,000 bones city lord was suddenly hit. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. In an instant, his whole body was burning. His screams were like the tolling of a bell. No! The city lord of 10,000 bones city lord let out an unwilling roar. In less than 3 seconds, his body was burned to ashes. He's dead? Xian's eyes widened. The dragon breath was too powerful. The city lord of 10,000 bones city lord, who was at level 1 of the chi-refining realm, did not even leave behind a corpse. At this time, the Sky Dragon suddenly turned its head and looked at Xian. Oh no! Xian's face darkened. He immediately dodged. The next moment, a scorching pillar of fire came at him. The Sky Dragon's breath, the Sky Dragon really wanted to kill everyone. Fortunately, Xian dodged in time. Otherwise, he would have been hit. Xian quickly dodged, but the Sky Dragon's eyes were fixed on Xian. Its head moved with Xian's movements. Unfortunately, the temperature of the Sky Dragon's breath was too high. The city lord of 10,000 bones city lord's interspatial ring was burned. Otherwise, Xian would have killed the Sky Dragon in an instant with the interspatial ring. The Sky Dragon's breath was still going. Xian's speed was not enough. The pillar of fire was getting closer and closer. At this critical moment, a sharp object suddenly stabbed into the Sky Dragon's eyes. It was Wei Zhentian's claw. Good! Xian shouted. The Sky Dragon was probably avenging its son. Although it risked its life to kill the city lord of 10,000 bones city lord, it still wanted to kill Xian. Therefore, Xian had to fight back. The Sky Dragon was so angry that it wanted to kill Xian with its breath. However, it was attacked by Wei Zhentian and lost its sight. It immediately let out a deafening roar. Annihilated? Dragon-slaying sword of the Eight Desolation, Dragon's Judgment. A slash pierced through the air. Yi Xian's attack power was far superior to that of the myriad Bone City Lord. After all, the dragon-slaying sword of the Eight Desolation was specifically used to slay dragons. This slash landed directly on the heavenly dragon's huge and slender body, instantly causing great damage. This attack was definitely stronger than the myriad Bone City Lord's 3 punches. Dragon's Judgment. Dragon's Judgment. Dragon's Judgment. Yi Xian did the same as before. He quickly used up all the true qi in his body and crazily used the Dragon's Judgment, all of which landed on the heavenly dragon's head. After a few rounds, the heavenly dragon, which was already heavily injured, slowed down significantly, and its reaction speed was greatly reduced. The threat to Yi Xian was infinitely close to zero. Roar. The heavenly dragon, like the myriad Bone City Lord, let out an unwilling roar. In fact, it had been holding on from the beginning, but now it could not hold on any longer. It flapped its wings and directly fell from the sky. Plop. The heavenly dragon's body fell, deeply embedded in the ground, and wailed there. I know you want to avenge your son, but after all, this is a world where the strong preys on the weak. Go. Yi Xian muttered, and used his recovered true qi to use the dragon's judgment again. Xiao. A huge slash sank into the heavenly dragon's forehead, splitting its head open. A first-level qi refining heavenly dragon was also slumbering here. After its death, Wei Zhentian could not help but descend. Yi Xian thought it was emotional, but unexpectedly it was cheering, urging Yi Xian to quickly refine the heavenly dragon's bones. After all, Wei Zhentian was not a human, but a strange beast. It was not even an animal, so how could it have feelings? Well, watch me collect it. Yi Xian sighed in his heart, then rushed down and collected the heavenly dragon's corpse. Ding, the host has broken through to 740 dragon power. The heavenly dragon's flesh and blood and the holy beast's soul directly increased Yi Xian's strength by 60 dragon points. His qi refinement rank was truly extraordinary. Although it was a pity that the city lord of Myriad Bone City lost his interspatial ring, the sky dragon's corpse had greatly increased Yi Xian's strength. Now that the city lord of 10,000 Bone City was dead, what Yi Xian had to do was to plunder his city lord mansion and take away the Imperial Qi Stage 9 at the city gate. Immediately, he headed toward the 1,000 Bone City. Even the 10,000 Bone City Lord couldn't do anything to him before, so even if the entire 10,000 Bone City worked together, they wouldn't be a threat to him. First, he came to the entrance of the city of 10,000 Bones and destroyed the defensive formation around the barbaric bull demon White Bone Battle Puppet, then took it away. Then, he began to loot the city lord's mansion and its properties. The entire city of 10,000 Bones was in an uproar. Who was so bold as to attack the city of 10,000 Bones? However, these experts of the city of 10,000 Bones were all here to give Yi Xian benefits. When Yi Xian left the city of 10,000 Bones half an hour later, his strength had increased to 760 dragon points, a total of 20 dragon points. Then, he found a quiet place to refine the sky dragon bone of the first stage qi refinement realm. Fortunately, the materials he looted were just enough for him to refine the sky dragon bone. He felt that it was a pity because if these materials were used to refine humanoid battle puppets, he could have made at least 3 of them. However, since Wei Zhentian liked it, it was worth it. At this time, Yi Xian was already on the sky dragon bone of the first stage qi refinement realm, flying toward the abyss. His strength was also above the first stage qi refinement realm, and the Blood Crow Divine Sect was just a force on par with the Baigu group. Even if he didn't do it himself, he could easily destroy the Blood Crow Divine Sect. It took him 2 days to fly back to the abyss. Then, he first went to the 100 Venom Sect and killed Steward Qiu in an instant with lightning speed. Steward Qiu was still doing some kind of exercise on a female disciple when his head suddenly fell off, and blood spurted all over the female disciple. The entire 100 Venom Sect was in an uproar. Someone sneaked into the 100 Venom Sect and killed someone. Did they have a death wish? However, there was a more important news that spread outside at this time. A mysterious group of assassins suddenly appeared in the abyss, and they had already slaughtered dozens of cities and sections. If the dead were to be added up, the number was calculated in hundreds of millions. Not only that, many of the dead people in these sects and cities had turned into resentful spirits. The so-called resentful spirits were mutated after death after suffering unbearable torture in their lives. These resentful spirits would actively attack the living things around them. Moreover, they were difficult to injure with swords and could penetrate buildings. Only true Qi could destroy them. This mysterious group of assassins came from the land of ghosts in the Ghost Tomb region. This was the land of ghosts, and they captured people's souls to cultivate. They were extremely bloodthirsty. At this time, Xian was heading toward the Blood Crow Divine Sect. Soon, he arrived at the Blood Crow Divine Sect. However, the situation here was beyond Xian's expectations. The Blood Crow Divine Sect had been reduced to ruins. All of the disciples in the sect were dead, and no one survived. When Xian arrived, there were still many wailing sounds coming from the sect. Who is it that is slaughtering the Blood Crow Divine Sect? Xian was shocked. The Blood Crow Divine Sect was similar to the Baigu group in the burial grounds. If one wanted to slaughter them, one would need to have at least the combat strength of level 9 Imperial Qi. However, there was no news of any level 9 Imperial Qi powerhouse in this area. Xian sat on the back of the Sky Dragon skeleton and watched in the air. At this time, a figure suddenly swept into the sky. Tsk tisk, there's someone from the burial grounds. A sinister voice fell into Xian's ears. Xian was shocked. He turned around and saw a young man in white. The young man had a wicked smile on his face. He was dragging a strange black bead in his hand. The way he looked at Xian was a bit like looking at a prey. When Xian noticed the young man's level, his body trembled. This young man was level 1 Qi Refinement Realm. To be exact, it was 1050 dragons. There was a level 1 Qi Refinement Realm powerhouse here. How was this possible? Who are you? Xian frowned and asked. The Thousand Wraith Sect, the young man with the sinister smile answered simply. The Thousand Wraith Sect. When Xian heard that, he immediately reacted. This was because he saw vengeful spirits in the Blood Crow Divine Sect. This Thousand Wraith Sect should be a force in the Land of Ghosts. In the Land of Ghosts, the Land of Ghosts was the strongest of the 3 territories in the Land of Ghosts. This was because they were only vengeful spirits. Vengeful spirits were not afraid of poison, nor were they afraid of white-bone battle hounds. Therefore, they were the most difficult to deal with. He did not expect to see a powerhouse from the Land of Ghosts today. Aren't you afraid that the Poison King sect would send people here to kill a sect at level 1 Qi Refinement Realm? Xian asked. Great changes in the 9 serenities with that, the young man waved his hand. The black pearl in his hand lit up, and a vengeful spirit flew out. This vengeful spirit was a middle-aged man. He had an ordinary face, but his eyes were red. His entire body was translucent, and his fingernails were long and sharp. It was unknown what level this vengeful spirit was at. Go! With the young man's shout, the vengeful spirit pounced towards Xian like a fierce tiger. So fast. Xian's eyes flashed as he activated Beast King's Rampage. 760 dragons' power increased to 990 dragons, almost reaching the peak of the Qi controlling stage. Oh? You're quite capable. The young man was surprised. He had only released this vengeful spirit to test Xian's strength. It only had 800 dragons' power. Vengeful spirits were different from when they were alive. Their entire body was full of weak points. Once they received a certain amount of damage, they would die. However, the most effective way to kill them was to cut them in half. Although Xian only had 760 dragons' power, he still had the Bahuang sword and the underworld swordsmanship. It was extremely easy for him to kill a vengeful spirit that only knew how to attack with its fingernails. However, after Xian killed the vengeful spirit, the young man released 2 more vengeful spirits. This time, they were Qi refining vengeful spirits. If you're dead, go reincarnate. Why are you scaring people? Xian didn't care at all. In an instant, he burst forth with a speed that made the young man's heart palpitate. He killed the 2 vengeful spirits of the first level Qi refining vengeful spirits. Looks like I've kicked an iron plate. How dare you kill two of my first-level chi refining vengeful spirits? I'll skin you alive and pull out your tendons. The young man thought to himself. He raised the black pearl in his hand. In an instant, a large number of vengeful spirits appeared around him. There were at least 100 of them, and among them, there were even 4 first-level chi refining vengeful spirits. Humph, how can this kind of thing do anything to me? Yi Xian snorted coldly. He charged forward and ordered Wei Zhentian to attack the young man. To be honest, Yi Xian hated wraiths because there was no benefit to killing them. In order to capture bandits, one must first capture the leader. Charge! Yi Xian instantly increased his speed and charged towards the young man with Wei Zhentian. Not good. The young man's expression changed. Yi Xian's strength had exceeded his expectations. The people from the land of wandering souls were not as strong as the people from the land of 9 serenities and the land of buried bones. If Yi Xian got close to him, he would be dead for sure. Humph, you think you can kill me? The young man snorted and released another vengeful spirit from the 100 spirits pearl. This spirit was given to him by his master. It was at the second level of the refinement chi realm, but he could only control it with some effort. So what if you're in the second level of chi refining? Yi Xian's eyes glowed brightly. His sword gleamed like a gust of wind and swept out, clearing away the surrounding resentful spirits. Although the attack power of a second-rank chi refining vengeful spirit was astonishing, its speed was still inferior to that of Yi Xian. Die! Yi Xian directly passed by the second-rank chi refining vengeful spirit and arrived in front of the young man. Just as the young man was about to retreat, he was caught by a giant claw. Immediately, Yi Xian chopped off his head. Although the people from the land of wandering souls were strong, they usually moved in groups and used the vengeful spirits to kill their opponents. However, the people from the land of wandering souls neglected their own strength in order to master the control of the vengeful spirits. If the vengeful spirits could not do anything to their enemies, they would be easily killed unless they could suppress their enemies in terms of level. This young man obviously specialized in controlling vengeful spirits. Unexpectedly, he encountered Yi Xian, who relied on his speed and was easily killed. Once the young man died, the released vengeful spirits broke free from his control. However, after Yi Xian obtained the 100 spirits pearl, they instantly calmed down, including the second-rank chi refining vengeful spirit. Controlling vengeful spirits really requires a lot of mental strength. Come in, all of you. Yi Xian thought to himself. When he obtained the young man's interspatial ring, he had already learned the secret tome of wandering souls of the Thousand Wraith sect and learned how to control vengeful spirits. However, he could only control them temporarily. In less than 2 seconds, the vengeful spirits around him were sucked into the 100 spirits pearl. At this time, Yi Xian felt a slight swelling pain in his head. This was the after effect of using too much mental strength. After all, he had just learned about controlling vengeful spirits and had not cultivated his mental strength before. Then, he began to check the contents of the young man's interspatial ring. Ding! The host has broken through to 800 dragon power. It was another qualitative leap. From 760 dragon power to 800 dragon power, he had reached the 8th level of the royal chi realm. Before Yi Xian could get excited, he found something in the interspatial ring. It was a list. The names on the list were all sects and cities in the region, and even families that were established outside the region. This is a planned cleanup. Are they trying to turn this area into a wasteland? Yi Xian casually threw the list into the devouring system. He did not pay much attention to it. After all, this matter had nothing to do with him. However, he still felt that it was better to inform the 100 Poisons sect. After all, the 100 Poisons sect was once a springboard for him to become stronger. However, just as Yi Xian arrived at the 100 Poisons sect on the heavenly dragon bone, he saw a figure laughing coldly in the air above the 100 Poisons sect. Inside the 100 Poisons sect, there were cries of anguish. I'm too late. No, it's not too late. Xianxia? Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. He saw that the 100 Poisons princess Xianxia was fighting a vengeful spirit. Not far away, Fengshan was also fighting a vengeful spirit. There was actually such a low-level vengeful spirit. It seemed that the person who massacred the 100 Poisons sect was not very strong. Ha ha ha, despair. I like to see people in despair. That woman, yes, that woman. I want to see her in despair. The person in the air was laughing loudly. However, what he did not know was that a figure was already flying toward him. Rip! A head flew into the air. This person was instantly killed by Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not even know his realm, so he estimated that he was not higher than Imperial Qi Tier 8. After the man was killed, the vengeful spirits below paused for a moment before continuing their attack. Now, they were all out of control. Go, vengeful spirits. Yi Xian took out the 100 Ghost Pearl and released some vengeful spirits. These vengeful spirits were all of high realms. Just a few of them would be enough. What? Feng Shan was a little surprised. He watched as the vengeful spirits killed the vengeful spirits. In a short while, the vengeful spirits attacking the 100 Poisons sect were killed and dissipated. Then, another figure descended from the sky. It's you? Feng Shan and Feng Yaqing recognized Yi Xian. Are you okay? Yi Xian stood in the air and asked tentatively. Little brother, you saved our lives again. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Conspiracy, why are you here? Feng Yaqing looked at the heavenly dragon bone behind Yi Xian and the 100 Ghost Pearl in Yi Xian's hand that absorbed the vengeful spirit. I was just passing by and saw the people from the land of ghosts massacring the sections. So I came to take a look. You guys better find a mountain to hide in, Yi Xian said casually. Is there a huge commotion? Feng Shan gulped. All the sects in this area are targeted by the land of ghosts. I don't know if it's the same in other areas. Anyway, I saw the Blood Crow Divine sect destroyed, Yi Xian said. The Blood Crow Divine sect, everyone in the 100 Poison sect was stunned when they heard the name. The Blood Crow Divine sect was the overlord of this area. It was a 5th grade sect in the Ghost Tomb region. The 100 Poison sect was only a 6th grade sect. I have a feeling that something big is going to happen. You guys better find a place to hide. After Yi Xian said that, he left immediately. In the Ghost Tomb region, the sects were divided into 6 grades. The Poison King sect was the 1st grade sect in the land of ghosts. There were a few 2nd grade sects under it. These 2nd grade sects were in charge of 3rd grade sects, 3rd grade sects were in charge of 4th grade sects, and 4th grade sects were in charge of 5th grade sections. The Blood Crow Divine sect was a 5th grade sect. The Blood Crow Divine sect was in charge of 6th grade sects like the 100 Poisons sect and the 5 Poisons sect. It was a gradual progression. Yi Xian suspected that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. So, he decided to check out the other areas. In the 100 Poisons sect, many of them looked at the direction Yi Xian left in puzzlement. A person who came riding on a heavenly dragon bone was holding a 100 Ghost Pearl. What was going on? If they knew that Yi Xian was once captured to be tested for poison, what would their expressions be? Feng Yaqing was also looking at Yi Xian's back and fell into deep thought. She was extremely curious about Yi Xian's identity. After leaving the 100 Poisons sect, Yi Xian headed for the hinterland of the 9 Serenities. The Baidu branch that old monster Hong had taken him to that day was actually at the border of the Ghost Tomb region. In fact, it was also at the border of the 9 Serenities, which was the border of the land of buried bones. However, the land of wandering souls was very far away. For their people to be able to kill their way here, they had to travel a lot of distance. Therefore, this must be premeditated. Yi Xian headed straight for the center of the 9th Serenity. Along the way, he saw many cities that had been reduced to ruins, as well as many low-level wraiths. Other than that, he also saw many people from the land of drifting souls. Naturally, these people were all killed by him. However, after Yi Xian stepped into the territory of the Blue Feather sect, a 4th grade sect in the 9 Serenities, he had to treat him with caution. This was because there might be quite a few qi refining experts here. The Blue Feather sect could be considered a relatively orthodox sect in the 9 Serenities. They relied on normal cultivation. However, when Yi Xian arrived at the Blue Feather sect, he found that the Blue Feather sect had also been massacred. There were no survivors in the entire sect. Corpses were everywhere, all cut to death by sharp blades. These wounds were caused by the claws of the wraiths. How terrifying. Even the Blue Feather sect, which had a third-stage qi refining cultivator, was destroyed. Could it be that the land of wandering souls has declared war on the 9 serenities? Xian couldn't help but shudder. A war between two great forces would be on a very large scale. Moreover, they were all first-class ruthless people in the Ghost Tomb region. If a war broke out, the casualties would definitely be unimaginable. At this moment, a person suddenly rushed over. Whitebone War Puppet, are the people from the land of buried bones also here? Die. A man's voice sounded. Xian glanced out of the corner of his eye and found that the person was a second-stage qi refinement cultivator. This second-stage qi refinement cultivator didn't waste any time and directly released a second-stage qi refinement cultivator's race to attack Xian. On the way here, Xian killed many first-stage qi refinement cultivators and raised his realm a little. Now, he had reached 820 dragon power. If he unleashed his full power, he would be able to reach the first-stage qi refinement realm. Coupled with the enhancement of his various bloodlines, it would be nothing to fight against a second-stage qi refinement realm cultivator. However, to be safe, Xian also let the heavenly dragon bone that had been refined to the second-stage qi refinement realm and the race of the second-stage qi refinement realm to help. What? This powerhouse was shocked. He was blind this time to provoke such a powerhouse. The second-stage qi refinement realm heavenly dragon bone and the race of the second-stage qi refinement realm coupled with Xian, who was known for his speed, he was instantly defeated and fell in less than 5 rounds. You overestimate yourself. Xian cursed. Although he didn't know which force this person was from, killing on sight had angered Xian. Ding. The host has broken through to 840 dragon power. This time, the increase of 20 dragon power made Xian very satisfied. Although I don't know what happened, I finally found a way to improve quickly. Xian thought to himself. It seemed that he would soon reach the qi refinement realm. At that time, his true qi would have a qualitative leap and it shouldn't be a problem for him to jump a few levels. This person had a lot of ores in his yin and yang ring, which could help Wei Zhentian increase his realm by a lot. Little Tian, this heavenly dragon bone might not be useful anymore. Refining it takes too much time. You should just devour it. Xian said to Wei Zhentian. Although Wei Zhentian was very unwilling, he could only accept his fate. Although he could transform, he couldn't transform into such a huge creature. Wei Zhentian's current growth rate was extremely fast, almost catching up to the devouring system. If he ate the ores, he would grow in less than an hour. An hour later, Wei Zhentian reached the qi refinement realm before Xian. After that, Xian also put away the heavenly dragon bone. He didn't even want to use the 100 ghost pearl. He was afraid that he would encounter a 3rd or 4th qi refinement realm expert. He wandered around the Blue Feather sect and found a few experts from the land of ghosts who were still slaughtering the city. Moreover, their realms were between the 1st and 2nd qi refinement realm. Because of that, he directly killed those people. His cultivation also continued to increase. Ding. The host has broken through to the 1st qi refinement realm. After he killed more than 10 people, he finally broke through to the 1st dragon realm. He couldn't accept the speed of the breakthrough. Just as he broke through and was waiting for Wei Zhentian to grow, a person suddenly rushed over from afar. This person was actually a 3rd qi refinement realm expert. Everyone has gathered. Why are you still here? The man asked in surprise. Gathered? Xian frowned. Now that he had cultivated the Land of Ghosts' secret manual of ghosts, he could sense that the person in front of him was an expert from the Land of Ghosts. Therefore, the man must have thought that he was from the Land of Ghosts. You don't know how to gather? The man also frowned and said in a commanding tone, "Release a vengeful spirit." Xian quickly thought in his heart. Then, he took out 100 ghost pearl and released a 2nd qi refinement realm vengeful spirit. After the man saw it, he lowered his guard and said, "That means I didn't inform you. Follow me." Betrayal. This was the first 3rd level qi refinement realm cultivator that Xian had seen since he entered the 9 serenities. From the man's tone, it seemed that the Land of Ghosts was gathering experts for a big operation. If Xian were to unleash his full power, he might be able to fight the man. However, he was more interested in seeing what the Land of Ghosts was up to, so he followed the man. Along the way, they encountered many people from the land of ghosts. However, this time, he could not attack them. The gathering point of the land of ghosts was in a valley. When Xianxia arrived with the man, there were already dozens of people gathered there. Wow, so many experts. Which sect are they attacking? Xianxia was shocked. He landed with the man. Immediately after, the man turned around and asked, "How many resentful spirits have you collected? How many resentful spirits have you collected?" Xianxia was shocked again, but he controlled his expression and maintained a calm expression to avoid being seen through again. Immediately after, the people who came with Xianxia each took out a few hundred ghost pearls. The 100 ghost pearls could absorb resentful spirits. The limit was 999 resentful spirits, while the 1,000 ghost pearls could absorb 9,999 resentful spirits. Xianxia glanced at them and realized that one of them had taken out 1,000 ghost pearl. How many people did he have to kill? The probability of resentful spirits being born was not high, and those with high cultivation levels were even rarer. Xianxia quickly thought for a moment, then took out a few hundred ghost pearls. Not bad. The man kept the 100 ghost pearls, then walked to the front of the crowd and handed them to an old man. It seems that the old man is the leader. Perhaps he has reached the 4th level Qi refinement realm, Xianxia thought to himself. At the same time, he guessed that the Blue Feather sect might have been destroyed by this old man. However, he did not know why he handed over so many resentful spirits. He waited for a while. Although he stood in place, he was eavesdropping on the conversations of the people around him. However, he did not hear anything. He only knew that they were going to attack a faction called the Earth Fiend Sword Sect. The Earth Fiend Sword Sect had a 4th rank Qi refining expert, which was why they needed to gather so many people. The Ghostland relied on the human wave tactic. Even if there were only 100 of them, if each of them released 100 wraiths, that would be more than 10,000 wraiths, not to mention a 4th stage Qi refinement cultivator who could control hundreds of wraiths at the same time. During this period of time, more experts from the land of ghosts arrived one after another. When the old man saw that almost everyone had arrived, he shouted, "All right, almost everyone is here. Let's move out." Then, he flew up with a group of people. Xianxia glanced at it. Sure enough, this old man was in the 4th rank of Qi refining. There were 6 3rd rank Qi refining cultivators, and the rest were either in the 2nd rank or the 1st rank. Xianxia mixed in with the group and followed the elder as they flew in a certain direction. After flying for about half a day, they finally arrived at the Earth Emanation Sword Sect. "All right, let's go." The old man didn't waste any more time and directly shouted. At the same time, he took out 1,000 ghost pearl and released 2 4th stage Qi refining vengeful spirits, as well as many 1st to 3rd stage Qi refining vengeful spirits. The others did the same. In an instant, a huge group of vengeful spirits appeared in the sky. There were more than 5,000 vengeful spirits, and some even reached 7,000 to 8,000. This huge group of vengeful spirits covered the sky and pounced towards the Earth Emanation Sword Sect, scaring the disciples of the Earth Emanation Sword Sect half to death. Quickly inform the sect leader that the land of ghosts is attacking." The entire Earth Emanation Sword Sect was in chaos. Fortunately, the Earth Emanation Sword Sect had a protective mountain array. However, this protective mountain array couldn't hold for long. In less than 5 seconds, the protective mountain array was broken, and thousands of vengeful spirits attacked. The sound was so loud that the experts of the Earth Emanation Sword Sect came out. They had already heard the news and were prepared. They immediately split into 2 groups. One group resisted the vengeful spirits while the other rushed towards the dozens of people in the land of ghosts. The land of ghosts was prepared as well. They released more vengeful spirits in an attempt to resist. Xianxia, who was mixed in with the crowd, only released a few 1st rank Qi refining vengeful spirits. He was hiding his strength. When he saw the people of the Earth Emanation Sword Sect fighting with the vengeful spirits, his eyes flashed. Now, it was time for him to strike. Beast King Rampage. Boom. A surge of energy appeared spontaneously. Xianxia's heavenly dragon strength instantly soared to more than 1,300 dragons. The speed of 1,600 dragons burst forth. The land of ghosts relied on the tactic of using numbers. Their own strength was very weak. Yi Xian's burst of energy instantly killed the people around him, including 2 third-rank qi refining experts. His cultivation level increased again. What? The 4th-rank qi refining elder widened his eyes in disbelief. He had personally checked this group of people. They were all people who had cultivated the secret manual of ghosts. But now, why were they killing his own people? However, he didn't have time to think about this because Yi Xian had already charged over. Do you think I didn't have a backup plan? The 1,000 ghost pearl in the elder's left hand emitted a demonic glow. He released another 4th-rank qi refining vengeful spirit. However, it was useless. Yi Xian was as fast as lightning. He passed by the vengeful spirit and chopped off the elder's head. In an instant, hundreds of vengeful spirits went out of control. Yi Xian quickly kept the elder's interspatial ring. His cultivation level increased again, and he continued his slaughter. Even a 4th-rank qi refining expert was instantly killed by him, not to mention the rest. In less than 5 seconds, the people of the land of ghosts were all dead. Yi Xian also used this opportunity to break through to the 3rd-rank qi refining. His cultivation level increased very quickly indeed. After all, these people were ruthless people who had massacred many sects and cities. There were many things in their interspatial rings. Vengeful spirits, come back. Yi Xian used his vital energy to hold up the 100 ghost pearl and 1,000 ghost pearl. In the next instant, the vengeful spirits attacking the Earth Emanation Sword sect suddenly turned around and returned to the pearls. The people of the Earth Emanation Sword sect were all stunned. They hadn't even broken through the vengeful spirits and everyone in the land of ghosts was dead. They couldn't understand why Yi Xian, who was from the land of ghosts, would suddenly kill everyone. Your Excellency, you are, the sect leader of the Earth Emanation Sword sect asked in surprise. Yi Xian looked at the disciples and elders of the Earth Emanation Sword sect and said coldly, I am not from the land of ghosts. I am just here to blend in. This was an explanation that everyone could understand. So you are an expert sent by the higher-ups. Thank you for your help. I thank you on behalf of the entire Earth Emanation Sword sect. The sect leader of the Earth Emanation Sword sect bowed in gratitude. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Killing and or a cheater expert. It's fine. However, do you know why the land of ghosts is attacking us? Yi Xian asked. The Earth Fiend Sword sect leader paused and shook his head. We don't know either. However, with such a large number of people, they must have been hiding in the Ninth Serenity for a long time. They must be up to something big. Nonsense. Of course I know there's a big conspiracy. Yi Xian rolled his eyes, feeling helpless in his heart. Then, he asked again, do you know which sects haven't been attacked yet? This? I'm not very sure either. We've been staying in the sect for the past few days, and no one brought us any news. The Earth Fiend Sword sect leader shook his head. Sigh, forget it. Yi Xian sighed and left. Although he did not get any useful information, he still managed to advance from level 1 to level 3 qi refinement. If he did it again, he might be able to advance to level 4 qi refinement. Therefore, he followed the map and went to another sect to take a look. The land of ghosts was purging the forces of the Ninth Serenity to collect vengeful spirits. Now, Yi Xian had more than 10,000 qi refinement vengeful spirits in his interspatial ring. If he added the qi refinement vengeful spirits, the total number would exceed 50,000. This time, his target was a sect called the Silver Snake sect. Like the Earth Fiend Sword sect, the Silver Snake sect had level 4 qi refinement experts. He traveled at full speed for a day and found the Silver Snake sect. At this time, the Silver Snake sect was under attack by a group of experts from the land of ghosts. What a coincidence. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Looking at the group of experts from the land of ghosts above the Silver Snake sect, he released several level 3 qi refinement vengeful spirits. There were 2 level 4 qi refinement experts in this group. Their vengeful spirits also attacked the Silver Snake sect. Yi Xian approached quickly. Someone noticed him. Why are you only here now? Hurry up. A level 3 qi refinement martial artist shouted at Yi Xian. Yi Xian had cultivated the ghost secret manual and had a few vengeful spirits at the third level of qi refinement. This caused this martial artist to naturally mistake him for someone from the ghost lands. Yes, yes, yes. Yi Xian leaned over with a smile on his face. Then, his smile abruptly disappeared as his eyes shot out two rays of murderous intent. Beast King Rampage. In the blink of an eye, the third level of qi refinement had risen to the seventh level of qi refinement. His speed had already surpassed the 10th level of qi refinement and reached the first level of qi refinement. There were 3 stages in the spirit realm: controlling qi, refining qi, and aura qi. Among them, controlling qi only had 9 stages, while refining qi and aura qi had 10 stages. In any case, Yi Xian's current speed had already exceeded everyone's reaction time. Swish! 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 Yi Xian rushed into the crowd and started a massacre. In less than 3 seconds, the dozens of people were all dead, and because of this, he broke through to the 4th rank of qi refinement. Then, he recalled everyone's race and left quickly. The people from the Silver Snake sect did not understand what was going on. They stood there in a daze for a full 10 seconds. Was there a traitor in the land of wandering souls? After that, Yi Xian kept wandering around these sections. If he saw anyone from the land of wandering souls, he would immediately kill them. His cultivation level also increased rapidly as if he was sitting on a rocket. He went deeper into the land of 9 serenities, and the people he encountered had higher cultivation levels. There was indeed a huge conspiracy in the land of wandering souls. These experts could not have arrived recently. They had been hiding in the land of 9 serenities for a long time. Out of curiosity, Yi Xian also captured a few experts from the land of wandering souls. However, these people were only following orders. They were in charge of collecting the wraiths and handing them over to their superiors. Moreover, the land of wandering souls plan was very meticulous. They first investigated the backgrounds of these forces, then sent experts to destroy them. At this time, Yi Xian had already destroyed nearly 10 waves of experts from the land of wandering souls. His cultivation level had already reached the 8th rank of qi refinement. Now, he encountered a group led by an aura qi expert. At the same time, he also infiltrated them. This time, the sect they were going to destroy was a level 3 force. They also had an aura qi expert. Everyone, listen to my order. Kill! The level 1 aura qi expert shouted. Hundreds of experts from the land of wandering souls instantly released countless wraiths. There were already more than 20,000 of them. A large group of wraiths covered the sky and rushed toward the sect. Yi Xian hid among them like before. Just as the wraiths rushed over, he suddenly activated Beast King's Rampage. More than 1,700 dragons. His strength increased to 2,300 dragons, and he reached the 4th rank of aura qi. The leader of the group was only at the 1st rank of aura qi. However, this was only an increase in strength. From the 9th rank of qi refinement to the 1st rank of qi refinement, there would be a qualitative leap in one's true energy. From the 10th rank of qi refinement to the 1st rank of aura qi, a new technique would appear. It was called the aura defense. This aura defense could greatly weaken true energy attacks. Yi Xian might not be able to kill this 1st rank of aura qi expert with the strength of his 8th rank qi refinement and Bahuang sword. However, he could find trouble with others first. Rip! 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 Crisp sounds rang out as heads and corpses fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the 100 experts from the land of ghosts were dead. At least 30 of them had fallen. Yi Xian's strength was still rising rapidly. What? The 1st rank of aura qi expert was shocked. What a bastard! You actually dared to infiltrate our land of wandering souls team. The 1st rank of aura qi expert was furious. He charged at Yi Xian with his sword. However, at this moment, Yi Xian had just broken through to the 9th rank of aura qi refinement with 1,800 dragons of power. After breaking through, Yi Xian ignored him and continued to slaughter the people around him. By the time this expert caught up to him, most of the people in the land of ghosts were already dead. Whoosh! The expert with the 1st level of astral energy flashed in front of Yi Xian. His sword descended, but it landed on the afterimage. Yi Xian had already circled behind him and swung his sword. Bang! Yi Xian's true qi was weakened by the first rank of aura qi. When the Bahuang sword landed on the first rank of aura qi defense, his wrist trembled. Clang! The martial artist hurriedly blocked with his longsword and growled, "You think you can kill me?" He could tell that Yi Xian only had strength. His true qi was very weak. If he was really a third rank of aura qi expert, he would have been killed instantly. Haha, I think I can kill you. Yi Xian sneered and swung his sword again. This time, he used martial arts. Underworld swordsmanship, sword descends to the underworld. Rip! A head flew up. Yi Xian only wanted to see the effect of the first rank of aura qi. He did not use martial arts. The first rank of aura qi defense is really good. It weakened my true qi greatly. If Beast King's rampage could increase my realm instead of my strength, that would be great. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. If Beast King's rampage could increase his realm, he would be able to fight against a 4th or 5th rank of aura qi expert. Meet the Devourer again. Ding. The host has broken through to the 9th level of qi refining. 9th level of qi refining, 1800 dragon power. The disciple of the 3rd grade power was also stunned as he watched these powerful wraiths being taken away by Yi Xian. Yi Xian was about to ask a few more questions when a large group of black figures suddenly appeared in the distance. No, it was a large group of white figures. When he turned around, he discovered that it was not the experts from the land of wandering souls, but the experts from the land of buried bones. Those white figures were all white bone war puppets. The people from the boneyard are finally here. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. With such a huge matter happening in the 9 Netherland, the boneyard would definitely not be able to sit still and come to get a share of the loot. He estimated that those who were able to come here wouldn't be very strong. He immediately rushed out. The strongest person in this group from the boneyard was only at tier 2 astral energy. They could not stop Yi Xian at all. In just a short while, this group from the boneyard was completely annihilated. It was because of this that Yi Xian broke through to the 10th rank of qi refining. He was only one step away from attaining the aura qi rank. Now, the 9 Netherland could be considered to be riddled with holes. None of the sects on the periphery could survive the crisis unscathed. Even the Poison King sect and the 6 second-class sects were the same. Although Yi Xian still didn't understand why the Corpse Master sect and the Fallen Spirits sect wanted to attack the 9 Serenities, he knew that as long as he ventured deeper, he would understand. Therefore, he continued to advance toward the center of the 9 Serenities. However, just as he entered the territory of a second-class sect, he witnessed an unprecedented battle. At this moment, there were 2 groups of people fighting in front of him. The commotion was extremely great, and it resounded through the clouds. When Yi Xian saw the realms of these people, he was completely dumbfounded. The strongest among the 20 or so people had actually reached the 3,000 dragons, which was the 3 heavenly dragons. Level 10 gang energy. Heavens, what am I seeing? Peak of the aura qi realm. He's only one step away from the soul essence realm. Yi Xian was extremely shocked. Rank 10 gang qi was already the pinnacle of the ghost tomb. He took a quick look around and could tell that this was a battle between the Poison King sect and the Fallen Spirits sect. The Poison King sect naturally used poison while the Fallen Spirits sect controlled vengeful spirits in battle. Although Yi Xian's cultivation base wasn't high, he could tell that the Poison King sect wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Little Tong, let's go. A loud roar reverberated between heaven and earth. Then, Yi Xian saw a petite figure rushing towards him. Seeing this, the leader of the Poison King sect reminded, "Not this way." Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. He discovered that this petite figure was actually a 6 or 7-year-old girl. The reason the middle-aged man reminded him was because he saw Yi Xian. However, the little girl continued to charge towards Yi Xian. "Big brother, please help me," the little girl cried out to Yi Xian. Yi Xian's body trembled again. F***ck, this little girl is actually a rank 1 gang qi expert. She's a rank higher than me. He could only watch as the little girl rushed over. Then, the little girl took off the interspatial ring around her neck and cried, "Big brother, this is for you. Please help us." Yi Xian looked at the little girl who didn't even reach his waist and shook his head helplessly. Little girl, aren't you afraid that I'm a bad guy? The little girl blinked her big eyes and said with 2 streaks of tears, I believe you. Yi Xian was stunned by this sentence. In fact, he had wanted to run for his life. He was afraid that he would be implicated. How could he possibly help? Brat, if you dare touch her, I'll take your life. The middle-aged man from the Poison King sect shouted angrily. Clearly, this little girl's identity was not ordinary. Yi Xian glanced at the battle in the distance and silently took the interspatial ring. But in the next moment, he couldn't help but gasp. There were too many things in this interspatial ring to count. Not only that, there was something in the interspatial ring that made him almost want to devour everything. You want to use this interspatial ring as a reward for my help? Yi Xian asked. Yes. The little girl nodded. Okay, I agree. Yi Xian nodded solemnly. Now, he didn't care about anything else. He directly devoured everything in this exquisite interspatial ring. Ding. Host has broken through to rank 1 Gang Chi. Ding. Host has broken through to rank 2 Gang Chi. Ding. Host has broken through to rank 3 Gang Chi. Ding. Host has broken through to rank 4 Gang Chi. Ding. Host has broken through to rank 5 Gang Chi. The little girl didn't have many natural treasures, and there weren't many sacred beast souls, but it was still enough for Yi Xian to rise by 6 ranks. But that was not the point. The point was that there was a devourer's corpse in the interspatial ring. The devourer's corpse was a black rabbit. Ding. Host has obtained 1 advancement point. Finally, he obtained the 3rd advancement point. Then, he chose agility advancement point without hesitation. Ding. Beast King Bloodline agility advancement successful. Current advancement point, 3. After advancing agility advancement point 3 times, Yi Xian's speed increased again. Now, he was more than 2,400 dragons. Even if he didn't use Beast King's Rage, he was still beyond the spirit realm. But he didn't dare to be careless. This group of people were the elites of the elites. They definitely had high-grade heaven-level martial arts. The little girl's interspatial ring also had high-grade heaven-level martial arts, which made things easier for Yi Xian. Ding. Host has learned the hidden dragon swordsmanship. Current proficiency, 10%. Ding. Host has learned the black dragon swordsmanship. Current proficiency, 10%. These 2 martial arts were both high-grade heaven-level martial arts. But because he had just learned them, he only had 10% proficiency. Big brother, hurry up and help Uncle Hua. At this moment, the little girl's words pulled Yi Xian back to reality. Okay, you stay here. Yi Xian regained his senses and immediately rushed out. Now, he was using the black dragon steps that he had just learned. However, there was not a single flying dragon around him. This was because his spirit realm had exceeded the spirit realm. He had more than 3,100 dragons. In the spirit realm, even if one was at the 10th level of astral energy, they would at most be able to cultivate to the strength of 3 heavens dragons. However, Yi Xian had 100 more dragons than them. At this time, his speed had reached the extreme. There was no one in the ghost tomb who could compare with him. If it was calculated in terms of dragons, it would be 4,100 dragons. Ding. Black Dragon Steps proficiency has increased. Current proficiency, 20% translator, Exodus Tales editor, Exodus Tales Ghost Tombas. Yi Xian charged into the fray, his high-grade heaven-class movement technique was enhanced by 20%. His speed had already surpassed the ghostly steps of the netherworld. His speed sent chills down the spines of the onlookers. Their faces were filled with shock as they realized that there was not a single flying dragon around Yi Xian. This meant that his strength had exceeded 3,000 dragons. Both parties were frightened to death. The middle-aged man from the Poison King sect glanced over and realized that the young lady was staring at him from afar. The middle-aged man immediately understood that Yi Xian was here to help them. At that moment, his morale soared. Kill! The middle-aged man bellowed. The Poison King sect members were not fools. They could tell what was going on. As for the fallen spirits sect members, their faces darkened. They had already released all of their vengeful spirits and could barely suppress the Poison King sect members. When they had attacked the Poison King sect members with all their might, they could not even release a single vengeful spirit. They could only watch as the young lady ran away. At that moment, Xian had already traversed a few thousand meters and charged into the midst of the fallen spirits sect members. Essence Soul Stage, here I come. Xian's eyes lit up as he began his massacre. Everyone in the land of wandering spirits was the same. They specialized in controlling vengeful spirits and were weak in terms of strength. As such, the moment Xian charged into the midst of the fallen spirits sect members, he began his massacre. In the blink of an eye, 3 of them had fallen. Ding! Host has broken through to level 6 of Earth Energy. Ding! Host has broken through to level 7 of Earth Energy. When Xian broke through the Earth Energy defense of the fallen spirits sect member who had the strength of 3 dragons and chopped off his head, everyone from the Poison King sect was stunned. This group of fallen spirits sect members who had almost killed them had died at the hands of the same person in less than 3 seconds. This was hard for them to accept. Ding! Host has broken through to level 8 of Earth Energy. After Xian devoured the last universe ring, he broke through to level 8 of Earth Energy. Following which, the vengeful spirits were summoned back by him. The Poison King sect's people all stopped and looked at each other in dismay. At this moment, even if Xian didn't go into Beast King Rampage, he would still be able to kill all of the Poison King sect's members. But he didn't want to. Big brother, at this moment, the little girl ran over. I have completed the task you entrusted to me. Xian smiled at the little girl. Big brother, thank you. The little girl was so emotional that she started crying. The Poison King sect's group had a total of 10 people, led by the middle-aged man. After a while, the middle-aged man landed on the ground and knelt on one knee. He cupped his fist and said, "Thank you for saving my life." In response, Xian also hurriedly descended and said, "Senior, please rise. I was only entrusted by her." The middle-aged man stood up, took the little girl's hand, and wiped the tears off her face. You're from the Poison King sect, right? What happened in the 9 Serenities? Xian couldn't help but ask. The Poison King sect was the overlord sect of the 9 Serenities in the Ghost Tomb region. They definitely knew what happened here. The middle-aged man was stunned and asked, "You don't know?" "I just came from another territory and happened to pass by." Xian casually replied. That's true, the middle-aged man thought about it and agreed. There were only 3 Soul Essence Realm experts in the Ghost Tomb region. Xian was so young, how could he be from the Ghost Tomb region? He hesitated for a moment and said, "Actually, my Poison King sect has been destroyed by the Fallen Spirit sect and Corpse Master sect. There are only 11 of us left in the Poison King sect." What? Destroyed? Xian exclaimed. The Poison King sect was one of the 3 overlord sects in the Ghost Tomb region. How could it be destroyed just like that? Yes, it has been destroyed. Even the Soul Essence Realm Old Sect Master has fallen. As the middle-aged man spoke, he glanced at the little girl beside him and said, "Little Tong is the Old Sect Master's granddaughter. We just escaped from the Poison King sect and are preparing to leave the Ghost Tomb region to find her aunt in the Eastern Mountain region." So all the Soul Essence Realm experts have fallen. Xian's heart froze. The old sect master of the Poison King sect should have been killed by the 2 great experts of the Fallen Spirit sect and Corpse Master sect. At this moment, little Tong cried again, "Big brother, my father, mother, and grandparents were all killed by them. Can you help me take revenge?" Xian scratched his head. He was most afraid of people crying. But now, he didn't even know why the Poison King sect was destroyed. Thus, he turned his head and asked, "Then why was the Poison King sect destroyed?" "Little brother, there is a legend in the Ghost Tomb region. It is rumored that there is a ghost tomb in the Ghost Tomb region that was built by a spirit realm expert after his death. There were originally 2 entrances to the Ghost Tomb. One was originally the burial ground, but that entrance was destroyed. As for the other entrance..." Although the middle-aged man did not finish his sentence, Xian understood. The second entrance was in the Poison King sect. The second entrance is indeed in the Poison King sect. Originally, no one knew about this, not even me. However, half a year ago, a strange phenomenon appeared in our Poison King sect. The howling of 10,000 ghosts lasted for an entire 3 days. It was seen by the people from the burial ground and the land of ghosts, so they used it to kill their way over. The middle-aged man explained. Now, Xian was confused. Since they were exposed, why didn't they give up the Poison King sect's foundation and move? Could it be that the Poison King sect wants to monopolize the ghost tomb? Xian asked with a frown. No, little brother, you misunderstood. Although the ghost tomb is under the Poison King sect, there is a seal. The Poison King sect was destroyed in order to protect the ghost tomb and prevent the Fallen Spirit sect and Corpse Master sect from entering. The middle-aged man shook his head. What do you mean? Xian asked in astonishment. Since the Poison King sect knew about the tomb of a spirit realm senior, why didn't they send people to explore it? Was it because it was too dangerous? The seal of the ghost tomb requires 9,999,999 vengeful spirits to break through. Moreover, there is a powerful ghost king in the ghost tomb. If it is accidentally released, the entire ghost tomb will be destroyed. The old sect master was afraid that the ghost king would appear, so he guarded the entrance to the ghost tomb. The middle-aged man said. So that's how it is. Now, Xian's doubts were finally solved. Simply speaking, the Fallen Spirit sect and Corpse Master sect discovered that the entrance to the ghost tomb was in the Poison King sect. Thus, they killed their way in. However, the Poison King sect swore to protect the entrance, which led to their destruction. Due to the seal on the entrance, it required 10 million vengeful spirits to break through. Thus, the Fallen Spirit sect began to kill and capture vengeful spirits. Then, did the Fallen Spirit sect and Corpse Master sect enter the ghost tomb? Xian asked again. Entering the ghost tomb when they attacked my Poison King sect, they gathered nearly 10 million wraiths. I'm afraid that they have already entered the ghost tomb. The middle-aged man replied. After he finished speaking, his eyes flashed and he continued, Little brother, your strength is enough to enter the ghost tomb. If you are interested, you can compete with the Fallen Ghost sect and Corpse Master sect. Xian immediately saw through his intentions. The middle-aged man saw that he was strong, so he wanted to let him enter the ghost tomb. Firstly, it was a favor, and secondly, it was possible that he could help the Poison King sect take revenge. This ghost tomb was built by a spirit stage expert. It must be very dangerous inside, right? Xian's gaze fell on the middle-aged man. I'm not too sure about this. The legend of the founder being a spirit stage expert has yet to be confirmed. However, it is said that this ghost king can fight with experts who have opened 3 earth veins in the spirit stage. The middle-aged man shook his head. Now, Xian also understood the specific levels in the spirit stage. The spirit stage was divided into the royal chi, refinement chi, and aura chi realms. The spirit stage was to open the meridians. There were a total of 108 meridians. First, it was the 72 earth veins, then the 36 heaven veins. Opening 3 earth veins was just the beginning of the spirit stage. At the spirit stage, the physique was not very useful. After all, the experts of the spirit stage could communicate with the world's origin chi and borrow it to increase the power of their martial arts. Xian was still a bit worried because the last time he entered the red refining cave, he encountered a resurrected boss. How long has this ghost tomb been? He asked again. At least 1,000 years. My Poison King sect has a history of 800 years. The middle-aged man replied. Xian was a bit hesitant. He had not reached the spirit stage yet, but he was almost there. This was a rare opportunity. With his current strength, he should be considered the strongest person in the ghost tomb territory. To be on the safe side, he asked a few more questions about the ghost tomb. At the same time, he felt that the middle-aged man was not lying. After that, Xian left and rushed towards the Poison King sect. The ghost tomb had been opened a few times. Many people had explored it, and there were many opportunities. Therefore, Xian could not fall behind. Otherwise, everything would be snatched away. By the time Xian arrived at the Poison King sect, he discovered that the sect's protective array was in shambles. The Poison King sect had also been reduced to ruins, but there was not a single corpse. Presumably, they had all been taken away. However, at this moment, a group of people suddenly rushed over from not far away. That's strange. Both the Fallen Spirits sect and the Corpse Master sect should have already entered. Yi Xian hid in surprise. He focused his eyes and realized that the leader did not have wyvern strength. It was obvious that he was a soul essence realm expert. He realized that these people should be from the forces in the territories around Ghost Tomb. It seemed that he had quite a few opponents. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly descended from the clouds and was exposed to the group of people. Huh? There are still survivors? A martial artist with Stage 9 Supreme Force said in surprise. Then, he turned his head to look at the leading Soul Essence stage expert. The Soul Essence stage expert shook his head and said, he should be here to fish in troubled waters. Let him go in and die. After all, they were a large force. It was too degrading for so many people to bully a Stage 8 Supreme Force. These 20 people flew above the Poison King sect and searched for a while. After a while, they found the entrance. The entrance to the Ghost Tomb was under the Poison King sect's Poison King Pagoda. Yi Xian followed behind this group of people and saw all of them enter the Poison King Pagoda. Not long after, he saw another team flying over. This time, there were actually 2 Soul Essence stage experts. Soul Essence stage. I can't see the realm. I wonder if I can fight with a Soul Essence stage expert now. Yi Xian thought in his heart. From the Spirit stage to the Soul Essence stage was a huge breakthrough. His strength would also undergo a qualitative leap. At this moment, although he could increase his strength to more than 3,000 dragon power, the Soul Essence stage allowed him to mobilize the Heaven and Earth Yuan Qi. Whether it was attack or speed, it was much stronger than a Stage 10 Supreme Force. Therefore, he was still relatively careful. After this team entered the Poison King Pagoda, Yi Xian couldn't sit still and dived down. At this moment, he was at Stage 8 Supreme Force. Next was Stage 9, Stage 10, and then Soul Essence stage. According to the middle-aged man, there was a great treasure in the Ghost Tomb. It was the Ghost King Pearl that was used to seal the Ghost King. If someone could obtain it and refine it, then they would have an additional Soul Essence stage combat power. Yi Xian went down a secret passage in the Poison King Pagoda. After a while, he saw a gloomy door. The door was inlaid with human skulls. They're real skulls. I'm afraid they were all high-stage Supreme Force when they were alive. Yi Xian was a little surprised. The gloomy door had been pushed open, but Yi Xian couldn't see what was inside. There was no doubt that there was a formation here. This was the 3rd seal used to restrict the Ghost King. This seal was only effective against dead creatures. It was useless against living creatures. Yi Xian directly passed through. Immediately, he saw a gloomy graveyard. Damn, these graves have all been dug up? Yi Xian was shocked. He walked in front of a tombstone and took a look. Nailin Yuan, an expert with 16 earth veins in the Soul Essence stage. In the Soul Essence stage, one must first open 72 earth veins, then 36 heaven veins. The owner of this graveyard only had 16 earth veins when he was alive. It wasn't very strong. Yi Xian walked around a few more times and found that their strength was about the same. The highest was only 20 earth veins. These graves were built by the owner of this ghost tomb. He buried the corpses of the experts he killed when he was alive. What spirit stage? At most, it's the Soul Essence stage who has opened 30 earth veins. Yi Xian felt helpless. However, this graveyard was quite large. He couldn't see the end of it. In addition, the environment was a little dark, causing the atmosphere here to be very strange. Yi Xian didn't have a map of this ghost tomb, so he could only walk forward. However, he had only taken a few steps when a crisp sound entered his ears. He turned his head and found that a white bone arm suddenly stretched out in front of a grave 1,000 meters away. Yi Xian was shocked. He watched as a skeleton climbed out of the grave. No one is controlling it. It actually climbed out by itself? Yi Xian was a little confused. He glanced over and found that the owner of this grave was an expert who had opened 5 earth veins. Of course, this referred to when he was alive. I'm not afraid when you're alive. Why would I be afraid when you're dead? Yi Xian tightened his grip on the Bahuang sword in his hand and rushed over. In an instant, he tore apart the skeleton. If the skeleton of a soul essence stage expert could be refined into a white bone battle puppet, its strength would be quite good. Ghost Tomb's fourth floor. Following that, Yi Xian continued to walk forward. As expected, he encountered skeletons again. However, they were not strong and were easily killed by him. 10 minutes after he entered the ghost tomb, he suddenly discovered a passage that led downwards. It was obvious that there was a second floor to the ghost tomb. Yi Xian continued to walk downwards and arrived at the second floor of the ghost tomb. This floor was still a graveyard. However, Yi Xian was shocked. This was because the tombstones on the second floor were all experts who had opened more than 30 earth veins. The highest one was an expert who had opened 72 earth veins. Could it be that the owner of this ghost tomb was really a spirit stage expert? Yi Xian was somewhat suspicious. He walked around the second floor and discovered that the tombstones were all empty. Furthermore, there were some traces of battle. The skeletons should have been taken away by the Corpse Master sect. Immediately, Yi Xian entered the third floor of the ghost tomb. As expected, the spirit stage experts who had opened their heaven veins were all buried here. Although they were spirit stage experts when they were alive, the skeletons were not that strong after they died. They could even deal with a martial artist of the aura stage. Yi Xian walked around the third floor of the ghost tomb and discovered the tombstones of experts who had opened 36 heaven veins. If what was written on the tombstones was true, then the owner of the ghost tomb was indeed a spirit stage expert. At this moment, Yi Xian had already arrived at the entrance to the fourth floor. Before he entered, he heard a rumbling sound. There were people fighting below. He walked in without hesitation and gripped the Bahuang sword tightly in his hand. This time, it was not only the Corpse Master sect and the Fallen Spirit sect. These two sects were considered the strongest in the ghost tomb. However, people from other territories had also come. The last force that Yi Xian saw had 2 spirit stage experts. Therefore, the Corpse Master sect and the Fallen Spirit sect were nothing. He had to be careful. He entered the passage and carefully walked to the exit. Sure enough, there was a group of people fighting in front of him. However, their opponents were not humans, but a large group of skeletons. No, it was a sea of skeletons. Not only that, but there were also some corpses mixed in with the skeletons. Yi Xian looked from afar. Undead creatures were everywhere thousands of meters away. The danger level of the fourth level was truly terrifying. Charge, we have to charge through. 2,000 meters away, the team was madly attacking the surrounding undead creatures and slowly advancing, continuously roaring. Yi Xian stood at the exit and looked up. He saw that there were still many bone spikes flying in the air. If anyone dared to fly up, they would probably be turned into a sieve in an instant. There are even bone spikes flying in the air. The danger level is even higher. It seems that we can only break through this sea of undead creatures. Yi Xian pondered for a moment before Yi Xian jumped into the sea of skeletons. Now that he was at the 8th level of astral energy, the strength of his true qi was not weak. Therefore, he directly shattered the Bahuang sword and used the heaven break that he had not used for a long time. Kacha! 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 In an instant, the skeletons that were blocking Yi Xian's path were directly swept away. Yi Xian was like a bulldozer as he quickly moved forward. His speed was much faster than the team that had 2 Soul Essence Realm experts in front of him. Not long after, Yi Xian caught up with this team. Due to the large number of skeletons, they did not notice Yi Xian. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian passed by them. F***ck, how many experts did they have to kill to form such an army of undead? Yi Xian thought as he moved forward. Although these skeletons were not strong, there were too many of them. Yi Xian destroyed at least 1,000 skeletons along the way. However, these 1,000 skeletons and corpses were like a drop of water in the sea to the entire undead army. Yi Xian was very calm. After all, this was just a large number of skeletons. Moreover, his true qi was almost inexhaustible. Even if he used Heaven Break while using the Hidden Dragon Sword art, his true qi would recover faster than it was consumed. He rushed forward for about 100,000 meters before he saw a stone wall. What? the passage isn't here? Yi Xian looked around in surprise. Previously, when he went all the way to the 4th floor, the passage was right in front of the entrance. However, this time, it was not. It seemed that the passage to the 5th floor should be somewhere. He immediately began to search around again. It had to be said that the 4th floor of the ghost tomb was really huge. He ran around the stone wall for 10 minutes, but he still could not see the corner. At this moment. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening sound entered Yi Xian's ears. His body trembled as he turned his head to look. He saw a huge figure mixed in with the undead army in the distance. What a big guy! Yi Xian's eyes immediately lit up. These skeletons and corpses that were blocking him were all humans when they were alive. As for that big guy, it should be a holy beast. Moreover, it was very likely that it was a holy beast that was comparable to the soul essence realm. For Yi Xian, this was a huge amount of experience. Yi Xian immediately moved in the direction of the big guy. When he got closer, he saw that this big guy was an ape corpse that was dozens of meters tall. It stood there quietly with its back facing Yi Xian. At this moment. Roar! The ape corpse suddenly turned around and saw Yi Xian. It immediately opened its mouth and roared. Then, it raised its big foot and crushed the skeletons below it. It's a soul essence realm giant mountain splitting ape. Yi Xian recognized it. The giant mountain splitting ape was extremely strong. It could split mountains and split the earth with a single punch. It's targeting me. Yi Xian's face darkened. The giant mountain splitting ape was a few thousand meters away from Yi Xian. It stomped its foot down and forcefully stomped on the ground, leaping towards Yi Xian. 8 Desolate Wind Killing Array, charge. Yi Xian immediately used Skybreak to open a path and dodged the attack. Bang! The giant mountain splitting ape landed on the ground, and the entire ghost tomb shook. Yi Xian condensed the 8 Desolate Sword and used Dragon's Judgment on the giant mountain splitting ape's foot. This slash pierced through the air and landed on the giant mountain splitting ape's calf. However, to Yi Xian's surprise, this attack did not break through the giant mountain splitting ape's defense. It's so strong. If I get this corpse, I can at least break through to rank 9-star energy. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he charged over. Although the giant mountain splitting ape was strong and had a strong defense, Yi Xian's speed was twice as fast as it. Hidden Dragon Sword Art, Hidden Dragon Stab. Yi Xian charged all the way to the giant mountain splitting ape's foot and then stabbed with his sword. This time, he finally broke through the ape's defense. Although it was only half an inch, it was still very good. It's a pity that I haven't reached the soul essence realm. Yi Xian was slightly helpless. The soul essence realm could use the heaven and earth yuan qi. Whether it was sword techniques or movement techniques, they had far surpassed the spirit realm. If Yi Xian was at the soul essence realm, he could instantly kill this giant mountain splitting ape even if he only opened one earth vein. However, Yi Xian's hidden dragon sword art was only at 30%. There was still a lot of room for improvement. Fallen Spirits Sect Ding. Hidden Dragon Sword Art's proficiency level has increased. Current proficiency level is 40%. Ding. Hidden Dragon Sword Art's proficiency level has increased. Current proficiency level is 50%. Ding. Hidden Dragon Sword Art's proficiency level has increased. Current proficiency level is 60%. Yi Xian fought with the giant mountain splitting ape for a full 5 minutes before he finally raised the Hidden Dragon Sword Art's proficiency level to 60%. He was still in the spirit realm, so he was unable to raise the Heaven Tier Martial Arts proficiency level to 70%. The highest he could reach was 60%. Right now, Yi Xian was already able to cause quite a bit of damage to the giant mountain splitting ape. Since the giant mountain splitting ape was a corpse, its blood had already been drained dry. Yi Xian chopped at its right leg, and in a short while, the giant mountain splitting ape's leg was chopped off. Then, its huge body fell to the ground, smashing into a pile of skeletons and corpses. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian jumped onto the giant mountain splitting ape's body. Then, he ran to its neck and attacked crazily. After a short while, the giant mountain splitting ape's head was chopped off by Yi Xian. Ding! Host has broken through to rank 9. Although the giant mountain-splitting ape's corpse did not contain the soul of a sacred beast, it allowed Xian to break through to rank 9. Now, Xian was only 2 steps away from the spirit realm. If it was someone from the Fallen Spirits sect or the Corpse Master sect, it would be troublesome. However, it is not a threat to me at all. Xian shook his head and started to kill the surrounding skeletons again. Since there was a spirit realm sacred beast's corpse here, there should be a second one. Xian searched for the entrance to the 5th floor while looking for more giant mountain-splitting apes. He searched along the walls and found a second giant mountain-splitting ape. However, this giant mountain-splitting ape was currently fighting with a group of people. Vengeful spirits? Xian looked from afar and saw many translucent vengeful spirits flying in the air. These vengeful spirits ignored the bone spikes in the air and attacked the skeletons around them. Vengeful spirits were special creatures. Weapons could not hurt them. Hence, these skeletons were not a threat to them. However, when a vengeful spirit attacked, its fingernails would condense into a physical form, so it was very difficult to deal with. This was the first time Xian had seen a vengeful spirit since he entered the ghost tomb. Thus, he reckoned that this group should be from the Fallen Ghost sect. Although the Poison King sect has nothing to do with me, the fact that I was able to devour another devouring beast and increase my strength by leaps and bounds has a lot to do with Little Tong. Since we've met, I'll help you take revenge. Xian's eyes flickered as he held the Bahuang sword and directly charged over. This time, Fallen Spirits sect had sent over 20 people. All of them were at least level 9, and there were even 5 who were at level 10. As for the elder leading the group, he was naturally the sect leader of the Fallen Spirits sect, Dali of the Essence Soul Realm. At this point, he was holding back the giant mountain-cleaving ape alone. The rest of the Fallen Spirits sect disciples had formed a circle to fend off the skeleton army. The sect leader of Fallen Spirits sect was defending against the flying bone spikes and attacking the giant mountain-splitting ape. All of a sudden, he felt something. He turned around and saw Xian charging towards him. However, he did not pay much attention to him. After all, Xian was only a 9th order Earth Force cultivator. However, what happened next was beyond his expectations. After Xian charged over, the elders under him began to die one by one. The vengeful spirits he controlled also lost control and launched a counterattack. How is this possible? The sect leader of Fallen Spirits sect opened his eyes wide in disbelief. The people he brought were all elites, but they were all slaughtered by a rank 9 astral energy warrior. He even suspected that he was dreaming. You broke through? The sect leader of Fallen Spirits sect trembled once more as he saw the number of dragons in Xian's flying dragon count increasing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the number of dragons had increased to 2,900. Level 10 gang energy. Fallen Spirits sect leader's face fell as he turned around and charged towards Xian. Golden Platform Demon Vanquishing Palm. The sect leader of Fallen Spirits sect made use of his own vital energy to control the surrounding Yuan Qi. He gathered the Yuan Qi in his palm and blasted it out. Xian, who was in the midst of killing the elders of Fallen Spirits sect, turned around and saw a gigantic golden palm coming towards him. What the F***CK? Is this the Buddha's palm? Xian felt a strong sense of pressure as he hurriedly activated his Beast King's rampage. With the speed of nearly 5,000 dragons, he managed to evade the gigantic palm attack. You wasted one of my Beast King's rampage. See if I don't kill you. Xian was enraged as he swiftly dealt with the remaining elders of Fallen Spirits sect before charging towards Xian. What incredible speed. I can't fight him head-on. To be able to become the leader of an intermediate-level territory, the sect leader of Fallen Spirits sect was not to be trifled with. When he saw Xian's strength, he immediately turned around and fled. Although the bone spikes in the air were fast and there were many of them, they could not do anything to a spirit refinement stage cultivator who had already unblocked 2 earth veins. Trying to escape? Xian did not fly up into the air. Instead, he was like a sharp blade as he broke through the waves of bone spikes and chased after the sect leader. Hidden Dragon Swordplay, Hidden Dragon Pierce. A ray of cold light flashed past and penetrated the sect leader's shoulder in the blink of an eye. What? The sect leader of Fallen Spirits sect was shocked. This time, if not for the fact that Yi Xian had miscalculated, his head would have been pierced through. Xiao. Another ray of cold light shot towards him. The sect leader of Fallen Spirits sect was forced to throw out a punch. However, he did not expect that his punch would be destroyed by this ray of cold light. Pooh! The ray of cold light penetrated his palm and pierced through his entire arm before exiting from his back. This arm of his would be crippled in a short period of time. If it was only his arm that was pierced through, it would still be alright. However, his bones had been pierced through as well. His arm was now limp as it rested weakly on his thigh. You deserve to die. The sect leader of Fallen Spirits sect was enraged as he charged towards Yi Xian. Just in time. Yi Xian shouted out. If he could kill this sect leader of Fallen Spirits sect, he might be able to break through to the Spirit Essence stage. Fight. In an instant, the two of them started exchanging blows, completely ignoring the skeleton army around them. The Spirit Essence stage already possessed the power to destroy the heavens and earth. The skeleton army around them was instantly cleared out and retreated by more than 10 meters. This was the first time Yi Xian was fighting against a Spirit Essence stage expert. Luckily, he was prepared and activated the Beast King's rampage. If not, based on his speed, he might not be able to catch up with the sect leader of Fallen Spirits sect. However, after activating the Beast King's rampage, the sect leader of Fallen Spirits sect was no longer able to do anything to him. Hehe, a high-grade heaven tier martial art. At most, you should be at 50% completion. Since that's the case, you can go and die. Yi Xian was filled with killing intent. At this point, he had already broken through to 60% completion in his Azure Dragon steps. His speed increased tremendously once again. This person is so strong. Where did he come from? Not only did he kill all the elders of Fallen Spirits sect, even I won't be able to escape death. The sect leader of Fallen Spirits sect was in despair. All of his attacks had been dodged by Yi Xian. This meant that he would not be able to kill Yi Xian. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Vengeful Spirit. However, before the Fallen Spirits sect leader could finish his thoughts, a long sword pierced through his head and came out from his forehead. The Fallen Spirits sect leader was dead. At that moment, Yi Xian kept the Fallen Spirits sect leader's Qianquan ring and devoured it. Unexpectedly, the Fallen Spirits sect leader's Qianquan ring did not contain many items. He only managed to break through to the Spirit Essence realm with 2,997 dragons. He was just a little bit away from breaking through to the Spirit Essence realm. However, Yi Xian did not mind at all. At that moment, a huge figure was charging towards him. The giant mountain splitter ape. Pung! The giant mountain splitter ape stepped on Yi Xian's previous position. Just as it landed on the ground, Yi Xian was already behind it. Golden Platform Demon Exterminating Palm. Yi Xian struck out with his left palm. The golden palm landed on the giant mountain splitter ape's back, causing it to fall to the ground before it could even stand up. Many skeletons were crushed to death. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian dashed forward and attacked crazily. Under the Beast King's rage, Yi Xian's attacks were extremely powerful. In less than 3 seconds, the giant mountain splitter ape's head was chopped off. Ding! Host has broken through to 3,000 dragons of power. Ding! Host has broken through to the Spirit Essence realm. Ding! Host has opened up 1 earth vein. After hearing the 3 consecutive notifications, Yi Xian could not help but howl towards the sky. Spirit Essence realm. He had finally broken through to the Spirit Essence realm. At the moment of breaking through, the aura in his golden dantian had also turned into a Spirit Essence. Now, he could use the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth to attack. Let me try the power of the Spirit Essence realm. Yi Xian leaped into the air and struck down with his palm. In an instant, thousands of skeletons were turned into dust. He had just started learning the Golden Platform Demon Exterminating Palm and had only opened up 1 earth vein. However, the power of his martial arts was already so strong. He was indeed worthy of being in the Spirit Essence realm. Hoo-hoo! Just as Yi Xian nodded his head satisfactorily, a gust of wind blew into his ears. Kacha-kacha! The Bahuang sword instantly shattered, cutting off the bone spurs that were shooting towards him. Originally, his cultivation level was his weakness. Regardless of whether it was kinesis flight or anything else, he was always inferior to others. But now, he was no longer afraid. However, royal air flight had nothing to do with strength, so his agility advancement had no effect. Yi Xian felt a lot more relaxed now that he could fly. After all, the skeleton army below did not have wings. He returned to his original position and searched along the stone wall. Fallen Spirits sect had been in the ghost tomb for at least a day. Yi Xian had entered so late, yet he had encountered Fallen Spirits sect. It seemed like the entrance to the 5th level was difficult to find. Yi Xian searched along the stone walls to see if there were any more giant mountain-splitting apes. However, right at that moment, he suddenly felt that something was strange. He turned around to take a look. What he saw almost scared him to the point of peeing his pants. No wonder Yi Xian felt so creepy behind him. It turned out that there was a vengeful spirit following behind him. If this were any other time, Yi Xian would definitely have slain this vengeful spirit. However, this time, he did not do so. This vengeful spirit was very small. She looked to be about 5 or 6 years old, and was even a little girl. This little vengeful spirit looked at Yi Xian with her large, scarlet eyes. She floated in the air, motionless. Yi Xian had killed at least 8,000 people, if not 10,000. However, he had never killed a child before. Fallen Spirits sect is really cruel. They won't even let the vengeful spirit of a child go. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Then, he turned around and left. He still could not bring himself to do it, even though this was just a vengeful spirit. However, after flying for a while, he turned around again. He realized that this little vengeful spirit was still following him, maintaining a distance of 1,000 meters. "Why are you following me?" Yi Xian asked with a frown. He did not know if a vengeful spirit retained their memories after death. However, the vengeful spirits he had seen before would pounce on a living person the moment they saw one. This little vengeful spirit did not. It was a little strange. At that moment, this little vengeful spirit suddenly stretched out her hand. Her fingers curled, making a circle. Circle? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This little vengeful spirit could actually understand his words. This meant that this little vengeful spirit had consciousness. In the next moment, he understood. He immediately said, "100 ghost pearl?" After hearing this, the little vengeful spirit nodded. It turned out that this little vengeful spirit wanted to be kept in the 100 ghost pearl. Fine. Yi Xian casually took out 100 ghost pearl. Then, he activated the secret tome of ghosts and kept the little vengeful spirit in it. People in the land of ghosts could refine vengeful spirits to cultivate. Yi Xian also cultivated the secret tome of ghosts, but he did not do so. Besides, instead of spending a lot of time refining a vengeful spirit, he might as well go out and kill some sacred beasts. After that, Yi Xian continued to look for the entrance to the 5th level. However, what he had forgotten was that the little vengeful spirit was able to keep up with his soul essence realm speed. At this time, it had been an hour since Yi Xian entered the 4th level of the ghost tomb. During this hour, he kept looking for the entrance to the 5th level in the sky. It had to be said that he was unlucky this time. He went around in a big circle before he found the entrance to the 5th level. There was also a seal at the entrance to the 5th level. It was the second seal of the ghost tomb. After finding the entrance, Yi Xian directly rushed in and arrived at the 5th level in the blink of an eye. The 5th level of the ghost tomb was completely different from the 4th level. The 5th level was not big, and the surrounding stone walls were built into a palace. At this time, in front of Yi Xian, there were 8 huge pillars. After Yi Xian arrived, he heard a series of rumbling sounds. In front of him, there was a huge chaotic battle. He looked around and saw another passage not far away. It seemed that that was the other entrance to the ghost tomb. However, none of this mattered anymore. He went over and found that the 100 people were not fighting each other, but 2 vengeful spirits. So strong. 12 soul essence realm experts can only fight to a draw with these 2 vengeful spirits. Yi Xian frowned. At this time, someone suddenly shouted, "Another soul essence realm expert is here. Come and help." The soul essence realm expert that this person was talking about was none other than Xian. The 12 people who were fighting with the 2 vengeful spirits turned their heads and saw Xian running towards them. There was no flying dragon trash. This meant that he was at the soul essence realm. "Little brother, come and help," a strong man shouted. Xian was puzzled. He had just come down. It was good enough that he did not cause trouble. These people were calling for him to help. Was this a joke? He roughly observed them. Among the 12 people, even the weakest 4 were on par with the fallen spirit's sect leader. The other 8 were much stronger. He estimated that he could at most fight with 4 of them. If 8 of them came, his life would be in danger. Ghost King Palace, the Ghost King's Pearl? Xian was stunned. The most precious item in the Ghost Tomb was the Ghost King's Pearl. No one knew the exact realm of the Ghost King, but if the 3rd row of wraiths guarding the Ghost King's Pearl were so powerful, the 4th row of wraiths would be even more so. The Ghost King must be stronger than them, right? Xian suddenly remembered that the Ghost Tomb had been explored several times. The 1st to 3rd rows of the Ghost Tomb must have been in good condition before, but after people entered, they all woke up. However, after several explorations, the Ghost King's Pearl was still there. He could try to guess. First, the previous explorers were too weak and died. Second, they saw that the Ghost King's Pearl was too powerful and retreated. Xian felt that the first possibility was more likely because he felt that the Ghost King Palace was a little eerie. Moreover, the group in front was still fighting 2 wraiths. After those 2 wraiths, there were 2 more powerful ones. It was precisely because of this that Xian didn't make a move and snatched all of their universe rings. However, if he did not take action, the group would not be able to kill the 2 wraiths. He immediately rushed over and joined the battle. Although his realm was the lowest, his strength was above everyone else. As soon as he joined the battle, the 2 wraiths were pierced through by his sword. Their spiritual bodies shook violently. So strong. That was what everyone thought. The score was originally 6-6, but now that Xian had joined the battle, it became 6-7. In less than 5 seconds, the wraiths that Xian was in charge of were killed and dissipated. Not long after, the 2nd wraith died. Phew, we finally killed the 3rd column's wraiths. The group heaved a sigh of relief. Xian looked around. There were at least 8 factions in the 100. Even if they killed the 4th column's wraiths, there was only 1 Ghost King's Pearl. How would they split it? He was afraid that he could only fight to the death. However, with Xian's participation, there were 9 factions. "Little brother, where are you from?" An old man stepped forward. "Everywhere is my home. I just happened to pass by," Xian replied casually. "Oh?" When the old man heard this, his eyes immediately lit up as he said, "I wonder if little brother has heard of the legend of this ghost tomb." "I know." Xian nodded. "Haha, good. I am the sect master of the Eastern Mountain Territory's Heaven's Peak sect. I earnestly request little brother to lend us a helping hand. After this matter is completed, there will definitely be generous rewards." The old man got straight to the point. Sure enough, this was exactly as Xian had guessed. When these people saw that he was alone, they began to rope him in. The other powers also had the same idea. However, Xian shook his head and said, "Sorry, I'm also interested in this Ghost King Pearl." "You overestimate yourself." As soon as he said this, someone released a cold snort. It was a robust man. Xian had taken a look just now. This brawny man's strength was about the same as the old man in front of him. These 2 were the top experts among the 12 people. "Little brother, are you not going to consider it?" The old man narrowed his eyes and asked. "Nope." Xian directly shook his head. The old man did not say anything else. After all, those who could cultivate to this level were not fools. Furthermore, they were all ambitious. The Ghost King and the Ghost King Pearl was at the Soul Essence realm at the very least. If an expert comparable to the 72 ley veins appeared, then they would have struck gold. Alright, since that's the case, then let's discuss how to deal with the vengeful spirits of the 4th pillar, the old man said loudly. Everyone gathered around. These 8 powers were led by the old man and the robust man. The last two pillars had two vengeful spirits, so naturally, they were divided into two teams. The configuration was actually the same as before, but Xian, who had just arrived, had to choose a side to fight on. This side. Xian glanced at the old man. After all, the robust man had just slandered him. If he did not teach him a lesson, he would really think that Xian was a sick cat. Xian's position was very important. After all, there were 9 powers here. If one of the vengeful spirits died, no one could guarantee that those people would not help. Humph. The robust man also snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. Alright, since that's the case, then it's settled. The 7 of us will be on the left, and the 6 of you will be on the right, the old man said with a satisfied smile. The robust man did not refute and snorted again. Soon, the 100 people were divided into 2 teams. Under the old man's order, they approached the 4th pillar. Sure enough, when they got closer, 2 figures appeared on the pillars. Kill. Whoever dares to go first, everyone will attack together. The old man shouted. In an instant, the group of people attacked the 2 female vengeful spirits with disheveled hair. The 2 female vengeful spirits had crazily long fingernails and defeated all the attacks. However, they did not dare to take the attacks of Soul Essence Realm experts head-on. Xian had also found a good position and started attacking. As for the bait, the old man would be the bait. The strength of these 2 female vengeful spirits was indeed stronger than the 3rd pillar. If Xian had not joined in, the left side would not have been able to hold on. Before Xian joined in, the strength of the right side was about the same as the left side. Therefore, the right side was instantly breached, and a Soul Essence Realm expert died. Not good. The old man's face sank. He did not care about the vengeful spirits anymore and directly rushed towards the Ghost King Pearl. Not only him, but the others also did the same. In an instant, the 2 vengeful spirits began their massacre. As for Xian, he did not rush over. Instead, he began to collect the universe rings. After all, the Ghost King Pearl would not run away, and these people could not immediately control the Ghost King. Besides, there was only one entrance, so he was not in a hurry. Xian shuttled through the crowd. Everywhere he passed, there would be a series of intense screams. Those who were targeted by Xian would naturally have one of their wrists broken. At this moment, a person had already climbed up the platform where the Ghost King Pearl was placed. It was the old man. However, in the next moment, countless attacks swept towards him. A battle instantly broke out in front of him. A group of people were fighting for the Ghost King Pearl. 2 battles broke out in the Ghost King Palace. Xian was fishing in troubled waters. He took all the universe rings of those warriors who had not even reached the Soul Essence Realm. However, he did not kill these people. He just let them attract the vengeful spirit's attention. He devoured all the things in the universe rings, but unfortunately, even with so many things, it was still not enough for him to break through. At this moment, he placed his attention on the platform again. No one had obtained the Black Ghost King Pearl. The old man and the brawny man were also fighting. It had to be said that greedy people were too terrifying. In order to fight for the Ghost King Pearl, these 11 people did not even care about their own team. Suddenly, a Soul Essence Realm expert touched the Ghost King Pearl. However, in the next moment, his hand was directly chopped off, followed by his head. The Soul Essence Realm experts were instantly reduced to 10 people. A chaotic battle, however. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted, "The Ghost King Pearl is cracked, the Ghost King Pearl is cracked." What? Everyone present was stunned and turned their heads to look. Indeed, there was a crack on the Black Ghost King Pearl. This meant that the Ghost King was no longer in the Ghost King Pearl. How is this possible? Everyone's eyes widened. It was a waste of energy for them to fight over such a useless pearl. On the other side, the 2 wraiths were also slaughtered by those who had not reached the Soul Essence Realm. Not a single one was left. Then, they pounced over. Not good, let's get rid of these 2 wraiths first. The old man's expression changed as he exchanged glances with the brawny man. The 10 of them were still attacking each other earlier, but now, they had reached a consensus to kill the wraiths first. Xian also took the unlucky guy's universe ring and joined the battle. I'll hold this one back first. You guys quickly kill it. The old man volunteered. He had already opened 3 earth veins, so it was not a problem for him to hold it back for a short period of time. The other 9 people and Xian paused for a moment, then instantly attacked the other one. The 10 Soul Essence Realm experts attacked together, and the damage was off the charts. In less than 10 seconds, the wraiths were killed. Although these 2 wraiths are not strong, their vitality is much higher than ordinary wraiths, Xian thought in his heart. Soon, the second wraiths also fell. The reason why they were divided into 2 teams instead of holding back one while the others quickly dealt with the other was because they belonged to different factions. Now, other than the 11 of them, there were no other living people in the Ghost King Palace. Sigh, what a blunder. The Ghost King has already broken the seal. The old man looked at the group of corpses on the 4th pillar and shook his head helplessly. This ghost tomb has 3 seals. The Ghost King has already broken the first seal, and there is a second seal at the entrance of the Ghost King Palace. I wonder where the Ghost King is now? Someone asked. Maybe it's nearby. Be careful. The 10 of them looked around vigilantly. They had a common enemy now, and that was the Ghost King. If they were not careful, all of them might very well die here. At this moment, they could only pray in their hearts that this Ghost King was not too strong. They looked around for a few minutes but found nothing. This Ghost King might have already broken the 2nd seal, or even the 3rd seal. That's right. If it was still here, it would definitely have attacked. Then at this moment, the group of people suddenly turned their gazes to Xian. Yes. Xian sensed their gazes and immediately dashed out. He asked in shock, "What are you guys trying to do?" He found it very strange. These people were still fighting with their lives on the line, but now all their attention was on him. Their eyes were full of killing intent. However, in the next moment, this group of people dispersed into 7 groups. There were 2 people on the old man's side and 2 people on the brawny man's side. The remaining 6 people formed a team. Since the Ghost King's pearl is useless, what are these people doing? Are they eyeing other people's cosmos rings? Xian silently said in his heart. This way, it was to his liking. After all, he was doing this for the universe ring. At this moment, the old man said loudly, "Everyone, since the Ghost King's pearl is useless, shouldn't you be leaving?" As soon as he said this, the brawny man immediately retorted, "Old man, do you think I don't know? If we leave, you'll keep it all to yourself?" Hearing their words, Xian was deeply surprised. Could it be that there were other good things in the Ghost King Palace? Little brother, from the looks of it, you probably don't know. I beg you to help me again. After this is done, I'll definitely reward you handsomely. The old man tried to rope him in again. This was because he could see that Xian was much stronger than the others. Do you think I'm stupid? Xian sneered. In fact, he did not know anything. He was just acting. So you've heard. The old man narrowed his eyes. He originally thought that Xian was just passing by like what he said. He did not expect Xian to know. Old man, we haven't found the item yet. Are we going to start a fight? A Soul Essence Realm expert asked. Alright, if that's the case, let's find the item first. The old man nodded. Sure enough, there are other things in the Ghost King Palace that are more precious than the Ghost King's pearl. Xian's eyes lit up. Previously, the middle-aged man from the Poison King sect only talked about the Ghost King's pearl. However, these experts from other territories knew more. This was a little inconceivable. Alright, then let's rely on our own abilities. The brawny man also agreed. At this moment, they dispersed in a hubbub, looking for something in the Ghost King Palace. Xian also followed their example and wandered around the Ghost King Palace. However, he did not know what these people were looking for. The 11 of them wandered around the Ghost King Palace. At the same time, they were also observing the others to see if they had found anything. At this moment. Suddenly, a scream rang out. Everyone turned their heads and saw that a Soul Essence Realm expert's head had been chopped off. And the one who chopped off his head was that old man. Found it? Everyone thought so in their hearts. The atmosphere in the Ghost King Palace instantly became oppressive. Immediately after, the battle broke out again. Brat, I've been annoyed with you for a long time. Go to hell. A Soul Essence Realm expert shouted and charged towards Yixian. You're courting death. Yixian's eyes shot out two rays of light as he directly activated Beast King Rampage. Although power was not very useful in the Soul Essence Realm, it was still useful to increase one's strength. Although this Soul Essence Realm expert had only opened one earth vein, he was already trying to open the second one. His strength was not bad. Unfortunately, he encountered Yixian. Hidden Dragon Sword Art, Hidden Dragon Thrust. A cold gleam entered the Soul Essence Realm expert's head, instantly killing him. He would never have thought that Yixian's Hidden Dragon Sword Art had already reached 90% mastery. Although they had both opened one earth vein, Yixian's strength was not something he could compare to. Humph. Yixian snorted coldly and went over to take the universe ring. Ding. The host has opened two earth veins. A notification sound rang out. In the Soul Essence Realm, every time one opened an earth vein, they would be able to use more Yuan Qi. This time, Yixian's strength had a huge leap. After he killed this person, he turned his head and saw that Jiao had already started fighting on the other side. That old man had already become everyone's target and was being attacked by a group of people. No, the bloodline seed is not with me. All of them fell. At this moment, excluding Yixian, there were only 9 people left in the Ghost King Palace. The old man had a companion, so the two of them were defending against the attacks of the other 7 people. Even though the old man was an expert with 3 earth veins, he couldn't withstand such a torment. However, he revealed the secret of the Ghost King Palace. Bloodline seed? When Yixian heard this, he was a little surprised. It turned out that there was a bloodline seed in the Ghost King Palace. It was most likely left behind by the owner of the Ghost Tomb. No wonder. This bloodline seed should be a heaven-level martial art. It's definitely more precious than the Ghost King Pearl. Yixian's eyes lit up. Right now, he was learning an upper-level heaven-level martial art. Heaven-level martial arts could only be learned by those in the spirit realm. Even if he couldn't use it, he could still take it. At this moment, he also charged over. It's not mine. Take this interspatial ring if you want it. The old man threw the interspatial ring that he had just obtained at a random person. In an instant, that person became everyone's target and died in less than a second. After he died, the interspatial ring was obtained by the nearest robust man. The robust man checked it, and sure enough, there was no bloodline seed in the interspatial ring. At this moment, he finally understood that the old man was preemptive. He planned to kill everyone before looking for the bloodline seed. Old man, let's work together to kill them. The robust man yelled. Okay. The old man nodded. Both of them had already opened 3 earth veins. In addition, there was an expert with 2 earth veins on each side. With the 4 of them working together, it was enough to kill everyone. Among the remaining 4 people, one of them had only opened 1 earth vein. They couldn't stop the robust man and the old man at all. However, there was a soul refinement stage expert who had opened 2 earth veins that targeted Yixian. You really don't know what's good for you. Did you not see how I instantly killed that person? Yixian sneered in his heart. His speed instantly increased. Azure Dragon Steps at 70% mastery, Hidden Dragon Sword Art at 90% mastery. Sword Saint Bloodline, Beast King Bloodline, these were enough for Yixian to challenge those in the soul refinement stage. Swish. Yixian's speed exploded to the extreme as he instantly arrived beside the Blind Essence Soul Realm martial artist and stabbed out with his sword. Gotcha, this martial artist's head was directly pierced through. Yixian didn't even use the Hidden Dragon Sword technique. After his death, his interspatial ring instantly fell into the hands of Yixian. Yixian's strength also increased a little because of this. Among these people, the highest realm among them had only opened 3 earth veins, so their attainments in Tian class martial arts were not high. Only the old man and the brawny man had reached 40% completion, while Yixian was only 1 step away from 100% completion. This was the difference between them. While Yixian was killing this cultivator, the brawny man was also killing the rest. There were only 4 people left in the Ghost King Palace. When the brawny man turned around, he saw that his companion had been killed by Xian. He immediately roared, "How dare you kill him? Not only do I dare to kill him, I dare to kill you too." Xian shouted coldly and suddenly moved forward. Although he had only opened 2 earth veins, his strength definitely surpassed that of the brawny man who had opened 3 earth veins. In an instant, the two of them exchanged blows. However, just as they came into contact, the brawny man was forced to retreat from the impact. In just 1 round, the outcome was decided. In the second round, Xian directly used his killing move. Hidden Dragon Sword Art, Hidden Dragon Stab. Xian's eyes flashed as the long sword in his hand pierced out like lightning. The cold gleam from the tip of the sword instantly entered the brawny man's glabella. The brawny man, a soul refinement stage expert who had opened 3 earth veins, fell just like that. Xian swept over and devoured his interspatial ring. Just a little more. These items were not enough for him to open 3 earth veins. Therefore, Xian placed his attention on the old man and the other middle-aged man. Since Xian had the ability to kill the brawny man, he naturally posed a threat to them. "Little brother, there is no enmity between us. Let's stop here." The old man looked at Xian and suddenly felt a little worried. He felt that even if the two of them joined forces, they were still no match for Xian. "Hand over your interspatial rings and I can spare your lives," Xian said coldly. After the old man heard this, he exchanged glances with the middle-aged man beside him and shouted angrily, "Don't be too greedy in life. Little brother, don't be too greedy. If that's the case, then I'll just have to do it myself. When the time comes, I won't show any mercy." Xian narrowed his eyes. The old man hesitated for a moment, then "This old man would like to see what you have to say such words." Immediately, the two of them rushed out. Right now, there were only the 3 of them left in the Ghost King Hall. As long as they killed Xian, the legendary bloodline seed would be theirs. "Humph, die." Xian's eyes were filled with murderous intent as his aura surged. One of them had opened 3 earth veins, while the other had opened 2. It was not a big deal to him. Hidden Dragon Swordsmanship. Xian immediately used his most powerful martial technique. He used the vital qi in his body to manipulate the surrounding heaven and earth yuan qi. This made his attack twice as powerful as the other 2 combined. So powerful. "I'm afraid he has reached 100% mastery." The old man and the middle-aged man exchanged glances. Although Xian's hidden dragon swordsmanship was only at 90% mastery, he had the sacred swordsman bloodline and the enhancement of the Bahuang sword. Its power was definitely on par with or even surpassing 100% mastery. It seemed that they had bitten off more than they could chew. They guessed that Xian must be from some big faction. Otherwise, it would be rare for a disciple from a big sect to reach 100% mastery of an upper-grade heaven-level martial technique at such a young age. "Let's go." The old man knew that he was no match for Xian and immediately shouted in a low voice. "You're too naive. Die." Xian took advantage of the moment when the middle-aged man turned around and quickly stabbed with his sword, instantly killing the middle-aged man. Next, it was a one-on-one battle. Originally, the old man and the middle-aged man were unable to do anything to Xian in a 2-on-1 battle. Now that it was a one-on-one battle, it was impossible for the old man to be Xian's opponent. Stop. I admit defeat. I'll give you the universe ring." When the old man saw Xian's insane speed, he hurriedly shouted. "Do I need you to give it to me?" Xian shouted angrily. In less than 3 rounds, he had killed the old man. Ding! The host has opened the 3rd earth vein. Another notification sound rang out. Xian could not help but laugh. These people were all top experts from a big faction. Their net worth was definitely not low. However, it did not matter. Even if their net worth increased by 100 times, it would not be able to match the martial arts seed of a spirit stage expert. Now, no one will fight with me. Xian rushed out once again and searched the Ghost King Palace. He wondered where the martial arts seed was hidden. Xianxia Palace, where is the bloodline seed? I've been searching so carefully, why can't I find anything? Xian was very helpless. He searched around again, but he still couldn't find anything. He also tried to destroy the surrounding walls and pillars, but he wasn't strong enough. It seemed that there were only a few possibilities. First, there was no bloodline seed at all. Second, it had been taken away by someone. Third, the bloodline seed was in a place that he couldn't get for the time being. I don't believe it. Xian circled the Ghost King Palace a few more times, but he still couldn't find anything. He gave up. Forget it, forget it. It's not bad to be able to open up 3 earth veins. Xian left the 5th floor in disappointment. Then, he walked around the 4th floor and found the Corpse Master sect, so he destroyed it along the way. Then, he left the Ghost Tomb. Although he didn't obtain the Ghost King Pearl or the martial arts seed in this trip to the Ghost Tomb, he broke through to the Soul Essence realm and opened up 3 earth veins. This was already considered very good. According to the middle-aged man from the Poison King sect, after the seal at the entrance of the Ghost Tomb was broken, it would close after a certain period of time. At that time, it would need another 10 million resentful spirits. Xian couldn't be bothered to care about it. He could do whatever he wanted. When he left the Ghost Tomb and was about to leave, he suddenly encountered a team that had just arrived. There were 10 people in this team, and all of them were wearing white clothes. This was the first time Xian saw them. However, the strength of this team shocked him. These 10 people were all Soul Essence realm experts. Which territory is this force from? 10 Soul Essence realm experts, and they are all around 30 years old. I just don't know how strong they are, Xian frowned. Just as he was about to retreat, he was stared at by a few people. Stop! A young man shouted. It was obvious that he was calling for Xian. When Xian heard the voice, he couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He felt that the people in this team were not at a lower realm than him. Of course, realm did not represent strength. It was obvious that the weak could defeat the strong in the Soul Essence realm. What's the matter? Xian turned to look at them. A young man took a few steps forward and said, Did you just come out from the Ghost Tomb? So what if I am? Xian replied coldly. He did not give them any face. After all, this person's attitude was not good from the start. He did not ask them to slow down, but to stand still. Is the Ghost King's Pearl still inside? The young man asked again. I don't know. I didn't pass the 4th level. Xian shook his head. The 4th floor, the 10 of them looked at each other. They didn't know much about the Ghost Tomb. Come here and take us down. The young man said in a commanding tone. This made Xian very unhappy. Are you my son? Do you think I can just take you in just because you want to? My apologies, I still have matters to attend to. Farewell. Xian cupped his fists at them, then turned around and left. What a guy. How dare you be so arrogant? You're courting death. The young man was furious. He immediately drew his sword and charged towards Xian. *CK your brother-in-law. Do you think I, Xian, am easy to bully? Xian could not take it anymore. He took out the Bahuang sword and stabbed. Whoosh, this sword was as smooth as flowing water and as fast as lightning. The silver light swept in front of the young man in an instant. The young man was shocked. He dodged sideways, but his reaction was a little slow. The silver light pierced through his left shoulder. By the time he reacted, Xian's other sword had arrived. Pfft! The young man's right shoulder was hit again. Blood spurted out. What a fast attack. The 9 people behind the young man were slightly shocked. They all wondered if they could have dodged those 2 swords if they had been in his place. If Xian did not know the cultivation level of the leader and did not want to cause trouble, the young man would have been dead. You're courting death. The young man's shoulders were pierced. He was furious and prepared to fight to the death with Xian. But at this moment, the leader of the group, the man with sword-like eyebrows, shouted, Stop. The young man steadied himself and looked at the man with sword-like eyebrows. The man with sword-like eyebrows frowned. Xian's age and strength were similar to theirs. He must be from some big force. I am Yifeng, a disciple of Xianxia Palace in Tianjue territory. May I ask who you are? The man with sword-like eyebrows asked politely. But it was too late to treat him politely. What does it have to do with you who I am? Yi Xian answered coldly. Since he had already made a move and made a grudge, he could not be a coward. How dare you? How dare you be disrespectful to senior brother Yi? Two disciples immediately jumped out and pointed at Yi Xian's nose in exasperation. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly remembered that Tianjue territory seemed to be the most powerful middle-level territory in this area. He did not expect that the people of Tianjue territory would also come. You are not from Ghost Tomb territory, right? I hope you can forgive us for offending you just now. The man with sword-like eyebrows cupped his fist and said. The surrounding disciples were very puzzled. Even if Yi Xian had a strong background, he was only one person after all. Moreover, Yi Xian had injured their junior brother, but the man with sword-like eyebrows still had to respectfully greet him. What was going on? These disciples all knew the habits of the man with sword-like eyebrows. If it was in the past, he would have killed Yi Xian long ago. Goodbye. Yi Xian did not want to talk nonsense with them. After saying that, he turned around and left. This time, the man with sword-like eyebrows could not bear it anymore and shouted angrily, Stop. TSK, TSK. You really showed your true colors, Yi Xian sneered and turned around. He knew that the man with sword-like eyebrows must be thinking about him. This group of people clearly had the strength to enter Ghost Tomb directly, but they insisted on letting him lead them. There must be something fishy. No, it should be said that the man with sword-like eyebrows was strange. What do you want? Yi Xian asked. The man with sword-like eyebrows paused and said, Your body is contaminated with too much evil aura. There must be something extremely evil in your interspatial ring. Hand over your interspatial ring. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said, Nonsense. I stayed in Ghost Tomb for a few months. How can there be no evil aura on me? Our Xianxia palace is very sensitive to evil aura. You must have something like the 100 ghost pearl in your interspatial ring. At the same time, you must have practiced this kind of cultivation method. The man with sword-like eyebrows said. So what? Yi Xian replied. Our Xianxia palace is responsible for purifying evil. Since you have practiced this kind of cultivation method, you can forget about leaving today. The man with sword-like eyebrows narrowed his eyes. Purify evil? Do you think you are a priest? Yi Xian rolled his eyes. It seemed that there was going to be a tough battle. He estimated that the man with sword-like eyebrows had opened 5 meridians, or even more. After hearing what the man with sword-like eyebrows said, the group of disciples also surrounded them. Ordinary people would be at a loss when faced with such a situation, but Yi Xian liked to fight in groups. This way, he could find a soft persimmon to pinch. He did not believe that this group of people could practice a heaven-level body movement technique to 60%. Ghost King, say your grandmother's leg. Yi Xian cursed. Do it. The man with the sword-shaped eyebrows shouted, and the other 9 men simultaneously launched their attacks at Yi Xian. At the same time, Yi Xian's figure flashed as he launched a counterattack. It had to be said that the strength of the disciples of Xianxia Palace was not bad. That young man was just careless. If he had been cautious, he would not have been hit so easily. The 9 disciples were also very surprised. Even when the 9 of them joined forces, they still couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. This was enough to prove Yi Xian's aptitude. Humph, the man with sword-like eyebrows snorted coldly. It was obvious that he was not satisfied with the 9 people's performance. He took out his weapon and prepared to attack personally. In the arena, Yi Xian's face was gloomy. These 9 people had already given him a lot of pressure. After fighting for 10 seconds, he had not injured a single person. If this man with sword-like eyebrows attacked again, he would be in trouble. At that moment, he quickly descended. You want to leave? The 9 disciples of Xianxia Palace gave chase. However, Yi Xian did not intend to leave for the time being. After all, it was easier for 9 people to dodge attacks in the air. On land, there would be fewer attacks. When the 9 of them landed on the ground, Yi Xian suddenly activated Beast King's Rampage. Although it didn't increase his spirit realm by as much, it still increased his chances of winning by 30%. At this moment, the man with sword-like eyebrows in the air finally made his move. Swish! The man with the sword-like eyebrows swooped down and gripped his sword tightly, preparing to kill Yi Xian in one strike. So fast. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. This man's speed was almost on par with his. If it was a one-on-one battle, Yi Xian would not be afraid of him. However, there were still 9 small fries around him. Yi Xian was under a lot of pressure. However, at this moment, the interspatial ring in Yi Xian's hand suddenly glowed and a petite figure appeared. This change shocked Yi Xian. He turned his head and realized that it was a wraith. Moreover, it was the little vengeful spirit that he had taken in the end. How is that possible? Yi Xian's eyes widened. This little wraith should have already been stored in the 100 Ghost Pearl. But now, it had actually run out on its own. One should know that there were 2 restrictions. One was the 100 Ghost Pearl, and the other was the interspatial ring. Previously, Yi Xian had also sorted out the items and put all the 100 Ghost Pearls and 1000 Ghost Pearls into his interspatial ring. He was going to find a place to bury them. After the little resentful spirit appeared, it smiled at Yi Xian. Then, it extended its fingernails and instantly rushed in front of a Prime Purity Palace disciple. Hiss! Before the disciple could react, the sharp nails pierced through his chest. He was stunned, and so were the others. Even Yi Xian was stunned. What was going on? Yi Xian did not understand what was going on. He watched as his disciple went limp on the ground. The man with sword-like eyebrows, who was swooping down, opened his eyes wide. He immediately changed his target. The little wraith had killed his Prime Purity Palace disciple. He was determined to destroy the little wraith. However, when he rushed in front of the little wraith, it killed another Prime Purity Palace disciple. Moreover, it was the young man whose shoulders were pierced by Yi Xian just now. Clang! A crisp sound was heard. The man with sword-like eyebrows and the little wraith came into contact. However, the former's long sword was blocked by the latter's fingernails. Now, Yi Xian also realized what was going on. No matter what was going on, this little wraith was helping him. Therefore, he could not waste this excellent opportunity. He immediately rushed out and put away the 2 interspatial rings. His cultivation level increased again. Although he did not open the same meridian again, he could mobilize more chi of heaven and earth. Originally, he was pinned down by 9 people. Now that 2 people were gone and his strength increased, the remaining 7 people would be defeated by him. Hidden Dragon Swordsmanship, Hidden Dragon Stab. He began to attack wildly. He was probably the only one who dared to use such a crazy move. In less than 2 seconds, a disciple's head was pierced. In the 3rd second, another disciple died. The little wraith was a great help to Yi Xian. It helped Yi Xian hold back the man with sword-like eyebrows, allowing Yi Xian to kill him with ease. Damn it, where did this damn thing come from? How can this brat control such a powerful wraith? The man with sword-like eyebrows cursed in his heart. If it were not for this little wraith, Yi Xian would have died under his sword. However, he could only watch as his junior brothers died one by one at the hands of Yi Xian. As for him, there was nothing he could do. Soon, the 9 people died under Yi Xian's sword one by one. At the same time, Yi Xian had opened 4 earth meridians. Now, you're finished. Yi Xian widened his eyes and quickly rushed out. The man with sword-like eyebrows was livid. He wanted to leave, but this little wraith was faster than him and its attacks were fierce. He had no chance at all. If he waited until Yi Xian arrived, he would be dead meat. I can't accept this. I, Yi Feng, am going to be killed by this evil creature. I can't accept this. The man with sword-like eyebrows roared in his heart. At this moment, he understood why his senses were so strong. It was because he sensed this little wraith. Ghost King, she must be the Ghost King. The man with sword-like eyebrows finally reacted. In the ghost tomb, only the Ghost King had such powerful strength. If he had known, he would not have stopped Yi Xian. Unfortunately, he was too slow to react. Die. Yi Xian's eyes burst with murderous intent. The man with sword-like eyebrows was suppressed by the little wraith. Now that he joined in, the situation instantly became a one-sided affair. 3 seconds later, a bloody hole appeared between the man's eyebrows. Yi Xian's sword pierced through him. Dead. Phew, he's finally dead. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. If he really had to face these 10 people from Xianxia Palace, he would have no choice but to run away. He would have to exhaust them to escape. However, he did not expect to have a helper. The man with sword-like eyebrows had already opened 6 earth veins. His strength was impressive, but he ended up with his head blown off. After the man with sword-like eyebrows died, Yi Xian quickly took his interspatial ring and unceremoniously devoured it. Then, he turned his attention to the little wraith nearby. "You're the Ghost King, right?" Yi Xian understood and asked. The little wraith retracted her fingernails and nodded. Who would have thought that the Ghost King was a little girl? Although she did not know if she was before, she was now. "You broke the first and second seals, but you can't break the third seal. So you asked me to take you in and take you out of the ghost tomb?" Yi Xian asked again. The little wraith nodded again. Indeed, she used Yi Xian because she could not break the third seal of the ghost tomb. Yi Xian and the little wraith looked at each other for a while. The former was on the verge of breaking down. He had fought for the Ghost King's pearl just now, but he did not know that the Ghost King had been taken in by him. He was truly helpless. The ghost tomb was the place where the Ghost King was sealed. The Poison King sect was destroyed in order to protect the ghost tomb. Bloodline Seed Yi Xian was also hesitating. He was hesitating whether he should kill the little Ghost King to prevent it from harming the world. After all, the little Ghost King possessed intelligence. At this moment, the little vengeful spirit suddenly pointed at Yi Xian and then at her left hand. "What?" Yi Xian frowned and subconsciously looked at the universe ring on his left hand. He immersed his mind into the universe ring and was completely stunned in the next moment. There was an extra seed in his universe ring. It was a bloodline seed. This is the bloodline seed left behind by the spirit stage expert? Yi Xian widened his eyes in disbelief. It was obvious that this bloodline seed was left behind by the little vengeful spirit. He looked at the little vengeful spirit in horror. He saw the little vengeful spirit waving her translucent hand before turning around and flying away. Yi Xian did not chase after her. He took out the bloodline seed and was stunned. He had released the little vengeful spirit, and the little vengeful spirit had saved him once again. Now, he had obtained another bloodline seed. In the end, he still owed the little vengeful spirit a favor. Forget it. It doesn't seem to be as terrifying as the legends say. It shouldn't harm the world. Yi Xian shook his head. The little Ghost King still possessed intelligence. If she wanted to kill Yi Xian would have already died. In the blink of an eye, the little vengeful spirit disappeared from Yi Xian's sight. "Let me see what this heaven-level martial art of yours is." Yi Xian held the bloodline seed in his hand and silently chanted "Devour" in his heart. Ding! The host's realm is not high enough. The system notified. An ordinary person would refine the bloodline seed, but Yi Xian could directly devour it. Since the system had notified him, it meant that it would be useless even if he devoured it. As expected, even if I give this bloodline seed to that old man, he won't be able to refine it. Yi Xian was slightly helpless. However, he knew that this bloodline seed was a heaven-level martial art called the Heaven's Grudge Blade technique. It was a pity that he couldn't learn it. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind playing around with his saber. It had been more than half a year since he came to the Blood Rock continent. It was time to go back and take a look. I wonder how the Supreme Judge and the others are doing. Yi Xian thought to himself as he headed in one direction. This time, he wanted to return to the Heavenly Water continent and see his family. He spent a few days to rush to the deep-sea underground palace. However, there was another problem. This deep-sea underground palace was built by a soul essence realm expert. There was an array formation inside, and only people in the strength realm could pass through. Of course, it was also possible for one's strength to surpass the soul essence realm. As for Yi Xian, he had only opened 4 earth veins. It was unknown whether he could break through the array formation and enter the deep-sea underground palace. He re-entered the entrance of the underwater palace. As expected, with his current cultivation level, he was unable to enter the underwater palace. He was blocked by the formation. Yi Xian did not know what realm the Essence Soul Realm expert who built the deep-sea underground palace was in. Had he opened one earth vein, 72 earth veins, or 36 heaven veins? It seems that I can only use brute force. Yi Xian took out the 8 desolate sword and aimed it at the array formation. There were 2 ways to break the array. The first was to destroy the entire array, and the second was to break a hole. Yi Xian did not need to completely destroy the array. He only needed to break a hole to enter. After breaking a hole, he naturally could not use an AoE skill like the golden platform exterminating magic palm. He needed to use a more focused martial art like the silver dragon thrust. Hidden dragon sword art, hidden dragon thrust. Hidden dragon sword art, hidden dragon thrust. Yi Xian kept using the hidden dragon thrust, which was at 90% mastery, to attack the same point of the array formation. The array formation was constantly shaking from the attacks, producing loud rumbling sounds. It had to be said that the defensive strength of this array formation was very high. Yi Xian attacked it more than 10 times, but he was still unable to break through it. It seemed that it would not be easy to return to the Heavenly Water Continent. With his current realm, the Heavenly Water Continent and the Blood Rock Continent were not far away. However, this was the only way back. After all, above the deep-sea underground palace was the chaotic astral ocean. Even spirit realm experts could die there. If he, who was only at the spirit realm, dared to go there, he would definitely die without a complete corpse. Yi Xian kept using the hidden dragon thrust. Although he had the sacred tree of life to recover his chi, it was still a high-rank heaven-level martial art. Using it continuously was not enough. Very soon, his true chi was completely depleted. However, the formation was also recovering at the same time as he was recovering his true chi. I can't just use all my chi. It seems that I need to spend some time to continuously attack and prevent the array from recovering. Yi Xian thought in his heart. In short, he needed to continuously attack. Yi Xian walked forward. The bloodline of the sacred tree of life allowed his chi to recover at an astonishing speed. Not only that, but his physical strength would also quickly recover. Therefore, this time, he also needed to use normal attacks to break the array formation. Hidden dragon thrust, normal attacks. Hidden dragon thrust, normal attacks. Yi Xian maintained this rhythm, allowing his chi to recover and consume the same amount. This time, he attacked the array formation for an entire day. After that, the formation was finally broken through, and he entered it. I'm finally in. Yi Xian was exhausted. If it wasn't for the support of the bloodline of the sacred tree of life, he definitely wouldn't have been able to hold on. However, it was already good that he was able to enter. He was afraid that he couldn't break the array formation. If that was the case, he could only come back after his realm increased. He still had the map of the deep-sea underground palace. With this map, he quickly returned to the Dragon Palace. Human? Yi Xian looked at the 2 guards on the walls of the Dragon Palace in surprise. The Dragon Palace was the territory of the Sea Dragon clan. He passed by it when he went to the Blood Rock Continent and something happened. However, a human appeared here. This was a bit inconceivable. Could it be the Heavenly Water Continent's spiritual force realm? Yi Xian thought in his heart, then walked over. Who are you? The 2 warriors on the Dragon Palace also saw Yi Xian, and one of them immediately asked. Who are you? Yi Xian frowned and asked. What nonsense are you talking about? You came from the Blood Rock Continent, right? Hurry up and go back. The warrior said impatiently. This sentence made Yi Xian frown immediately. Just now, he guessed that these 2 were sent by the Great Elder. However, based on the quality of these 2 people, he was sure that these 2 were definitely not from the first main city. I'm originally from the Heavenly Water Continent. I want to go back now. Hurry up and get out of my way, or else. Yi Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Originally from the Heavenly Water Island? The warrior muttered. After exchanging glances with the other warrior, he coldly snorted and said, What kind of joke is this? You, a piece of trash who hasn't even reached the spiritual force realm, want to go to the Blood Rock Continent? Skywater Island incident. However, the man's words made Yi Xian furrow his brows. Skywater Island? Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. Hearing this, Yi Xian immediately understood that these 2 men were not from the Skywater Continent. If not, why would they call the Skywater Island Skywater Island? It looked like something had happened in the Skywater continent when he went to the Blood Rock continent. Swoosh! In an instant, he dashed forward, broke through the Dragon Palace's formation, and arrived in front of these two men. When these two men finally reacted, they were completely stunned. A young Heavenly Core warrior had teleported in front of them, as if he had teleported. How was this possible? Where did you come from? Answer me. If you speak any nonsense, I'll kill you immediately. Yi Xian stood in front of these two men with the 8 desolate sword in his hand. The other man didn't seem to understand what was going on. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a cold sensation on his neck, and his head fell to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. The remaining man widened his eyes. He didn't dare speak any nonsense, so he quickly said, We're from the Skywolf Island. As expected, Yi Xian's guess was correct. These two men were not from the Skywater continent. Where is the Skywolf Island? Why are you here? Yi Xian asked again. The Skywolf Island is near the Skywater Island. We were ordered by Lord Tang Tian to guard this place, the man said without hesitation. What? Tang Tian? Yi Xian's body trembled. He was quite familiar with this name. The crown prince of the Tang dynasty was called Tang Tian, and he entered the Soaring Heaven mansion at the same time as Yi Xian. After that, both sides had some conflicts, and Tang Tian went missing. Then what does Tang Tian look like? Yi Xian asked again. After that, the man described Tang Tian's appearance. Indeed, this was the same Tang Tian that Yi Xian knew. What is going on? Yi Xian did not understand the situation, so he immediately asked the man a few more questions. He had to get to the bottom of this matter. The man did not dare to hide anything. After all, Yi Xian had killed him like a chicken. If he was discovered, his head would probably roll to the ground in the next moment. However, he couldn't escape death in the end. After the man finished telling the story, he was killed by Yi Xian's sword. As for Yi Xian, he also understood what had happened during this period of time. That Heavenly Wolf Island was actually also a territory of the Blood Rock continent. Although it was also a middle-grade territory, it was much stronger than the Ghost Tomb territory. According to this man, they were originally from a clan on Heavenly Wolf Island. After traveling for a few months on the sea, they arrived at Heavenly Water Island by chance. After that, they met Tang Tian and found out about the Skywater Island. Skywater Island was not a territory of the Bloodstone continent, so the experts of this fleet were very excited. If they reported this matter, they would be able to obtain a lot of rewards. After all, this was a newly discovered island. Although it was very desolate and barren, it was still a breakthrough. After that, this fleet directly appointed Tang Tian as the acting lord, and they went back to report, and at the same time, sent some people over. A new island, even if it was like an emperor in the eyes of these people, still had to be investigated. Who knows, there might be some ruins of some strong martial artists. As for other matters, the man did not know. This man had the strength of over 100 dragons, and was very close to the spirit realm. They were just ordinary crew members in the fleet. Tang Tian received a reward and broke through to the spirit realm. This is nothing. What's more important is that he actually has a spirit realm bodyguard. Yi Xian frowned as he thought. This spirit realm expert was naturally a member of that fleet. However, he was not from the Heavenly Water continent and did not understand the Heavenly Water continent, so Tang Tian was the temporary acting lord. At this moment, Yi Xian was most worried about his family and friends. Tang Tian was very similar to him in one aspect, and that was that he would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Previously in the Soaring Heaven mansion, Yi Xian went against him in every aspect. With Tang Tian's personality, how could he not take revenge? Yi Xian estimated that the Soaring Heaven mansion would definitely not be safe and sound. What he was most worried about was Song Suijing and the rest. At this moment, he quickly rushed to the entrance of the deep-sea underground palace, then spent close to 2 days to break the array and rush out of the Death Island. The situation was urgent, so he rushed back to the Soaring Heaven mansion. However, the thing he was most afraid of happened. The Soaring Heaven mansion was in a mess, and there was not a single person. Tang Tian, if I don't kill you, I will change my surname to yours. Yi Xian's eyes were like a volcano erupting. His figure flashed, and he quickly walked around the soaring heaven mansion. As expected, there was not a single person. Even the great elder Lin Wenyue's bamboo forest was empty. Then, he quickly rushed back to the profound Sun Empire to take a look. It was still empty. Zhao Chongguang and the rest were gone. The few big families in the Lianyun city were also gone. In any case, everyone related to Yixian was gone. Let's go take a look at the Great Song Dynasty. Yixian suddenly thought of a place and rushed over. As expected, the Great Song Dynasty changed its name to the Great Tang Dynasty. There was only one of the 4 great dynasties left, and before Tang Tian appeared, the upper echelons of the Great Song Dynasty had disappeared. The Great Elder must have used the Universal Mirror to know about this beforehand, so she moved everyone away. Yixian thought to himself. Tang Tian had indeed become the overlord, but Lin Wenyue was faster, and had already arranged everything. Yixian heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Wenyue had the Universal Mirror. If it was as he thought, Lin Wenyue should have known about his return. The Great Elder should be hiding somewhere. I'll just go to a random place and wait for her to find me. Yixian casually hid in the valley of a small empire in the southern region. There were hundreds of empires in the Heavenly Water continent, and Tang Tian was staying in the number 1 main city, so she would definitely not notice. As expected, on the second day after Yixian returned to the Heavenly Water continent, Lin Wenyue came looking for him. Great Elder, are you all okay? After seeing Lin Wenyue, Yixian hurriedly asked. At this moment, he knew that Lin Wenyue was in the first level of Aura Qi. This strength was enough to be an overlord in the Blood Cliff continent. Tang Tian's bodyguard was in the Essence Soul realm, and she was not his match. You should know that they are all fine. I took them away first. Lin Wenyue nodded, but after she finished speaking, she paused and said, however, after Tang Tian became the overlord, he was extremely cruel. He captured all the officials of the 3 great dynasties and beheaded them in public. All of them? Yixian was shocked. Tang Tian actually captured all those innocent people. He really deserved to die. Heavenly Wolf Island's Tang family Divine Core realm? Why are they capturing a Divine Core warrior? Yixian was confused. I'm not sure, but I'm sure it's not something good. Lin Wenyue shook her head. I'll kill that Tang Tian first. Yixian was furious. He was about to rush to the central province and kill Tang Tian, but he was stopped by Lin Wenyue. Don't be impulsive, there is still a soul essence warrior there. Lin Wenyue reminded him. I've asked around, that man has only opened 7 earth veins, I can handle it. Yixian nodded his head solemnly. You can handle it? Lin Wenyue was shocked. It had only been half a year since Yixian went to the Blood Rock continent, and he had broken through from the Strength realm to the Soul Essence realm. Wasn't this a bit too fast? Sure enough, your talent is better than your father's. But, you still have to be careful, that fleet might arrive soon. Lin Wenyue said with a frown. If the fleet returned to the Heavenly Wolf Island, they would definitely send some mighty warriors. Perhaps, they would be stronger than the Soul Essence warrior in the Heavenly Water Island. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Yixian said. After that, Lin Wenyue told Yixian where they were hiding, then she handed the all-knowing mirror to Yixian. After leaving behind some precious heavenly and earthly treasures, Yixian directly flew towards the central continent. The Heavenly Water Island was like an island in the eyes of these mighty warriors. In less than 2 minutes, he arrived above the number 1 main city in the central province. Apart from the Soul Essence warrior, there were also many Spirit and Strength realm warriors in the fleet. Right now, they were all wandering around, trying to find out if there were any secrets hidden in the Heavenly Water Island. Yixian stood high up in the sky, looking down at the number 1 main city. The stronger one's senses would be. Right now, he could sense a few Spirit realm warriors. With the all-knowing mirror in his hand, he knew everything that was happening in the Heavenly Water Island. However, the Soul Essence warrior wasn't in the number 1 main city. But, Tang Tian was here. But before that, Yixian decided to kill those Spirit realm trash first. There were a total of 20 Spirit realm cultivators from the Heavenly Wolf Island's Tang family, but there were only 5 of them in the first main city. Moreover, all of them were immersed in women. Yi Xian directly charged in and chopped off his head without waiting for the other party to react. After that, Yi Xian killed all of Tang Tian's lackeys and left. Now, it was Tang Tian's turn. Tang Tian was in the first city lord's residence, and was also immersed in a group of women. When Yi Xian appeared behind him, he did not even notice him. Suddenly, a beautiful woman cried out in alarm. Tang Tian, who was leaning on another girl's thigh, heard the scream and frowned. He turned his head and his face turned pale. Yi Xian. When Tang Tian saw Yi Xian's face, his eyes immediately shot out two rays of light. Yi Xian was the person he wanted to kill the most. Tang Tian, I really didn't expect this. If I had known, I would have cut you into 8 pieces. Yi Xian said regretfully. Although most of the people were fine, Lin Wenyue did not expect Tang Tian to vent his anger on the innocent officials of the great Tang dynasty. Tang Tian looked on with a gloomy face. Yi Xian was able to silently appear behind him, a spirit realm martial artist. His strength was definitely stronger. However, he could not help but laugh, ha ha ha, so it's you. Are you here to die? Although he knew that he could not defeat Yi Xian, there was a spirit realm expert in the first city lord's residence, so Tang Tian had some confidence. Killing you in one go is too easy for you. You will pay for your mistakes with your pain. Yi Xian disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, Tang Tian's 4 limbs were chopped off. The speed of the former's attack was faster than Tang Tian's reaction. What? Tang Tian widened his eyes in disbelief. He was a level 9 Imperial Qi expert, but his 4 limbs were chopped off in an instant. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. Yi Xian sprinkled some medicinal powder on Tang Tian's wounds. In an instant, Tang Tian's wounds began to heal. Tang Tian was in so much pain that his head was about to explode. Now that his wounds were healing, he wanted to kill himself. Now that his wounds had healed, how was he going to reattach his broken limbs? In the next moment, he felt a pain in his scalp. When he turned his head, he realized that he was being held in the hands of a white skeleton warrior. Now, Tang Tian had completely become a cripple. Watch him. If he wants to commit suicide, knock him out. Yi Xian ordered the white skeleton warrior puppet with level 10 aura energy in his heart. After that, he left again. This time, his target was the Soul Essence Realm expert. The Spirit Realm expert from the Tang family of the Celestial Wolf Island was an old man. He had already opened 7 earth veins and was very strong. Yi Xian landed in his courtyard. Although Yi Xian deliberately suppressed himself, it was hard for the other party not to notice at such a close distance. Who is it? An old voice drifted out from the house. Shortly after, the door was opened and an old man walked out from inside. The person who will kill you. Yi Xian held the 8 desolate sword and answered coldly. Oh? The old man squinted his eyes. He could also feel that Yi Xian was in the spirit realm. He glanced at the white skeleton warrior puppet and Tang Tian, who was in its hands. He had roughly investigated the celestial water island. There was only one spirit realm expert and it was impossible for there to be a spirit realm expert. Therefore, he guessed that Yi Xian was like him, an outsider. The celestial water island was first discovered by my Tang family. My Tang family has already reported this matter. You want to take the credit? The old man said. I am from the celestial water island. You said that the celestial water island was first discovered by your Tang family? Yi Xian asked. You're from the celestial water island? The old man was surprised. He couldn't even find a spirit realm expert, so why would there be a spirit realm expert? Before the old man could say anything, Yi Xian asked again, why did you capture those divine core warriors? Hee, it's just an experiment. The old man laughed. He wasn't surprised that Yi Xian knew about this matter. After all, Tang Tian had been captured by Yi Xian. Experiment? Yi Xian furrowed his brows. Sure enough, they were not good people. The Celestial Wolf Island's Tang family was using these people as lab rats. I don't think you're going to tell me. If that's the case, let's do it. Yi Xian immediately flew up into the air. He was in the number 1 main city, and if he fought here, it might affect many people. Therefore, he had to go outside the city. Humph, the old man coldly harumphed. Without saying anything, he followed behind Xian. Unlike those at the spirit realm, a spirit realm warrior's cultivation level could not be seen through with a single glance. Therefore, the old man dared not let his guard down. Disguise, what's your name? After landing, the old man couldn't help but ask. Yi Liangchen. Yi Xian casually replied. Alright, Yi Liangchen. No matter where you're from, since you dare to appear in front of me today, your fate is already decided. Make your move. Let me see what you're capable of. The old man also took out a long sword. Yi Xian held the 8 desolate sword and watched coldly. At this moment, he was also performing a series of actions in his heart. Ding. Host has learned the Prime Clarity Sword Art. Current proficiency is 10%. Ding. Host has learned the Prime Clarity Demonic Stomping Steps. Current proficiency is 10%. Although he had already raised the Hidden Dragon Sword Art to 90% proficiency, the Hidden Dragon Sword Art was created by the Poison King sect. The Prime Clarity Sword Art was the absolute art of the Prime Clarity Palace. Although these two martial arts were both high-tier heaven-tier martial arts, the Prime Clarity Sword Art was much stronger than the Hidden Dragon Sword Art. This time, he happened to meet an opponent who was around the same realm. It was very suitable for him to practice his martial arts. You're not going to make a move? Seeing that Yi Xian was in a daze, the old man couldn't help but ask. However, just as he spoke, Yi Xian used the Prime Clarity Demonic Stomping Steps that he just learned and charged over. Humph. The old man snorted and faced him head-on. Both of them were in the Essence Soul realm and could use the surrounding Yuan Qi to fight. However, the Yuan Qi in the Sky Water Island was much less than in the Blood Cliff continent, so their battle wasn't very intense. Ding. The Prime Clarity Sword Art's proficiency has increased. Current proficiency is 20%. Ding. The Prime Clarity Demonic Stomping Steps proficiency has increased. Current proficiency is 20%. The two martial arts were improving rapidly. In just a few rounds, the Prime Clarity Sword Art's proficiency had increased to 60%. The old man was going easy at the beginning to test Yi Xian's realm. Now, as the Prime Clarity Sword Art's proficiency increased, Yi Xian's attacks became more and more ferocious. He had no choice but to show his strength. However, in the next moment, the old man found a place. He seemed to have seen the martial arts that Yi Xian was using somewhere before. He was thinking as he defended. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Xianxia Palace. You are a disciple of Xianxia Palace? The old man exclaimed. The Xianxia Palace was a power in the Heavenly Absolute Territory. It had branches in many territories, including the Heavenly Wolf Island. That was why he found it familiar. You know him? Yi Xian was a little surprised. These two martial arts were obtained from the disciples of Xianxia Palace in the Ghost Tomb territory. Xianxia Palace was in the Heaven Absolute Territory, which was quite a distance away from the Heavenly Wolf Island. How could this old man know them? As he attacked, he replied, so what if I am? Unexpectedly, the old man continued to shout, stop. Our Tang clan is also working for Xianxia Palace. What? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked again. The Tang family was on the Heavenly Wolf Island, so how could they have any relationship with the Heavenly Absolute Territory's Xianxia Palace? If that was really the case, then there was only one explanation. Xianxia Palace had a branch on Heavenly Wolf Island. Even so, Yi Xian did not stop and continued to attack. Stop. What are you trying to do? The old man shouted once again. Although the Tang clan was strong, they were not strong enough to fight Xianxia Palace. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped attacking and asked, then why did you capture those people? Of course we're sending them to Xianxia Palace. The old man furrowed his brows and asked, which branch are you from? I'm from the Heavenly Absolute Territory. Yi Xian answered. Impossible. How did you pass through the deep sea underground palace? The old man was shocked. He had walked around the entire Heavenly Water Island, so of course he had found the deep sea underground palace. He had tried to break through the formation, but he couldn't. That was why he had sent 2 men to guard it. You can't, but that doesn't mean I can't. Why did you capture those people? Yi Xian asked again. I told you, we're sending them to the Supreme Pure Palace. The Supreme Pure Palace branch on the Heavenly Wolf Island needs Divine Core Death Row prisoners every month, and we just happened to discover this Heavenly Water Island, so. The old man explained. Although he didn't continue, Yi Xian understood what he was trying to say. Prisoners on death row? You're sending those innocent people as prisoners on death row? Also, why does that branch need so many prisoners on death row? Yi Xian asked with a puzzled expression. I don't know either. The old man shook his head. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly attacked again. The old man cried out in surprise, What are you doing? The Tang family was working for Xianxia Palace, and Yi Xian was a disciple of Xianxia Palace. There shouldn't be any conflicts between them. You're lying. Xianxia Palace has always been a righteous sect, why would we disregard human lives? Besides, you said you wanted them to test it out, how could you not know? Yi Xian shouted out loudly. The old man immediately realized that he had let the cat out of the bag when they were in the first main city. But, what surprised him even more was that Yi Xian's attacks suddenly became fiercer. Since the beginning, Yi Xian had been trying to improve his proficiency in martial arts. Although there were 3 earth veins between him and the old man, this wasn't the Bloodstone continent, and he couldn't use much natural yuan energy here. Right now, he was pressuring the old man, forcing him to tell him the truth. Fine, I'll tell you. While backing away, the old man shouted out, There is a huge group of devils sealed under Xianxia Palace, and they are showing signs of breaking through the seal. That's why Xianxia Palace needs a large number of prisoners on death row, and these devils can possess human bodies so that they can break through the seal. Once they break through the seal, they will be killed by Xianxia Palace disciples. After listening to the old man, Yi Xian finally understood what was going on. It turned out that Xianxia Palace needed a large number of vessels to bring these devils out and kill them, then use this method to continue sealing these devils. It looked like all the captured Divine Core prisoners were going to be used as vessels, and then be killed by Xianxia Palace disciples. Xianxia Palace's method was still acceptable, but this Tang family deserved to die. If the Tang family were capturing people from Heavenly Wolf Island, he wouldn't care, but why did they come to Heavenly Water Island to capture people? How could he allow this? If there weren't enough Divine Core prisoners, they might capture true Profound Warriors, true Origin Warriors, and true Spirit Warriors. Although they might be killed by these devils, it was still better than nothing. Because of this Tang family, Tang Tian's tyrannical rule had led to the deaths of all officials from the Great Song, Great Zhou, and Great Yan dynasties. This revenge had to be avenged. Seeing that Yi Xian was still attacking, the old man shouted out once again, We're just following orders. Buddy, if you keep attacking, don't blame me for being merciless. Although Xianxia Palace was a powerful force, everyone had a temper, and the old man couldn't hold it in any longer. Then why don't you show me how merciless you are? Yi Xian furiously shouted out, and his aura instantly skyrocketed. Beast King Rampage. On Heavenly Water Island, where natural yuan energy was scarce, a body's physique was more effective. With a few thousand dragon strength and a 30% increase in movement speed, Yi Xian's speed had greatly surpassed the old man's. Looking for me? So fast. After witnessing Yi Xian's speed, the old man was stunned. He knew that he could no longer hold back and counterattacked with all his might. But what he didn't know was that Yi Xian was using him as a sparring partner. Yi Xian's martial arts were improving rapidly. Ding! The Prime Clarity Sword Arts proficiency has increased. Current proficiency is at 80%. Ding! The Prime Clarity Sword Arts proficiency has increased. Current proficiency is at 90%. With the bloodline of a sword saint, the proficiency of the sword art increased quickly. In less than a minute, the Prime Clarity Sword Art had reached 90% proficiency, while the old man's sword art was only at 60% proficiency. Yi Xian felt that it was about time and finally began to deal the killing blow. Prime Clarity Demonic Slaying Slash. Yi Xian slashed out with his sword, sending the old man flying. Fortunately, the old man blocked the attack with his sword, or else he would have been in danger. But in the next moment, the old man's face froze. 100 Ghosts Parade. The moment the old man was sent flying, Yi Xian released a large number of wraiths. These wraiths were all at level 9 and 10. Although they didn't have much effect on the old man, Xian was only using them to hold him back. Only now did the old man realize that Xian wasn't a disciple of the Prime Clarity Palace, but a member of the demonic sect who had killed a disciple of the Prime Clarity Palace. I didn't want to bully him with numbers, but there's no other choice. Xian thought to himself. He had wanted to kill the old man in a one-on-one battle, but he suddenly saw an image appear on the omniscient mirror. A fleet of ships had landed on Skywater Island. They must be from the Celestial Wolf Island. They had come at the wrong time, so Xian had to kill the old man quickly. The old man was instantly surrounded by a group of wraiths, while Xian mixed in with them, waiting for an opportunity. Suddenly, he found a flaw in the old man's defense and immediately slashed out with his sword. Prime Clear Demonic Slaying Slash. The martial arts of the High Purity Palace were extremely powerful against evil creatures. This High Purity Demonic Slaying Slash was also the same. In an instant, it scattered the souls of the few wraiths, and then struck the old man. Boom! This time, the old man did not have the ability to resist and was directly cut in two. After that, Xian followed up with a hidden dragon thrust, completely killing the old man. It had to be said that the old man's strength was not bad. In just a second, he had killed more than half of the wraiths. However, he was still lacking compared to Xian. Even if he didn't use the human wave tactic, it was only a matter of time before Xian killed him. After he died, Xian unceremoniously took off his interspatial ring. Ding! Host has unlocked the 5th Earth Vein. The old man should have some status in the Tang family, as his net worth was even greater than that of the disciples of the Xianxia Palace. We're running out of time. Wei Zhentian, hide this guy. Xian immediately summoned Wei Zhentian. He couldn't just let Tang Tian die like this. Once he returned, he was going to use the Fallen Spirits sect's methods to torture Tang Tian. The fleet had come ashore, and the 3 men leading the fleet were heading toward the central province. As for Xian, he was going to destroy their ships and kill all the sailors before they left. After that, he would kill all 3 men one by one. Without hesitation, he started running toward the fleet while avoiding the 3 men. When the 3 men arrived at the central province, Xian had already found their fleet. This time, the Tang family was going to capture some Divine Core warriors as well. As long as Xian killed all the ships and sailors, these 3 men wouldn't be able to capture anyone and bring them back. 100 Spirit Realm warriors? Why are they using so many men this time? Xian was shocked. It looked like the Tang family was going to capture more men and bring them back to Heavenly Wolf Island. That was why Xian wouldn't let them go. Kill. In the blink of an eye, he charged toward the fleet. There were 200 Spirit Realm warriors in this fleet, and 1,000 Spirit Realm warriors. Although it was a huge number, in the eyes of a Spirit Realm warrior like Xian, they were just a bunch of ants. In less than half a minute, all these men were turned into corpses, and all their storage rings had fallen into Xian's hands. The 1,000 Spirit Realm warriors weren't a big deal, but all these Spirit Realm warriors' storage rings were worth a lot of money. However, it wasn't enough for Xian to open up the 6th Earth Vein. After that, Xian destroyed another dozen ships. After that, he took out the Myriad Mirror. The 3 Spirit Realm warriors couldn't find Tang Tian and the old man, so they split up and started searching. For them, the Heavenly Water Continent was just like a small island, and with their senses, it wasn't a problem for them to find a Spirit Realm warrior. The 3 men split up, and that was what Xian wanted. Xian didn't know what cultivation realm these 3 men were at, so it was best for him to split up and find them. At that moment, he used the Myriad Mirror to get closer to the nearest person. Soon, he found one of them. Not only that, he also used his identity as a Xianxia Palace warrior. This Spirit Realm warrior was the same as the old man, only opening up 7 earth veins. However, his cultivation realm was lower than the old man's, so he was easily killed by Xian. After Xian obtained his storage ring, his strength increased again, and he started searching for the second person. The second person also opened up 7 earth veins, but he also died at the hands of Xian. As for the last person, he also opened up 7 earth veins, but he was also killed by Xian. At the same time, Xian also found out the purpose of the Tang family's fleet. His guess was right. The Tang family wanted to capture all the people in the true spirit realm and above on the continent. Fortunately, he came back early. If he came back a little later, the entire heavenly water continent would be empty. The three spirit realm warriors, in addition to the others, allowed Xianxia's cultivation realm to increase again, and he opened up the sixth earth vein. After that, he captured Tang Tian and gave him to the others to torture. Great Elder Lin Wenyue was hiding at the edge of the heavenly water continent. To be precise, he was in the Sea Dragon clan's new dragon palace. However, when Yi Xian arrived at the new dragon palace, he found that everyone was there, except for two people. Song Suijing and Song Jiejue. Great Elder, where are Suijing and the others? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. I forgot to tell you. Not long after they returned, they mastered that mysterious state, so they went to the Blood Cliff continent to find you. Great Elder said truthfully. What, they went to find me? Yi Xian was shocked. When they were in the deep sea underground palace, Song Suijing and Song Jiejue thought that their strength couldn't keep up with Yi Xian's pace, so they returned to the heavenly water continent first. Yi Xian didn't expect that after they returned, they would master that mysterious state of cultivation, and their cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. Yes, when they came out of seclusion, they almost broke through to the spirit realm. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to enter the deep sea underground palace, so they went to the Blood Cliff continent. Lin Wenyue nodded. Yi Xian had a headache. Although he was confident in their strength, it was still the Blood Cliff continent. There were plenty of spirit realm warriors, and spirit realm warriors everywhere. Heavenly Wolf Island. Although Yi Xian wanted to immediately return to the Blood Cliff continent to find the two of them, he had to help the Heavenly Water continent overcome the crisis first. Grand Elder, the Tang family of Heavenly Wolf Island probably won't send anyone over for the time being. However, to prevent future troubles, I have to make a trip to Heavenly Wolf Island. Yi Xian said to the Grand Elder. Be careful. Lin Wenyue did not stop him. After all, her current realm was far from enough. Okay. Yi Xian nodded. Afterward, he bid farewell to his friends and family. After killing the remaining spirit realm experts on the Heavenly Water continent, he left the Heavenly Water Island. The Tang family of Heavenly Wolf Island came by ship. However, they had thousands of people and only one Yi Xian, so flying was more than enough. There were many nautical charts in the Tang family's interspatial rings. Yi Xian knew the location of Heavenly Wolf Island. In addition, he had a compass, so it was only a matter of time before he arrived at Heavenly Wolf Island. However, it had to be said that the sea was a dangerous place. Yi Xian actually encountered a spirit realm saint beast on the way. It was a saint beast that could destroy a fleet of ships. However, Beast King's rampage did not increase his strength by much, so he was too lazy to collect the saint beast's corpses. He was also glad that he did not add the advancement point to Beast King's rampage. Otherwise, it would have been a waste. Currently, the most suitable thing for him to advance was speed and the power of his sword skills. This time, Yi Xian flew for 3 days and 3 nights before he saw Heavenly Wolf Island. If the Heavenly Water Continent and Heavenly Wolf Island were to be compared, the Heavenly Water Continent was not even 1/10 the size of Heavenly Wolf Island. Heavenly Wolf Island was near the Blood Cliff continent, so it could also be called Heavenly Wolf Territory. Although it was only an intermediate territory, it was much stronger than Ghost Grave Territory. Yi Xian looked at Heavenly Wolf Island in front of him and immediately increased his speed to rush over. According to the spirit realm expert he captured, the Tang family was only an ordinary faction on Heavenly Wolf Island. The Tang family was established at the edge of Heavenly Wolf Island. At this moment, he had a plan in his mind. The Tang clan was the first to discover Skywater Island. They reported it to their superiors and were rewarded. Therefore, Yi Xian had to figure out who the higher-ups were referring to. Was it the Skywolf Lord or the Bloodstone Continent? However, before he could land on Heavenly Wolf Island, several figures entered his sight in the air. There was 1 figure in front and 3 figures behind. Help, they are pirates. The man who was being chased shouted. Pirates? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. It seemed that the 3 people behind him were not good people. He estimated that the 3 of them had only opened 4 or 5 earth veins, so their strength was not strong. Since they were outside, they should lend a helping hand. That was why Xian decided to make a move. Of course, the biggest reason was that he had his eyes on the 3 pirates' universe rings. Brat, don't overestimate yourself. A pirate saw that Xian didn't move and immediately shouted. Overconfident? You're the ones who are overestimating yourself. Die. Xian rushed out and appeared in front of the pirates in the blink of an eye. The next moment, 3 heads flew and fell into the sea. Instant kill, Xian put away the 3 universe rings and directly devoured them. Apart from the 3 interspatial rings, the other reason was that the man looked like someone from Heavenly Wolf Island. He needed a tour guide. Thank you for saving me, little brother. I am Lei Feng, the man said gratefully. Xian. Xian also reported his name, then asked, dare I ask, what is the name of this island? Little brother, you're not from Heavenly Wolf Island? Lei Feng asked in shock. No, I'm from the Bloodstone continent, but I lost my nautical map at sea and have been drifting blindly for a year. Xian casually made up a lie. Even with a nautical map, it was extremely easy to get lost at sea. Drifting for a year was nothing. Lei Feng did not doubt him and explained, this is Heavenly Wolf Island, a mid-level territory. Heavenly Wolf Island, huh? Phew, I finally found traces of people. Xian breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Lei Feng glanced out of the corner of his eye and hurriedly said, not good, those pirates are coming. Let's go to the island quickly. Then, the 2 quickly landed on Heavenly Wolf Island. Xian turned around and saw that the pirates chasing them had turned back. He asked in surprise, they're not chasing? Little brother, you may not know, but Heavenly Wolf Island has a rule. Pirates can only attack at sea and are not allowed to enter the island. Now that we're on Heavenly Wolf Island, they don't dare to come in, so they retreated. Lei Feng said helplessly, I'm from the Jiang family. I was in charge of trading with the neighboring island, but I encountered pirates. I'm the only one who survived. Are there many pirates around here? Xian asked again. There are many. There are more than 10 pirate groups wandering in the sea around Heavenly Wolf Island. Little brother, you've been drifting at sea for so long, but you haven't encountered any pirates. Your luck is pretty good. Lei Feng nodded and said, little brother, you must be very tired after drifting at sea for so long. I'll take you into the city for a meal to repay you for saving my life. Okay. Xian agreed. His purpose was to find someone to take him to understand Heavenly Wolf Island. After all, he knew nothing about it now, not even where the Tang family was. The 2 of them began to fly inland. Lei Feng had encountered pirates at sea, so he had to report back to the Jiang family first. However, it was very inconvenient to bring Xian with him, so Lei Feng brought Xian to his residence first. Now Xian understood that Lei Feng was not from the Jiang family. They just happened to have the same surname. Lei Feng's parents had died at the hands of pirates, and he had a younger sister at home. The 2 siblings depended on each other. Lei Feng led Xian into 100 Refinement City, then rushed to his residence first. However, when he returned to his house, he found a series of shouts coming from inside. Sister? Lei Feng's eyes widened in shock. He rushed in directly, only to find a man touching his sister. It's you? Lei Feng recognized this man. Lei Feng? Why are you back? This man was very surprised. He heard that Lei Feng had gone out to sea, so why did he suddenly return? Lei Feng was furious. He pushed the man away and protected his sister behind him. He shouted angrily, Zhang Bao, what are you doing? This man was called Zhang Bao. Like Lei Feng, he was a consecrator of the Jiang family. Damn it, I can't believe you ran into me. Zhang Bao shouted angrily and said, since that's the case, then I'll be frank. Your sister has been taken a fancy to by young Master Jiang, so I'm taking her to the Jiang family. As expected, young Master Jiang still hasn't given up. Lei Feng's face was gloomy. He had already guessed it. Since you understand, then let's go. As long as your sister becomes the young mistress of the Jiang family, you can be considered to have turned over a new leaf, Zhang Bao said. Kill. Humph, young Master Jiang wants your sister. If you dare to disobey, you should know the consequences. You kept delaying because you thought young Master Jiang would forget about this matter. Today, you better go and beg for forgiveness. Otherwise, no one can save you, Zhang Bao said coldly. In that case, I will leave the Jiang family. Lei Feng grabbed Luo Feng's hand and prepared to leave without thinking. You want to leave? Zhang Bao's eyes widened as he threw a punch. Lei Feng didn't expect Zhang Bao to attack him in the city. Moreover, Zhang Bao's cultivation level was higher than his. He had already opened 6 meridians, which was 2 meridians higher than Lei Feng. Therefore, Lei Feng was sent flying by the punch. Brother! Luo Feng exclaimed. Humph, let's go. Zhang Bao rushed forward and grabbed Luo Feng's wrist, preparing to take her back to the Jiang family by force. However, at this moment, a large hand suddenly patted Zhang Bao's shoulder. Who is it? Zhang Bao turned around and found that it was a young man. He immediately threw a punch. Yi Xian easily dodged the punch and swept the Bahuang sword. Zhang Bao's arm was sent flying as blood gushed out. What? Zhang Bao was stunned. In the next moment, he was sent flying by Yi Xian's punch. Young man, you dare to touch me? Zhang Bao's eyes widened. Not only do I dare to touch you, but I also dare to touch your interspatial ring. Yi Xian took off the interspatial ring from Zhang Bao's severed arm and poured everything into the devouring space. Then, he cut the interspatial ring in half. If the interspatial ring was damaged, the items inside would disappear. No one knew where they went. Zhang Bao's eyes turned red when he saw his interspatial ring falling to the ground. He roared and charged at Yi Xian. However, he'd only opened up 6 earth veins, while Yi Xian had just opened up the 7th earth vein. Yi Xian was able to kill enemies above his cultivation level. Now that his cultivation level was higher than Zhang Bao's, the latter could only be killed in a second. When they saw Zhang Bao's head flying, Rufus Maple and Rufus Maple were stunned. Killing people in the city? Not good, there's a nighthawk in the sky. The city guards will be here soon. Let's go. Wounded, Maple pulled the Luan Xiaoluan and rushed out of the city. If it wasn't for Yi Xian this time, Lei Xiaoluan would definitely have been taken away, so Yi Xian could be considered the 2 brothers' savior. However, what Yi Xian did not expect was that flying was prohibited in the city, and there were also a large number of saint beasts in the air. The fact that he had killed someone would be exposed very soon. It was precisely because of this that Lu Ruffing immediately brought them out of the city. Fortunately, they were able to leave the city easily. I'm sorry, I didn't know this would happen. Yi Xian felt very guilty. Now, the siblings had to leave. Zhang Bao was arrogant and despotic. If he was allowed to leave, he would definitely return to the Jiang family to report. At that time, the Jiang family would send experts to chase after him. However, he did not expect that there would be saint beasts in the 100 refining city, so the matter was blown up by him. It's not your fault. I've already made preparations to leave the Jiang family. This time, young Master Jiang took advantage of me going out to sea to forcefully kidnap my sister. How can I continue to stay in such a family? Rufus Maple shook his head. Yi Xian sighed as he followed. Rufus Maple was already over 35 years old, while his sister was only 20 years old. Their parents were killed when Lei Xiaoluan was 1 month old. Therefore, the 15-year-old Rufus Maple took on the heavy responsibility of raising his sister. The former had climbed up the ladder to achieve what he had today, and he had even worked hard for the Jiang family. Unexpectedly, the Jiang family made him bitterly disappointed. Yi Xian saw the shadow of Adjudicator Song in Rufus Maple, so he could not stand by and watch. Someone is chasing us. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly looked back and saw a team rushing out from the city, quickly chasing after them. Rufus Maple's face was gloomy as he said, "It's the City Lord's Tiger Cavalry team. Their strength is above 7 earth vein. Little brother, you take Qingwan and leave first. I'll go back with them." Brother. Lei Xiaoluan immediately exclaimed when she heard this. Yi Xian understood that Rufus Maple wanted to go back and take the blame. However, Yi Xian treated this Tiger Cavalry team as experience. You guys continue to run. Don't worry, I don't care about these people. Yi Xian said coldly. At this moment, Rufus Maple could only sigh at Yi Xian's strength. Otherwise, they could only be captured. It did not matter if he died, but the Jiang family had a good relationship with the city lord's mansion. If Lei Xiaowan was captured, she would definitely be sent to the Jiang family's young master Jiang. The tiger cavalry team rode on a type of tiger sacred beast. They were extremely fast. Although they could not catch up to Yi Xian, they could catch up to Rufus Maple, who had only opened 4 earth veins, and Lei Xiaowan, who had not even reached the soul essence realm. Just as the tiger cavalry team was about to catch up to the 3 of them, Yi Xian suddenly stopped and instantly turned around to kill them. Prime Clarity Sword Art. Yi Xian immediately used the Prime Clarity Sword Art that had been raised to 90%. His speed was even faster than before. In less than 3 seconds, he had killed the 10 tiger cavalry team and their mounts. So strong. Rufus Maple and Lei Xiaowan were stunned. The latter was even more astonished because Yi Xian was about the same age as her, but his strength was worlds apart from hers. At this moment, Yi Xian had already collected the 10 people's universe rings and their corpses. Ding! The host has opened the 8th earth vein. After hearing the notification, Yi Xian could not help but grin. Then, he ran to Rufus Maple and asked, "What are the realms of the city lord and the patriarch of the Jiang family?" Rufus Maple was stunned and said, "The patriarch of the Jiang family has already opened 12 earth veins, and the city lord of the 100 refinement city has already opened 14. 12, 14? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. If that was the case, why would he run? However, he still escorted Rufus Maple and Lei Xiaowan to a safe mountain range first. Then, he put on a small face mask, carried the head of the tiger cavalry team's captain, and returned to the entrance of the 100 refinement city. At this moment, the 100 refinement city was already in an uproar. When Yi Xian arrived at the city gate, the generals guarding the city also looked at him with fear. To be able to kill a tiger cavalry team, he had to open at least 8 earth veins. "Don't block me, or don't blame me for being ruthless." Yi Xian entered the city so brazenly. The experts of the 100 refinement city looked at each other and finally rushed forward bravely. Guarding the 100 refinement city was their duty. They could not let such a demon enter the city. Yi Xian did not want to kill them all. He only took off all their universe rings and quickly escaped into the city. Tang family. After inquiring about the location of the Jiang family, Yi Xian quickly rushed over. The reason why he saved the siblings was actually a little selfish. He wanted to find an excuse for himself to kill his way to the Jiang family. There were 2 major forces in the 100 refinement city. One was the city lord's mansion, and the other was the Jiang family. Under normal circumstances, these 2 families would fight to the death because of benefits. However, the relationship between the 2 families was very harmonious. This was because the Jiang family and the city lord's mansion were like the Yi family and the Lin family in Lianyan City. The ancestors of the 2 families were from the same family. Therefore, Yi Xian understood that if he caused trouble in the Jiang family, the city lord's mansion would definitely not stand by idly. At this moment, Yi Xian had already arrived in front of the Jiang family's gate. "Who are you?" a guard of the Jiang family asked in surprise. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian did not say a word and directly charged over. In the blink of an eye, the arms of the 2 guards were chopped off, and their interspatial rings were gone. At the same time, Yi Xian's figure disappeared as well. Yi Xian had already opened 8 earth veins and could sense the location of those soul essence realm experts. He first found trouble with those weaker soul essence realm experts. By the time the upper echelons of the Jiang family reacted, Yi Xian had already opened his 9th bloodline. "How dare you behave atrociously in my Jiang family? Die!" A shout came from the sky. Yi Xian turned his head and saw an old man flying over. With the relationship between the Jiang family and the city lord's mansion, the Jiang family could naturally fly in the 100 refinement city. The patriarch of the Jiang family, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. The reason why young Master Jiang was so arrogant and unreasonable was because he was spoiled by the patriarch of the Jiang family. Therefore, this old fellow was on Yi Xian's must-kill list. "You dare to find trouble with me with just 12 earth veins? Die!" Yi Xian's killing intent was revealed. In just 3 rounds, he chopped off the head of the Jiang family's patriarch. As the head of the Jiang clan's patriarch was extremely wealthy. He directly allowed Yi Xian to open the 10th earth vein. After that, Yi Xian ran around the Jiang family and took away the universe rings of the remaining soul essence realm cultivators in the Jiang family. If there was anyone he didn't like, he would directly kill them. When Yi Xian left the Jiang clan, he had only opened 10 earth veins, but he was not far from opening the 11th. At the same time, when he entered the Jiang family, he only killed one person who hadn't reached the soul essence realm, which was young Master Jiang. It's your turn now. Yi Xian looked in one direction and smiled. In this world, the strong were respected. Killing people to steal treasures could be seen everywhere. Yi Xian had robbed the Jiang family but had not killed many people, which was not bad. Very quickly, Yi Xian arrived in the air above the city lord's mansion. How dare you fly in the 100 Refinement City? Before Yi Xian stopped, a passing city lord mansion worshipper shouted. However, before he could finish his sentence, he felt a pain in his shoulder. He lowered his head and saw that his entire arm was gone. At this moment, Yi Xian had already charged into the city lord mansion. In less than 3 minutes, he had opened the 11th earth vein. The 100 Refinement City Lord only had 14 earth veins. To him, it was not much of a threat. The City Lord mansion was very efficient, much faster than the Jiang clan. Not long after Yi Xian opened the 11th earth vein, the 100 Refinement City Lord charged out. Bastard, die. The 100 Refinement City Lord charged out of nowhere and slashed down at Yi Xian with his sword. Swish, Yi Xian, who had just swallowed an universe ring, nimbly dodged the slash and instantly rushed over. So fast, the 100 Refinement City Lord's heart trembled. In the next moment, his arm disappeared. Ding, the host has opened the 12th earth vein. A notification sounded. Originally, Yi Xian did not want to kill anyone, but the 100 Refinement City Lord allowed the Jiang clan to do whatever they wanted. Moreover, if the 100 Refinement City Lord was still alive, he would definitely arrest Yi Xian, so he had to die. Die. Yi Xian slashed horizontally, and the 100 Refinement City Lord's head was thrown up. However, just as Yi Xian killed the 100 Refinement City Lord, another angry roar sounded. Bastard, you actually killed him? Yi Xian turned his head to look and discovered an old man that was charging towards him. This aura gave Yi Xian the feeling that he was much stronger than the 100 Refinement City Lord. What's going on? Could it be the 100 Refinement City Lord's father? But Lei Feng said that the 100 Refinement City Lord's father died long ago. Yi Xian's eyes widened. It seemed that Lei Feng's information was wrong, or perhaps some expert had come to the 100 Refinement City as a guest. Yi Xian estimated that this old man had opened at least 16 earth veins. However, after he exchanged blows with the old man, he realized that he was very wrong. The amount of heaven and earth essence energy that this old man could use was very terrifying, much more than the 100 Refinement City Lord. It was likely that the other party had already opened 17 or even 18 earth veins. Where did he come from? Yi Xian's face darkened. From the beginning until now, he had already exchanged 10 blows with this old man. In these 10 rounds, he was at a disadvantage. He could not be defeated. This made Yi Xian want to retreat. Retreat first. Yi Xian turned around and ran. Good boy, you actually dare to kill a disciple of the Supreme Purity Palace. I, Tang Pingyun, will definitely capture you and hand you over to the Supreme Purity Palace. The old man shouted loudly. He was different from Tang Tian's bodyguard from before. He immediately guessed that Yi Xian had killed a disciple of the Supreme Purity Palace and then cultivated the martial arts of the Supreme Purity Palace. However, when Yi Xian heard his words, his eyes lit up. Tang, his purpose in coming to Celestial Wolf Island this time was to find the Tang family, and this old man's surname was Tang, so he might be from that Tang family. However, it was better to escape first. What fast speed, you actually even learned the Supreme Purity demonic trampling steps. The old man saw through the movement technique Yi Xian used with a glance. He did not expect that such a thing would actually happen in 100 Refinement City. He originally came to 100 Refinement City to discuss some matters with the 100 Refinement City Lord, but now that the 100 Refinement City Lord was killed, what was there to discuss? However, if he could catch a person disguised as a disciple of the Supreme Purity Palace, it would be a great contribution. However, whether he could catch Yi Xian was still a problem. Yi Xian retreated as he fought, and soon, he flashed out of 100 Refinement City. As for the old man, he followed behind Xian relentlessly. The two of them gradually left 100 Refinement City, one fleeing and one chasing. Damn it, this kid's speed is too fast, and his true chi seems to be inexhaustible. I might not be able to catch up to him. The old man was very helpless in his heart. After deliberating for a moment, he turned around. He wanted to go back and report the matter. Supreme Purity Palace was also an overlord force on Celestial Wolf Island. Someone actually used the flag of Supreme Purity Palace to slaughter the city lord's mansion of 100 Refinement City. This was not a small crime. Not chasing anymore? Xian turned his head and saw that the old man had already turned around and left. Immediately, he chased after him again. Chapter 479 Join hands. He actually followed me. Could it be that this brat wants to kill me? The old man reminded himself. He had to be careful. It was better to be safe than sorry. However, it didn't take long for someone to rush over. Xian's figure trembled as he immediately dodged. Brother, don't be afraid. I'm just here to discuss something with you. The man with the broadsword said with a smile. Discuss? Xian was somewhat shocked. He reckoned that this man was probably even stronger than the 100 Refining City Lord. What is it? Xian asked curiously. Hee. The man grinned and said, I saw you fight with Tang Pingyun just now. Your strength is not bad. Why don't we join forces and kill him together? Oh? Xian was slightly surprised. This person was actually here to join forces with him. However, he was still suspicious. Do you know who he is? That's right. I've been following him all the way. He's from the Tang family in the City Master's mansion of Jinwu City. As long as you cooperate with me, I don't want anything in his interspatial ring. I only want a piece of paper. The man nodded. A map? Xian frowned. What kind of map is that? Little brother, don't ask so many questions. I'm sincerely here to cooperate with you. As long as you agree, I only want that map after everything is done. The man didn't reveal the secret. Sorry, I refuse, Xian replied. This man wanted to work with him, but he only wanted a map. Obviously, that map was more important than the entire universe ring. It might be a treasure map or something like that. Little brother, if he returns to Golden Crow City, there will be no other way. The man reminded. Then do it yourself. When the man heard this, he hesitated for a moment before finally compromising. Alright, I'll tell you. That map is the Tang family's new shipping route. As long as I have it, I can guard that place. Now, Xian finally understood what the map was. Alright, deal. Xian immediately agreed. It was just a map, which was of little use to him. He would rather have the interspatial ring. However, he was still on guard in his heart. After all, this man's background was unknown, so he had to be careful in case the other party launched a sneak attack. Good, straightforward, let's go. After the man finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed toward the old man. Xian followed closely behind. Previously, he could not do anything to the old man, but now that the old man had consumed a lot of innate chi and he had one more helper, if nothing unexpected happened, the old man would definitely fall. The two quickly approached each other. The old man seemed to have sensed something, and when he turned around, his expression stiffened. Damn it, it's the people from the Black Tiger Mountain. They must have come for the transport map. The old man instantly reacted. His whereabouts this time had been concealed, but now that his whereabouts had been exposed, it could only mean one thing: there was a spy in the Tang family. However, this was a topic for another time. Right now, he had to deal with Xian and Xian. He turned around, and the 18 earth veins instantly expanded. They began to communicate with the chi of heaven and earth, and directly attacked Xian and Xian. Xian was not afraid of the old man before, and now that it was 2 against 1, his confidence was bursting. After easily dodging the sword chi, he and the other man approached the old man. Prime Clarity Sword Technique. Xian directly used his special skill. Prime Clarity Sword Technique? The man was slightly surprised. Wasn't the Tang family a subordinate of the Prime Clarity Palace? Why were they fighting with their own family members? In the next moment, he realized that Xian must have cultivated the martial arts of the Prime Clarity Palace. The two men charged to the old man's left and right. In an instant, the old man felt an enormous pressure. However, he was still a high-ranking member of the Tang family. How could he be killed so easily? However, after a while, he cursed in his heart. He had forgotten that he was not in peak condition when he fought. If his innate chi was used up, he would be dead for sure. Go. The old man did not dare to fight anymore. He hurriedly rushed toward the Golden Crow City at full speed. You still want to leave now? Xian's eyes widened, and his speed suddenly skyrocketed. His Prime Clarity demonic stomping steps had been cultivated to 80%, which was 20% higher than the old man's identity martial arts. Rip. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. The old man's thigh was grazed by Xian's sword chi, and a large piece of flesh was cut off. Blood flowed out, and his speed immediately decreased. He was already no match for Xian and Xian. Now that he was injured, he did not have long to live. No, the new route of the family's transportation must not be leaked. The old man's face darkened. He took out a map from his interspatial ring, and then channeled his innate chi, preparing to shatter it into pieces. Oh no! The man was shocked and attacked with all his might. However, he was still one step too slow. By the time his sword chi cut through the old man's arm, the map had already been shattered into pieces. Rip! The old man's arm flew up. A figure quickly rushed over and caught the arm, then took off the interspatial ring. Ding! The host has opened the 13th ley vein. Ding! The host has opened the 14th ley vein. The two notifications rang out. Xian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The items in the old man's interspatial ring were extremely valuable. It had to be said that the old man was too confident in himself. He actually carried the items with him. Or perhaps, this was the only thing he carried when he went out. The Tang family was indeed rich. Die. After the breakthrough, Xian's strength soared. He swung the Bahuang sword in his hand lightly, and the old man's head flew off. Die, this time it was all thanks to this man. Otherwise, Xian would not have been able to do anything to the old man. The man also rushed over. Looking at the map that had been reduced to dust, he sighed helplessly. You can't blame me for this. Xian shrugged. Sigh, what a pity. The man shook his head and said, in that case, I'll take my leave. After saying that, he turned around and left. However, he had only taken 2 steps when he suddenly turned around and slashed at Xian with his saber. I knew you were up to no good. Xian had been on guard. When he saw the man suddenly attack, he immediately stepped back with the Shangqing's demonic stomping steps and dodged the saber. Then, he stomped his feet and rushed toward the man like a flash of light. Rip! The Bahuang sword accurately pierced the man's heart. Die, in the wild, one could not let their guard down. Even brothers could kill each other for some heaven and earth treasure. Xian kicked the man's body again and sent it flying. Then, he put away the man's interspatial ring and weapon. So, you're a bandit. Xian swallowed everything in the interspatial ring, then began to check the interspatial ring. Sneaking into the Tang family, looking for a high sinecure? Xian's eyes lit up. If this was the case, he could sneak into the Tang family and investigate the whereabouts of those divine core warriors from the Heavenly Water continent a few months ago. Xian didn't know much about the Tang family. All he knew was that the Tang family had an ancestor who had opened 29 earth veins. Unlike the spirit realm, the essence realm didn't require a huge amount of natural treasures. A essence realm warrior might suddenly have an epiphany and open up a few earth veins, or even heavenly veins. Therefore, it was related to one's natural talent. Of course, with the help of precious natural treasures, even a little kid might be able to reach the essence realm. Without hesitation, Xian started heading toward the Golden Crow City. As for Lu Xiaofeng and Lu Xiaoluan, Xian wasn't worried about them. After all, they had found a place to live in seclusion. The Golden Crow City was considered a big city on the Heavenly Wolf Island. It was second only to the Heavenly Wolf City. Right at this moment, Yi Xian had arrived at the Golden Crow City. After that, he asked around for the location of the Tang family, which was the mayor's mansion. As the mayor's mansion, the Tang family was a family that could control the entire Golden Crow City. Yi Xian had opened 14 earth veins, and his overall strength was not bad. Furthermore, he had a great natural talent, so it wouldn't be a problem for him to join the Tang family. "Young man, what are you doing here?" When Yi Xian arrived at the mayor's mansion, a man stopped him. It was a guard from the Tang family. "I want to join the Tang family." Yi Xian stated his intention without hesitation. "Oh? What's your cultivation level?" the guard asked. Yi Xian answered without thinking, "I've opened 14 earth veins." 14 earth veins, the guard was shocked. He never expected Yi Xian to be a genius. He had only opened one earth vein when he was almost 40 years old. "This way, please." The guard immediately smiled, then he personally led Yi Xian into the mayor's mansion. After that, he brought Yi Xian in front of a middle-aged man. "Oh? You opened 14 earth veins and want to join my Tang clan?" The middle-aged man was somewhat surprised. A genius like Yi Xian definitely had some sort of background. He had no choice but to ask about this person joining the Tang family. "Where are you from?" the middle-aged man asked. Yi Xian understood that the middle-aged man in front of him must have opened at least 20 earth veins. His strength was extraordinary. "I'm from the Blood Cliff continent," Yi Xian replied. "Blood Cliff continent, which city?" the middle-aged man asked again. Before they arrived, Yi Xian had already prepared the information. He directly mentioned a coastal territory and its specific location. This was what he had seen in one of the Qiankuan rings he had obtained previously. Yi Xian's reaction dispelled most of the doubts in the middle-aged man's mind, but the latter continued to ask, "Why did you choose to join the Tang family?" "Because my surname is also Tang, Tang Hulu," Yi Xian replied. This name was randomly made up on the spot because he suddenly remembered that there was no such thing as Tonghulu in this world. He also sighed in his heart. Fortunately, he was resourceful and had strong adaptability. Otherwise, he would have made a mistake. Very good. "Show me a martial art," the middle-aged man said again. Yi Xian took out a high-grade heaven tool and directly pierced it into the sky. It was the 90% complete hidden dragon stab. The power is not bad. It should be around 90% complete, but the grade of the martial art is too low. The middle-aged man was very satisfied. He also felt that Yi Xian was able to mobilize the heaven and earth yuan qi. It was indeed 14 earth veins. Although the hidden dragon sword art and the prime clarity sword art were both high-grade heaven-tier martial arts, the gap between them was still very large. The middle-aged man was thinking that if Yi Xian learned a stronger martial art, he might be able to challenge those above his level. In short, Yi Xian was a good seedling. "Good. Tang Hulu, you have joined my Tang clan now. My name is Tang Yuanhang, an elder of the Tang clan. You will work under me." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he let the guard take Yi Xian to his residence. At the same time, he reminded Yi Xian where he could enter and where he could not. Just like that, Yi Xian stayed in the Tang clan. This Tang clan's strength was outstanding. He could not make a big fuss like the Jiang clan and the 100 Tempering City's city lord's office. Otherwise, he would probably be slapped to death. However, just as Yi Xian came out, he suddenly bumped into a girl. "Greetings, 7th young lady," the Tang clan guard greeted respectfully. Yi Xian glanced at him. F***ck, he almost vomited. This girl was fat, her face was full of pockmarks, and she had a mouthful of big yellow teeth. Her nostrils were even bigger than Yi Xian's thumb, and her eyes were almost as big as Yi Xian's pinky nail. She looked like a flower. "Greetings, 7th young lady." Yi Xian quickly shifted his gaze away from the Tang clan guard. After that, he followed the girl. The 7th young lady glanced at Yi Xian, then her eyes lit up. She stared at Yi Xian's back as he left, then she entered Tang Yuanheng's courtyard. "6th uncle, this is what Dad asked me to give you." The 7th young lady handed over a piece of paper to him. Tang Yuanheng took the paper and gave it a look. He was shocked. "Why is there more? Didn't we only ask for 100 people last month?" I don't know, this is a request from the Xianxia palace. Perhaps those devils have become even stronger. The seventh young lady shook her head and said. All right, I understand. Tang Yuanhang nodded his head helplessly. Last month, they had just handed over 200 Divine Core death row prisoners to the Xianxia palace, and this month, they were asking for 400. The number had doubled. The Divine Core warriors the Tang clan had captured from the Heavenly Water Island were only a few hundred. Luckily, Tang Yuanhang had the foresight to ask his men to capture all the true spirit warriors and above from the Heavenly Water Island. Although these people might not be able to withstand being possessed by the devils, there were still some who could withstand it. At the same time, Tang Yuanhang was preparing to personally eliminate some bandits and other forces. Those bandits were at least at the strength realm, but this wasn't a long-term solution. Right at this moment, the seventh young lady asked again, "Sixth uncle, who was that guy just now?" Tang Yuanhang was startled for a moment, then he immediately understood that the seventh young lady was talking about Yixian. He replied, "He's the Tang clan's new sinecure." "Why? Do you like him?" "Sixth uncle, you can ask him to come find me tonight." The seventh young lady suddenly smiled. "All right, I got it." Tang Yuanhang nodded his head. He understood what his niece meant. Although this niece of his was a little ugly, she had a pretty good talent. After that, the seventh young lady left. Right after Yixian had settled down, and while he was thinking about how to investigate this matter, someone knocked on his door. He opened the door, and saw a guard from the Tang clan. "Sinecure Tang, someone wants to see you, please follow me," the guard said. He didn't wait for Yixian to ask any questions, he just turned around and left. This confused Yixian. Could it be that the higher-ups of the Tang clan saw his talent and wanted to train him? Fury, however, after walking for a while, Yixian felt that something was amiss. This seemed to be the place where the Tang family's daughter lived. The guard brought Yixian to a courtyard and said, "The person who wants to see you is inside." In addition, the sixth elder said that he would gather at the martial arts practice field tomorrow morning to exterminate the bandits in the Golden Crow mountain range. "All right, I understand." Yixian nodded. He did not expect to be assigned a task as soon as he entered. After that, the guard left. Yixian pushed open the door and walked in with some surprise. When he came to the courtyard, he saw that the door was half open. At the same time, a girl's voice came from inside, "Come in." F***ck, it's really a girl? Yixian did not associate it with the seventh young mistress that he saw just now. Because when he thought of it, his stomach would churn, so he had already deleted that memory. He tried to push open the door and enter, but there was no one inside. However, he sensed that there was someone behind the screen. He took a few steps forward and realized that something was wrong. There was poison in this room. Ding! The poison is immune to the host. After hearing the notification, Yixian's eyes suddenly widened. He also realized that this was a poison that could make a soul-refining realm martial artist sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. At this moment, the person behind the screen walked out. Yixian's eyes were almost blinded. Wasn't this the seventh young mistress, Ruhua? Furthermore, the other party had exposed both of his shoulders. In an instant, Yixian understood that he had been exposed. He immediately slapped Ruhua across the air. Bang! Although the seventh young mistress was also in the soul-refining realm, her strength was much weaker than Yixian. After Yixian sent her flying, he immediately took off her universe ring and quickly rushed out of the room. He could not stay in the Tang family any longer. Yixian wanted to cry but had no tears. He originally planned to sneak into the Tang family, but he did not expect that in less than an hour, he would betray the Tang family. When he hurriedly left the courtyard, he heard Ruhua's angry roar. Now, the entire Tang family was alarmed. "Damn it, retreat!" Yixian cursed and quickly left the Tang family. Fortunately, he had taken the 7th Mrs. Cosmos ring and successfully opened the 15th Earth vein. Otherwise, his operation would have been in vain. All in all, it wasn't a loss. Everything happened so suddenly that before the Tang family could react, Yixian had already left. There was nothing the Tang family could do. At this time, in the sky outside Golden Crow City. "Damn you, Tang Yuanhang, I'll definitely kill you." Yi Xian flew into a rage. If it weren't for the sacred tree of life bloodline, his first time would have most likely been lost here. If that was really the case, then he might as well commit suicide. Although he had caused such a ruckus, he had also gained some benefits. Moreover, he knew that Tang Yuanhang was going to organize a group of people to hunt bandits and other bandits tomorrow. Therefore, Yi Xian waited outside the city for a while, waiting for them to come out. Yi Xian also asked the Tang family guard about Tang Yuanhang's cultivation base. Tang Yuanhang was the sixth elder of the Tang family and had opened 24 earth veins. He was very powerful. It was precisely because of this that Yi Xian chose to directly leave the Tang clan and not cause a ruckus. The difference between 24 earth veins and 15 earth veins was huge. If Yi Xian fought with Tang Yuanhang, he would probably be sent flying like a flower. I only slapped the seventh miss and took her Cosmos ring. The Tang family shouldn't make any big moves, so Tang Yuanhang's itinerary tomorrow shouldn't change, Yi Xian thought to himself and left immediately. His goal this time was to eliminate these bandits in front of Tang Yuanhang, then find trouble with Tang Yuanhang. The Golden Crow mountain range was just outside Golden Crow City. It led to the Celestial Wolf City, so there were many bandits and bandits here. It was already night. Yi Xian took advantage of the night to search the mountain range. He found a few bandits' nests. These bandits were not strong, at most with 20 dragon power, but there were many of them. Yi Xian cleaned up these bandits' nests overnight, gradually increasing his strength. These bandits actually had backers, which was why they weren't annihilated. However, Yi Xian didn't care who their backers were. By daybreak, most of the bandits' nests in the Golden Crow mountain range had been wiped out by Yi Xian. Only a few hidden nests were spared. Even Tang Yuanhang couldn't do anything about it, but Yi Xian did it with the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. After the massacre, Yi Xian opened 3 earth veins, increasing the number of earth veins he had from 15 to 18. At this time, he was guarding the entrance of the Golden Crow mountain range, waiting for Tang Yuanhang's arrival. Sure enough, Yi Xian finally found the Tang family's team at noon. There were only 10 people in this team, led by the 6th elder of the Tang family, Tang Yuanhang. Last night, the Tang family had turned the entire Golden Crow City upside down, but didn't find Yi Xian. They would never have thought that Yi Xian would sweep through most of the Golden Crow mountain range and then wait for them at the entrance. When the Tang family's team was about to enter the Golden Crow mountain range, Yi Xian descended from the sky and landed in front of them. Tang Yuanhang, you're finally here. Yi Xian looked at the Tang family's team with a cold expression. It's you? Tang Yuanhang, who was still wondering who dared to intercept the Tang family's team, was also astonished when he saw Yi Xian. Tang Yuanhang, I wanted to join the Tang family, but you sent me out. Today, none of you will leave. Yi Xian said loudly. Sent? You coveted my niece's interspatial ring and injured her. Li Jing, take him down. Tang Yuanhang shouted angrily. The 7th young mistress had distorted the truth yesterday, so Tang Yuanhang didn't know the truth. However, Yi Xian didn't bother to explain. He was determined to kill Tang Yuanhang anyway. Yi Xian's lips curled up as he watched the Tang family's consecrator, Li Jing, dashing toward him. The Bahuang sword was already in his hand. Li Jing had only opened 18 earth veins, the same as Yi Xian. With such strength, he could only be killed in an instant. Rip. Sure enough, Li Jing's head was thrown up in less than a second. Instant kill, Yi Xian took off his interspatial ring and shouted, who else? How is this possible? Tang Yuanhang was very surprised. He had personally witnessed Yi Xian's strength, but Yi Xian was able to kill an expert who had opened 18 earth veins in just one day. How was this possible? It seems that this brat was hiding his strength before. Tang Yuanhang thought to himself. At this moment, he hadn't realized that Yi Xian was using the martial arts of Xianxia Palace. Sun Xiaoyu. Tang Yuanhang shouted. Revenge. Tang Yuanhang had already opened 24 veins. Faced with such a situation, he couldn't lower himself to personally attack Yi Xian. Worshippers, to put it nicely, were worshippers. To put it bluntly, they were hired thugs. Sun Xiaoyu walked out and didn't waste any words, directly charging over. However, What no one expected was that Sun Xiaoyu, who had opened 20 veins, was actually instantly killed by Yi Xian. Just how many veins had Yi Xian opened? Prime Clarity Sword Arts. As Sun Xiaoyu's head flew, someone suddenly cried out in surprise. Everyone, including Tang Yuanhang, was stunned. Only now did they realize that Yi Xian had used the martial arts of Prime Clarity Palace. Yi Xian was a disciple of Prime Clarity Palace? No, definitely not, everyone reacted. Yi Xian had secretly learned Prime Clarity Palace's martial arts. What a guy. It just so happens that an emissary from Prime Clarity Palace is coming today. I'll capture you and bring you to him. Tang Yuanhang narrowed his eyes, suddenly feeling uneasy. He shouted, "Attack together." Although it was unfair to bully him with numbers, Tang Yuanhang still chose to be more conservative in order to prevent accidents. In an instant, the 8 people, including Tang Yuanhang, directly attacked. 1 against 8? Fine, I'll let you see who you've offended. Yi Xian's arrogance surged. The scene from yesterday was still vivid in his mind. This was the first time in his life that he was trembling with anger. Kill. Yi Xian charged forward. 1 against 8 was actually easier than 1 against Tang Yuanhang, because the other 7 were much slower than Yi Xian. With 90% mastery of the Prime Clarity demonic stomping steps, Yi Xian's speed was no slower than Tang Yuanhang's. Capture him alive. At this moment, Tang Yuanhang shouted. However, this indirectly reduced the strength of his side, greatly reducing the pressure on Yi Xian. Prime Clear Sword Art. Yi Xian used his strongest swordsmanship. Although the swordsmanship was specifically used to deal with evil creatures, with 90% proficiency, it was naturally Yi Xian's strongest attack. After the two sides came into contact, Yi Xian tried his best to avoid Tang Yuanhang and find trouble with others. Tang Yuanhang hadn't expected Yi Xian to be so powerful. He was actually able to fight against 8 people who were several levels higher than him. He rejoiced in his heart that he hadn't sent anyone to continue the fight. Otherwise, they would have been sending themselves to their deaths. Besieged by 8 people, Yi Xian was forced to retreat again and again, but he did not care. Come out. Yi Xian shouted, shocking everyone. Could it be that there was an ambush here? The next moment, he saw a little bird appear behind Yi Xian. Swish. Wei Zhentian transformed into a thumb-sized bird with a sharp beak and quickly flew out. Today, it had devoured a large amount of ores and weapons, and had long grown to the Essence Soul realm. At this moment, it could even kill a martial artist who had opened up 18 earth veins. Wei Zhentian transformed into a bird one moment, and then into a humanoid puppet the next. Furthermore, it was difficult to kill, causing a lot of trouble for Tang Yuanhang and the others. At the same time, it also shared a lot of pressure with Yi Xian. What the hell is this thing? Why haven't I heard of it before? Tang Yuanhang was very surprised. He couldn't be blamed for this. After all, strange beasts like rock spirits were extremely rare. Most people wouldn't be able to recognize them. After the two sides fought for half a minute, there were finally casualties. Without a doubt, the ones who died were definitely from Tang Yuanhang's side. Yi Xian endured the wound on his shoulder and killed one person, devouring his universe ring. Although one person died, Yi Xian was also injured. This was neither a win nor a loss for Tang Yuanhang's side. However, Yi Xian's wound healed after a second. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Yi Xian was fighting with them and didn't have time to heal. However, they watched as Yi Xian's wound healed as if nothing had happened. Haha, I said before that all of you will die here today. Yi Xian laughed loudly. In the next moment, another person died. A martial artist who had only opened up 16 earth veins was killed by Wei Zhentian's bird transformation. Out of the 8, only 6 were left. Yi Xian wasn't afraid of the 8 at first. Now that he had Wei Zhentian's help and devoured an universe ring, it was time for him to explode. Beast King Rampage. Yi Xian finally used a trump card that wasn't a trump card anymore. Although it wouldn't increase his strength by much, it was enough for him to get rid of the remaining 6 in this situation. Swish. Another person's head flew up. Out of the 6, only 5 were left. Tang Yuanhang finally realized that Yi Xian was no match for him. He hurriedly shouted, "Retreat." It's too late to leave now. Yi Xian devoured 2 universe rings and finally opened his 19th earth vein. He could use more qi of heaven and earth, which meant that he was faster. Swish. 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 4 crisp sounds were heard. Except for Tang Yuanhang, everyone was dead. Yi Xian chased after Tang Yuanhang with his extraordinary speed. The latter's qi was quickly depleted. Tang Yuanhang retreated while blocking Yi Xian's attacks. However, at this moment. Bang! Tang Yuanhang's back suddenly bumped into something hard. He turned around and found that he had bumped into a green wall. What? Tang Yuanhang's eyes widened. How could there be such a hard wall in the wilderness? In the next moment, he realized that it was the transformation of Yi Xian's strange thing. But, the collision directly led to his death. Swish! A simple and unadorned longsword pierced through his chest, piercing through his heart. This longsword was Yi Xian's Bahuang sword. Tang Yuanhang's eyes were wide open. He stared at the young man who was only half a meter away from him. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Swoosh! Yi Xian quickly pulled out the Bahuang sword. Ding! Host has opened the 20th earth vein. After Yi Xian devoured Tang Yuanhang's storage ring, the notification sounded out once again. Now that he had avenged his personal grudge, the next step was to deal with the Tang family. He threw all the ores and high-ranked heavenly weapons to Wei Zhentian. After Wei Zhentian successfully absorbed them, he started heading toward Golden Crow City. It had been a few months since those Divine Core warriors were sent to Heavenly Wolf Island. The Tang family's fleet had been drifting in the ocean for a few months before they accidentally found Heavenly Water Island. Now that they had a route, it wouldn't take them more than a few months to return to Heavenly Wolf Island. Therefore, Yi Xian guessed that all these Divine Core warriors had been handed over to the Tang family. As for who the Tang family's leader was, whether it was the Heavenly Wolf Lord or the Supreme Pure Palace, he would have to find out. Without wasting any time, Yi Xian immediately rushed into Golden Crow City. After that, he started slaughtering his way into the mayor's mansion. Be held hostage again. The upper echelons of the Tang family reacted quickly. They immediately mobilized many experts with more than 20 dragons to besiege Yi Xian, but they were all killed by Yi Xian. Yi Xian also broke through to 22 earth veins because of this. Brat, don't be so arrogant. A roar resounded in the sky as a 100-year-old old man swooped down. This scene was somewhat familiar to Yi Xian, but this time, his opponent was not so easy to deal with. Good timing. As long as I kill you, my 23rd earth vein should be opened. Yi Xian roared in his heart as he charged forward. 22 earth veins and 29 earth veins were 7 different, but Yi Xian did not care at all. As long as his opponent could not defeat him immediately, he could exhaust him to death. Prime Clarity Sword Art? The 100-year-old ancestor of the Tang family also recognized it at a glance. It's good that you know. Yi Xian coldly snorted. This old man gave him a huge pressure. This time, he might be able to use this opportunity to raise his Prime Clarity Sword Art to full mastery. The two fought for 30 rounds and were evenly matched. Although Yi Xian kept retreating, the old man clearly could not do anything to him. However, at this moment, brat, you dare to disguise yourself as a disciple of my Prime Clarity Palace? You're courting death. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang out. Immediately after, Yi Xian felt a flash in front of his eyes. A person flashed in front of him and punched his chest. Crack! The sound of his sternum breaking resounded. Yi Xian, who was sent flying, focused his eyes and found that it was a middle-aged man wearing Prime Clarity Palace robes. This strength had opened at least 30 earth veins. This person has the strength to kill me in a second. Yi Xian's heart trembled. If this middle-aged man wanted to kill him just now, he would probably be dead already. He did not understand why the other party did not kill him. Bang! Yi Xian's body slammed into a wall. In the next moment, his legs kicked off. Run! You want to leave? The middle-aged man's eyes widened. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Yi Xian in an instant. In an instant, Yi Xian was captured by the middle-aged man. This was the first time in his life that Yi Xian felt so powerless. Damn it! Yi Xian clenched his teeth. At this moment, he was already mentally prepared. If this middle-aged man wanted to kill him, he would give it his all and forcibly fuse with the divine bloodline. Although there was a high probability that he would die, this was his last resort. However, the middle-aged man did not seem to intend to kill him. Elderly, this brat killed many of our Tang family's people, the old man also came over and said fiercely. I understand, and I deeply regret this matter. Moreover, this brat also killed my Xianxia Palace's disciple and stole my Xianxia Palace's martial arts. Clan Master Tang, please rest assured, he won't live for long. Elderly nodded. In the next moment, Tang family had understood what Elderly wanted to do with Yi Xian. He immediately agreed, alright, let this brat enter the demon's den and enjoy the feeling of being possessed by a demon. Tang family head, in that case, I won't stay any longer. Farewell. Elderly grabbed Yi Xian and flew into the air. He had already finished his business, so naturally, he was going to leave. However, Yi Xian felt as if 10,000 grass mud horses were galloping through his heart. Damn it, Elderly wants to throw me into the demon's den and make me a vessel for the demon, Yi Xian cursed inwardly. However, he could only let Elderly grab him and take him away. Apart from forcibly fusing with the divine bloodline, he had no other choice. Should I fuse with it or not? Yi Xian hesitated in his heart. In the end, he gave up on the idea because forcibly fusing with the divine bloodline was too dangerous. After all, he was only in the soul essence realm and had only opened 22 earth veins. He estimated that his success rate of fusing with the divine bloodline was less than 1%. As such, he could only obediently be carried by Elderly and fly towards Xianxia Palace. Brat, you don't want to resist at all? Elderly couldn't help but ask on the way. Is there any use in resisting? Yi Xian asked in return. Indeed, you've only opened 22 earth veins, but I've already opened 34. The difference is huge, so it's useless no matter how you resist. I'm sure you've heard about my Xianxia Palace. There's a group of demons suppressed under my Xianxia Palace. This time I'm going to send you in, Elderly said. You want to say that since I'm going to die anyway, why don't I help you kill some demons? Yi Xian asked again. That's right. If it wasn't for the fact that I think you still have some value, I'm afraid you would have died in the Tang family. Elderly nodded his head and said, you're at the soul essence realm, and with your physique, you might be able to be possessed by a demon general. This is much more useful than 10,000 divine core prisoners. Yi Xian remained silent. Just like that, Elderly captured Yi Xian. After traveling for 2 days, they finally arrived at Xianxia Palace on Heavenly Wolf Island. What an eerie aura! When Yi Xian stepped into Xianxia Palace's territory, he immediately sensed an aura of death that was much stronger than the one he sensed in the ghost tomb. Obviously, this aura came from the Devil Cave. Elderly, this is. When a Xianxia Palace elder saw him, he immediately walked over and greeted him. He disguised himself as a disciple of Xianxia Palace and secretly learned our martial arts. I've captured him and am going to throw him into the Devil Cave. Elderly replied. Good, since he knows our Xianxia Palace's martial arts, he'll be much more useful than the others in the Devil Cave. The elder nodded his head. Has the main sect's elite team arrived yet? Elderly asked again. Not yet. It'll probably take some time. Good, then I'll throw this brat into the Devil Cave first. Elderly nodded slightly. Then, he grabbed Yi Xian and flew toward the back mountain of Xianxia Palace. Yi Xian was carried like a little chick. The closer they got to the back mountain of Xianxia Palace, the stronger the aura that made ordinary people feel uncomfortable. At the same time, Yi Xian also sensed several powerful auras. The entrance to the Devil Cave should be in the back mountain of Xianxia Palace. These auras should be the masters of Xianxia Palace guarding the place to prevent possessed demons from coming out. Elderly brought Yi Xian to the back mountain of Xianxia Palace and landed in the middle of a group of people. Elderly, this is. A white-haired old man asked in surprise. Sect Master, he killed a disciple of Xianxia Palace and secretly learned our sect's martial arts, so I want to throw him into the Devil Cave, Elderly replied. I see. Then just throw him in. The white-haired old man nodded slightly and had no objection. Elderly then carried Xian to the entrance of a dark cave. He took out a yellow talisman and said, "This is the Xianxia talisman. Carry it with you and it will prove that you haven't been possessed by demons. I'll give you a month. If you're still alive after a month, I'll let you go." Hearing this, Xian's eyes lit up. It seemed that he still had a way out. Entering the devil's den, the demonic army hasn't started to attack the seal yet. Hurry up and go in. Elderly let go of Xian's hands. Xian paused for a moment, then walked straight into the devil's den. There was an array at the entrance of the devil's den that specifically restricted evil creatures. Since he had a body of flesh and blood, he could enter and leave freely. He wore the Xianxia talisman and took out the Bahuang sword. At the same time, he said to himself, "Xianxia Palace, just you wait. If I, Xian, don't die, I'll make you pay." Xian didn't know how dangerous the devil's den was, but he estimated that the sect master had opened up 40 earth veins. If an expert with 40 earth veins didn't dare to go in and exterminate the demonic creatures, then there must be something in the devil's den that he was afraid of. Therefore, Xian didn't dare to relax. He followed the devil's den's passageway all the way down. Along the way, he saw many corpses, almost all of which belonged to humans. These people all died tragically. After a while, he arrived at a dark place. It was so dark that he couldn't see his own fingers. Terrifying screams echoed around him. This devil's den is under the Heavenly Wolf Island. I wonder which expert suppressed it here. Xian was a little surprised. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, a black figure suddenly flew towards him. Although it was dark here, Xian still had the shadow leopard bloodline. He could see clearly within 2,000 meters. This black figure was the so-called demonic creature. To be more precise, it was a demonic soldier. This demonic soldier was like the vengeful spirits. Its body was translucent, but it didn't have a lower body. It danced in the air. Its 2 black claws were extremely sharp and could easily tear a martial artist below the heavenly dragon power in half. However, demonic soldiers would usually possess humans when they saw them. If they succeeded, they would be able to control the human's body. A mere demonic soldier dares to find trouble with me? Die. Xian directly slashed at the demonic soldier. The Xianxia sword technique had an effect on demonic creatures. Even if Xian was holding a tree branch, he could still kill the demonic soldier instantly. Pooh! The sword chi swept past the demonic soldier's body and instantly shattered it. Then, the demonic chi began to condense and turned into a black pearl. After a demonic creature dies, it will turn into a demonic orb. If it is not destroyed in time, these demonic creatures will be reborn. Xian thought to himself. He was not completely clueless about this demon. Immediately, he shot forward and picked up the demonic orb. Since he had already been kicked into the demon's den, he might as well kill as many as he could. After all, the demonic orb was easy to destroy. But in the next moment, he suddenly thought of something. Since the devouring system could devour everything, the demonic orb should be able to do the same, right? Ding! Devouring successful. When he heard the notification in his mind, Xian's eyes widened. He was actually able to devour. Furthermore, his true energy had also increased. Ha ha ha. Xian could not help but laugh at the sky. He was really lucky. He thought he had fallen into a trap, but he did not expect it to be a golden trap. This is really a treasure trove for leveling up. I've struck it rich. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes as he immediately charged forward. It had to be said that this was a blessing in disguise. Of course, he could not be so confident. After all, if he accidentally encountered a powerful demon like a demon general, he would be in for a tragedy. With the Bahuang sword, prime clarity sword technique, and the sword sage bloodline, any attack from Xian was comparable to an expert who had opened 30 earth veins. Along the way, he killed all the demon soldiers he encountered with a single slash of his sword. His realm also increased bit by bit. These demon soldiers had varying levels of strength. The weaker ones were comparable to the aura realm, while the stronger ones were comparable to the level 10 aura energy realm. As for those demons that were comparable to the spirit essence realm, they were called demon generals. Yi Xian had been in the demon's den for 4 hours and killed thousands of demons. However, he had not encountered a single demon general. Perhaps it was because he had not yet entered the demon's den. The demon's den was extremely dangerous, so Yi Xian did not dare to enter recklessly. He only paced back and forth at the entrance, increasing his realm first. At this moment, he had already opened his 23rd earth vein and was about to open his 24th. In 4 hours, Yi Xian had increased his realm by almost 2 levels. This demon's den was indeed a treasure trove for him. However, at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly approached Yi Xian. What a powerful aura! It should be a demon general this time, and it shouldn't be weak. Yi Xian thought to himself. Ta 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 ta, soon, the sound of hurried footsteps was heard. Footsteps, a human? Yi Xian was a little surprised. He raised his hand and released a few rays of sword qi to illuminate the front. With the help of the light, Yi Xian saw the face of the approaching person. It was really a human. A human? The approaching person was a man with a scar on his face. When he saw Yi Xian, he also revealed a strange expression. Although he had encountered a human, Yi Xian would not let his guard down because this person might be possessed by a demon. You've been possessed by a demon, haven't you? Yi Xian asked coldly. Little brother, how can you say that? Have you ever seen someone who could still speak after being possessed by a demon? The scarred man asked in horror. Hee, I just killed one. Yi Xian sneered. The scarred man's face stiffened. He raised his hand and slashed at Yi Xian. Sure enough, he had been possessed by a demon. Boom, Yi Xian easily defeated the sword qi and slashed it back. This scarred man should have been like him, caught and brought here to destroy the demons, but unexpectedly, he was possessed by the demons. After being possessed by a demon, the Xianxia Palace's Xianxia sword technique was not very useful. However, this scarred man had only opened a dozen or so earth veins. He was no threat to Yi Xian at all. Swish! The sword qi swept past the scarred man's throat and cut off his head. However, in the next moment, a demon general larger than a demon soldier rushed towards Yi Xian. However, this demon general was not very strong and was killed by Yi Xian in one strike. Yi Xian walked over and picked up the demon general's demon orb and the scarred man's interspatial ring. Ding! Host has opened the 24th earth vein. Now, he had opened a third of the earth veins. After killing this demon general, Yi Xian attacked again. If someone tried to chase him away now, he would definitely not leave. He was also very helpless. If he had known earlier, he would have volunteered to enter the demon cave. Time passed little by little. With the sacred tree of life's extraordinary recovery speed, Yi Xian continued his slaughter. In 3 days, he had killed more than 10,000 demon soldiers and several hundred demon generals. His cultivation base had also broken through from 24 earth veins to 28 earth veins. At this moment, if he were to face Elderly again, he would most likely be able to kill him. Breaking through the seal. I've only been here for 3 days, but I've already broken through my 28th earth vein. If I'm given a month, I should be able to break through to the 40th earth vein. Yi Xian was very confident in himself. At the same time, he finally understood why the Supreme Pure Palace was so afraid of this devil cave. All the devil soldiers and devil generals he killed were probably just small fries in this devil cave. He estimated that there were more than 1 million devil soldiers in this devil cave. Even if the Supreme Pure Palace sent 10,000 Divine Core warriors to this place every month, it would still take them at least 10 years. Putting aside the devil generals, if 1 million devil soldiers with strength comparable to the strength and spirit realm were to rush out, the entire Heavenly Wolf Island would be destroyed. While Yi Xian was searching for more devil soldiers and devil generals, he suddenly heard a series of footsteps. There are people here, and there are quite a few of them. Yi Xian furrowed his brows. During the past 3 days, he had seen many humans possessed by devil generals. At the same time, he also noticed that the humans possessed by devil soldiers were very stupid, and they couldn't even speak. However, the humans possessed by devil generals could, and they could even lie to Yi Xian. Now, Yi Xian wasn't only hearing footsteps, he could also hear the discussions between the humans. Senior disciple, if these devils break through the seal, the entire Heavenly Wolf Island will be destroyed. Why did the main sect only send us here? Nonsense, if those mighty warriors from the main sect are here, how are we going to train? But, besides the devil soldiers and devil generals, there are also devil commanders, devil kings, and that devil lord. If that devil lord wakes up, won't we? Don't jinx it, the sect chief said. The devil lord is sleeping, and there are only a few devil kings. Don't be afraid. Hearing these words, Xian finally understood. This team wasn't possessed by a devil general, they were a team sent here by the Supreme Pure Palace to clean up the devils. Furthermore, they should be elites from the Supreme Pure Palace in the Tianju region. Coincidentally, this team of 10 was rushing towards Xian's direction. Who are you? The leading disciple from the Supreme Pure Palace shouted out coldly. A passerby. Xian, who was thousands of meters away, replied coldly. The leader of the disciples frowned. He found Xian's voice very unfamiliar and immediately said, "It's someone possessed by a demon general. Kill him." In an instant, the 10 of them charged towards Xian. Among the 10 of them, other than the young man who had opened 30 earth veins, the other 9 were between 25 and 29 and were all very strong. As expected of a disciple of Tianju's Shangqing Palace. Xian sighed inwardly. He suddenly recalled the few people he encountered in the ghost tomb territory. Those people had just stepped into the soul essence realm not long ago, so they should be the weakest outer sect disciples. Although they had a common enemy, Xian was no pushover. He immediately charged over. He could choose not to take these people's lives, but he could not refuse to take the interspatial ring. In the past 3 days, apart from opening those meridians, Xian had also improved a lot in terms of martial arts. His supreme pure sword technique had been improved to 100%, and its power had doubled. It was extremely easy to deal with this group of Supreme Pure Palace disciples. In less than half a minute, Xian had cut off all the disciples' wrists. As a result, Xian had opened 2 meridians, reaching 26. Who are you? The leading young man was shocked because he saw Xian only cut off their wrists, but not their lives. Moreover, he used the Supreme Pure Palace's martial arts. Obviously, he was not a human being possessed by a demon. Xian was too lazy to answer this question. He directly threw an interspatial ring and said, "There are healing pills inside." Then, he directly left. These people were all here to kill demons, so he did not need to kill them all. After all, these people could contribute to the residents of Celestial Wolf Island. He found some demon soldiers and demon generals to kill in the surroundings. Not long after, he coincidentally encountered that team again. But this time, the team had an opponent. A demon commander? Xian frowned. The leading young man had opened 30 meridians, and the other 9 were not weak either. But now, they were all killed by a demon. Only 4 of them were left. It was obvious that their opponent was a demon commander, which was stronger than a demon general. Since he had seen it, Xian could not just stand by and watch. But when he approached, the leading young man had already been possessed by the demon commander. In an instant, the leading young man's aura skyrocketed, and his cultivation level increased by several levels. The strength of a person possessed by a demon could either remain the same or increase. This demon commander's strength was not weak to begin with. After possessing the young man's body, the young man's strength skyrocketed. Not only that, but he could also use martial arts. At this moment, the demon commander had already noticed Xian and immediately charged at Xian. "I recognize you. You're the one who cut off my wrists. I want revenge." The young man's voice fell into Xian's ears. Humans possessed by demon generals could speak, so it was not strange that the young man could speak as well. "Humph. You think you can take revenge like this?" Xian snorted coldly. Although the Prime Clarity Sword arts did not have an amplification effect on humans possessed by demons, Xian's current cultivation level was enough to kill the young man. In less than 5 rounds, the young man's throat was cut by Xian, and blood spurted out. At the same time, the demon commander that possessed the young man also broke free and charged at Xian. Prime Clarity Demon Slaying Slash. Xian slashed out, and the slash sank into the demon commander's body. But it was not enough to kill it. "You have tenacious vitality. Die." he added another slash, and the demon commander was killed. Then, it condensed into a demon orb. Yi Xian walked over and swallowed the demon orb. Not bad. It's at least comparable to 100 demon generals. Yi Xian was very satisfied. But at this moment. Rumble. Suddenly, a series of loud sounds rang out in the sky. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted. This should be the sound of the demon army breaking the seal again. Don't break it. I still need to level up. Yi Xian thought to himself. Fortunately, the demon army did not succeed in breaking the seal this time. Yi Xian had time to level up again. He spent the rest of the time in the Devil's Den, and eventually, he unlocked the 30th Earth Vein. However, as his cultivation level increased, so did his experience. At this moment, he was no longer satisfied with the experience of the demon soldiers and demon generals. He decided to go deeper. But just as he decided to go deeper, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Yi Xian raised his head and frowned. What's going on? Could it be that the demon army is breaking the seal again? He first flew into the air and temporarily retreated. Rumble. Near being possessed, are they all the people who were sent in previously and possessed by demons? Yi Xian thought to himself. Now, these demon soldiers and demon generals were no longer worthy of his attention. He would rather kill a demon marshal than 10,000 of them. However, with so many small fries attacking the seal, there would definitely be a demon marshal leading them. Thus, Yi Xian watched from the sky. Sure enough, after a short while, he felt two powerful auras. They're charging at me. Kill. Yi Xian no longer hid and directly dove down. This was his first time encountering two demon marshals at the same time. However, with his realm, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with them. In an instant, the demon soldiers and demon generals below were swept away by him. Then, the two demon marshals appeared. Have they all been possessed? How pitiful, Yi Xian felt a little helpless. He glanced around in the darkness. As expected, these possessed humans were very young disciples sent in by the Xianxia palace. These two demon marshals didn't waste any time and directly charged at Yi Xian. Yi Xian had already opened 30 earth veins and his Xianxia sword arts had reached 100% mastery. Killing these two was extremely easy. In less than 10 seconds, these two demon marshals were separated from the main body because they were killed by Yi Xian. However, it took him less than 3 seconds to deal with these two demon marshals. Ding! Host has opened the 31st earth vein. At the mention of the notification, Yi Xian helplessly shook his head. He didn't know when he would encounter a demon king. However, the large group of demon soldiers and demon generals below couldn't be wasted. Yi Xian immediately slashed forward with a Xianxia demon slaying slash, reaping hundreds of demon soldiers in one strike. In a short while, this demon army was completely eradicated by Yi Xian. Before the demon soldiers and demon generals possessed a body, their intelligence was very low. They were like wild beasts that only had a beastly nature. When they saw a living person, they would charge over. Even if Yi Xian was alone, they would still madly charge over until the human died or was possessed. Yi Xian estimated that there were around 30,000 of them, but that was not enough for him to open the 30-second ley line. He had wiped out an entire magical creature army, which should have greatly reduced the pressure on the people outside. However, just as he was about to leave. Hoo! Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind blew over. Yi Xian froze as he felt an extremely powerful aura. General Demon, no, this aura had already surpassed the Demon Commander. Demon King. Finally, the main character has arrived. Let me see the strength of this Demon King. Yi Xian held the Bahuang sword and quietly stood in place. It didn't take long for a black figure to arrive a kilometer in front of him. Hoo! The Demon King's appearance was not much different from other demons, except that it had a few horns. However, its aura was much stronger than the infernal soldiers and infernal generals. You want to possess my body, right? Come at me if you have the ability. Yi Xian said to the Demon King. Hoo! As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the Demon King directly pounced at him. Before possessing the body, demons were actually easier to deal with. Of course, this was for Yi Xian, who had learned the Prime Clarity sword art. Prime Clarity Demon Slaying Slash. Yi Xian directly slashed at the Demon King several times. However, this Demon King's speed was faster than Yi Xian's full speed, so it wasn't that easy to deal with. Xiao! 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 Sword lights constantly broke through the darkness. After more than 10 attacks, Yi Xian couldn't hurt the Demon King at all. This made Yi Xian have to be cautious. As expected, you have some skills. This is going to be troublesome. Yi Xian's expression darkened. He didn't expect this Demon King to be faster than him. If this was the case, it would be difficult for him to escape. However, his chances of winning were still relatively high. Prime Clarity Demon Stomping Steps, Demon Breaking Pillar. Yi Xian suddenly stomped on the ground. Immediately, a holy pillar of light rose from under his feet. Then, he quickly retreated. The Demon King flew in front of Yi Xian and extended his claws to scoop it up. When it touched the pillar of light, a sizzling sound was emitted, and black smoke was emitted from the black claw. This was one of the moves of the Prime Clarity Demon Stomping Steps. It could create a pillar of light. If any evil creature entered, it would be refined into ashes. When the Demon King saw that one of its claws was burned, it was immediately enraged. It circled around the demon-breaking pillar to find trouble with Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian took one step at a time and trapped the Demon King in more than 10 demon-breaking pillars. It's not human after all. It's easier to deal with than a human. Yi Xian sneered in his heart. He launched an attack on the Demon King trapped in the middle of the demon-breaking pillars. These demon-breaking pillars had a time limit. Moreover, they were only a few dozen meters tall. If the Demon King wanted to escape, it would be relatively easy. Yi Xian hurriedly flew into the air and attacked the Demon King from above. The Demon King had already risen into the air to avoid Yi Xian's sword energy. However, at this moment, whoosh! Suddenly, the Demon King's speed increased sharply. It exceeded Yi Xian's expectations. What? It's hiding its strength? Yi Xian's eyes widened as he watched the Demon King get closer and closer to him. His consciousness reacted, but his body didn't. The Demon King's sudden burst of speed was at least 30% faster than before. Yi Xian couldn't catch up to it from the start. Now that its speed had increased by 30%, the battle situation changed instantly. Whoosh whoosh. The Demon King's flying sound was very loud. At this moment, it was already in front of Yi Xian. Damn it! Yi Xian cursed and threw out a sword energy. However, the Demon King easily dodged it. The Demon King's remaining arm reached out and touched Yi Xian's chest. Just as it was about to possess him, a golden light suddenly bloomed from Yi Xian's chest and shook off its hand. What? Yi Xian was already prepared to fight the Demon King, but he didn't expect such a thing to happen. At this moment, he felt his chest heat up, as if something was burning. It's that Xianxia talisman. He instantly reacted. The Xianxia talisman could block a demonic possession once. The Demon King's claw was directly shaken off. However, this Xianxia talisman was gone. If the Demon King wanted to possess him, it could do so from the front, back, left, or right. However, Yi Xian's reaction was faster than it. Xianxia sword art, Xianxia demon exterminating slash. With a swift swing of the Bahuang sword, it directly struck the Demon King's body and sent it flying. Not only that, the Demon King was also severely shaken by this attack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian attacked wildly. Although not all of the Xianxia demon exterminating slashes hit, 3 of them were hit. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Escaping alive. Phew, that scared me to death. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. If he was possessed by the Demon King, he would be in deep trouble. Fortunately, he had the Xianxia talisman. The Xianxia talisman was something that every Xianxia Palace disciple knew how to use. However, Yi Xian's Xianxia talisman was made by elderly, so its quality was much better. So this thing can resist the Demon King's possession. Unfortunately, there's only one, Yi Xian thought helplessly, then hurriedly put away the Demon King's demonic orb and devoured it. Ding! The host has opened the 34th lay vein. the system notified. 31 ley veins had shot up to the 34th ley vein. The Demon King's experience points were indeed quite high. This time, it was a close call. Xian hurriedly took out a few Xianxia talismans and stuck them all over his body. He also understood that these Xianxia talismans were not easy to make. These elites from the main sect only had 1 or 2 in their interspatial rings. Now, Xian did not dare to be careless. If he could not resist the Demon King and was possessed by it, his consciousness would be instantly erased. At that time, he would no longer be himself. Even if the Demon King escaped, only a soulless empty shell would be left. It's better to progress slowly. This Demon King should be considered weak. If I encounter a strong one, it will be troublesome. Xian decided not to go deeper. Instead, he returned to the periphery to hunt demon soldiers and demon generals. Time slowly passed. At this time, it had been half a month since Xian entered the demon cave. After the frightening experience last time, Xian was very careful. He did not encounter any Demon King again. Because of this, he had opened 36 ley veins. However, just as he was killing monsters to level up, a deafening sound rang out in the demon cave. Is it breaking the seal again? Xian was very calm this time. This was the 3rd time he had entered the demon cave. However, in the next moment, he felt that something was wrong. This loud sound did not seem to be from the demon army. Could it be that the Demon King has awakened? Xian suddenly shivered. This demon master was the biggest boss in this demon's den. He was also the one that Xianxia Palace feared the most. Previously, he had heard from the elite disciples of the Xianxia Palace that this devil lord seemed to still be in a deep sleep, but now that he thought about it, he should have woken up. Before the demon master woke up, it was always the Demon King or Demon Marshal who led the soldiers to attack the seal. Now that the Demon Master is awake, the seal, Xian shuddered. All of a sudden, he had a bad premonition in his heart. He just didn't know if the Xianxia Palace had sent any more masters. However, he understood that he absolutely could not deal with this devil lord. No matter what, it's better to hide first. In case we meet, Xian decided to go into hiding. This loud sound reverberated throughout the entire demon's den. The sound reverberated for a whole 5 minutes before it finally stopped. Immediately after, the sound of the demonic army gathering together and charging towards the entrance of the demon's den could be heard. The demon's den doesn't only have one entrance. If so many people who are possessed by the demonic creatures rush out, even those masters will have to kill them for a long time. If they buy time for the Demon King, I'm afraid the seal won't last long. Xian thought to himself. He just waited quietly in one place. This was an unusual time, so it was better for him to be honest. Every time the demonic creatures attacked the seal, there would be a huge commotion. However, this time, they stopped very quickly. This time, they were destroyed too quickly. Something doesn't feel right. Xian, who was hiding in a corner, frowned. He wondered if the demonic army had broken through the seal and seen the light of day again. The seal of the demon's den was useless to him. Even the humans possessed by the demonic creatures could get out. Therefore, if these demonic creatures had broken through the seal, then the people of the Xianxia Palace must be busy at this time. He might be able to take the opportunity to escape the demon's den. Let's go take a look. About half an hour later, Xian made a decision in his heart. He immediately rushed towards one of the entrances. Just now, the deafening sound reverberated, but now, it was completely silent. This was very suspicious. When he arrived at the entrance of the demon's den, he found that the formation at the entrance had been broken, and there were countless demonic creatures floating in the air outside. The seal was indeed broken. At this time, the masters of the Xianxia Palace were constantly fighting with the demonic creatures. Not only that, but there were also masters from various forces on the Celestial Wolf Island. There's another one here. Suddenly, a loud shout sounded. Xian turned his head and found that several disciples of the Xianxia Palace had surrounded him. These people thought that Xian was a human possessed by the demonic creatures. Since you've delivered yourselves to me, don't blame me. Xian quickly rushed out and took away the interspatial rings of these disciples of the Xianxia Palace. However, he did not take their lives. After all, the celestial wolf island was in deep trouble. These people could still kill the demonic creatures if they were alive. Taking advantage of the chaos in the Xianxia palace, Yi Xian quickly left. However, he changed his mind and decided to take a look first. After all, there would be a large number of demonic creatures here. He might be able to get some Demon King's demon orbs. Now that he had opened 36 earth veins, he could begin to open the heaven veins after opening 36 more. His strength was considered the top on the celestial wolf island. He immediately took out a mask and killed his way out. A large number of demonic creatures were suppressed in the demon's den. Ever since the demon lord woke up, these demonic creatures rushed out. At this time, a large number of demonic creatures had broken through the encirclement, left the Xianxia palace, and began to wreak havoc on the celestial wolf island. The Xianxia palace did not expect the demon lord to wake up so quickly. Fortunately, the Xianxia palace of the celestial wolf territory sent experts. Otherwise, the Xianxia palace of the celestial wolf island alone would have been destroyed in an instant. After Yi Xian saw the light of day again, he began to run quickly. He had two targets. One was the demonic creatures, and the other was the humans' interspatial rings. In any case, he wanted everything that could help him improve his realm. Along the way, he also saw many human corpses. Most of these human corpses had interspatial rings, so Yi Xian benefited. Ding! The host has opened the 30th earth vein. After hearing the notification, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Although his leveling speed in the demon's den was fast, it was still faster to obtain interspatial rings. At this moment, from the corner of his eyes, he saw a familiar figure. This figure was fighting with a longhorned demon king. Is that elderly? Yi Xian recognized him. This elderly was the Xianxia palace elder who threw him into the demon's den that day. However, if he had not given Yi Xian a Xianxia talisman, Yi Xian would have been possessed by the demon king. Time is of the essence. Elderly had only opened 34 earth veins. Now that Yi Xian had opened 3 earth veins higher than him, the latter had the ability to kill him instantly. Elderly was currently being suppressed by a demon king and was in constant retreat. He was in danger of being possessed at any moment. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound rang out. The demon king was jolted back a little. It had bumped into Elderly's talisman. It was because of these talismans that Elderly was able to hold on until now. Unfortunately, this was the last talisman he had. The demon king's claws reached out again. This time, it wanted to possess Elderly. Elderly's expression darkened. He knew that he was most likely doomed this time. However, at this moment, Prime Purity Demon Slaying Slash. Suddenly, several extremely powerful sword beams swept over, instantly striking the Devil King's body. The Devil King's body shook violently before dispersing. Instant kill. What? Elderly was startled. He turned his head and saw a masked figure rushing towards him. The masked figure then put away the Demon King's demon orb. The masked figure who saved Elderly was naturally Yi Xian. However, just as Elderly was about to thank him, Yi Xian rushed in front of him and took away his interspatial ring before he could react. Back at the Tang family, it was Elderly who captured Yi Xian and threw Yi Xian into the demon cave. However, before he threw Yi Xian in, he gave Yi Xian a Prime Purity talisman. This Prime Purity talisman saved Yi Xian's life. Therefore, Yi Xian was repaying the favor by saving him. And now, Yi Xian was avenging the Tang family's punch by taking Elderly's interspatial ring. I'll spare your life. Yi Xian coldly snorted in his heart. He glanced at Elderly and quickly left. Elderly was also dumbfounded. Yi Xian had killed the Demon King, which meant that he wasn't possessed by a demon. However, he never expected that Yi Xian would be so greedy as to steal his interspatial ring. Most importantly, he felt that this masked man's figure was a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. He put away the Qianquan ring that Yi Xian had left behind and found that the things inside had disappeared, leaving only a few bottles of healing medicine. This, Elderly's eyes widened. He recognized his own universe ring, but how did so many things in it disappear? After Yi Xian left, he quickly rushed towards the nearby powerful auras. Some of these powerful auras were devil kings, while others were elders of Xianxia Palace. In any case, every time Yi Xian passed by, he would gain something. After robbing everyone in the vicinity, Yi Xian finally opened the 38th earth vein. Although the situation was urgent and he was taking advantage of the situation, if his strength increased, his contribution would definitely surpass that of all the elders combined. He circled Xianxia Palace a few times and found many devil kings, but he didn't find a demon lord stronger than them. It seemed that the demon lord had already mixed in with the army of demons and left. He didn't know if Heavenly Wolf Island could survive this calamity. Yi Xian also left and began to chase after the demons. After the demon army broke through the seal and saw the light of day again, they scattered in all directions. No matter how strong the humans were, it was impossible to stop them all. Yi Xian flew to a city near Xianxia Palace. Sure enough, this city had been invaded by demons and screams of agony could be heard. Demons could possess a human. Even if the human was killed, they could survive and continue to possess another human. When the demons invaded a city, they would possess a human, then crazily attack the surrounding humans. They wouldn't even let go of the ordinary civilians. Looks like Heavenly Wolf Island is finished, Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. The demon army numbered in the millions, and each of them was comparable to a physical strength warrior. However, there were less than 100,000 physical strength warriors on Heavenly Wolf Island. Furthermore, even if a demon possessed a divine core warrior, it would still cause their overall strength to skyrocket. Therefore, Heavenly Wolf Island simply couldn't defend against these demons. Perhaps, in just a few days, the entire Heavenly Wolf Island would be destroyed. Yi Xian sensed his surroundings as well, but he didn't find any powerful demons in this city. At most, they were at the devil general level. Therefore, he turned around and left. It wasn't that he didn't want to save these people, but he had something more important to do. When a human was possessed by a demon, it could be said that they had become possessed by a demon. These people would retain their consciousness, and they would kill anyone they saw. If Heavenly Wolf Island was destroyed, they would most likely attack the other islands. Therefore, what Yi Xian needed to do now was to kill his way to the Tang family and prevent what happened in the Heavenly Water Continent from being leaked. Also, he needed to find out who the Tang family had reported what happened in the Heavenly Water Continent to. However, Yi Xian guessed that they must have reported it to the Lord of Heavenly Wolf Island. After all, the Lord of Heavenly Wolf Island had the most power. No matter what, he couldn't allow the location of the Heavenly Water Continent to be exposed, even if it meant wiping out the entire Tang family. Although there were many innocent people in the Tang family, there were hundreds of millions of people living in the Heavenly Water Continent. If the demons found the Heavenly Water Continent, they would be finished. Without hesitation, Yi Xian started flying towards the Tang family. Back then, it took Sect Elderly 2 days to bring him here. But this time, Yi Xian traveled by himself, and arrived at the Tang family in less than half a day. The demon army had just appeared, and they were still attacking the cities and sects around the Xianxia Palace. Therefore, it was impossible for them to arrive here. Yi Xian directly rushed into the Golden Crow City Lord Manor and sought out the Tang family patriarch. The patriarch was still dealing with family affairs. When Yi Xian appeared in front of him, he was so scared that he almost had a heart attack. "Sir, you are," the Tang family patriarch paled. He had already opened 29 earth veins, but Yi Xian was able to silently appear in front of him. His strength was definitely far greater than his own. "I ask you, who knows about the Heavenly Water Island incident?" Yi Xian coldly asked. "Heavenly Water Island?" The Tang family patriarch's expression changed. He didn't understand why Yi Xian would ask such a question. "Sir, you," the Tang family patriarch opened his mouth, but before he could finish, a beam of sword energy slashed at him and severed his arm. "I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Who knows about the Heavenly Water Island incident, and who you reported it to? List them one by one. Otherwise, I'll slaughter your entire Tang family." Yi Xian's tone was unyielding. He didn't allow the Tang family patriarch to refuse. Yes, the Tang family patriarch swallowed his saliva. He hurriedly took out a pen and paper, and began to list the names one by one. Soon, he came up with a list. There were many sailors who discovered the Heavenly Water Island that day. I only listed the members of my Tang family. The Tang family patriarch timidly handed over the paper. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Demon Lord No. Clan Master Tang nodded solemnly. Good. Yi Xian didn't waste his breath and directly cut off his head with a single sword strike. Yi Xian had no choice but to use this method due to the urgency of the situation. After keeping Clan Master Tang's interspatial ring, he quickly left to search for the people on the list. It was a huge project because there were thousands of people who had arrived at Skywater Island. Some of them were not in Golden Crow City, so Yi Xian could not kill them all. Therefore, he could only kill those who were stronger. After all, ordinary people only knew about Skywater Island, but not its exact location. Yi Xian circled Golden Crow City for about a day before he killed the people on the list who were still in Golden Crow City. A day later, the demonic army arrived at Golden Crow City. Yi Xian's face darkened when he saw the densely packed black figures in the sky. He then charged toward them. Ding! Host has opened the 39th Earth Vein. Yi Xian quickly left after cleaning up the large group of demonic creatures. This time, his target was Heavenly Wolf City. The discovery of a new island by the Tang family's fleet naturally had to be reported to the Heavenly Wolf Lord for a reward. Therefore, Yi Xian had to do it again. Fortunately, Heavenly Wolf City was very far away. Before Yi Xian arrived at Heavenly Wolf City, the demonic creatures had not invaded. The Heavenly Wolf Lord was an expert who had opened more than 50 earth veins. However, he was not a threat to Yi Xian because he was not in Heavenly Wolf City. Yi Xian directly rushed into the governor's mansion of Heavenly Wolf City and began to investigate Skywater Island. The entire governor's mansion was in an uproar. Before the demonic army arrived, Yi Xian had already caused a ruckus. Unfortunately, no one could stop Yi Xian. After Yi Xian killed all the warriors, he also opened up the 41st Earth Vein. At the same time, he also learned that the Heavenly Wolf Lord had gone to help Xianxia Palace. Even the Heavenly Wolf Lord knows about it. It seems that I have to kill him too. Yi Xian, who was in the Heavenly Wolf City's City Lord's mansion, narrowed his eyes when he heard this news. If it had been in the past, he would have only needed to inform the Sky Wolf Lord about the Skywater Island. The Sky Wolf Lord would definitely not go against Yi Xian for such a barren island. But now, the Sky Wolf Overlord had gone to help slay the fiends. It would be troublesome if he was possessed by a fiend king or fiend master. Therefore, this person had to die as well. However, Yi Xian did not know where he was, so he could only wander around Skywolf Island. Apart from looking for the Skywolf Overlord, he killed demon soldiers, demon generals, and demon marshals to level up. Before the demonic army arrived, Yi Xian had already charged in the direction of Xianxia Palace. However, after searching for a period of time and seeing countless cities that had fallen, he still couldn't find the upper echelons of Xianxia Palace or the Celestial Wolf Lord. After all, even if he wanted to traverse Heavenly Wolf Island, it would still take him a few days. Left with no choice, he could only continue to kill the demonic creatures and rescue the people in danger. He began to kill the demonic creatures to level up. Although the demon soldiers and demon generals gave little experience, the interspatial rings of the dead humans were worth a lot. At this time, he had already returned to Jinwu City. More than a day had passed since the demonic army broke through the seal. Yi Xian estimated that the cities and sects closer to Xianxia Palace would not be able to escape and would all be destroyed. Looks like Heavenly Wolf Island is indeed unable to escape calamity. However, just as he was about to leave, a series of loud noises suddenly came from the horizon. There are powerhouses fighting. They should be at least demon marshals. Yi Xian frowned and hurried in that direction. In the next moment, his expression froze because he sensed several extremely powerful auras. Found them, that was Yi Xian's first thought. He sensed a total of 5 powerful auras, and all of them were stronger than him. At this time, he had already opened his 42nd Earth Vein. There were not many who were stronger than him. Immediately, he rushed over with all his might. After a short while, he saw 5 figures fighting. 3 against 2, no, it should be 2 against 3, 2 old men dressed in Xianxia Palace's uniform were fighting against 3 people. Among the 3 people, there were also 2 experts dressed in Xianxia Palace's uniform, but they were from Xianxia Palace on Heavenly Wolf Island. As for the other person, he was a burly man. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. That burly man was the Lord of Heavenly Wolf territory he was looking for. It seems that those two have been possessed. One of them is probably the demon lord, Yi Xian guessed inwardly. He could sense the demonic aura on the two old men. At the same time, he could see that the three people on the side of the Lord of Heavenly Wolf territory were at a disadvantage. They were constantly being beaten back. The demon lord and the demon king are both possessed. Their strength is very strong. If I join them, I should be able to turn the situation around. If I can get their interspatial rings, my realm might be able to improve again. At that time, I can join forces with the three of them to kill and devour the demon lord. After that, I will deal with the other three, Yi Xian planned in his heart. The plan was very simple. He would first help the humans kill the demon lord. After breaking through his realm, he would turn hostile and kill the Lord of Heavenly Wolf territory and seize the three people's interspatial rings. The plan was perfect because he believed in his strength. As long as he joined the humans, he would definitely turn the situation around. He hurriedly flew towards the 5 people. However, what he did not expect was that when he arrived, one of them had been killed, and his corpse fell from the sky. The one who died was not the human possessed by the demon king, but an elder of Xianxia Palace. Oh no! The expressions of the Xianxia Palace Lord and the Lord of Heavenly Wolf territory changed. Not only that, but Yi Xian was also the same. He originally wanted to fight 4 against 2, but now, even if he joined, it would still be 3 against 2. However, he quickly flew over. He first took the interspatial ring of the headless body that fell from the sky and then hurried over to help. Is he a friend or a foe? The Xianxia Palace Lord and the Lord of Heavenly Wolf territory looked at each other. When they saw Yi Xian attacking the demon lord, they understood that Yi Xian was a human and was on their side. Resist with all your strength and wait for backup. The Xianxia Palace Lord shouted. He did not realize that Yi Xian was the guy that elderly sent into the demon lair that day. Another one has come to die. Humph, if I hadn't just woken up and my strength hadn't recovered to its peak, you would already be dead. A white-haired old man shouted. He was the demon lord now. This possessed Xianxia Palace head sect elder had already opened 47 earth veins, but after being possessed by the demon lord, his realm soared. He was even able to fight against the Xianxia Palace Lord and the Lord of Heavenly Wolf territory who had opened more than 50 earth veins by himself. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. The demon lord appears this human was also an elder of the Xianxia Palace. He had already opened 45 earth veins. After being possessed, his strength had also surpassed 50 earth veins. Yi Xian was originally a little confident, but after exchanging blows with this elder, he dared not be so sure. This was because this elder's Xianxia swordsmanship and Xianxia demonic stomping steps had probably been raised to 100%, which put a lot of pressure on Yi Xian. Good, my Xianxia demonic stomping steps hasn't reached 100% yet. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He could observe while fighting. As long as he could raise it to 100%, he would be able to kill his opponent. Of course, he also prayed that the 2 experts would not be killed by the demon lord. Otherwise, he would be dead meat. The 5 of them exchanged blows in the air. The sound was as deafening as thunder. Although his Xianxia demonic stomping steps was much weaker than his opponent's, Yi Xian saw hope. This was because the demon lord possessed a human strength. However, it was impossible to have an endless supply of qi. As long as he could stall for time, the demon lord would be killed by Yi Xian. As long as the demon lord died, Yi Xian could join forces with the other 2 experts to besiege the demon lord. However, at this moment, 3 figures swept over from the horizon. What? The serious lord turned his head to look. His face immediately turned gloomy because he felt demonic qi. These 3 people had been possessed by demonic beings. Damn it! Yi Xian and the other 2 cursed in their hearts. They were done for. The demon lord was already so strong. If 3 more people came, it would be 5 against 3. They would be dead meat. Haha, go to hell. The demon lord suddenly laughed. Taking advantage of the moment when the serious lord was in a daze, he suddenly drilled out of the Xianxia Palace elder's body and swept over. This happened so quickly that the serious lord was possessed before he could react. The Xianxia palace lord widened his eyes. He was in despair. However, this was an opportunity for Yi Xian. Whoosh! Yi Xian suddenly swept over to the demon lord's body. What is he doing? Yi Xian's opponent was a little puzzled and chased after him. Without a doubt, Yi Xian's target was naturally that Qianquan ring. An elder from the Xianxia palace in the Tianjue territory would definitely be very wealthy. Pa! Yi Xian rushed in front of the soulless body and took off his Qianquan ring, instantly devouring everything inside. Ding! The host has unlocked the 43rd Earth Vein. Level up. In an instant, Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed. Coincidentally, the Demon King had caught up to him. Yi Xian immediately turned around and slashed with his sword. What? The Demon King did not expect Yi Xian to suddenly break through and was unable to dodge in time. He could only abandon his body. Hiss! The head of this Tianjue palace elder was thrown into the air. His universe ring was also obtained by Yi Xian. Devour, although it didn't help Yi Xian break through again, it still improved his cultivation by quite a bit. Now, you're dead meat. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly opened wide. The Demon King who had lost his body was much weaker than him. His speed was too slow compared to him. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds rang in the air. This was the sound of Yi Xian using the Xianxia demonic stomping steps to walk in the air. Ding! The proficiency of the Xianxia demonic stomping steps has increased. The current proficiency is 100%. The effect is doubled. This notification caused Yi Xian's morale to soar. This was really timely. Whoosh! In an instant, Yi Xian swept in front of the Demon King. Xianxia demonic slaying slash. Yi Xian quickly slashed with his sword and directly hit the Demon King's body. The latter immediately shook violently and screamed loudly from this hit. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian attacked and directly eliminated the Demon King. Yi Xian devoured the Demon King's demonic orb and his strength increased again. At the same time, the Demon King also killed the Xianxia Palace's palace lord. When he turned his head, he saw that Yi Xian was quickly flying into the distance. However, Yi Xian was not running away. Instead, he was rushing toward the three possessed warriors. Being surrounded was not a good sign, so Yi Xian wanted to get rid of these three people first. Fortunately, these three people were not very strong. They did not even have the strength of 50 earth veins and were easily killed by Yi Xian. Ding! The host has opened the 44th earth vein. After devouring the three people's interspatial rings and 3 demonic orbs, Yi Xian's realm increased again. 2 breakthroughs in a row? The Demon King who possessed the celestial wolf lord frowned slightly. Then, his eyes lit up and he said, "Boy, I want this body of yours." Immediately, he flew toward Yi Xian. "My body is not for you to take as you wish." Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he rushed back. Just now, he could not do anything to the Demon King. Now that he had broken through twice, he estimated that he could definitely stop the Demon King. However, to be on the safe side, he first rushed toward the Xianxia Palace Lord's corpse. The Demon King did not know that Yi Xian could devour heaven and earth treasures to level up. He only knew that Yi Xian's aptitude was not bad, so he did not stop him. Instead, he prepared to capture Yi Xian and possess him. Yi Xian easily obtained the Xianxia Palace Lord's interspatial ring and his strength increased again. At this moment, the Demon Master finally reacted. "Haha, although I don't know how you did it, your body is mine." The Demon King laughed loudly and pounced on Yi Xian. "You want my body? Let's see if you have the ability." Yi Xian said coldly. Now, the Demon King did not have any helpers. Although Yi Xian did not have any helpers, he had a superior recovery ability. Previously, he had a great battle with the Serious Lord. Although he was possessed by the Demon King, he did not have much true qi in his body. Therefore, Yi Xian had a high chance of killing the Serious Lord and forcing the Demon King to appear. After possessing the Serious Lord, the Demon King's strength increased. However, Yi Xian had mastered the Xianxia demon stomping steps to full mastery, so he was evenly matched with the Demon King. During the battle, the Demon King kept looking at Yi Xian with a greedy expression, as if Yi Xian's body had become his private property. However, as time passed, he discovered that there was a problem with true qi. This kid's true qi is endless. How many secrets does he have? The Demon King was very puzzled. The two fought for a full minute. Then, the Demon King quickly retreated because of the true qi. After him. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This meant that the Demon King did not have much true qi left. This was a good opportunity to beat a drowning dog. At this time, a shadow suddenly appeared behind the serious lord. Yi Xian was startled. This was the Demon King leaving this body. Translator, trans and editor, trans and trapped? You're finally going to show yourself. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He immediately seized the opportunity to attack. As long as he could obtain the celestial wolf territory lords Yin and Yang ring, his strength would increase significantly. Then, killing the demon lord would be a piece of cake. Soon, the demon lord escaped from the celestial wolf territory lord's body. This body was running out of vital energy. Yi Xian remained vigilant. Just now, the demon lord had moved his body like this. He couldn't allow himself to fall so easily. He's out. The demon lord finally escaped from the celestial wolf territory lord's body. After escaping, he quickly rushed towards Yi Xian. I don't want the Yin and Yang ring anymore. I'll kill you first. Yi Xian shouted in his heart. He launched a few prime purity demon-slaying slashes at the demon lord. However, what he had forgotten was that the last time a demon king's speed had suddenly increased explosively. Today, he saw it again. Kid, you're finished. Demonic disintegration technique. The demon lord roared in his heart. He suddenly increased his speed and dodged the prime purity demon-slaying slashes in an instant. He charged straight into Yi Xian's body. The prime purity talisman that Yi Xian's body had stuck on was completely useless against the demon lord. It was immediately burned to ashes by the demonic energy. Yi Xian widened his eyes. At this moment, he could already feel an aura drilling into his brain. His consciousness was quickly fading away. No, I can't let him take over my body. Yi Xian roared in his heart. He knew that if the demon lord wanted to take over his body, he would have to erase his soul. If the demon lord succeeded in taking over his body, then even if the demon lord left, he would become an empty shell without a soul like the heavenly wolf territory's lord. His willpower was fighting against the demon lord. Kid, stop resisting. It's useless. Don't worry, I'll find your wife. I'll make you the strongest person in the world. The demon lord's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. He was luring Yi Xian and weakening Yi Xian's consciousness. *CK your mother. I'll find my wife, my father, and my brother-in-law myself. Get the *CK off. Yi Xian cursed as he resisted. It had to Yi Xian's mind to say, his willpower. If Yi Xian was Yi, he would have been obliterated by the demon lord. What a stubborn brat. To have to disappear to me. The demon lord roared. Disappear my *CKU. Yi Xian was. He of Yi was of his of the of. It's to Yi. And Yi Xian were in a standoff. It had to be said that Yi Xian's willpower was the strongest the demon lord had ever seen. The demon lord fought for 5 minutes but was unable to destroy Yi Xian's willpower and take over his body. Bastard, you can't take over my body. Get the *CK out of here. Yi Xian cursed in his mind. He was also surprised by his strong willpower. Impossible. It wasn't easy for me to find a body like yours. How can I let it go so easily? *CK off. The two were in a stalemate for another 5 minutes. They were still locked in a stalemate. The demon lord was very angry. As long as he could take over Yi Xian's body, he would be able to take revenge after a period of secluded cultivation. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's willpower was beyond his imagination. He estimated that he would not be able to take over Yi Xian's body even if he fought for another day. Thus, he decided to go out first and capture Yi Xian. Then, he would slowly grind away at Yi Xian's willpower. But in the next moment, he was stunned. He realized that he was unable to leave Xian's body. He was trapped. Stinking brat, what did you do? I can't get out. The demon lord shouted in Xian's mind. Can't get out? Xian was startled. He was eager for the demon lord to leave his body. How could he not get out? At this moment, the demon lord shouted again, that golden dantian, what the hell is that? It's trapping me. Golden dantian, Xian paused. Golden dantian, wasn't that the devouring system? Brat, hurry up and let me out. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. The demon lord panicked. If he was trapped in this body, then it meant that he could no longer take over other people's bodies. If Xian was killed, then his soul would scatter. How would I know how to get out? Xian said angrily. Damn it, you don't know? I can't wait to chase you out. Why would I restrict you? Xian replied. Damn it, you stinking brat, don't do anything stupid. Otherwise, I'll kill you even if I have to self-destruct. The demon lord panicked. Now that he was trapped in Xian's body, he couldn't control Xian's body. If Xian killed himself now, then he would die too. You damn thing, hurry up and get out. Your golden dantian is restricting me. What do you think I should do? How would I know? The two of them started cursing each other, directly cursing each other's parents and ancestors. Then, Xian realized that something was wrong. You were human when you were alive? Xian asked in astonishment. Nonsense, I only cultivated demonic arts and was heavily injured and sealed by a villain. I had no choice but to become like this. The demon lord replied. Then where did the other demonic creatures come from? Xian asked again. They were formed from the demonic qi I exhaled over the years, the demon lord replied. Now, Xian finally understood. There was a group of demonic creatures suppressed under Xianxia Palace on Celestial Wolf Island. In fact, there was only the demon lord in the beginning, but as time passed, so many demonic creatures were born. However, now wasn't the time to talk about this. The demon lord was trapped in Xian's body. This was a timer. If Xian wasn't careful and the demon lord seized his body, then he would be in trouble. Therefore, Xian had to kick the demon lord out of his body. Brat, this golden dantian isn't under your control. I won't take your body anymore, as long as you help me complete one thing. The demon lord suddenly asked. What? Xian asked in astonishment in his mind. I became like this because of Xianxia Palace, so I want you to help me destroy Xianxia Palace. Once it's done, I'll self-destruct, the demon lord replied. Destroy Xianxia Palace? Self-destruct? Xian asked, which one are you referring to? Xianxia Palace seemed to have branches in many territories. Xianxia Palace on Celestial Wolf Island was one of them. Xianxia Palace on Celestial Wolf Island was the earliest one. After that, the experts of Xianxia Palace went to Celestial Wolf Island and built another one. They even listed it as the main branch. However, I want you to destroy all of Xianxia Palaces, the demon lord said. All of them. A secret not passed on. What if I don't agree? Xian asked again. If you don't agree, then we can only perish together. I can't take over your body, but that doesn't mean I can't kill you. Without waiting for Xian to speak, he added, the people from the Supreme Pure Palace aren't good people either. On the surface, they seem to be exterminating all evil creatures, but in reality, they're secretly capturing people who cultivate the demonic Tao, using them to nurture demonic creatures, and then killing them to use the demon orbs and the like to cultivate. After Xian heard this, he was very surprised. He didn't expect Xianxia Palace to be so bad. What kind of experts does Xianxia Palace have in Tianjue territory? Xian narrowed his eyes and asked. I was once a candidate for Xianxia Palace's palace master, but another person ambushed me and seriously injured me in order to get the position. At that time, he had already opened 65 veins. If he was still alive, he might have already reached the peak of Earth Vein or Heaven Vein. The demon lord replied. Xian rolled his eyes and thought, if you didn't cultivate the devil Tao, why would he do that to you? However, he didn't dare to say it out loud. What if he angered the demon lord and caused him to self-destruct? Peak of Earth vein, I only have 40 veins. How do you want me to avenge you? Xian asked. What are you afraid of? Can't you quickly increase your realm? You can start with those weaker Xianxia Palace first. After your strength increases, you can go to Tianjue territory. The Demon Lord said. Is that so? Xian's eyes suddenly narrowed. Although the Demon Lord ran into his mind and read his memories, he didn't seem to know about the devouring system. He only knew that Xian had a special method to quickly increase his strength. After all, the devouring system was the devouring system. It could even exchange for god-rank bloodlines. How could it be controlled by a soul essence realm demon? I can help you, but you better keep your word. Xian said. Don't worry, I've already become this kind of thing that's neither human nor ghost. As long as you help me destroy Xianxia Palace, I'll self-destruct. I definitely won't go back on my word. The Demon Master said solemnly. Although Xian didn't want to work with him, was there any other way? Xian felt very helpless. First, he went down and took the universe ring of the Palace Lord of Xianxia Palace, then swallowed it. Then, he said in his mind, can you summon your demonic army? Although these demons were created by me, they have their own consciousness. Unless I'm very close to them, I can't control them, the Demon Lord answered in Xian's mind. Then I'll circle around Heavenly Wolf Island and use your soldiers to break through. Is that all right? Xian asked. As you wish. Even if they all die, it has nothing to do with me. The Demon Master was indifferent. Since that was the case, Xian quickly left. As long as those demons were nearby, they could be controlled by the Demon Master. However, Xian was only one person. Even with his speed, it would probably take him a month to circle around Heavenly Wolf Island. However, this way of leveling up was more stable. By the time Xian finished cleaning up the demonic army, his realm had also increased to 48 ley lines. At this time, he finally understood how huge this demonic army was. There were at least several million of them. Under the Demon Master's control, this demonic army was at the mercy of Xian. Needless to say, it was very satisfying. A month later, Xian's meridians had also directly opened up to 52 ley lines. He had opened up a total of 8 ley lines. However, after the demonic army's baptism, Heavenly Wolf Island was completely unrecognizable. Out of the hundreds of millions of people, only a few million remained. It was simply too tragic to look at. After learning this number, the Demon Master didn't care at all and coldly said, Humph, you can't blame me for this matter. Blame it on the Pure Palace. Xian didn't feel like talking nonsense with him and directly left Heavenly Wolf Island for the Blood Cliff continent. Fortunately, the Demon Master had been waiting for nearly 100 years. So, Xian wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to inquire about Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. Heavenly Water Island was actually very close to the Blood Cliff continent, but it was separated by the chaotic Astral Ocean's territory, so no one dared to rush over. Heavenly Wolf Island wasn't far from the Blood Cliff continent, so Xian directly flew over the sea for 2 days to reach it. At this time, his destination was a low-grade territory on the coast of the Blood Cliff continent. However, this territory didn't have a branch of the Pure Palace, so he went around this territory and left some information in some organizations. This information was left for Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song as long as they came to this territory. Then, Xian went to a mid-grade territory where there was a branch of the Pure Palace. The Palace Master of the Xianxia Palace branch had only opened up 40 earth veins, so Xian directly plundered the entire Xianxia Palace before calmly leaving. Originally, the Demon Master wanted Xian to slaughter the entire Pure Palace, but Xian refused. Otherwise, this branch of the Pure Palace would have already been destroyed. Similarly, he also left a message in this territory and then hurriedly left. The Blood Cliff continent wasn't like the Heavenly Water continent. He didn't have the Omni Mirror, so he could only use this method to find Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. Time slowly passed. As long as Xian passed by a territory, he would leave a message in that territory. Moreover, he left a lot of heavenly treasures, enough to keep the message up for 5 years. As long as Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song saw it, they would pass through the deep-sea underground palace and return to the Heavenly Water continent to wait for Xian. Of course, this was under the premise that they hadn't broken through to the spirit realm. Xian spent an entire month running through all the cities in the coastal territories. After that, he continued to loot the Xianxia Palace. The Pure Palace could be considered a top power among the mid-grade territories. It had branches in more than 10 territories. Unfortunately, all of them had been ransacked by Xian. After ransacking these branches, Xian directly opened his 56th earth vein. In the end, these branches were only branches. The strongest among them only had 60 earth veins. This was something that Xian could easily deal with. Brat, you have finished your business and increased your cultivation. Isn't it time to go to the Heavenly End territory? The demon master's voice echoed in Xian's mind. Xian pondered for a bit. With his current cultivation, he should be able to challenge experts with 10 earth veins. In other words, he should be able to fight experts with 66 earth veins. However, this was still far from the realm he had in mind. Isn't it too early? Xian asked. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Dao Heart Demon Seed Technique a secret? What's that? Xian's eyes lit up. This martial art is called Dao Heart Demon Seed Technique. It wasn't created by the people of Xianxia Palace, but an incomplete version that the first palace lord of Xianxia Palace obtained by chance. If it was complete, it would probably be a supreme-grade heaven-tier martial art. This martial art can instantly increase your combat strength, but it requires demonic pearls. That's why I asked you to leave some demonic pearls behind, Demon Lord replied. Dao Heart Demon Seed Technique? This name sounds a bit. Xian frowned. Yes, this martial art is very powerful, but it has side effects. It requires a demonic seed to be planted in the depths of your heart. Every time you use it, the demonic seed will grow and increase in strength. When it grows to a certain extent, it will cause you to go berserk or even be consigned to eternal damnation, with both body and soul destroyed. I once relied too much on this martial art, so I went berserk and lost my conscience, Demon Lord replied. Every time you use it, the demonic seed will grow and increase in strength? Xian narrowed his eyes. His current Beast King rampage could no longer increase his strength by much. This Dao Heart Demon Seed technique was indeed good, but unfortunately, there was a danger of going berserk. However, as long as he used it carefully, it shouldn't be a problem. You'll teach this martial art to me? Xian was a little skeptical. I've already become like this, so why should I hide it? As long as you learn this martial art, it won't be a problem to destroy Xianxia Palace, Demon Lord said solemnly. You're not playing any tricks, are you? Xian was still a little worried. After all, this was a demon lord who had gone berserk when he was alive. Humph, your willpower is so strong, so you'll definitely be able to use it more than me. Just tell me if you want to learn it or not. If you do, I'll teach you immediately. If you don't, go find a place to train yourself. I can still wait. Demon Lord snorted. Xian thought for a moment. He suddenly remembered that he still had the Devouring system. As long as Demon Lord told him about the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique, he could copy the martial art into the Devouring system and verify it. Go ahead, I'm listening. Xian nodded. Alright, listen up. The Devil Master did not waste any more time. He immediately recited the chant of the Dao Heart Seed Devil technique. Xian immediately memorized it. Ding. Copy of Dao Heart Demonic Seed Great Technique successful. After hearing the notification, Xian's eyes lit up. This martial art was actually real. He thought that the Devil Lord was playing a trick on him. He thought that the Devil Lord had taken advantage of him while he was cultivating to take over his body. But now it seemed that he was being overly suspicious. Dao Heart Seed Devil Technique, incomplete? Xian raised his eyebrows. Because it was incomplete, it could only be considered a high-grade heaven-level martial art. It could not be considered a top-grade martial art. At that moment, he consumed some Devour crystals and directly learned this martial art. Anyway, Devour crystals were useless to him now, and there were no side effects even if he didn't use them. Ding. Host has learned the Dao Heart Demonic Seed Technique, Demonic Seed Chapter. You learned it? Demon Lord suddenly felt the change in Xian and asked in shock. yes, not bad. Yi Xian nodded. His heart was already blooming with joy. He just did not know how much this Dao Heart demonic seed technique could increase his strength by. You really do have many secrets. There are many gaps in your memory, and I can't read it. After committing suicide in Lianyun City, you seem to have become a different person. You killed gods and Buddhas in your way. In just a few days, you killed your way from such a barren place to the Blood Cliff continent. Demon Lord was also very curious. Yi Xian was the most talented person he had ever seen. Yi Xian did not say much. He knew that the Devil Master would not know about the Devour system's memory. Okay, I will go to the Heaven Absolute territory now. Yi Xian's confidence suddenly increased. I will also take a step back. As long as you kill all the upper echelons of the Xianxia Palace and disband the Xianxia Palace, the mission will be considered complete. Demon Lord said. Okay. The Heaven Absolute territory was the strongest middle-grade territory in the Luosha region. It was infinitely close to being a high-grade territory. Here, Essence Soul Realm cultivators could be seen everywhere, and Spirit Realm cultivators were as common as dogs. Yi Xian did not waste time and directly rushed to the Xianxia Palace of the Heaven Absolute territory. Soon, he arrived at the Xianxia Palace of the Heaven Absolute territory. The Xianxia Palace of the Heaven Absolute territory was similar to the others. They were all solemn. They liked the color white very much. At this time, there was an endless stream of people in front of the Xianxia Palace. It seemed that they were holding some kind of grand event. Demon Lord used Yi Xian's eyes to sense it. The anger in his heart immediately erupted. What a hateful aura. Destroy them. Demon Lord gritted his teeth and said. You feel that their aura is hateful, and they feel the same. I also have to thank you. If I get close now, I will definitely be discovered by them. Yi Xian coldly snorted. What are you still standing there for? Demon Lord asked somewhat agitatedly. Why are you in such a hurry? Can't you see that the Xianxia Palace seems to be holding some kind of grand event? With so many people gathered together, you will definitely be besieged as soon as you enter. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. He wanted to secretly sneak into the Xianxia Palace and quickly raise his level. After all, it was safer this way. Now that the Xianxia Palace seemed to be holding some kind of grand event, many foreign martial artists had gathered. If he rashly rushed in, he was afraid that he would die very miserably. Then fly higher and see what tricks they are playing. Demon Lord reminded him. You don't need to remind me. Yi Xian flew high into the sky. He flew to a layer of clouds that ordinary people couldn't see, and then looked down. Sure enough, thousands of experts had already gathered in the Xianxia Palace. There were foreign martial artists, as well as people from the Xianxia Palace. Kid, look at the middle. Suddenly, the Demon Lord reminded him. Yi Xian focused his eyes and saw a figure in the middle of the arena surrounded by thousands of people. He's been tied up. What's going on? Yi Xian was somewhat confused. I feel that this person is emitting a large amount of demonic energy. He should be cultivating demonic arts. The Xianxia Palace should be holding a demon extermination conference. Demon Lord said. A demon extermination conference. Hearing this, Yi Xian instantly understood. Were they trying to kill the chicken to warn the monkey? The person tied up in the middle of the arena below was probably not weak. He should have done something to be captured by the Xianxia Palace and then killed in front of thousands of people. In addition to the Xianxia Palace, there seems to be a powerful force in the Heavenly Absolute territory called the Killing Luo sect. This person should be an expert from the Killing Luo sect, Demon Lord said again. This was the information that Yi Xian had inquired before, so Demon Lord also knew. Then let's wait and see this demon extermination conference. Anyway, you're not in a hurry, Yi Xian said. Okay. Demon extermination conference. There were quite a lot of people who came to Xianxia Palace to watch. After all, it was the #1 sect in the Tianjue territory. There was an endless stream of people coming up, and the number soon exceeded 10,000. Moreover, this was only counting the cultivators of other forces, not the disciples of Xianxia Palace. Yi Xian was rejoicing that he didn't rush in rashly. Otherwise, he would definitely be considered an accomplice of that killing Luo sect expert and be besieged by tens of thousands of people. He waited in the air for a while more, and then the higher-ups of Xianxia Palace came out. The leader was a middle-aged man with a sage-like appearance. He wore a white robe and held a horsetail whisk in his hand. He walked out under the gazes of tens of thousands of people. Behind him were 10 white-robed old men. At first glance, they were not ordinary people. Welcome to Xianxia Palace to participate in the Demon Extermination Conference. I'm sure everyone has heard of the fierce reputation of killing Luo sect. The main character of today's Demon Extermination Conference is the left guardian of killing Luo sect, Li Zhenhui. This person once lowered his status to various middle-level and low-level territories, slaughtering and plundering. Hundreds of thousands of people died under his sword, and he even disbanded more than 10 branches of Xianxia Palace. Today, I will kill this person in front of everyone. The palace lord of Xianxia Palace said loudly. Most of the people present had heard about what he said. Anyway, Li Zhenhui was a vicious and merciless person of the demon sect. His death was not regrettable. However, Yi Xian, who was eavesdropping in the air, suddenly raised his eyebrows. Wasn't he the one who disbanded those branches of Xianxia Palace? How did it become Li Zhenhui? TSK, TSK, TSK. You acted decisively and quickly, leaving no trace at all. So this Li Zhenhui became your scapegoat, the demon lord said sarcastically. I only looted, but he massacred. Yi Xian corrected. Although he needed a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he was not so bloodthirsty. For those who were much weaker than him, he would choose to let go of most of them. Therefore, he only followed the style of this world. There was a fundamental difference between him and the people of the demon sect. At this time, the palace lord of Xianxia Palace took out a silver-white long sword and slowly walked toward Li Zhenhui, the left guardian of killing Luo sect. Li Zhenhui, do you have any last words? Xianxia Palace's palace lord inquired. When Li Zhenhui, who was tied up by a special rope, heard this, he also angrily rebuked, F***ck your grandmother, the one who robbed your branch wasn't me, shut up. You people from the demonic sect are full of nonsense and disregard human lives. Now, I'll give you a chance to say your last words. Don't be ungrateful, the palace lord of Xianxia Palace shouted coldly. F***ck your cousin, Li Zhenhui was not afraid of power and continued to curse. Hiss. However, as soon as his voice rang out, one of his arms was directly chopped off. Because his entire body was tied up, his arm did not fall to the ground and was still connected to his body. However, a large amount of blood spurted out, splattering all over his face. I'll give you one more chance. The palace lord's face darkened. F***ck your grandfather. Li Zhenhui gritted his teeth and shouted, trying to make everyone hear him. Hiss. Another crisp sound rang out. His other arm was also chopped off, and the pain pierced through his heart. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being heartless. After the palace lord of Xianxia Palace said coldly, he shouted, anyone who has a grudge against Li Zhenhui can come up and stab him. Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. Anyone can stab him? Immediately, thousands of people jumped off the high platform. Li Zhenhui was about to cry. Damn it, I'm going to be stabbed thousands of times. Yi Xian, who was high up in the sky, looked a little helpless when he saw this scene. Look, the Xianxia Palace is just a group of wolves in sheep's clothing. They're equally vicious and merciless. Instead of killing the other party, they choose to torture the other party, the demon lord muttered. Yi Xian nodded silently. He had not tried torturing people many times, and Tang Tian was the only one who did it. Immediately after, people lined up below to stab Li Zhenhui. Li Zhenhui gritted his teeth and persevered. If there were too many wounds on his body, the palace lord of Xianxia Palace would take out healing pills to help him recover. The Demon Extermination Conference instantly turned into a Demon Extermination Conference. So miserable. Yi Xian shuddered. He thought that if he was the one below, he would probably die a tragic death. He had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. If he was stabbed, as long as it was not the head or the heart, he could quickly recover. Not to mention 1,000 swords, even if it was 10,000 swords, 100,000 swords, or 1,000,000 swords, he could withstand it. However, just as Li Zhenhui withstood 100 swords, a group of black shadows swept over from the horizon. "Kid, look over there," the demon lord suddenly reminded. Yi Xian turned his head in surprise and was stunned. A group of black shadows flew over from the horizon. These shadows were not sacred beasts, but people. All of them were experts dressed in black. There were more than 1,000 of them. Could it be the Killing Luo sect? Yi Xian said in shock. That's right. Everyone has demonic qi on them. They should be the other superpower in the Heaven Extinction territory, the Killing Luo sect. I'm afraid their purpose this time is to save the left guardian Li Zhenhui. They might even want to destroy the Xianxia palace. The heavens are helping me, the demon lord said. What kind of joke is this? 1,000 people want to destroy tens of thousands? Yi Xian could not believe it. Don't underestimate them. I feel several powerful auras. They are much stronger than when I was alive. Even if they are not Heaven Vein experts, they are at least peak Earth Vein, the demon lord reminded again. Heaven Vein, Yi Xian swallowed. He had destroyed so many Xianxia palace branches and only opened 58 Earth Veins. Peak Earth Vein was the title for martial artists who had opened about 70 Earth Veins. He thought about it and felt that something was wrong. He asked, that's not right. Does the Killing Luo sect have so many experts? He had heard that the Killing Luo sect only had one peak Earth Vein expert. How could there be so many powerful auras? The people of the demonic sects are a group of martial artists who have turned into demons. Their methods are ruthless and cruel, but they are very united. The Killing Luo sect must have gone to other territories, or even high-level territories to call for help, the demon lord explained. If that's the case, then we are really lucky to have followed your wishes, Yi Xian said. Indeed, the heavens are helping me. As long as I can see the destruction of the Xianxia palace, I will die without regrets. The demon lord suddenly laughed. His laughter echoed in Yi Xian's mind. He had been severely injured and sealed. He had no choice but to turn into a demon, so he had long thought of himself as a dead person. Yi Xian muttered in his heart, it's not my business whether you die or not. Just keep your promise. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A great battle was imminent. Yi Xian was most worried that the demon lord was just casually talking and taking him as a fighter. After all, the palace lord of Xianxia Palace had just said that the people of the demon sect were full of nonsense and did not mean what they said. Now, not only did Yi Xian and the demon lord notice this group of black figures, but even the tens of thousands of people in Xianxia Palace saw them. Killing Luo sect, they must be from Killing Luo sect. They really came. The left guardian of Killing Luo sect has been captured. They can't just sit by and watch. However, the Killing Luo sect only brought 1,000 people. Are they here to die? The martial artists below were all discussing, and the scene suddenly became lively. They were here to participate in the Demon Extermination Conference, so they might be able to see a battle between 1,000 people. The palace lord of Xianxia Palace snorted when he saw the people from Killing Luo sect. He had expected this. Immediately, the experts of Xianxia Palace gathered in the arena. Soon, the people from Killing Luo sect arrived in the sky above Xianxia Palace. Left Guardian, you've suffered, the sect lord of Killing Luo sect said to Li Zhenhui. I can bear with this kind of injury. Sect lord, destroy Xianxia Palace. Li Zhenhui replied loudly. Shut up. Just as he finished speaking, a person flashed to his side and threw a slap. Slap, the sound was crisp and clear, and everyone heard it. The people from Killing Luo sect were immediately enraged. They clamored and wanted to rush up, but they were stopped by the sect lord. Xianxia Palace's slap was not only on left guardian Li Zhenhui's face, but also on the entire Killing Luo sect. Today was supposed to be Xianxia Palace's Demon Extermination Conference, but since you've delivered yourselves to us, we'll destroy your entire Killing Luo sect today. The palace lord of Xianxia Palace said coldly. Is that so? The sect lord of Killing Luo sect narrowed his eyes. The two sides looked at each other in silence, and the people around them also quieted down. Who knew if a fight would break out in the next second? At this time, a figure suddenly walked out of the Killing Luo sect's team. This person was not from Killing Luo sect. Xianxia Palace, I'll give you a chance. Release the left guardian of Killing Luo sect and hand over the Dao Heart Demon Seed magic art. And I'll spare your lives today, the man in green said. Who are you? The palace lord of Xianxia Palace narrowed his eyes. Just now, this man in green had been in the crowd and his aura had been concealed. Now that he had walked out, the palace lord of Xianxia Palace realized that this person was not any weaker than the sect leader of Killing Luo sect. The green-robed man only replied slowly. Hearing these 3 words, the people of Xianxia Palace and the others present were all stunned. The Green Ghost League was not a power from the Heaven Absolute territory. Instead, it came from a high-grade territory. No, to be more precise, it was for the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique. It's you. The palace lord of Xianxia Palace had a gloomy look on his face. He didn't expect that the forces of high-grade territories would come as well. This was troublesome. An elder of Xianxia Palace jumped out and shouted angrily. It was unknown whether he objected to the Alliance Lord of Killing Luo sect or both. If that's the case, then I have nothing to say. The Alliance Lord of Killing Luo sect snorted and stepped aside. The Alliance Lord of Killing Luo sect and Green Ghost Alliance had formed an alliance. As long as they obtained the Dao Heart Demon Seed magic art, they would make a copy and divide it among themselves. I'll give you one more chance. Release the left guardian of Killing Luo sect and hand over the Dao Heart Demon Seed magic art. Xianxia Palace will not be destroyed, the sect lord of Killing Luo sect said again. The Dao Heart Demon Seed magic art was a very powerful martial art. If the demon sect's people obtained it, it might be more powerful than the Xianxia Palace's people. Impossible. If you want to fight, then fight, the elder shouted again. The palace lord of Xianxia Palace looked on with a gloomy face, as if he was hesitating. Not only that, but the tens of thousands of people around were also worried. After all, they were still here. What kind of martial art is the Dao Heart Demon Seed magic art? Why haven't I heard of it before? It must be a secret of Xianxia Palace. Since Xianxia Palace would rather fight to the death than compromise, this Dao Heart Demon Seed magic art must be very powerful. Not necessarily. Maybe Xianxia Palace has the confidence to destroy this group of demon sect people? That's right. It's possible. The surrounding martial artists discussed softly. They were not afraid of being implicated. After all, there were tens of thousands of people here. Only 1,000 people came from Killing Luo sect and Green Ghost Alliance. You really don't agree? The sect lord of Killing Luo sect narrowed his eyes. Cut the crap. The palace lord of Xianxia Palace made his decision. He could hand Li Zhenhui back, but the Dao Heart Demon Seed magic art must not fall into the hands of the demon sect. Because if Killing Luo sect became stronger, even if Xianxia Palace was not destroyed today, who would know in the future? Therefore, the Dao Heart Demon Seed magic art must not be leaked, especially to the demon sect people. Alright, since that's the case, we'll do it ourselves. Kill Luo sect, listen up. Attack. Green Ghost Alliance, listen up. Kill. The leaders of the 2 demon sects shouted angrily. In an instant, thousands of demon sect people swooped down and killed the group of elders and disciples of Xianxia Palace. A great battle broke out in an instant. As one of the top forces in Tianjue territory, Xianxia Palace was not weak. However, what shocked everyone was that in the first wave of attacks from both sides, 1/5 of the Xianxia Palace's experts had perished. Killing Luo sect and Green Ghost Alliance were all elites. They had more experts than Xianxia Palace. After seeing Xianxia Palace's miserable state, the experts of other families and sects looked at each other and shouted, "Help!" Although they were not from Xianxia Palace was an existence that restrained Killing Luo sect. If Xianxia Palace was destroyed, they would suffer in Tianjue territory. However, not many forces joined Xianxia Palace's side. At this time, many people began to leave. After all, they did not want to participate in the battle. If Xianxia Palace was destroyed, they would be affected. Tens of thousands of people were reduced by more than half in an instant. Yi Xian, who was watching from the sky, took a look and estimated from a macro perspective. Although Xianxia Palace had reinforcements, their strength was not comparable to Killing Luo sect and Green Ghost Alliance. Demon Lord, is it difficult to learn the Dao Heart Demon Seed magic art? Yi Xian suddenly asked. What do you mean? You learned it in an instant. Why are you still asking this? Demon Lord said in confusion. Then how many of Xianxia Palace's experts do you think know the Dao Heart Demon Seed magic art? Yi Xian asked again. I understand. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Heaven Vein Expert 5 Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. There were at least 3,000 elders and disciples of Xianxia Palace who had joined the battle. It was not bad that only 5 of them knew the Dao Heart Seed Devil technique. Alright, then I'll go too. Yi Xian's confidence soared. After all, he was not the main force and the capital of Xianxia Palace. Moreover, there were a large number of corpses on the ground that had not been collected yet. He could go and steal them first. He immediately swooped down from the sky. Many people noticed him. Although he exuded the aura of the Demon Lord was not very strong in the eyes of these demon sect experts. These people noticed Yi Xian because they had never seen Yi Xian before. They guessed that he was a passerby who cultivated the demon technique and came to lend a hand. Soon, Yi Xian swept to the ground and began to quickly collect the interspatial rings. Good boy, how dare you take advantage of the situation? Go to hell. An elder of Xianxia Palace swept toward Yi Xian. Xianxia Palace was also divided into inner and outer sect. Even the elders were the same. Those who were sent to Tianjue territory were all outer sect elders, so they could only open 50 earth veins at most. But now, the elder who targeted Yi Xian had opened 63 earth veins. However, such a realm was not enough for Yi Xian. Xianxia sword technique. Yi Xian swiftly swept behind him and directly sent his head flying with a blow. He then collected the interspatial rings. This scene fell into the eyes of those who were paying attention. What? Xianxia sword technique? That kid actually knows the Xianxia sword technique. Impossible, he exudes demon qi. How can he know the Xianxia sword technique? He must have killed a disciple of Xianxia Palace. Who would have thought that this demon sect member had cultivated our Xianxia sword technique to full mastery? What a disgrace. Soon, many people noticed Yi Xian and descended to find trouble with Yi Xian. However, no one was able to catch up to Yi Xian. More and more corpses fell onto the arena, but no one dared to take advantage of the situation like Yi Xian did. Therefore, Yi Xian benefited from these corpses. Ding. Host has unlocked the 59th earth vein. Ding. The host has unlocked the 60th earth vein. After Yi Xian collected hundreds of universe rings, he had also opened 60 earth veins. After all, the Heaven Absolute Territory was the Heaven Absolute Territory. In such a short period of time, he had gained more than what he had gained in the past few months. The Xianxia Palace, the Killing Rakshasa sect, and the Green Ghost League were fighting above, while he was reaping the benefits below. Although there were some flies that came to bother him, his current strength was not something that could be stopped by just anyone. There was no need to mention how awesome this feeling was. The battle had already lasted for half a minute. Even if Xianxia Palace had more than 3,000 people on their side, the evil cult was full of elites. Half a minute later, there were only around 1,000 people left in Xianxia Palace, while only 200 to 300 people from the evil cult died. This was the difference between them. When the elders of Xianxia Palace saw that the situation was not right, they looked at each other, then directly used the martial arts that they did not want to use the most. Dao Heart Demon Seed Great Technique. Suddenly, 4 waves of evil aura surged into the sky, and the aura of 4 righteous elders from Xianxia Palace skyrocketed. One of them blocked the leader of the Green Ghost League, while the other 3 bravely killed their way into the enemy camp and began a frenzied slaughter. At the same time, the left guardian of the Killing Rakshasa sect, Li Zhenhui, was also rescued by one of them. He began to treat his wounds and prepared to join the battle. Although other forces joined Xianxia Palace's side one after another, it was still difficult to resist the powerful evil cult experts. Very soon, less than 1,000 people from Xianxia Palace had died. At this time, Yi Xian had also unlocked the 62nd earth vein. Yi Xian actually wanted to join the battle as it was too cowardly to collect fish below. However, just as he was about to rush up, the Demon Lord suddenly stopped him. Don't go. I sense a powerful aura. It should be the hidden experts from Xianxia Palace. The demon lord reminded him. A powerful aura? How powerful? Yi Xian frowned. He did not sense anything. There were several peak earth vein experts here, but the demon lord did not say anything. Now that he suddenly reminded him, it meant that the newcomer could be a heavenly vein expert. Heavenly vein experts. I'm sure there are at least 2 of them, the demon lord replied. 2 heavenly vein experts? Yi Xian was stunned. There was a qualitative leap from peak earth vein to heavenly vein. If these 2 heavenly vein experts joined the battle, then the situation could really be reversed. This is too much. If they had come out earlier, would so many people have died? Yi Xian asked in his heart. However, if these 2 heavenly vein experts had come out earlier, he would not be able to be the fisherman anymore. He might even be discovered. Retreat. Yi Xian decided to temporarily hide. Not only that, but the group of evil cult experts in the sky also began to gather. They all sensed that there were experts approaching. Sure enough, after Yi Xian retreated, 2 figures swept over from not far away. The 2 experts from Xianxia Palace flew into the sky. They did not talk nonsense and directly joined the battle. Haha, just as I expected. It's you old guys. Master, you should come out too. The leader of Killing Luo sect laughed. As soon as his voice fell, 3 figures also descended from the sky. They were the heavenly vein experts of Killing Luo sect and Green Ghost Alliance. Sure enough, the evil cult also had a backup plan. The reason why these 3 experts did not appear directly was because they guessed that Xianxia Palace also had heavenly vein experts. If they came out, the heavenly vein experts of Xianxia Palace would also appear. If that was the case, they might as well hide first. After all, the evil cult experts were all elites. Before the heavenly vein experts of Xianxia Palace appeared, they had the advantage and could kill as many as they could. With the appearance of these 5 heavenly vein experts, the battle directly entered a white-hot stage. It's him? The demon lord suddenly said. Who? Yi Xian, who was hiding behind the evil cult camp, frowned and asked. One of these 2 is the disciple of my enemy. I didn't expect him to still be alive. The demon lord recognized one of them. If that's the case, then your enemy might still be alive. It's possible. If the Essence Soul Realm martial artist doesn't have any major injuries, it won't be a problem for him to live up to 150 years, Yi Xian stood at the back and talked to the demon lord. At this moment, he could not help but gasp when he saw the 5 heavenly vein experts fighting. There was indeed a qualitative leap between the peak of the earth vein realm and the heavenly vein realm. The yuan qi of heaven and earth they could mobilize was much more than that of the earth vein realm. Any random heavenly vein expert could challenge all the earth vein realm martial artists in the opposing camp. Although Xianxia Palace had 2 heavenly vein experts, the evil cult also had 3 heavenly vein experts. Therefore, the evil cult still had the advantage. The enemy appears, Dao Heart Demon Seed Great Technique. The 2 heavenly vein experts from Xianxia Palace exchanged glances and used this technique without hesitation. In an instant, their strength skyrocketed. The 3 heavenly vein experts from the demon sect quickly retreated. One of them shouted, "Hold on, we just need to delay them for a while." This kind of martial art that suddenly increased one's realm couldn't be permanent. As long as the Dao Heart Demon Seed Great Technique's duration was over, their advantage would return. After sensing the 2 monstrous demonic auras, the demon lord also said, "Alright, you go too. Put some pressure on Xianxia Palace. Otherwise, these 2 demonic sects may very well be annihilated." Alright. Yi Xian nodded slightly and directly attacked. At this time, he had opened the 62nd earth vein. With the mysterious Bahuang sword and sword saint bloodline, he could be considered a peak earth vein expert. Whoosh, his burst of speed was very fast, even faster than that of the Killing Rakshasa sect master. After he joined the battle, the disciples and elders of the Xianxia Palace, who were already beaten back by the experts of the dark sect, felt even more pressure. Xianxia Sword Art, Die. Yi Xian used a Xianxia Sword Art and Xianxia Demonic Trampling Steps to shuttle through the crowd. Those peak earth vein stage experts were the same as the heaven vein stage experts. They were all fighting each other, so no one paid any attention to Yi Xian. Most importantly, Yi Xian killed all of them without mercy, whether they were from Xianxia Palace, Killing Luo Sect, or Green Ghost Alliance. Xianxia Palace was the power that the Demon Lord had declared to destroy. Otherwise, he would perish together with Yi Xian. The people of the demon sect weren't good people either, so Yi Xian naturally wouldn't show mercy. He could be considered to have become the public enemy. Which side does this person belong to? Not only were the people of Xianxia Palace thinking this, but so were the people of Killing Luo Sect and Green Ghost Alliance. Even the cultivators of the various major powers outside were the same. A masked man with a large amount of demonic aura actually used Xianxia Palace's martial arts and mercilessly killed the experts of both sides like a mad dog. Where did he come from? Everyone was puzzled. Just as they were feeling astonished, the battle was about to come to an end. There were only slightly more than 400 people from the Xianxia Palace left, while the demon sect still had 600. Even if the two high-purity palaces' Heaven Vein Realm experts used the Dao Heart Seed Devil technique, they wouldn't be able to do anything to the three devil sects' Heaven Vein Realm experts. Therefore, this battle was more or less a foregone conclusion. The people from the demon sect all looked delighted. After all, victory was in sight. However, at this moment, suddenly, a powerful demonic aura shocked everyone present. What a strong devil chi! It's coming from that direction. Who is it? Everyone's eyes widened. This demonic chi was much stronger than the three Heaven Vein Realm experts of the demonic sect. He just didn't know where this expert came from. While they were still in shock, another figure came from the back mountain of Xianxia Palace. It was an old man in a white robe. This old man's face was already covered with all kinds of black threads, and his pair of completely black eyes were horrifying. I knew you weren't dead. After seeing this person through Yi Xian's eyes, the demon lord also shouted. Yi Xian instantly understood and asked, "He's the one who severely injured you and sealed you?" "That's right. I'd recognize him even if he turned into ashes because he's my senior brother." The demon lord was unusually agitated. His demonic seed is on the verge of becoming a demon. After using it, he'll become a demon and lose his mind. Quick, use the Dao Heart Seed Devil technique and break through quickly. Otherwise, you'll be killed by him. Yi Xian was stunned. This black-eyed old man's demonic seed was on the verge of becoming a demon. This would be the last time he used the Dao Heart Seed Devil technique. At this moment, his combat strength was enough to contend with three Heaven Vein Realm experts. If he joined the battle, the demon sect's advantage would instantly dissipate, and they would be slaughtered to death. Yi Xian didn't hold back anymore. Dao Heart Seed Devil technique. Yi Xian directly used his trump card, and the black demonic seed in his heart also grew a little stronger. At the same time, his meridians also expanded, and his control over the chi of heaven and earth increased. Kill. He quickly rushed out and began to kill the experts of Xianxia Palace. After the black-eyed old man appeared, he also rushed toward the 5 Heaven Vein Realm experts. As long as these 3 Heaven Vein Realm experts were dealt with, the situation would be settled. "Master, you, a Heaven Vein Realm expert of Xianxia Palace," said in shock. "Don't talk nonsense. Kill. When the time comes, I'll end my own life." The black-eyed old man was still conscious, but after the effects of the Dao Heart Seed Devil technique wore off, he would lose his mind. At that time, he would kill anyone he saw, and the entire Xianxia Palace might be destroyed. Therefore, he chose to end his own life. However, for now, he had to deal with the demon sect experts first. With the black-eyed old man joining the battle, the demon sect was under great pressure. At this time, the 3 Heaven Vein Realm experts of the demon sect seemed to be facing 5 or 6 Heaven Vein Realm experts of Xianxia Palace. However, on the other side of the chaotic battle, there was a shocking change. After using the Dao Heart Seed Devil technique, Yi Xian's strength skyrocketed. At this time, he was also considered a Heaven Vein Realm expert. Even the Palace Lord of Xianxia Palace was no match for him, because the effects of the Dao Heart Seed Devil technique had already worn off. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian wantonly killed the experts of both sides, and his realm also increased bit by bit. Now, the remaining experts were all elites. They were very strong, and at the same time, they were also very wealthy. At this time, Xian was preparing to kill a Xianxia palace elder who could use the Dao Heart Seed Devil technique. Brat, although I don't know which side you are from, I can't let you run wild like this. Die. A peak Earth Vein Realm elder of Xianxia Palace shouted. If you want to kill me, we'll have to see what you're capable of. Xian glared. This was the person at the top of Xianxia Palace, so he must have a lot of good things in his interspatial ring. Although there were no side effects after using the Dao Heart Seed Devil technique, it would strengthen the demonic seed in one's heart. Therefore, these Xianxia Palace elders didn't dare to use it recklessly. This Xianxia Palace elder had already used it 3 times before, and just now, he used it for the 4th time. He estimated that he could use it 4 times at most. If he used it for the 5th time, he would be like the black-eyed old man, whose eyes would turn black, and become demonic after a while. Therefore, he didn't pose much of a threat to Xian at this time. Xianxia Sword Technique. Xianxia Demonic Trampling Steps. The last time Prime Clear Sword Technique, die. Xian glared and slashed out with his sword. I can't care about that anymore. The elder used the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique for the last time. The white in his eyes was gone, and his eyes turned completely black. However, at this moment. Rip. The elder had just finished using the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique when his head was chopped off by Xian. He was 1 step too slow after all. Xian rushed over and put away his universe ring, opening the 63rd Earth Vein. The sound of the elder's corpse falling to the ground fell into the ears of the others. That brat, the black-eyed old man, also noticed it. He narrowed his eyes and shouted, "One of you, go." When the person beside him heard it, he nodded and said, "Master, I'll go." Although it was 3 against 3, the black-eyed old man was very strong. He could fight against 3 people, so even if one of them left, it would not be a problem. The Heaven Vein expert who was going to find Xian was the black-eyed old man's disciple. At the same time, he was also the next palace master of Prime Clear Palace. He was currently the 2nd strongest person in Prime Clear Palace and had already opened 2 Heaven Veins. However, he could no longer use the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique. Brat, you killed so many of my Prime Clear Palace's people. Go to hell. The grey-robed old man roared and charged towards Xian. With his 100 years of age, it was already humiliating for him to attack Xian, who was only 20 years old. However, it was a matter of life and death for Prime Clear Palace now. He could not care so much. A Heaven Vein expert has finally come. Kill. Xian's expression suddenly became serious as he went forward. This was the first time he fought with a Soul Essence Realm expert who had opened a Heaven Vein, but he knew that it would definitely not be the last. Dao Heart Demon Seed technique. Xian used it again. Brat, don't use it again. With your realm, you can only use it twice at most. The 3rd time will demonize you. The demon master reminded him in his heart. I know. Xian replied inwardly. He had underestimated Xianxia Palace's strength, and also overestimated his own strength. He was already thinking that if the Dao Heart Seed Devil art couldn't destroy Xianxia Palace this time, then he would flee. After all, if he used it a 3rd time, the demon master might take advantage of the situation. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them began to fight. They fought fiercely until the sky turned dark. At the same time, the battle on the black-eyed old man's side was coming to an end. The black-eyed old man was the Devil Master's senior brother. This was the last time he would use the Dao Heart Seed Demon technique. If the duration passed, he would lose his mind. However, he had already opened up 3 Earth Veins. With the help of the Dao Heart Seed Demon technique and another Heavenly Vein expert from the Xianxia Palace, he had already injured the 3 people from the demon sect. If he was given a few more seconds, the 3 Heavenly Vein experts from the demon sect would all die in his hands. You actually want to destroy my Xianxia Palace? Die. The black-eyed old man suddenly erupted with power and slashed out with his sword, directly killing a demonic sect's Heaven Vein expert. Now, it was 2 against 2, the demonic sect's experts were already powerless. Now that another one had died, they immediately turned around and fled. However, their speed was not as fast as the black-eyed old man. Die, all of you. The black-eyed old man was in a killing frenzy because he knew that he didn't have much time left. He had to kill all of his opponents and then commit suicide. Otherwise, everyone present would die here. Rip. Rip. Two crisp sounds were heard, and the remaining two demonic sect's heaven vein experts also fell one after another. Now, the demon sect was no longer a threat. No, there was still one more. The black-eyed old man glanced around and found that there was another heaven vein expert's body that fell. It was his disciple. What? The black-eyed old man was stunned, but he didn't immediately find Xian's figure. He quickly glanced around and found Xian at the place where the three demonic sect's heaven vein experts fell. At this time, Xian had already taken off the three people's interspatial rings. Ding! The host has opened the 66th earth vein. With the interspatial rings of the four heaven vein experts, Xian opened 3 earth veins in one go. Not only that, he also quickly swept past the last heaven vein expert of Xianxia Palace other than the black-eyed old man. Die. The heaven vein expert's Dao Heart Demon Seed technique had also passed, so his strength dropped. He was instantly killed by Xian. Ding. The host has opened the 67th earth vein. Another familiar notification sounded. This scene was beyond the black-eyed old man's expectations. He originally thought that Xian would be killed by his disciple, but he didn't expect the situation to be reversed. Not only that, Xian also killed the last heaven vein expert of Xianxia Palace. If he waited until the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique's duration passed, there would be no more heaven vein experts in Xianxia Palace. B*****, I want you dead. The black-eyed old man was furious and shouted at the sky. However, at this moment, the masked Xian grinned and said, "Senior brother, don't you remember me?" This sentence stunned the black-eyed old man and he exclaimed, "It's you? Senior brother, you must have thought that after I escaped the seal, I would find a place to cultivate and then come back for revenge, right?" Xian continued. Although he was the one who spoke, he said this sentence according to the demon lord's original words. I sealed you on Celestial Wolf Island decades ago, and even today, I still haven't sent experts to kill you. Now, you actually delivered yourself to me, the black-eyed old man said coldly. Senior brother, don't be so hypocritical. For the position of Palace Lord of Xianxia Palace, you actually sneak attacked me, forcing me to use the last Dao Heart Demon Seed technique, and then demonize into a monster that is neither human nor ghost. Today, I've come to take your life. Xian continued. I also used the last Dao Heart Demon Seed technique. I'll be demonized soon, but I won't become a monster like you. Junior brother, let's die together. The black-eyed old man shouted and directly rushed at Xian. This time, he wanted to kill Xian first, then kill himself. When the demon seed in one's heart grew to a certain extent, it would germinate after the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique's duration was over. Before that, a cultivator actually had 2 options. The first was demonization. This way, he could maintain his physical body, but lose all rationality and become a killing machine. The second was demonization. This was to leave one's physical body and become a monster like the demon lord. The black-eyed old man didn't want to choose either. He only wanted to die together. Kill. The two began to exchange blows, attacking each other wildly. The black-eyed old man also did his best to protect Xianxia Palace, because he didn't have much time left. Xian also attacked with all his strength in order to destroy the demon lord's time. As long as he killed the black-eyed old man, he could destroy Xianxia Palace and complete the demon lord's mission. However, what the two didn't notice was that there were only 200 people left on Xianxia Palace's side, while there were still 500 experts on the demon sect's side. After a while, all the experts of Xianxia Palace would be killed by the experts of the demon sect. Void God realm blood flowed like a river on the stage, and countless broken limbs were everywhere. The martial artists who were watching the battle also ran far away because they felt that something big was about to happen. Sure enough, when all the experts from Xianxia Palace were killed by the people from the demon sect, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky and stood above the 1,000-corpse arena. As soon as he appeared, Xian and the dark-eyed old man instantly froze. Both of them couldn't move their bodies. The only thing they could do was blink and open their mouths. Not only them, but even the experts from the demon sect and the tens of thousands of spectators who were 10,000 meters away were the same. They couldn't move at all. It was as if the entire world had frozen. What's going on? Why can't I move? I can't move either. My heart is beating so fast. Look, there's another person on the stage. Everyone looked over and saw a white-robed young man who had appeared in the air above the arena out of nowhere. The Killing Luo sect was dressed in black, the Green Ghost Alliance was dressed in green, and the Xianxia Palace was dressed in white. However, the dark-eyed old man was the only one left from the Xianxia Palace. The white-clothed young man held a folding fan in his hand and looked at Yixian in surprise. He muttered to himself, "Oh my, the blood similarity is so high. TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems that he's the illegitimate child of some clan." No one understood his words, and no one knew who he was referring to. However, Yixian understood that the white-clothed young man was talking about him. Thump. 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 Yixian's heart was about to explode. He felt that there was a strange connection between him and the white-clothed young man. Spirit realm? Yixian thought in his heart. This white-clothed young man was able to immobilize tens of thousands of people with just the pressure of his appearance. His strength was definitely not in the spirit realm. No, he's not in the spirit realm. The demon lord's voice suddenly rang in Yixian's mind. I've seen a spirit realm expert before, but he didn't give me such a powerful pressure. It was impossible for him to immobilize tens of thousands of people. This white-clothed young man is in the void god realm. What? Virtual god stage? Yixian's eyes widened. He had seen a spirit stage expert before. It was the middle-aged man who had killed the injured wyvern in the Tang dynasty. Now, however, he actually saw an empty god realm expert. Moreover, the other party's age was similar to his. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that it was impossible. However, it made sense. Only Nihility God Realm experts could use their auras to suppress tens of thousands of people present. Even the black-eyed old man who had opened his heaven meridian was like a statue in the air. At this time, the young man in white suddenly looked at Yixian's right hand and said in shock, "Oh? The sword of the Bahuang sword god? I know who you are." "Who?" Yixian widened his eyes. "Bahuang sword god, could it be that he was the master of the Bahuang sword?" "Kid, what's your name?" The young man in white asked with a smile. "Who are you?" Yixian asked subconsciously. Kacha, however, before he could finish his sentence, his mask shattered. Then, he felt a pain in his chest and involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. The young man in white's expression changed and said, "I'm asking for your name." "So strong." Yixian was shocked. He knew that the young man in white could kill him with just a thought. Such a person was invincible. "Kid, don't talk nonsense. Even if he doesn't attack, he can kill you in an instant," the demon lord quickly reminded. Although Yixian was unwilling and dissatisfied, he would not play around with his life. After silently cursing the young man in white, he said coldly, "Yixian." Hearing this name, the young man in white narrowed his eyes and smiled again. "So it's you. Speaking of which, I can be considered your cousin." Cousin? Yixian's heart trembled. There were only a few people in the Yi family, and he knew all his cousins. However, this young man in white was so strong and recognized the Bahuang sword, so he could only be from Yixian's mother's side. Yixian's current mood was indescribable. He did not expect to meet someone from his mother's family. "Who are you?" Yixian asked again. The young man in white smiled. "Remember, my name is Jiang Tianjin." Jiang Tianjin, Jiang. This name made Yixian realize that his mother's surname was Jiang. However, the young man in white's next words stunned him. "Old man with black eyes, stab him." The young man in white suddenly turned to look at the old man with black eyes. What? The old man with black eyes did not dare to interrupt. Now that he heard this, he was stunned. However, he realized that he could move his body. Among the tens of thousands of people in the air, only he and the young man in white could move. Yes. The old man with black eyes did not care about anything else. He directly stabbed his sword at Yixian's head. Holy shit, Yi Xian's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. What was going on? His cousin was actually trying to kill him. At this moment, he could not move. He could only watch helplessly as the old man's sword came at him. He wanted to dodge, but he could not move. He was already in despair. He never expected to die in such a F***king place. He was unwilling, however, just as the old man's sword was about to pierce Yi Xian's forehead, the old man's body froze. Yi Xian could feel the temperature of the sword. It was very cold. I told you to stab him, not his head. The young man in white reminded him. This sentence chilled Yi Xian's heart. The young man in white did not want to kill him. Instead, he wanted to torture him. With that said, the old man could move his body again. Following that, he stabbed his sword into Yi Xian's abdomen. Rip. The sound of the sword piercing flesh was very moving. Everyone held their breaths. They even swallowed their saliva carefully. They could not understand what was going on. The young man in white, Jiang Tianjin, did resemble Yi Xian. The former even claimed to be Yi Xian's cousin. However, if they were relatives, why did he ask the old man to stab Yi Xian? Although the old man with black eyes did not understand, he knew that the young man in white was definitely not an ordinary person. If he resisted, he would definitely die. What a nice voice. Again. The young man in white nodded with a smile. The old man pulled out his sword and stabbed it again. Rip. Yi Xian frowned. He could still endure this pain. After all, it was only a momentary pain. He would recover soon. Oh? His recovery speed is that fast? The young man in white was somewhat surprised. He saw that Yi Xian's wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not even a scar was left behind. However, when the black-eyed old man pulled the sword out, the wound was unable to heal. Jiang Tianjin, what? The bloodline of the sacred tree of life is being suppressed. A notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind, causing him to be completely stunned. This was the first time he had seen the bloodline of the sacred tree of life being suppressed and unable to function. How could the empty god realm be so powerful? At this moment, Wei Zhentian suddenly leaped out from Yi Xian's artifact space and transformed into a sharp-beaked bird. He directly flew towards the young man in white. Wei Zhentian, don't. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide and shouted. There's actually a rock spirit? Not bad, but it's a pity I'm not interested. You must have a deep relationship with it, right? As soon as the white-clothed young man finished speaking, Wei Zhentian's entire body caught on fire and was instantly transformed into ashes. No, not even ashes were left behind. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. Ding! Host's pet, Wei Zhentian, has died. Wei Zhentian. Yi Xian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he heard the notification. He couldn't help but roar. Wei Zhentian had followed him for so long, he naturally had deep feelings for him. If it wasn't for Wei Zhentian, he would have died several times. However, today, he actually witnessed Wei Zhentian being burned to the ground by an unknown flame with his own eyes. He did not even know how the other party did it. Hee, you are angry, but can you kill me with your eyes? The white-robed young man laughed again. As the white-clothed youth spoke, he glanced at the black-eyed old man. The black-eyed old man understood what he meant and began to attack wildly. Furthermore, he avoided hitting his vital points with every strike. In an instant, Yi Xian was covered in blood. F***ck, Yi Xian's expression was extremely ugly. His sacred tree of life bloodline had been suppressed and he was unable to recover. If he lost too much blood, he would die here. At this moment, he had already cursed the 18 generations of the white-clothed young man's ancestors. If his eyes could kill, the white-clothed young man would have died 1,000 times over. Not bad, not bad. Your expression is very interesting. The young man in white nodded in satisfaction. But at this moment, the black-eyed old man's aura suddenly surged. He had already lost his last bit of reason and was possessed by the devil. In his demonic state, he unsheathed his sword and stabbed towards Yi Xian's heart. Not good. Yi Xian widened his eyes. Why was this dark-eyed old man bewitched at this time? Unfortunately, he still couldn't move. Hiss. The long sword pierced Yi Xian's chest. Yi Xian was already in despair. He did not know if the white-clothed youth would be able to react in time. No, it should be said that the white-clothed youth would attack. The sword had already pierced Yi Xian's heart, but it had only pierced a little. He's possessed. The white-clad youth smiled coldly and said, I, Jiang Tianjin, can kill whoever I want. If I want someone to live, no one can be killed. Suddenly, a wave of pressure pressed down on the dark-eyed old man. A moment later, blood began spraying out from his 7 orifices and he fell from the sky. Dead, the white-robed youth didn't even move a finger. Just his aura alone was enough to kill an expert who had opened 3 heaven veins. His strength was simply too heaven-defying. Everyone looked on in shock. The dark-eyed old man's long sword was still piercing Yi Xian's chest. Blood was still flowing out. TSK, I wanted to play with you a little longer, but I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Oh right, what's your name again? The white-clothed youth looked at Yi Xian with a smile, but before Yi Xian could speak, he continued with a smile, forget it. I'll forget it later. Just remember my name. I'm called Jiang Tianjin. His voice was still echoing in everyone's ears, but he had already disappeared without a trace. At the same time, everyone present was finally able to move. After the white-clothed youth left, Yi Xian hurriedly pulled out the long sword in his chest. The blood of the sacred tree of life also healed his injuries. Jiang Tianjin, I, Yi Xian, swear that I will kill you. Yi Xian clenched his teeth and roared at the sky. He would definitely avenge this humiliation. Jiang Tianjin, the Jiang family, this time, Yi Xian was dealt a heavy blow. He had barely broken through to the essence soul realm and had not even opened his heavenly vein. Jiang Tianjin was about the same age as him, but he was already a void god realm expert. The gap between the two was too big. Fortunately, the white-clothed youth didn't want to kill him at this time, so he was able to struggle at death's door. After a while, he quickly rushed down and collected the dark-eyed old man's interspatial ring. Then, he collected the interspatial rings of the experts from the Xianxia Palace. None of the higher-ups from the Xianxia Palace survived, so the Xianxia Palace could only be disbanded. However, there were still a few hundred demon sect disciples. Therefore, Yi Xian quickly killed his way over. Wei Zhentian was dead, and the white-clothed youth had disappeared. Therefore, Yi Xian could only vent his anger on these demon sect disciples. At this time, he had already opened 69 earth veins, and was only 3 stages away from the peak. Even if he did not use the Dao Heartseed demon technique, he could still kill all the demon sect experts. Not good, retreat. The killing Rakshasa sect leader's face darkened. The white-clothed youth had shocked him too much. Even if he had the guts, he would not dare to do anything to Yi Xian. However, even if he wanted to, he could not do anything to Yi Xian. In less than half a minute, these hundreds of experts were all dead, and Yi Xian had opened his 70th earth vein. Then, Yi Xian directly left the Xianxia Palace. Demon Master, although I did not kill your hatred, he is dead. The Xianxia Palace can be considered to be destroyed. My mission is complete, right? After leaving the Xianxia Palace, Yi Xian calmed down and asked. Enough, I have avenged my hatred. I can die without regrets. Thank you. The Demon Master thanked sincerely. Remember to fulfill your promise. Yi Xian said coldly. Although he had completed his mission, the Demon Master was not a human. He might even die together with him. That would be a tragedy for him. I know. The Demon Master replied, you have already used the Dao Heartseed magic art twice. I estimate that with your current realm, you can only use it once more. That is why I warn you not to use it carelessly. As soon as he finished speaking, traces of black energy seeped out of Yi Xian's body. After a while, Yi Xian could no longer feel any trace of demonic energy in his body. Did he self-destruct? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The Demon Master was a human when he was alive. After using the Dao Heartseed magic art for the last time, he chose to turn into a demon. That was why he still retained his consciousness. Now that the Xianxia Palace was destroyed and he had avenged his hatred, Yi Xian's realm was much higher than his. He knew that he could not seize Yi Xian's body, so he committed suicide. Yi Xian was stunned for a few seconds in the air, then he left. This matter could be considered to have come to an end. However, there was a new source of hatred in his heart. It was that white-clothed youth. At that time, Yi Xian felt like he was an ant that could be crushed by the other party. Translator, Transin editor, Transin Hualing, the news of Xianxia Palace's annihilation spread quickly. However, what made people curious was that a Void God Realm expert had appeared in a middle-grade territory. This was a rare occurrence. People were speculating whether Yi Xian had any enmity with the white-clothed young man, Jiang Tianjin, for him to do such a thing. However, it wasn't like Yi Xian didn't gain anything this time. Firstly, he learned his mother's surname from Jiang Tianjin. If he wanted to find his father in the future, he only needed to find a powerful force with the surname Jiang. Secondly, the Bahuang sword in his hand was the weapon of the Bahuang sword god. He had heard of the Undying Sword God before. If the Undying Sword God was at the Void God realm, then the Bahuang Sword God should also be at the Void God realm. The Void God weapon is above the supreme grade celestial weapon. This Bahuang sword should be a Void God weapon. I never thought that my father would leave me such a precious weapon. Yi Xian thought in his heart. He had copied the Bahuang sword art and the Bahuang wind formation into the Devouring system. However, he could only learn the third level of the Bahuang sword art and the Bahuang wind formation when he reached the Void God realm. Void God realm. Only when I reach the Void God realm can I find Jiang Tianjin and avenge Wei Zhentian. Yi Xian was enraged when he thought of Wei Zhentian's ashes. At this moment, he couldn't wait to annihilate the entire Jiang family in Tianjue territory. However, this was of no use at all. After all, even if all these Jiang clans were added together, they would not be able to match up to one Xianxia palace. As for Jiang Tianjin, he was an empty God realm expert. He could kill someone with a single thought. Not long after, Yi Xian left Tianjue territory and returned to the lower grade territories to see if there was any news about Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. Unfortunately, there was still no news about them. Then, Yi Xian returned to Tianjue continent through the deep sea underground palace. Now, he could easily break the formation. Sure enough, the two of them did not return to Tianjue continent. What a tragedy. I don't know where that girl went. Yi Xian was helpless. After leaving some cultivation resources, he returned to Blood Cliff continent. He continued to wander around the deep sea underground palace for 2 months. However, there was still no news about the two of them. Since he couldn't find them, he decided not to search for them for the time being. Yi Xian. He decided to go to a high-grade territory in order to make a breakthrough earlier. He decided to go to a high-grade territory. In the Heaven Absolute territory, the Xianxia Palace was one of the strongest forces. However, they only had experts who had opened 3 heaven meridians. Is Xianxian Palace? I Xianxian. Xianfeijing Dragon Xian was Book Xian Translation Continent Xian. Ho Xian Xn Xian. The Xian Cliff region was the weakest of all the high-level territories in the Luosha region. However, this was rather suitable for Yi Xian. The Green Ghost League was located in the Green Cliff region, and the Green Ghost League was a Devil Dao faction. Therefore, the Green Cliff region was not very peaceful. Therefore, Yi Xian chose this place. He returned to the Heaven Absolute territory and set off from there. It took him a few days to reach the Green Rock territory. What's that? Not long after Yi Xian entered the Green Rock territory, he saw a pillar of fire in the distance that pierced through the clouds. This was a phenomenon of the heavens and earth. It was definitely the birth of some kind of treasure. A good sign. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He had just arrived and saw this scene. This meant that his luck was not bad. Immediately, he dashed toward the fire pillar. As he got closer, the fire pillar grew bigger and bigger, and the temperature rose higher and higher. When he was only 10,000 meters away from the fire pillar, he realized that there was already a large number of warriors here. These warriors were in groups of 2 or 3, while others were in groups of 7 or 8. There were even large factions leading dozens of people in the air. Yi Xian sensed that there were many Heaven Vein Realm experts around. The weakest were at the peak of the Earth Vein Realm, while the stronger ones had already opened 10 Earth Veins. A high-ranked territory was indeed a high-ranked territory. Hundreds of Heaven Vein Realm experts had appeared all of a sudden. "Hey, brother, do you want a fire avoidance pearl?" Suddenly, a voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian turned his head and saw a small-eyed youth running toward him. Yi Xian gripped the Bahuang sword tightly and looked at him with fear. When he was outside, even if it was a peerless beauty who rushed over, he still had to be vigilant. "What's a fire avoidance pearl?" asked Yi Xian. The young man stopped a few meters in front of Yi Xian, then took out a fiery red bead and said, "If this blazing catacombs is opened and you wear the fire avoidance bead on your body, it can slow down the consumption of your true energy." "Oh?" Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. The scorching cave, was it referring to the area under this pillar of fire? Seeing the expression on Yi Xian's face, the small-eyed youth asked in surprise, "Could it be that you don't know about this scorching cave?" "I just arrived," Yi Xian answered honestly. "How about this, you buy a fire avoidance pearl, and I'll tell you about this scorching cave." "How about it?" asked the small-eyed youth sneakily. "Okay." Yi Xian didn't waste any more words and nodded. With his current wealth, buying a treasure wasn't a problem. After the transaction, the small-eyed youth smiled and said, "This scorching cave only appeared yesterday. This pillar of fire is actually a sign that there's a fire spirit under this scorching cave." "Fire spirit?" Hearing this name, Yi Xian's eyebrows rose. The dead Wei Zhentian was a rock spirit, and now there was a fire spirit. "That's right. Do you know about a fire spirit? If you sign a contract with a fire spirit, then your affinity with the fire attribute will greatly increase." The small-eyed youth nodded. Affinity with the fire attribute? Yi Xian was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. "Brother, why don't you know anything?" The small-eyed youth rolled his eyes and said, "Everyone is born with at least one type of affinity, also known as the spirit root. This isn't very useful for the soul essence stage, but it's the key to one's strength when one reaches the spirit stage. If you sign a contract with a fire spirit, then your affinity with the fire attribute will at least increase to the epic level. It's even possible for it to soar to the legendary level." "Epic, legendary?" Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. He remembered the talent that the old man had tested for him during the entrance exam of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. "Outstanding. Blazing Cave, what's the use of increasing affinity?" Yi Xian asked again. "If your affinity with the fire attribute increases, then your cultivation talent will also increase slightly. The most important thing is that it can increase your perception and power of fire attribute martial arts, which will make your cultivation progress faster. If it's the rock spirit, then it will increase your perception and power of earth attribute martial arts," explained the small-eyed young man. "Perception and power." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He had signed a contract with the rock spirit, which meant that his earth attribute was at least at the epic rank. Then, what if the fire spirit dies? Yi Xian asked with a frown. "It won't affect the martial artist. After signing a contract with the fire spirit, the martial artist's affinity will increase. Even if the fire spirit is killed, the affinity won't decrease." The small-eyed youth shook his head. Yi Xian nodded silently. Although he said so, he still felt that it was better for Wei Zhentian to be alive. He paused and continued asking, "Is it possible to sign a contract with both the fire spirit and the rock spirit at the same time?" The small-eyed youth shook his head, "That's even more impossible. You can only sign a contract with one elemental spirit. I've never heard of anyone signing two at the same time. Moreover, the fire spirit is extremely precious. Even if you don't use it and give it to someone else, you won't have to worry about food and clothing in the future. With so many people, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to get it." Yi Xian turned his head and looked at the people around him. There were more than 1,000 people here, and they had all gathered in a single day. If the news spread, there would be even more experts here. That's right. However, a single fire spirit is equivalent to the wealth of everyone here combined. Moreover, there are many good things in the blazing cave, so these people aren't just gathering here for the fire spirit. The small-eyed youth said. "When will the blazing cave open?" Yi Xian was also interested in the fire spirit. Although the fire spirit was useless to him, he could give it to someone who needed it. Hearing this, the small-eyed youth turned his head and pointed at the volcano in front of them. That fire pillar is thinning. After a while, we can enter the volcano from the entrance. Xian took a look and realized that the pillar of fire was still some distance away from the crater. However, these people did not dare to rush in recklessly. Who knew if the pillar of fire would suddenly grow bigger? Intuition told Xian that the scorching catacombs were very dangerous, so he had to be careful. As for the fire spirit, he didn't have much hope. He just wanted to go down and gain some experience. Brother, this scorching catacombs is very dangerous, and you're the first batch to enter. There are many unknown dangers, so I think it's better for you to follow behind the others and let them explore. Of course, the disadvantage of doing so is that all the good things on the road will be taken away. The small-eyed youth saw that Xian was pleasing to the eye, so he reminded him. Thank you for the reminder. Xian nodded. Goodbye. The small-eyed young man smiled and continued to promote his fire avoidance pearl. Xian put away the fire avoidance pearl and flew into the sky, waiting quietly. The fire pillar was shrinking bit by bit. The number of people was also increasing. Some martial artists who were not afraid of death directly flew to the newly formed volcano, probed it, and found that it was almost there. Let's go. These people exchanged glances with their companions, then flew directly into the volcano and towards the bottom. The fire spirit lived in a scorching place, so it must be deep underground. Seeing that some people had gone down, the others also followed. Xian was not in a hurry. He was not interested in the fire spirit anyway. He was waiting for the others to go in and explore. If he was the first batch to go in and found some heaven and earth treasure first, it would definitely lead to a huge battle. He loved to be the fisherman. The martial artists went down one after another, and soon, more than 500 people had left. Xian glanced around and found that there were still many Heaven Vein experts. It seemed that they were also planning to let these people go in and explore. The fire pillar was still shrinking. At this time, they were already 100 meters away from the mouth of the volcano, so the danger was much lower. After waiting for most of the people to leave, Xian also flew over. The fire pillar continued to soar into the sky, and the temperature was extremely high. Xian was drenched in sweat from the steam. He took out a bottle of precious medicine and drank a mouthful, then rushed into the mouth of the volcano. There was only one way out of the mouth of the volcano, and that was to go down. Xian quickly descended, and along the way, he heard the roars of many saint beasts. After about 5 minutes of descending, he was tens of thousands of meters underground. Then, he saw a scorching hot magma. At the same time, Xian also saw a few passageways. There seems to be something in the magma. Xian narrowed his eyes, because he saw that there were large non-human footprints at the entrances of the passageways. He took out a white bone battle puppet from the devouring space and threw it at the entrance. Before the white bone battle puppet landed, a huge figure rushed out of the magma and swallowed the white bone battle puppet in one gulp. Giant lava lizard. Xian recognized this saint beast. It was a giant lava lizard that was comparable to a heavenly pulse expert. After this giant lava lizard swallowed the white bone battle puppet, it dove back into the magma, hiding its strength and reputation. If an ordinary person wanted to go in, they would be attacked by the giant lava lizard first. If it was light, they would have their arms and legs broken. If it was heavy, they would be dragged into the magma and melted into nothing. The temperature of the magma in this scorching cave was definitely higher than that of an ordinary volcano. Xian estimated that if he put his hand in, it would be instantly burned into nothingness. Therefore, he did not want to kill the giant lava lizard. His goal was only to enter one of the passageways. Then, he took out a few more white bone battle puppets and threw them over. As expected, 2 more giant lava lizards jumped out. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xian quickly rushed into the passageway. However, he did not expect that there would be a giant lava lizard waiting for him at a corner of the passageway. I was too lazy to kill you in the magma. Since you came out yourself, I'll turn you into my experience points. Xian held the 8 Desolation sword tightly and used the prime clear demon slaying slash in front of him. The giant lava lizard was huge and its defense was not bad. The prime clear demon slaying slash could only barely break through its defense. The giant lava lizard opened its bloody mouth and spat out a fireball at Xian. However, Xian dodged it easily. The giant lava lizard is a distant relative of the earth dragon. I wonder if the dragon-slaying sword of desolation will be effective. Xian thought for a moment and rushed over with the dragon-slaying sword of desolation. His speed was not something that the clumsy giant lava lizard could compare to. When he got close to the giant lava lizard, it could not even catch his shadow. Dragon-slaying sword of desolation, dragon's judgment. Terrifying heatwave impact as expected. As long as there is a trace of dragon blood in the body, the dragon-slaying sword of 8 desolation will be effective. Xian waited until the lava lizard was completely dead before keeping its corpse and devouring it. A sacred beast that was comparable to a heavenly vein expert was worth a lot of experience points to Xian. After devouring it, Xian nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that unlocking the heavenly vein was just around the corner. Then, he continued to move forward along the passage. The blazing cave was very hot. If a spirit realm martial artist came in, they would not be able to withstand the heat and would be burned to ashes. Even if it was a soul essence realm martial artist, they were constantly consuming their true qi. However, for Xian who had the sacred tree of life's bloodline, this consumption would be instantly recovered. Hence, the fire avoidance pearl was useless to him. He kept the fire avoidance pearl and continued forward. After walking for a while, he began to see corpses. There were human corpses and lava lizards' corpses. It seemed that a battle had broken out here. The rest of the people fought as they walked, and no one came to collect the corpses. This was a good thing for Xian. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from the tunnel. Xian frowned. It seemed that someone was fighting while heading in his direction. The tunnel was quite big, and it was about 100 meters tall. Xian hid in a corner. He did not want to be caught in the crossfire, unless the person coming was not strong enough. TSK, stay here. Fire dragon grass is not something that earth vein martial artists like you can get their hands on. With this fire dragon grass, I can exchange it for some cultivation resources and unlock my 5th heavenly vein. Soon, a group of people appeared in front of Xian. There were 2 groups of people. There was only one person running in front, and 5 people chasing behind him. Xian estimated that the strongest among them was around 5 heavenly veins. They were relatively weak. Hence, he dashed forward. Prime Clarity Sword Technique. Xian used a special skill and killed the person in front of him. Then, he took his yin and yang ring. How dare you come out halfway? You're courting death. In an instant, Xian became a thorn in the eyes of these 5 people. However, after Xian devoured the contents of the interspatial ring, his cultivation level suddenly skyrocketed. Ding! Host has unlocked the 1st heavenly meridian. The fire dragon grass was a precious heavenly treasure that was 2 to 3 times more valuable than the other items in the interspatial ring. It allowed Xian, who had opened 70 earth veins, to open 71st, 72nd earth veins, and the 1st heavenly vein. The current Xian could be considered to have stepped into the heaven meridian realm. With his cultivation level, killing the other 5 was extremely easy. Rip! 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 5 crisp sounds rang out in a row as 5 heads fell to the ground. All 5 of their universe rings also fell into Xian's hands. Ding! Host has unlocked the 2nd heavenly meridian. Xian's cultivation level rose again. Now, his strength was considered to be at the top of the group of martial artists who had entered the scorching catacombs. This fire spirit is worth a try. If I can get it, I can exchange it for a lot of heavenly treasures. Xian thought to himself. As for how much he could exchange for, it would depend on the quality of the fire spirit. Some fire spirits could help raise a martial artist's fire affinity to the upper legendary level, while others could only raise it to the lower epic level. There was a huge difference between the 2. In the scorching catacombs, sacred beasts like the giant lava lizard were not the only ones. There were others as well. However, to Xian, they were no longer a threat. Xian advanced along the passageway and encountered many threats. In addition, there were also many heavenly treasures. He gained quite a lot. At this moment. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out in the passageway. Yi Xian paused and felt the temperature rise in front of him. He was so frightened that Yi Xian quickly retreated. Boom! A wave of heat assaulted him. Its speed was much faster than Yi Xian's, and it directly drowned him. So hot. Yi Xian widened his eyes. This wave of heat burned his clothes and even his skin began to melt. A layer of skin fell off with a touch, and blood flowed. He was instantly turned into a pile of flesh. Fortunately, he had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life, which healed his wounds. Very soon, this wave of heat passed. Fortunately, I have already opened my heavenly veins and the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. Otherwise, this wave of heat would have burned my bones out, Yi Xian shuddered. Just now, he did not even open his eyes. His eyelids were almost melted. If even he, an expert who had opened 2 heavenly veins, was reduced to this state, then those martial artists with earth veins would not be able to survive. Now, Yi Xian understood that the danger in the scorching catacombs was not the sacred beasts, but the heat waves. Even if someone could survive the first wave of heat, they would not be able to withstand more than a few waves. Moreover, their true qi would be greatly depleted. He did not know how much strength they would have left when they found the fire spirit. However, this kind of environment was a disguised form of improvement for Yi Xian. Immediately, he quickened his pace. As expected, there were many Earth Veins martial artists who had died in this wave of heat. The ground was littered with corpses. These people had been burned beyond recognition. Some of them even had their heads melted. They had died horrible deaths. Yi Xian walked over, picked up their weapons and interspatial rings, and devoured them. These Earth Veins martial artists could not withstand the first wave of heat, let alone the second and third. Yi Xian estimated that after 1 or 2 more waves of heat, these Earth Veins martial artists would all die. He quickened his pace again and began to catch up with the main group in front. Along the way, there were countless corpses like this. Hence, they all benefited Yi Xian, allowing his strength to continuously improve. Soon, the tunnel came to an end. Yi Xian remembered that there were a total of 9 tunnels at the entrance of the volcano. However, the place he came out of had 10. Moreover, there were already hundreds of experts here. All of them were heavenly veins, and the weakest had opened 5 heavenly veins. At the same time, these people were gathered on both sides of a tunnel, sticking close to the wall. What's going on? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He saw that the tunnel in the middle of this group was constantly spewing out hot air. It seemed that the heat wave had come from there. He looked around and realized that these heavenly veins martial artists were more or less injured. Some were caused by battle, while others were caused by the heat wave. At this moment, rumble! The tunnel rumbled violently again. Everyone immediately spewed out their true qi to defend themselves. It's coming again. Everyone, be careful. Someone shouted with good intentions. Hearing this, Yi Xian's body trembled. He hurriedly rushed to the side of a wall and summoned the Octotera shield to protect his vitals. Dragon Slayer boom! A scorching aura erupted from the 10th tunnel. The temperature was even higher than before, and it instantly flooded the entire area. Then, it rushed out from the other 9 tunnels. F*CK. Yi Xian gritted his teeth. His realm was the weakest among all of them. Although he still had the Bahuang sword, it could only amplify his strength when he was attacking. This wave of heat instantly burned a few of the weaker people into ashes. Although Yi Xian's qi strength and the yuan qi of heaven and earth that he could use were not much, he was lucky that he had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life, so he could constantly heal his injuries. Otherwise, he would have died in this wave of heat. The wave of heat lasted for 3 whole seconds. Originally, there were hundreds of Heaven Vein Realm experts, but now, there were only 80 people left. After 3 seconds, the people around the dead quickly put away their interspatial rings. Then, someone shouted, "Charge!" Someone took the lead and rushed into the 10th tunnel. The others did the same. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. He had just arrived and had not even figured out what was going on. But now, he had to go in. Out of caution, he was the last one to go in. In the 10th tunnel, the smell of blood was very strong. It was all left behind by the group of warriors in front. They did not have time to heal their injuries. Only Yi Xian was unscathed. However, just as Yi Xian rushed into the 10th tunnel, there was suddenly a loud sound. The third wave of heat? Yi Xian frowned and prepared to use the Bahuang shield to protect his vitals. However, when he listened carefully, he realized that it was not the sound of a heat wave. It was a dragon's roar. I see. Yi Xian immediately understood. There was probably a flying dragon or a sky dragon at the end of this tunnel. Since it was not a heat wave, everyone was relieved and rushed over at full speed. After Yi Xian came out of the tunnel, he arrived in a sea of lava. At the end of this lava sea, there was indeed a fiery red flying dragon. Not only that, but there were also many giant lava lizards in this sea of lava. If someone flew over, these giant lava lizards would attack them. At this time, quite a few experts had already flown into the sea of lava, and were heading towards the wyverns. The lava lizards below also began to attack the Heaven Vein Realm experts. However, the lava lizard's strength wasn't very strong, and it wasn't much of a threat to these Heaven Vein Realm experts. Look, Huoling. Suddenly, a petite figure appeared on the shoulder of the flying dragon at the end of the magma sea. This petite voice belonged to a palm-sized fire seed. Like the rock spirit, it had arms and legs and a pair of bright eyes. This was the fire spirit. The Great Thousand World is indeed mysterious. A small fire seed actually has hands and feet. It seems that this flaming wyvern is the guardian of this fire spirit. Yi Xian thought to himself. The flaming wyvern was strong enough to fight against experts with 10 opened heaven meridians. Now that it had the fire spirit, it was strong enough to fight against so many experts. Yi Xian also noticed this, so he didn't immediately join in the battle. So many people rushed over because of the fire spirit. However, there was only one fire spirit, and there were still dozens of people alive. Therefore, even if the flaming wyvern was killed, a huge battle would break out. Yi Xian stuck close to the wall and slowly approached. At this time, the dozens of Heaven Vein Realm experts had already begun to attack the flaming wyvern. Roar! The flaming wyvern began to spit out flames crazily. A few people who couldn't dodge in time were directly turned into ashes. The temperature of this dragon breath was much higher than the second wave of heat. Even the strongest experts didn't dare to take it head-on. What a pity for those interspatial rings. Yi Xian was helpless. He looked around and found more than 10 people who had the same idea as him. These cultivators were waiting for the humans to kill the flaming wyvern and then reap the benefits. After all, there was only one way out. However, what surprised them was that the dragon-slaying team that rushed over was actually defeated by this flaming wyvern. In less than 10 seconds, more than 10 people died, and the flaming wyvern did not have many injuries on its body. At this time, the surrounding people couldn't watch anymore. They all rushed up to help. If the team in front of them was wiped out, they wouldn't be able to kill the flaming wyvern. Yi Xian also hesitated for a moment. Then, he took out his dragon-slaying sword and charged over. Dragon-slaying sword, Dragon's Judgment. Yi Xian entered the battle and directly threw out a dragon's judgment that dealt great damage to dragons. Kacha! The dragon's judgment landed on the flaming wyvern, immediately splitting its skin and flesh. The damage was much higher than that of an expert with 10 opened heaven veins. So strong. Everyone's heart trembled. They didn't expect such a powerful expert to be here. Originally, the dragon-slaying team was a little weak. However, with Yi Xian's participation, the situation was reversed. The flaming wyvern was beaten until it roared continuously. Dragon's Judgment! Dragon's Judgment! Dragon's Judgment! Yi Xian attacked crazily. In less than 5 rounds, the flaming wyvern was covered in wounds. The others focused their attacks on these wounds. Soon, the flaming wyvern was at the end of its rope. The fire spirit on the flaming wyvern's shoulder saw that the situation wasn't good. It immediately fled, preparing to dive into the lava. Want to run? A cultivator near the fire spirit swept over and grabbed the fire spirit in his hand. However, the fire spirit didn't stay in his hand for more than a second. His head was chopped off, and the fire spirit was transferred to another person. This was a spark that ignited the atmosphere in an instant. Fire spirit, that's mine. Scram, the fire spirit belongs to my Qin family. All members of the Hu family, heed my order. Give up attacking and snatch it. A great battle royale unfolded. Yi Xian shook his head. The greed of human nature showed once again. However, he didn't join the battle to snatch the fire spirit. Instead, he continued to attack the flaming wyvern. In any case, there was only one way to go. He would chase after someone else when they ran away. Besides him, there were still a few people helping to kill the flaming wyvern. Yi Xian secretly praised these people for their integrity. Dragon-slaying sword of the Eight Desolation, Dragon's Judgment. Yi Xian suddenly rushed to the back of the flaming wyvern. Then, he slashed down and finally killed the flaming wyvern. The flaming wyvern was killed, but it wasn't completely dead yet. It was estimated that it would fall into the lava soon, so he hurriedly held on to its corpse. Die. At this time, the people who helped him kill the flaming wyvern began to attack him. All of them were dead. Damn it, none of you are good. Yi Xian cursed, using the fiery wyvern's body to block the attacks. Only when the wyvern was completely dead did he put it into his interspatial ring. Ding. The host has unlocked the third heavenly meridian. A familiar notification sounded in Yi Xian's ears. His lips curled up. Now was the time for him to show off. All of you, die. Yi Xian stepped into the air, charging toward them. These people were all above 5 heavenly meridians, but they didn't have a supreme-grade heavenly martial art. They were much slower than Yi Xian. In less than 5 seconds, Yi Xian had killed all of them and unlocked another heavenly meridian. This was his 4th. After Yi Xian killed all of them, he turned around and saw that the battle on the other side had stopped. Everyone, there's only one fire spirit. If we continue fighting, both sides will suffer. Let's discuss a countermeasure, an old man called out. An old man shouted. On his withered right hand was the fire spirit that everyone wanted. Behind him stood more than 10 martial artists. They were probably experts from the same faction as him. I know you. You're Hu Bawan from the Hu clan. Someone recognized him. That's right, I'm Hu Bawan. The old man nodded. Life is precious. It's not worth it to fight to the death for a single fire spirit, so I hope everyone can give up and give the fire spirit to the Hu clan. After this, I, Hu Bawan, will reward you handsomely. If an ordinary person heard this, they would think the old man was a fool. Who would care so much after this? However, many of the people present had heard of Hu Bawan before. The reason his name was so widespread was because he made friends everywhere and was a man of his word. After hearing Hu Bawan's words, someone immediately said, "All right, I'll give up on the fire spirit." He wasn't strong, and he had obtained many treasures along the way. There was no need to fight to the death for a single fire spirit. I give up too. Me too. Immediately, many people gave up. However, there was another great power here. This was another family, the He family, a power that could contend against the Hu family. The middle-aged man leading the He clan snorted, Hu Bawan, although this fire spirit is of the lowest quality, its value isn't something your Hu clan can swallow. I know that your strength is not superior to ours, so we can work together and share this fire spirit equally, said Hu Bawan. Cooperation, huh? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and looked at the people around him. There were many more people on Hu Bawan's side. If a fight broke out, they might not necessarily lose, but they would definitely suffer heavy casualties. All right, I agree. The middle-aged man nodded. Since it's like this, then let's head to South Peace City together. Leave the fire spirit with me for now. Hu Bawan took out an exquisite cage and put the fire spirit inside before putting it away in his interspatial ring. Elemental spirits such as the rock spirit and the fire spirit were all strange beasts. They were very special, so they could be stored in the cosmos ring. Now, the two sides had reached an agreement. They would go to the city together to get the fire spirit, then split the loot equally and give some benefits to the others. The total number of people on both sides was more than half, so no one had any objections. However, at this moment, bam, suddenly, a loud sound rang out as a person fell from the sky. Yi Xian focused his eyes and saw that the person's chest had been blown apart. There was no sign of life. Did someone attack again? Yi Xian thought to himself. The person had been standing there silently just now, so no one had noticed who had attacked. But in the next moment, the loud sound rang out again, and this time it was continuous. In Yi Xian's vision, 5 people fell from the sky, then fell into the sea of lava and were swallowed by the lava lizards below. Who's ambushing us? Hu Bawan turned to look, but couldn't find the culprit. Bam! Suddenly, a loud sound came from behind him. Damn it, kill them! Hu Bawan roared, thinking that someone was ambushing them. The middle-aged man from the He family's eyes suddenly lit up, and he attacked again. A great battle broke out again. Although Yi Xian didn't know how these people died, he joined the battle anyway. These people's interspatial rings were experience points to him. 60 people, 50, 40, 30. In a few seconds, the number of people had been reduced to less than 20. Among them, Yi Xian killed more than a dozen people and looted many things. Ding! The host has unlocked the 5th heavenly meridian. A notification rang out. But at this moment, bam, a loud sound rang out in Yi Xian's ears. He saw the person in front of him suddenly explode in front of him. Not only that, but even the people around him were the same. Apart from him, everyone else exploded. Now, he understood. The fire-avoiding pearl, it was the fire-avoiding pearl. He saw that those people were all wearing the fire-avoiding pearl. It was the explosion of the pearl that killed them all. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took off Hu Bawan's universe ring. Then, he fished up a few people's universe rings. Plop! Plop! Corpses fell from the sky and fell into the lava. Yi Xian devoured everything in the rings and opened his 6th heavenly meridian. But then, he realized that not everyone was dead. 3 people were still floating in the air, looking at him. He recognized one of them. It was the small-eyed young man who gave him the fire-avoiding pearl. It was you. Yi Xian didn't notice it earlier, but when he saw the sly smile on the small-eyed young man's face, he said coldly. Even a fool could guess that the explosion of the fire-avoiding pearl was the work of the small-eyed young man. But what Yi Xian didn't expect was that the small-eyed young man and his accomplices were hiding their strength. All 3 of them had unlocked at least 10 heavenly meridians. TSK, TSK, TSK. I didn't expect you to keep the fire-avoiding pearl in your interspatial ring. The small-eyed young man laughed sinisterly. He had meticulously developed the fire-avoiding pearl, but he didn't expect Yi Xian to not use it. After all, he didn't know that Yi Xian had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. He didn't even take it out when the second heat wave hit Yi Xian. What a good plan. Even I didn't see anything fishy about the fire-avoiding pearl. No wonder it was so cheap. Yi Xian gripped the Bahuang sword tightly and looked coldly at the 3 people. In that case, hand over your interspatial ring and we may spare your life, the small-eyed young man said with a smile. His gaze fell on Yi Xian's interspatial ring. Sure. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Anan City. However, the interspatial ring was not what the small-eyed young man had expected. It only flew 3 meters forward before falling to the ground. There was rolling lava below. If the interspatial ring fell in, it would definitely melt. At that time, the items in the interspatial ring would disappear. Damn it. Kill him. The small-eyed young man cursed and rushed toward the interspatial ring. He was determined to catch it before it fell into the lava. He was quite fast. He estimated that he would be able to catch it. However, at this moment. Splash. Suddenly, a huge figure rushed out of the lava and caught the small-eyed young man off guard. It swallowed the interspatial ring in one gulp. You're courting death. The small-eyed young man increased his speed and cut open the lava lizard's stomach in an instant. The interspatial ring was in his hands. The small-eyed young man heaved a sigh of relief. He had spent so much effort to come up with this plan and had even given up the interspatial rings of many people. It would be a great loss if he still did not get the fire spirit. However, his face darkened in the next moment because there was nothing in the interspatial ring. It was empty. He turned his head in shock and saw 2 corpses falling from the sky into the lava. Dead. What? The small-eyed young man's eyes widened. His two companions had also opened 12 heaven veins. How could they be killed so easily? Hee, do you think you're the only one who hid your strength? Yi Xian grinned. He had not hidden his strength. He had just broken through. He was just bluffing. How could he not show off when he was outside? I'll kill you. The small-eyed young man rushed toward Yi Xian in exasperation. He had opened 13 heaven veins and was stronger than the other two. However, in the eyes of Yi Xian, who had already opened 6 heavenly veins, his strength wasn't worth mentioning. Die. Yi Xian increased his speed and killed the small-eyed young man in an instant. Against such an enemy, Yi Xian would not use the Dao Heart Seed Demon technique. After the death of the small-eyed youth, his interspatial ring fell into the hands of Yi Xian. With this interspatial ring, Yi Xian opened his 7th heavenly meridian. If I can get this fire spirit, I should be able to open at least 15 heaven veins. At that time, I can go and exchange it for a heaven-tier martial art, Yi Xian planned in his heart. He had forgotten to ask before, so he didn't know what quality this fire spirit was, so he could only bring it to the city for others to identify. While he was at it, he also wanted to find out what grade the Heaven's Resentment Saber technique was among the top-grade heaven-level martial arts. Immediately, he left. Previously, he had come out from one of the passages, so there were still 8 passages that he hadn't walked through yet. There must be more universe rings in there, so he went around the 8 passages again. During this time, he encountered a few cultivators who didn't know their place and killed them one by one. However, after he left the volcano, he bumped into a group of martial artists. Needless to say, these people were waiting at the mouth of the volcano. They wanted to be the fishermen. Yi Xian looked around. There were only about 30 people here, but he could sense several powerful auras. He was afraid that they had already opened at least 15 heaven veins. There are quite a few experts here, Yi Xian frowned. Due to the huge difference in their cultivation levels, he couldn't gauge the strength of these people. Kid, hand over your interspatial ring. Suddenly, one of the people shouted. Sure enough, it was just as Yi Xian had expected. In fact, he could directly use the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique to fight these people, but the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique would expand the demon seed. With his current cultivation level, he could only use it once or twice, so it was very precious. Therefore, he decided to forget about it and admit defeat first. Big brother, please spare my life. Yi Xian bitterly took off the interspatial ring he was using as a disguise and handed it over. The martial artist sensed that Yi Xian didn't have any other interspatial rings on him. Then, he took Yi Xian's interspatial ring and left. The group of people felt that Yi Xian wasn't strong, so they were too lazy to make a move and allowed him to leave. Then, Yi Xian turned around and left. In his heart, the wealth of these people was far less than a single use of the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique. Now that the fire spirit was in his hands, he had to find a bigger city and auction it off. He had a map in his hand, and the closest city to him was a city called Anan City. It was said that the city lord was an expert at the peak of the Heaven Veins realm, and was only a step away from the spirit stage. That Hubawan also mentioned Anan City. I'll go take a look and see if it's fair, Yi Xian thought to himself. The fire spirit was very valuable. He was afraid that he would be like the city lord of 10,000 Bones City, who acted one way and did another behind his back. He had only opened 7 heaven veins, which was nothing in this high-ranked territory. If an expert targeted him, he would be in trouble. Therefore, he had to be cautious. He spent half a day to rush to Anan City. Then, he spent some time to inquire about the situation in Anan City. It said that the auction house is opened by the city lord. It's honest, and there hasn't been any cases of robbery, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he still felt that he had to be careful, so he took out some things first. He walked into the largest auction house in South Peace City, and then he casually took out some martial techniques. The attendant of the auction house took a look and noticed a few that he hadn't seen before, so he spent some top-grade soul condensation stones to purchase them. Do you have any peak-grade heaven-rank martial arts here? Yi Xian asked. The attendant nodded and said, yes, but the worst one costs 200,000 peak-grade soul condensing stones. 200,000 peak-grade soul condensing stones. Xian narrowed his eyes. He only paid 20,000 for a few high-grade heaven-rank martial arts. However, he still had a lot of ores and high-grade heaven-rank artifacts in his devour space. Although Wei Zhentian was dead, he didn't change his habit of leaving these things behind after a battle. Immediately, he took out all of these things. The attendant was stunned. The things Xian took out were worth at least 100,000 peak-grade soul condensing stones. Then, he did an inventory check. "Sir, these things are worth 230,000 peak-grade soul condensing stones," replied the attendant. "Only 230,000? Including the 20,000 from before, it's only 250,000. It's only enough to buy the lowest peak-grade heaven-rank martial arts." Xian frowned and asked, "Do you have the Heaven's Resentment Saber technique here?" "Heaven's Resentment Saber technique?" The attendant was stunned, and then he nodded. "Yes, it's worth 1,000,000 peak-grade soul condensing stones. Looks like this martial arts isn't bad. However, the price of a 90% Heaven's Resentment Saber technique would probably be a few times higher." Xian pondered for a moment in his heart and said, "How much would a 90% Heaven's Resentment Saber technique bloodline seed cost?" "What?" Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Consecutive Breakthroughs. The Heaven's Resentment Blade technique was considered a martial art that was difficult to cultivate. It was extremely powerful. Even a talented person would need at least 10 years to cultivate the Heaven's Resentment Blade technique to 90% mastery. Some might even need 20 or 30 years. A single martial art seed could be refined within 1 or 2 years, even if it was a supreme grade heaven tier martial art. In other words, it could save a lot of time. "Sir, you want to?" the attendant asked in shock. "That's right." Xian nodded. "Please wait for a moment, sir. I'll go and ask." After saying that, the waiter left immediately. Not long after, he returned with a number. 5,000,000 supreme grade condensing soul stones. This price also gave Xian a fright. The price actually increased by 5 times. 5,000,000 supreme grade condensing soul stones was indeed a lot, but time was more precious to an expert. If the Heaven's Resentment Blade technique was at full mastery, the price would be several times higher. Xian made up his mind. Very quickly, the attendant brought over 5,000,000 top-grade soul condensation stones. As for Xian, he handed over the bloodline seed that the little vengeful spirit gave him to the attendant. Ding! The host has opened the 8th heavenly meridian. Ding! The host has opened the 9th heavenly meridian. Ding! The host has opened the 14th heavenly meridian. Ding! The host has opened the 15th heavenly meridian. Xian swallowed 4,000,000 supreme grade condensing soul stones on the spot. His cultivation level skyrocketed. The attendant was shocked, but he soon realized that Xian had been hiding his true strength. How could he have broken through so much at once? Now that he had the cultivation level, he still needed 2 martial arts, a sword technique and a movement technique. He spent the last 1,000,000 supreme grade condensing soul stones on the 2 martial arts and a book on elemental spirits. The 2 martial arts were called Earth-Splitting Sword and Dragon War Stomp. They were both supreme grade heaven tier martial arts, and they were both of the earth attribute. He hadn't tested his talent yet, but he estimated that his affinity with the earth element had definitely reached the epic level, so it would be better for him to use the earth element martial arts. After leaving the auction house, Xian directly stayed in South Peace City to cultivate his sword technique and movement technique. At the same time, he also understood that the fire spirit he caught was only an elemental spirit of the lowest level. However, Xian estimated that its price was at least equivalent to 10 or even 100 martial arts seeds of the Heaven's Resentment Blade technique. He really wanted to throw it away, but he remembered that such a large number might cause trouble. Moreover, Saiju Song had the highest fire affinity, so he wanted to leave it for Saiju Song. Most importantly, South Peace City might not be able to take it all. In the following days, he cultivated the earth-shattering sword and dragon war stomp that he had just obtained in Southern Peace City. Although they were at the bottom of the heaven tier martial arts, they were still much better than the Prime Clarity Sword Art and Prime Clarity Devil Stomping Steps. With this earth-shattering sword and battle dragon stomp, my strength on land is at least twice that of in the air, in a residence in South Peace City, Xian's eyes couldn't help but emit two rays of light. He had cultivated in South Peace City for over 10 days and had finally cultivated the earth-shattering sword and battle dragon stomp to 60% mastery. Because he had yet to break through to the spirit realm, he was unable to cultivate these two martial arts to 70% mastery. However, his strength had at least doubled compared to before. The earth-shattering sword was a very special martial art. Even if Xian slashed towards the ground, the slash would still travel underground and appear under the enemy's feet. It was impossible to guard against. As for the battle dragon stomp, every step would resonate with the earth. With Xian's current realm, a casual stomp from him would probably be able to cause a concussion from a martial artist at the peak of the earth vein line realm. With these two martial arts, Xian's strength on land was extremely powerful. However, the earth-shattering sword and battle dragon stomp weren't very popular. This was because there were very few people with earth attribute physiques. If one's affinity wasn't high, it would be very difficult to cultivate them. Therefore, Xian had benefited. It's about time. I should find a place to train and test the effects, Xian thought in his heart. Although the two martial arts had been cultivated to 60% mastery, the martial arts still needed to be put into practice. However, at this moment, an uproar suddenly broke out in South Peace City. The 100 Ghost Elder. The 100 Ghost Elder is here. What? Where? Doesn't the 100 Ghost Elder live in the 100 Ghost Mountain? He doesn't interfere with the South Peace City Lord. Why did he come to South Peace City today? He couldn't be looking for a fight with the City Lord, right? Let's go, let's go. The 100 Ghost Elders' ghost spirits are extremely ferocious. Xian could hear the discussions of many people from far away. The 100 Ghost Elder. Just by hearing this name, one could tell that he was from the evil path. Could he be here to attack the city? Xian thought like this in his heart as he tried to find the 100 Ghost Elders' tracks. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded in the sky like a thunderclap. 100 Ghost Elder, what be you come here for? A middle-aged man flashed into the sky and was reflected in Xian's eyes. Following the gaze of this figure, Xian found the 100 Ghost Elder. In the distance, there were 4 people jointly carrying a palanquin, and an old man with a black beard sat on the palanquin. Obviously, he was the 100 Ghost Elder. But when Xian saw the 2 figures that stood on the left and right of the 100 Ghost Elder clearly, his entire body shook. These 2 figures were translucent, and they were shockingly wraiths that caused others to tremble with fear upon hearing their name. But this wasn't anything. The thing that truly surprised Xian was that he'd seen the wraith standing on the left of the 100 Ghost Elder. It was that little wraith from the ghost tomb that gave Xian the bloodline seed of the Heaven Hatred Saber technique. Why is it her? Why is she here? Xian raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, he saw something beside the little wraith's feet. Leg cuffs, the little wraiths were caught. Her expression was very ugly. It was obvious that she didn't want to stay beside the 100 Ghost Elder. Xian's expression sank. He suddenly remembered that he still owed the little wraiths a favor. It was the favor of the bloodline seed of the Heaven Hatred Saber technique. He paused and narrowed his eyes as he pondered in his heart. At this moment, the 100 Ghost Elder looked at the City Lord of Anan City and said, "City Lord of Anan City, don't worry. I'm not here to cause trouble for you. I'm here to cooperate with you." Cooperate? Cooperate with what? The City Lord of Anan City was surprised. He was at the peak of the Heaven Vein stage and was currently breaking through to the Spirit stage. The 100 Ghost Elder was also at the peak of the Heaven Vein stage. If they were to fight, he wasn't afraid of the 100 Ghost Elder. However, if they were to fight, it wouldn't end so easily. After all, this was his city. Secret realm, secret realm? The Anan City Lord was startled. A secret realm was an unknown place that suddenly appeared. There were unknown dangers inside and there was a time limit. Once the time limit was over, the secret realm would disappear. That's right. Once we enter the secret realm, it will be an earth and wood environment. There might be an earth spirit fruit and wood spirit fruit. The 100 Ghost Elder nodded. Spirit fruit, when they heard this name, everyone was shocked. Attribute spirit fruit was something that could increase one's affinity with an attribute. The Anan City Lord was already stuck at the peak of the Heaven Vein stage. If he were to obtain an attribute spirit fruit, he might be able to break through to the spirit stage. Wood spirit fruit? The Anon city lord's eyes lit up. The city lord's mansion had something that could test affinity with an attribute. Although it could only test the highest attribute, it just so happened that his highest affinity was the wood attribute, which was at the low epic grade. If he were to obtain a wood spirit fruit, then his chances of breaking through to the spirit stage and condensing a wood spirit soul would greatly increase. However, the 100 Ghost Elder was an evil demon. Even if he was a normal martialist, the Anon city lord could not completely believe him. Is what you said true? The Anon city lord questioned. Absolutely. If you don't believe me, you can go and take a look. As for whether there is a wood spirit fruit or an earth spirit fruit, I can't guarantee it. I know that the Anon city lord has the highest affinity with the wood attribute, while I, the 100 Ghost Elder, have the highest affinity with the earth attribute. Our attributes do not conflict with each other. The 100 Ghost Elder replied. Indeed, one needed the wood spirit fruit, while the other needed the earth spirit fruit. If there really was one, then they wouldn't become enemies. But that might not be the case. This was because the Anon city lord only knew that he had the highest affinity with the wood attribute. Perhaps his affinity with the earth attribute was second. If that was the case, then he might be able to condense a spirit soul after consuming the earth spirit fruit. Although it would be an earth spirit soul, he could at least break through to the spirit stage. Let me take a look first. The Anon city lord did not immediately agree. Okay, then I'll wait for you for 3 days. 3 days later, I'll wait for you at the entrance of the secret realm. If you don't come, then I'll explore by myself. After the 100 Ghost Elder finished speaking, he ordered the 4 pale-faced youths to carry the palanquin away. The conversation between the 100 Ghost Elder and the Anon city lord fell into everyone's ears. The 100 Ghost Elder didn't avoid it at all. After all, he didn't know what dangers there were in this mystic realm, so he needed some people to go in and take a look. Simply put, they were cannon fodder. 100 miles north of the 100 Ghost Mountain was a place anyone could go. Within these 3 days, there would definitely be people who would go in and explore. Yi Xian frowned. Now that his strength had skyrocketed, he was also interested in this mystic realm. Most importantly, the little vengeful spirit was captured by the 100 Ghost Elder. He wanted to repay the favor of the little vengeful spirit. After the 100 Ghost Elder left, Yi Xian inquired about the location of the 100 Ghost Mountain and hurried over. Not only that, there were also many people who had the same idea as him. The entrance to the secret realm was 100 miles north of the 100 Ghost Mountain. Yi Xian spent a day to find the entrance to the secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm was like a spatial door in the air above a cliff. Yi Xian looked from afar and could see the scenery inside the secret realm. It was a forest. At this moment, there were already over 1,000 people surrounding the entrance to the secret realm. They had all heard the 100 Ghost Elders' words and were preparing to go in and explore. There were many legends about the secret realm. For example, a peak Earth Vein stage martial artist had actually broken through to the spirit stage after entering. Of course, even if a spirit stage expert entered an unknown secret realm, there was a possibility that they would die. Therefore, they had to be cautious. At this moment, a few figures suddenly walked out of the secret realm. These people were the ones who had gone in to explore. Naturally, they wouldn't reveal the information they obtained. However, they still shared one piece of information. Inside the secret realm, one couldn't fly. After hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It seemed that there was a forbidden array in the secret realm. The 2 supreme-grade heaven-level martial arts that he was currently cultivating could only unleash 100% of their power when they were on the ground. If the Earth Splitter was in the air, it would only be slightly stronger than the Prime Clarity Sword Art. It wouldn't be able to be unpredictable. The Dragon War Stomp was the same. If the Dragon War Stomp was in the air, it would only be slightly better than the Prime Clarity Demonic Stomping Steps. It wouldn't be able to resonate with the ground and affect the enemy's mind in battle. The prohibition of flying in the secret realm was bad news for others, but for Yi Xian, it was undeniably good news. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh in his heart. He didn't dare to laugh in public. Otherwise, he might be attacked by others. After all, in the eyes of others, it was an act of schadenfreude. After he stayed at the entrance of the secret realm for a day, the 100-Ghost Elder arrived. At the same time, there were dozens of experts from the 100-Ghost Mountain. Hurry up and leave. Stay away. After seeing the 100-Ghost Elder, the cultivators from the other forces hurriedly retreated. After all, the 100-Ghost Elder had a fierce reputation. If they accidentally angered him, then only death awaited them. Xian also stood and watched from afar. The little vengeful spirit was still standing on the left side of the 100-Ghost Elder. At this moment, she didn't notice Xian. Her expression was cold, like an imprisoned kitten. Xian would definitely take revenge for the smallest grievance, but he would also repay kindness. If it wasn't for the 90% complete Heaven's Resentment Blade Technique Bloodline Seed, he wouldn't have been able to open his 15th Heaven Meridian, let alone learn a Heaven-tier martial art. He still had to return this favor. If he wanted to save the little vengeful spirit, then he could only kill the 100-Ghost Elder. The people from Anan City still haven't arrived. The 100-Ghost Elder narrowed his eyes. This was the last day. If the Anan City Lord still hadn't arrived, then he would enter and explore by himself. However, the 100-Ghost Elder estimated that if the Anan City Lord didn't have the confidence to break through to the spirit stage, then he would definitely come. Sure enough, an hour after the 100-Ghost Elder arrived, the Anan City Lord also brought a group of experts. The people that the Anan City Lord brought weren't any less than the 100-Ghost Elder. Furthermore, they were all very strong. There were even people at the peak of the Heaven Meridian, and even the weakest had opened 20 Heaven Meridian. Ha ha ha, welcome, welcome. The 100-Ghost Elder revealed a smile. He didn't have the confidence to enter the secret realm by himself, so he decided to cooperate with the Anan City Lord. If the Anan City Lord joined them, then their strength would increase by a lot. Spirit fruits were important, but their lives were more important. 100-Ghost Elder, let's go. The Anan City Lord didn't waste any time and immediately met up with the 100-Ghost Elder. Then, they entered the secret realm together. Arabian flower, I can't do anything by myself. It's better for me to increase my strength first. Xian thought to himself. The Anan City Lord and the 100-Ghost Elder were both at the peak of the Heaven Vein realm. They were both trying to break through to the spirit realm and condense their attributed spirit souls. Furthermore, the heaven-ranked martial arts that the two of them practiced were of a higher level than the Earthshatter Sword and Dragon War Stomp. Therefore, they were extremely powerful, and Xian did not want to be enemies with them for the time being. He only entered the secret realm an hour after the 100-Ghost Elder entered. The moment he stepped into the secret realm, he felt a pressure. This should be the effect of the secret realm's flight restriction. He tried to fly, and sure enough, it did not have any effect. Even his jumping ability was limited to a few dozen meters. Brother, do you want to team up? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind Xian. Xian turned around and saw a middle-aged man moving alone. His strength was around 15 heaven veins. This strength was considered to be at the bottom of the group that entered the secret realm. No, thank you. Xian shook his head and entered the forest. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and followed him. Just as Xian expected, the middle-aged man had set his eyes on him and wanted to kill him to steal his treasures. Brat, die. The middle-aged man shouted and slashed a sword aura at Xian's back. However, Xian did not even turn his head. He swung his sword at the ground in front of him and stomped on it. Bang! A force passed through the ground, and the middle-aged man felt his head tremble. Immediately after, a slash appeared from the ground in front of him and instantly cut off his head. Earthshatter Sword, Dragon War Stomp. A mere 15 heaven veins dares to cause trouble for me? Only then did Xian turn around, walk over, and put away his universe ring. It had to be said that the Earthshatter Sword and Dragon War Stomp were too sinister. Ordinary people would not be able to defend against them. However, even in the air, Xian could rely on the 30% increase in movement speed to instantly kill this middle-aged man. This middle-aged man didn't bring a lot of things with him, so he didn't get a lot of Xian. This made him give up on the idea of robbing at the entrance. Let's look for treasures of heaven and earth first. Xian thought to himself. According to the footprints at the entrance of the secret realm, the 100-Ghost Elder and Anan City's City Lord were heading straight ahead. He didn't want to clash with these two groups for the time being, so he took a detour. The forest looked very ordinary and peaceful, but Yixian could sense the danger lurking around him through his senses. Earth-splitting sword. Yixian slashed a few times at the ground beneath his feet. Then, these slashes swept out from a spot 100 meters away. Hiss. A lizard-like saint beast was killed. Yixian swept over to take a look. It was actually a chameleon the size of a dog. This chameleon had turned green and was hiding in the grass. Its color was almost the same as the grass. No wonder he didn't see it with his eyes. He devoured the saint beast's corpse and soul, gaining a lot of experience points. A sacred beast with the strength of 15 heaven veins. This forest is truly not simple. If it stays still, it will be difficult for ordinary people to notice it. If it were to launch a sneak attack, even an expert with 20 heaven veins could fall. Yixian thought to himself and continued forward. Along the way, he encountered many dangers. For example, he encountered the devil tree, giant lizard, poisonous flower, poisonous grass, etc. These crises were easy for him to deal with. They were not a big deal. However, this time, it was a tragedy for him. At this moment, he arrived at a sea of flowers. Because he couldn't fly, he could only walk in. Before entering, he had investigated and found that these flowers weren't poisonous. Instead, they were all treasures of heaven and earth. A normal person would definitely plunder them without restraint, but Yixian felt that there was something strange about this place, so he carefully plucked them. But when Yixian finished plucking all the treasures in the periphery, the earth suddenly began to tremble. Soon after, he saw walls erect all around him, and a large mouth appeared at his feet. This was an Arabian flower. Fuck. Yixian was scared half to death. He wanted to flee, but he didn't know how to fly, so he was swallowed up. After the mouth of the flower was closed, a wave of air rushed towards Yixian to the point where he was pushed to the brink of death. Hiss. Hiss, Yixian was swept into a liquid. His entire body began to smoke, his skin began to melt, and blood began to seep out. Only now did Yixian realize that he'd landed in the digestive area of the man-eating flower. These were all digestive fluids. What powerful corrosiveness! It's 10 times stronger than the heat waves in the scorching catacombs. Yixian hurriedly jumped out of the poisonous fluid and stepped onto the 8 Desolation shield. Although he couldn't fly, he could still use the 8 Desolation shield. A normal person would have lost at least a layer of their skin. Fortunately, Yixian had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life, so he healed his wounds in less than a second. He took out a set of clothes and changed into them, then took stock of his surroundings. The digestive tract of the Arabian flower wasn't large, but it was filled with bones. It seemed that other people had already entered before them. Mystic realms had time limits, and they appeared at different locations. It was like a window that God had suddenly opened. And this was the first time the Arabian flower had closed its mouth, so Yixian guessed that these bones didn't belong to them. Forget it, let's get out first. Yixian took out a supreme quality celestial tool and used the 8 Desolation shield to attack the stomach wall of the Arabian flower. Bang! 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 The stomach wall of the Arabian flower was fairly sturdy, and Yixian's attacks failed to penetrate it. However, the Arabian flower was in so much pain that it began to thrash about, the gastric juices churning out of its stomach. Yixian ignored the gastric juices and continued to attack. Half a minute later, the stomach wall of the Arabian flower was broken open, and Yixian quickly burrowed out of the ground. You're finally out. Motherfucker, this is the first time I've been eaten. Die for me. Yixian reformed the 8 Desolation sword and used the War Dragon Stomp while attacking with the Earth Shatter sword. The Arabian flower still had several tenacious vine whips, but the ground was Yixian's home field, so the vine whips couldn't reach Yixian. This battle lasted for more than 2 minutes. The Arabian flower had an extremely tenacious vitality and astonishing regenerative abilities. If not for Yixian's sacred tree of life bloodline, he really wouldn't have been able to do anything to it. After the 4 mouths of the Arabian flower powerlessly drooped down, Yixian let out a sigh of relief. This Arabian flower wasn't a holy beast. It could be considered a type of exotic beast, so it didn't have the soul of a holy beast. Wood spirit fruit, is this the wood essence? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The wood essence was something that could increase one's affinity with the wood element. It seemed like he had not wasted his efforts in this battle. Yi Xian immediately put away the wood essence. Kid, put down that wood essence. Suddenly, a shout rang out, and 6 figures rushed out from the forest. Yi Xian had been fighting just now, so he did not notice anyone hiding in the forest to be a fisherman. You think you can kill me and steal my treasure? Yi Xian put the wood essence into the devouring space, then devoured it. The wood essence could increase one's affinity with the wood element, but he felt that he had the highest affinity with the earth element, so he decided to devour it instead of refining it. Ding! Host has opened the 17th heavenly meridian. This wood essence allowed Yi Xian to open 2 heavenly meridians. Kill. At the same time, after he finished devouring, those people charged at him. Humph, you overestimate yourselves. Yi Xian snorted coldly, then stomped his foot on the ground. In an instant, the 6 people felt their heads explode. Yi Xian had already mastered the Dragon War stomp to 60% completion, which meant that there were 6 stomps. One stomp could deal with 6 people, or all 6 stomps could deal with 1 person. Although they were separated, Yi Xian's stomp stunned the 6 people for a second. 1 second was very fast for ordinary people, but for someone of Yi Xian's level, 1 second was enough to decide many things. Earth-splitting sword, die. While the 6 people were stunned, Yi Xian wildly slashed the ground in front of him 6 times. Before the 6 people could react, their heads were cut open one after another. 6 people were killed in an instant. Plop. 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 6 heads fell to the ground. Yi Xian used the Bahuang sword to draw a sword flower and slowly walked over. The strength of these 6 people was between 16 and 18 heavenly veins, but this was the first time they had encountered such a miraculous martial art like the Dragon War stomp, so they fell here. Those 1 million high-quality condensing soul stones were well spent. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. However, all in all, it was all thanks to Wei Zhentian. Without him, Yi Xian's affinity with the earth attribute wouldn't have been so high, and he wouldn't have been able to increase his proficiency so easily. After keeping the 6 interspatial rings, Yi Xian continued forward. There were not many things in the interspatial rings, so he was unable to open the 18th heaven meridian. After this encounter, Yi Xian became even more cautious. From time to time, he would use the earth-shattering sword to scout the surroundings. If there were any anomalies, he would immediately know. However, an hour after he entered the secret realm, he finally encountered a large group of people. No, 2 of them. Yi Xian looked at the 2 groups in the distance and thought in his heart, as expected, when there are benefits, all cooperation is fake. These 2 groups were the Anan City Lord and the 100 Ghost Elders group. At this moment, they were in the middle of a great battle. Yi Xian swept a glance and noticed that the number of people in these 2 groups had decreased sharply. It seemed that they had encountered some danger along the way. 100 Ghost Elder, didn't you say that you would give the wood spirit fruit to me if it appeared? The Anan City Lord shouted. Humph, when did I, the 100 Ghost Elder, say that? Although my affinity with the earth attribute is the highest, I still need this wood spirit fruit. The 100 Ghost Elder was in a great battle with the Anan City Lord. At the same time, his 2 specter spirits had charged into the Anan City Lord's camp and were madly attacking. Specter spirits were undead creatures that were a grade higher than specter spirits. After the specter spirit was refined by the 100 Ghost Elder, its strength had soared to the peak of the Heaven Vein realm. The other specter spirit was the same. All in all, the 100 Ghost Mountain side had more experts. 100 Ghost Elder, even if I die, I won't let you obtain this wood spirit fruit. The Anan City Lord had already made up his mind to die and was madly attacking the 100 Ghost Elder. Yi Xian, who was watching from afar, hesitated for a moment. The wood spirit fruit was 10 times or 100 times more precious than the wood soul essence. If he obtained this wood spirit fruit, he would be able to open at least 10 heaven veins. At that time, who would be able to stop him? It's time to go on stage. After Yi Xian made up his mind, he directly used his trump card, the Tao Heart Seed Devil Law. The demonic seed in his heart grew stronger again. Kill. Yi Xian directly entered the battle, but this time, he first joined the Anan City Lord's side to kill the 100 Ghost Mountains experts. Earth-shattering sword, battle dragon stomp. Yi Xian began to madly attack. When he used the battle dragon stomp with his 17 heaven veins cultivation, even someone with 20 heaven veins would be hit if they weren't careful. Once they were hit, they would definitely die. Bang! 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 A series of 6 shocking attacks landed on the body of a 100 Ghost Mountain martial artist. He paused for a moment, and in the next instant, his head was chopped off by a slash that appeared from the ground. Instant kill. Yi Xian quickly took off his universe ring, and then charged out again. Every time he used the battle dragon stomp, a martial artist would fall. Originally, such a high-level martial art was not easily used by ordinary people, but he had the sacred tree of life bloodline, and his recovery was extremely fast, so he was not worried at all. Battle dragon stomp, earth-shattering sword. Yi Xian was invincible with his sinister moves. Ding! Host has opened the 18th heaven veins. His cultivation level kept rising, and even turned the entire situation around. Damn it, where did this brat come from? A martial artist from the 100 Ghost Mountain cursed as he charged towards Yi Xian. Peak heaven veins? Yi Xian's expression turned serious. He could sense that this martial artist had opened at least 28 heaven veins. Peak heaven veins did not refer to people who had opened 32 heaven veins. Anyone with 28 or more could be called peak heaven veins. There was no hard requirement. 28 heaven veins, 10 more heaven veins opened than Yi Xian. In terms of true energy strength and heaven and earth origin energy, he was not just a hair or a bit higher than Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian possessed 3 top-notch bloodlines, plus the 8 desolate sword, 3 agility advancements, and so on, so he did not fear this person at all. Battle Dragon 6-layer stomp, I'll shock your leg. Yi Xian stomped fiercely on the ground, and this 100 Ghost Mountain martial artist's foot produced a 6-layer frequency vibration. Crack! This 100 Ghost Mountain Peak Heaven Veins martial artist's right foot suddenly twisted, and his figure tilted to the right. What? He was extremely shocked, not daring to believe it. How could someone of his level possibly fall while running? Don't touch her. Rip. A crisp sound rang out. This Peak Heaven Vein Realm martial artist's head was tossed up. For safety's sake, Yi Xian personally charged over and chopped off his head. Ding. Host has opened the 19th Heaven Vein Realm. A Peak Heaven Vein Realm martial artist had considerable wealth. It directly allowed Yi Xian to open the next meridian. Awesome. Yi Xian could not resist roaring in his heart. This War Dragon Stomp was truly too useful. This 100 Ghost Mountain Peak Heaven Vein Realm also had a supreme grade heaven rank martial art. But he was still instantly killed by Yi Xian. This made the surrounding people feel incredulous. Although I don't know where this brat came from, he seems to be helping my South Peace City. South Peace City's dozen over martial artists thought in their hearts. At the same time, the scene of Yi Xian instantly killing the Peak Heaven Vein Realm also fell on 100 Ghost Elder. Where did this little bastard come from? Guai, go kill him. 100 Ghost Elder immediately gave an order to one of his ghost spirits. Guai was the other ghost spirit apart from the little wraith. His strength was also Peak Heaven Vein Realm. He looked like a 16-year-old youth. Earlier, he cut into the rear of South Peace City's camp and killed many South Peace City experts. He could be considered the #1 general of 100 Ghost Mountain. Now, he was already charging towards Yi Xian. At this moment, the little vengeful spirit had already noticed Yi Xian. She couldn't help but be shocked. She wanted to help, but she had the shackles of the 100 Ghost Elder on her, so she could only obediently obey the orders of the 100 Ghost Elder. So, she could only watch Yi Xian and that Guai fight. Peak Heaven Vein Realm Ghost Spirit? So what? Yi Xian did not mind in the slightest and took another step out. War Dragon 6-fold Stomp. However, what surprised him was that this time, there was actually no effect at all. Oh my, this ghost spirit is floating. Yi Xian suddenly recalled this matter. Ghost spirits did not rely on their feet to walk, but relied on flying. Although there was a flight restriction in this mystic realm, it did not seem to have any effect on ghost spirits. This time, the War Dragon Stomp was useless. However, even though Dragon's War Stomp's attack power was gone, Yi Xian still had his speed. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing rang out. The ghost spirit was also like the resentful spirit, using its claws to attack. However, Gui Yi's speed was quite fast, much faster than that peak Heaven Vein Realm martial artist from the 100 Ghost Mountain range. Yi Xian estimated that Gui Yi's strength might be able to fight with a martial artist who had opened 32 heaven veins. To deal with such undead creatures, Yi Xian naturally chose to use the Prime Clarity Sword art at full power. This had an extremely high damage effect on ghosts. Clang! 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 The two of them fought for more than 10 rounds. Both sides fought like water and scorching fire. No one was at a disadvantage, so it could be considered a draw. However, Yi Xian's Dao Heart Demon Seed technique was about to end. Time has passed. Yi Xian sensed that his ability to manipulate the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi had weakened. He immediately understood that the effect of the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique was over. But at this moment, the ghost spirit suddenly swept over. Good fellow, you actually took advantage of my weakened state to attack me. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He used the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique again. This was the 4th time he used it. The Dao Heart Demon Seed technique. Every time it was used, the demon seed in the depths of one's heart would grow stronger. At the same time, the amplification would also become stronger. Yi Xian's aura surged once again, becoming even stronger than before. Die for me. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes. He directly blocked the claw and struck out. Rip. The ghost spirit's claw directly chopped off Yi Xian's left arm. At the same time, Yi Xian's sword also landed on its body. Prime Clarity Demon Slaying Slash. The ghost spirit's body shook violently as it let out a sharp cry. The 8 Desolate Sword combined with the Prime Clarity Demon Slaying Slash caused tons of damage to the ghost spirit. The ghost spirit never expected that Yi Xian would actually sacrifice an arm in exchange for a chance to attack. However, this chance to attack determined Yi Xian's victory. Prime Clarity Demon Slaying Slash. Prime Clarity Demon Slaying Slash. Yi Xian's arm was recovering. At the same time that he grew another arm, the ghost spirit was also killed by him. The ghost spirit was a level higher than the wraiths. After its death, it would condense into a ghost pearl like a demon. Yi Xian grabbed the ghost pearl and swallowed it. Ding! The host has opened the 20th heavenly meridian. The system notified. The 100 Ghost Elders' Ghost First was directly killed by Yi Xian. This scene made the 100 Ghost Elder extremely shocked. This was because Ghost First's strength was second only to his in the 100 Ghost Mountain camp. However, Yi Xian was able to kill Ghost First. This meant that Yi Xian was also a threat to him. Retreat. Although the 100 Ghost Elder wanted the Wood Spirit Fruit, he felt that his life was more important. However, Yi Xian and the City Lord of Anan City would not let him go. Not good. Seeing Yi Xian rushing towards him, the 100 Ghost Elder's face sank. He quickly ordered the little wraiths, block him. The little wraiths were forced to rush towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not want to hurt the little wraiths, so he went around her. Battle Dragon's Sixfold Stomp. Yi Xian rushed in front of the 100 Ghost Elder and ruthlessly stomped his foot. The Sixfold Stomp instantly made the 100 Ghost Elder pause. The 100 Ghost Elder had opened 32 heavenly meridians for quite some time. His strength was considered to be at the peak of the Essence Soul realm. Facing the Battle Dragon's Sixfold Stomp, he was only stunned for a moment. However, Yi Xian's true chi could not be used up. He began to crazily stomp on the ground. Damn it, this brat actually knows such a sinister move. The 100 Ghost Elder's face had already sunk to the bottom. He wanted to fly into the air, but there was a forbidden array here. If he dared to jump up, he would definitely become a live target for Yi Xian and the City Lord of Anan City. If he could not fly in the air, it would be very difficult for him to dodge the attacks. Simply speaking, the 100 Ghost Elder was already at the end of his strength. The City Lord of Anan City's strength was not inferior to him. The 100 Ghost Elder was also gnashing his teeth from the Battle Dragon's Sixfold Stomp. Adding on Yi Xian, the 100 Ghost Elder was doomed. Sure enough, in the 5th round after Yi Xian joined the battle, the 100 Ghost Elder could not hold on. His mind was disturbed by the battle dragon's sixfold stomp and he was killed by Yi Xian in a single strike. Universe Ring. Yi Xian's eyes widened. While guarding against the city lord of Anan City, he extended his hand to take off the universe ring. He reckoned that the city lord of Anan City would also attack him, but this time, his guess was wrong. After the 100 Ghost Elder died, the city lord of Anan City watched as Yi Xian took off the universe ring. He then turned around and prepared to kill the little resentful spirit. "Don't touch her!" Yi Xian furiously roared. When the city lord of Anan City heard this, his figure trembled. He then went around the little resentful spirit and went to kill the 100 Ghost Mountain's martial artists. After the 100 Ghost Elder died, the little resentful spirit's shackles were shattered by herself. Desolation. Yi Xian flew over and took out the highest grade 10,000 Ghost Pearl. The small resentful spirit did not object and was kept by Yi Xian. Immediately after, Yi Xian killed his way back and easily killed all the 100 Ghost Mountain cultivators. At this moment, he had already opened 22 heaven veins. This was all thanks to the 100 Ghost Elders interspatial ring. "Thank you for your help, little brother. I am Xianxia." After the 100 Ghost Mountain cultivators were all killed, the Anan City Lord couldn't help but cup his fists. Yi Xian nodded slightly. He was looking for something, the wood spirit fruit. Since it wasn't in the 100 Ghost Elders interspatial ring, it should be in the hands of the Anan City Lord. Yi Xian. Yi Xian also reported his name. Yi Xian? When Xianxia heard this name, he trembled slightly. This name was very popular recently. Many people with the surname Yi had changed their name to this name. After all, that was the cousin of an empty god realm expert. Don't misunderstand, it's just a name. Yi Xian smiled when he saw Xianxia's expression. This made him think of Jiang Tianjin. He summoned a husky in his mind and gave Jiang Tianjin a round of beatings. Oh. Xianxia knew that he was overthinking. After all, that was in the Heaven Extinction region and this was the Green Cliff region. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly asked, "That wood spirit fruit is in your possession, right?" This question instantly made the atmosphere tense. Xianxia's expression changed slightly as he nodded. "Yes, it's in mine. I'm sorry, but this wood spirit fruit is very important to me. I will definitely repay Brother Ye's kindness. I don't need the wood spirit fruit, but I want everyone's interspatial ring," Yi Xian said directly. What? Xianxia suspected that he had heard wrongly. Everyone's interspatial ring. As they came out to fight, they didn't bring many things. Even if so many people's interspatial rings were piled together, they wouldn't even be worth 1% of the wood spirit fruit. As for Yi Xian, he actually only wanted this much. Wasn't that a bit too fake? Alright. Xianxia was very straightforward. He had everyone take off their interspatial rings. He also took out a brocade box. Then, he put all the interspatial rings into a cloth bag and threw it over. Some of these interspatial rings belonged to them, while others belonged to the experts of the 100 Ghost Mountain. As for the brocade box, it naturally contained the wood spirit fruit. After receiving the interspatial ring, Yi Xian's interspatial ring. Ding! The host has 1,000 ghost. These interspatial 1,000 interspatial ring Yi Xian ring heavens, Yi Xian's 1,000 ghost hand. At this moment, he had the strength to kill everyone, but Yi Xian didn't intend to kill him. After the death of the 100 Ghost Elder, Xianxia didn't sneak up on Yi Xian, nor did he steal the 100 Ghost Elders' interspatial ring. He also didn't attack the little resentful spirit, which showed that he was a man of principle. Yi Xian admired such a person, so he didn't want to attack. Alright, thank you. Yi Xian threw the interspatial rings back and quickly left. Xianxia and the others were confused. They saw that Yi Xian's hand had only scooped up the cloth bag for a moment before throwing it back. What was going on, however, when Xianxia checked the interspatial ring, he found that it was empty. There was nothing inside. How is this possible? Xianxia exclaimed. He couldn't understand how Yi Xian did it. After all, the interspatial ring couldn't be stored in the interspatial ring. After leaving, Yi Xian released the little resentful spirit. You gave me the bloodline seed last time, and I saved you this time. We're even. Yi Xian said to the little resentful spirit. Hearing this, the little vengeful spirit nodded. In that case, you can leave now. I have to continue exploring this mystic realm, Xian said. Unexpectedly, the little resentful spirit shook its head and pointed in a direction. Xian frowned and reacted. You want me to go in that direction? The little resentful spirit nodded. What's in that direction? Xian asked again. After saying those words, the little wraith crouched down. Then, it extended a long and sharp fingernail and wrote 3 words on the ground. Earth Spirit Fruit? Xian was shocked. How did you know? I just know. The little resentful spirit wrote these 3 words on the ground. Damn, what a tsundere. Xian was exasperated. He couldn't understand how this little resentful spirit, who looked about 5 or 6 years old, knew so much. Alright, I believe you. You can leave now. Don't get caught again, Xian reminded her. Thank you. The little resentful spirit nodded. After writing 2 more words on the ground, she left. It shouldn't be difficult for her to walk out of the mystic realm with her peak heavenly vein level strength. After the little resentful spirit left, Xian followed the direction she pointed. Although Xian didn't know how the little resentful spirit knew about the earth spirit fruit, he chose to believe her. He advanced in this direction, cutting his way through brambles and hemp, and finally made it out of the forest. At this moment, what entered his eyes was a boundless desert. A desert? Xian frowned, then raised his eyebrows. The wood spirit fruit was in the forest behind him. Perhaps there really was an earth spirit fruit in this desert. However, he felt that this seemingly ordinary desert was more dangerous than the forest. He immediately exchanged for a large number of puppets and sent them in to explore. These puppets were only at the peak of the true darkness realm. They were the strongest puppets that could be exchanged for in the devouring system. However, these puppets had only taken a few steps when a huge mouth opened and swallowed all of them. Damn! Xian cursed. This huge mouth swallowed hundreds of scattered puppets. He estimated that this huge mouth was at least the size of an aircraft carrier. What the hell is this? Xian looked at the huge sand pit in the distance and released a large number of peak true darkness realm puppets. Not long after, the big guy opened its mouth. At the same time, Xian also launched a dozen attacks at the sand pit. Sword of the Earth Splitter. This huge mouth had just swallowed hundreds of puppets when it was hit by Xian's Sword of the Earth Splitter. It immediately screamed in pain and then stopped moving. It's dead? Xian was a little surprised. This huge mouth was just a wax head. It looked good but was useless. He walked over and realized that this huge mouth wasn't a sacred beast. It was a whale formed from black sand. It should be a type of exotic beast. However, right at this moment, another bloody mouth suddenly opened. What? Xian was shocked. He quickly jumped up and dodged the mouth. He jumped into the air and looked down. As expected, it was the sand whale formed from black sand. End of chapter 512. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.